how you present yourself to the world matters, and changes how people perceive you in an incredibly profound way. This is something nearly every person learns when growing up, and is far from an intellectual statement, but it's something that the majority of people don't consider in their day-to-day lives. Like our binocular vision, this small piece of knowledge feels second nature to most, to the point to where they don't even realize that they're doing it, and it's only when it's called out that people give the concept a bit more thought. Say, for instance, you have a job interview coming up at a prestigious company. This is the job that you've been wanting since you were a young kid, and you feel like all your years of schooling, all your efforts to build your skills, have been in service of getting this one particular job, and you want to make a good impression. The day of the interview, you realize that you don't have any laundry, and the only outfit that you have that is presently available is a pair of old gray sweatpants from high school and a blouse that doesn't properly fit. Consider what would happen if you wore this outfit to the interview. What immediate things would the hiring manager think of you when they see you walk in, dressed partially in sweatpants and looking completely mismatched? Did they forget that they had an interview today? Is this how they choose to present themselves? If they're wearing this to the interview, what do they wear when meeting clients? Almost immediately, your name would be taken off of their list of potential hires, and even if you explained to them that you simply forgot to do your laundry and this was all you had left, the damage would already be done. Poor time management skills, the inability to keep a schedule and pre-plan accordingly. Now, think what would happen if everything had gone perfectly. What is the outfit that you'd wear to the interview? How would you do your makeup and your hair? Would you pick something professional, but not too overdone? Something that makes it seem like you aren't dressing up, like a prom tuxedo. This is just how you look. Dressing to make a good impression is easy, and you likely know exactly how to present yourself so that the majority of people would think highly of you. And when Ezra McCandless took the stand in her own defense, that's exactly what she did. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. This video is part 4 of our coverage of the case of Ezra McCandless. And if you have stumbled across this video before watching all the previous parts, I highly recommend that you go watch those other videos before you watch this one. Although I will be summarizing all of the relevant case details in the first section of the video, watching the previous parts will allow you to see how the accused in this case was able to skillfully manipulate nearly everyone she came into contact with, and how she had, up until this point, gotten away with everything. This video would once again not be made possible had it not been for Rottweiler Investigations here on YouTube. Their channel is a treasure trove of true crime interrogation, trial, and deposition content, and we will be leaving a link to their channel in the description box down below, along with their PayPal and Cash App link. I'm going to be summarizing the details of this case as succinctly as possible. For those interested in all of the details, including coverage of all the previous police interviews she had done, those videos will be linked in the description box down below. This is Ezra McCandless. She is a 20-year-old, out-of-work hipster who enjoyed photography and spending her days drinking free coffee at Racy's, a small coffee shop in the town of Eau Claire. She was extremely outgoing and would talk to anyone who came into the small shop, stating that everyone who went there was her buddy, mainly because she relied on them to purchase her coffees for her. This is Jason Mangle. Jason is 13 years older than Ezra, a fact that he contends she kept from him when they first began talking. Jason met Ezra at Racy's, and according to both of them, they quickly fell in love. Within the first month of dating, Ezra had moved out of her mother's home and into Jason's apartment with his roommate. Jason worked as a medic in the National Guard, meaning that every few months, he would have to leave for a couple weeks to go on assignment. Their relationship quickly became toxic, with both parties alleging that the other one was controlling. Ezra stated, Jason was controlling because he wanted her to help out with bills and believed she was inappropriately affectionate with her male friends. Meanwhile, Jason felt the relationship was toxic because if he hung out with someone Ezra didn't like, or thought they didn't like her, then she would accuse him of talking negatively about her, and say that she was going to physically harm herself and it would be his fault. This is John Hansen. All you need to know about him is that he is a close friend of Jason and also frequented Racy's coffee shop. This is Alex Woodworth. Alex enjoyed philosophy, so much so that he spent all of his free time writing his own philosophical beliefs in his journal. He was the eldest of 4 children and was described, by all who knew him, as being deeply empathetic and kind to those around him. He had never been physically violent with any person, and his past partners would describe him as quiet and caring. He was close to both Jason and Ezra, and Jason had been made uncomfortable with how extremely close he and Ezra were. And that was mainly because Alex and Ezra were also secretly dating. Although Ezra told Jason that he had nothing to worry about and that she wasn't interested in Alex in a romantic way, the duo would often go on dates, She would sleep over at his house, and their romantic relationship had progressed to the point of saying I love you to each other. Alex wanted Ezra to break up with Jason, especially since she would tell him that Jason was cruel and uncaring towards her. But Ezra stated that if she broke up with him, she would lose all of her friends, and so they continued to date each other in secret. She had also begun sleeping with John Hanson. In February of 2018, Jason had gone away on a drill for the National Guard, and he had asked Hanson to check in with Ezra to make sure she was okay. He worried about her when he was gone, because she would often state she couldn't be alone without him, and while he was away, John and Ezra also began to sleep together. This relationship was seemingly spurred on by Ezra, who stated she had a crush on John. After Jason returned home from training, she sent John the following text messages. Working out again, dose really make you want to fuck everything that's moved. Are you going to pound this anytime soon? Just let me know when I get my next in and out winky face. Also hanging out and doing art again would be nice because you're more than a good dick. Great. Also, while Jason was away, Ezra moved out of their shared apartment because his roommate was expecting her to contribute to the housing costs in a more meaningful way. She would move back in with her mother, and whenever they would get into a fight, Jason would pay for her to stay a couple of nights in a hotel. That way she could unwind. One night, while staying in a hotel with Ezra, Jason went through her phone and found the messages between her and John. Obviously shocked that his best friend and girlfriend had been sleeping together, he confronted Ezra, who stated that she hadn't slept with John at all. When she saw he had proof, she changed her story, stating that yes, they had slept together, but the sex had not been consensual. Not knowing what to believe, but believing his girlfriend wouldn't lie to him, Jason encouraged Ezra to speak to the police about the matter, where she formally accused John of sexual assault. An investigation was then launched, but Ezra seemed uncooperative. When asked if the police could have access to the messages that she had sent John, ones where they had talked about their sexual encounter, Ezra stated that she deleted them. When the officers asked John, he willingly provided the messages, and they showcased a very one-sided relationship in which Ezra was incredibly eager to sleep with John and had enjoyed the times they had been intimate. She also claimed that she had told multiple friends about the incident and that they would back up her statement, but they found the opposite was true. Ezra had spoken to her other friends at Racy's about spending time with John that week, and after they had slept together, she said he was amazing, fun, considerate, and that she couldn't wait to see him again. She also said she loved spending time with his son. She had also spoken to Alex, who told the detectives that Ezra had talked to him in detail about having sex with John, and said, though it was consensual, she regretted it. The sexual assault case was later closed with no charges coming from it. After talking to the police, Jason was confused. He didn't know if Ezra was telling the truth, and he felt like the last 8 months of his life had been a lie. 2 of his closest friends had betrayed him, and they had lied to his face for weeks after sleeping with the person he thought he was going to marry. He didn't know who he could trust, so he asked Ezra for some distance. They didn't break up, but he didn't want anything to do with her for a short while. But Ezra was more engaged in their relationship than ever. She wrote him multiple times a day, telling him that she loved him deeply and would have never done anything to hurt him. She accused John and Alex of manipulating her and sexually exploiting her, and stated that if she hadn't been so confused by them, she never would have cheated. She began to show up at places she knew he would be, casually running into him and bringing him her journals, declaring her unending, ancient love to him. And although Jason tried to keep his boundaries, he once again began to sleep with her. On March 21st, the pair were talking, with Jason stating he didn't know if he could properly move forward with a relationship as he couldn't get the idea of her sleeping with his 2 close friends out of his head. She encouraged him to think of positive thoughts until those images were out of his head, and then informed him that she intended to see Alex the very next day. When Jason became confused and angry with the concept of her meeting up with the man she had spent months cheating on him with, the man who had apparently sexually exploited and manipulated her, she tried to placate him, saying she was only seeing him in order to tell him off for what he had done, but Jason didn't buy it. He had recently been made aware of how deep Ezra's relationship with Alex was, with one of their mutual friends telling him that Alex and Ezra had stated they loved each other and would spend all their time together, and now hearing that she wanted to spend time alone with him, he felt that he couldn't trust her. He told her that he didn't want to speak to her anymore, and stopped replying to her texts. The next day, the former couple would run into each other, coincidentally, at Racy's. Ezra stated she was going to be finding her own apartment soon and moving back to the small town, but she seemed disheveled and strange. That morning marked the first time she had ever paid for her own coffee, and left a tip as well. After leaving the coffee shop, she went to Alex's home to talk. Their conversation had been interrupted by Jason, who wanted to make sure his ex was safe, and he told the pair if they wanted to continue talking, they should do it somewhere public. Directly after, Ezra and Alex got into her car and drove off. 4 hours later, Ezra was found on 88-year-old Dawn Sippel's farm, covered in mud and blood. The word boy had been cut into her arm. She claimed she'd been attacked, but didn't know by whom. She was also going by her birth name, Monica J. When she was brought to the hospital and evaluated by doctors, they found that she was mostly unharmed, with an exception of a few scratches and superficial cuts that seemed to be self-inflicted. Detectives talked to her about what had happened, but she maintained she had no idea. She was then informed that Alex and her car were still missing, and they told her that if she knew anything, they needed to know as soon as possible so they could potentially save Alex's life. But she said nothing. The following day, the police would find Ezra's car, with Alex's dead body hanging halfway out of it. He'd been stabbed 16 times in the neck, face, chest, and groin, and it appeared as if the scene had been staged. There were drag marks, indicating that whoever killed Alex had tried to pull him out of the backseat of the vehicle, but had given up halfway through. The scene also indicated that the majority of the attack happened outside of the car, with Alex trying to seek refuge inside the vehicle. Armed with this information, the detectives went to speak with Ezra again, and her story changed. She still maintained that she didn't know what happened to Alex, or what happened to her in general, but she said she remembered some things. Firstly, she told them that it had been Alex who carved the word boy into her arm. She claimed that he often ridiculed her for having identified as a male previously, and would use the term, as well as male pronouns, derogatorily towards her. Secondly, she also claimed that at some point during the drive, Alex had taken the wheel as she began to have a panic attack. And finally, she claimed that all she could really remember of the attack was feeling scared of Alex, like he had hurt her. The detectives then told Ezra that they had found Alex's body, and that they knew she was lying about not remembering anything, and she stated they were right, and then completely changed her story again. She claimed that Alex had driven her to the muddy road and gotten them stuck in the mud. While she attempted to get them out of the pickle they were in, he attempted to sexually assault her, and she killed him to save her life. The officers then told her that the details of her story still didn't align with the evidence, and that the way she claimed Alex had carved the word into her arm still didn't make any sense. Again, she admitted that she had lied about that too, and that after she had killed Alex, she then blacked out, then had woken up in the back of her car. Ezra then claimed that after realizing what had happened, she wanted to remember what happened, so she carved the word boy into her arm so she wouldn't forget. She was then promptly arrested. In every video we make discussing a person taking the stand in their own defense, we emphasize how monumentally catastrophic that can be to a person's case. While many people view themselves as being generally likable, it's only when they are tasked with trying to make friends that they realize that not everyone is going to like them for one reason or another. For some, it can be something as small as the color of your hair or how you wear it. Though many people enjoy the look of unnatural hair colors, some people find them to be off-putting and a sign of poor moral character. For others, they might take issue with your tone of voice, finding it to be too high or grating, or thinking it is unreasonably low and put on. Regardless of their reasons, if a person doesn't like you, they are less likely to empathize with you. And if you are Ezra, who is trying to sell a frankly unbelievable story to a group of 12 men and women, you are going to want them to view you as sympathetically as possible. But in this case, the defense had no choice. The defense's argument was that Alex had attempted to sexually assault Ezra, and she acted in self-defense, but they had very little in the way of supporting evidence. She had lied multiple times after the attack, and the details she had told the police didn't line up with the crime scene or the evidence. They had spoken with all of Alex's ex-girlfriends, as well as his family and friends, and sifted through his journals, and they found no instances where he had been violent with anyone, or had displayed any worrying behavior. No one in his life stated that he had ever been aggressive with them, or even possessive of them in a romantic setting, and there was truly no one who would corroborate Ezra's story. With that in mind, the defense was forced to put Ezra on the stand, and hope that she could convince the men and women of the jury that she should be believed more than the direct crime scene evidence. Prior to Ezra's arrest, she had presented herself in an incredibly meticulous way. She had a consistent color palette that she would stick to, mostly filled with mustard yellows, hunter greens, and rich red tones. She kept her hair short, cropped, and purposely androgynous due to her fluid sexuality, and stated she enjoyed shifting her appearance and looking more masculine some days and more feminine others, but always straddling the line between the two. However, when she would appear in court, her appearance was drastically altered. Her hair had lightened to a softer shade of brown, and she had kept it long and natural, allowing for her curls to frame her face. Her makeup was more subdued, with emphasis being placed on making her eyes appear bigger. The light shimmer placed on the globe of her lid and the white eyeliner on her bottom eyelash line was done to make her eyes look wide and unsure, and stood in stark contrast to how she had done her makeup outside of court. Focus was placed on her wearing neutral tones, mostly pinks and whites, which served to brighten her face and fit her natural coloring. She had done a complete transformation in under a year, going from a hipster who wanted to push gender norms to attempting to look as feminine and delicate as possible. This was obviously a tactic used by the defense to try and make Ezra more palatable to the jury. The details of the attack were brutal. She had stabbed Alex in the head, neck, and groin 16 times, and the defense's goal was to make it appear as if that were impossible for her to accomplish, unless she was in extreme duress. Let's see if they were able to do that.
You state your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Ezra McCandless. EZRAMCCANDLESS.
Okay, Ezra, I'm going to ask you to speak really clearly into the microphone because you're soft-spoken.
Yes.
Okay. So everybody can hear you. All right?
All right.
I guess the first question I'm going to ask you is, why Ezra McCandless? Why that name?
Why Ezra McCandless? Well, I have gone through a lot of changes in my life regarding identity and what really fits me. And I tried on a few names, but I found ultimately that Ezra's fit perfectly for who I am.
This, in my opinion, is just about the worst way to start this direct examination. I fully appreciate why it was done, and I am not a defense attorney, but having Ezra wistfully recount how she settled on her name as if she is doing a one-woman show comes across as incredibly out of place when she is on trial for first-degree murder. It makes her seem painfully unaware of the situation that she's in, as if she doesn't take the fact that she killed someone seriously. I understand the logic behind the decision, as any legal team working on this case would be trying to make Ezra look as harmless as possible. She needs to seem fragile, like she couldn't hurt a fly, so when they discuss how she brutally stabbed Alex 16 times in the head, throat, torso, and groin, they are already primed to think that she must have been in extreme peril to do something like that. It would have been much more effective for her legal team to coach her into looking distraught and unwell. If she appeared like she had tried to put herself together but was overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the situation, the majority of people would begin to feel bad for her. But her appearance is so perfectly polished and manicured and so outside of the norm for how she usually presented herself that it comes across as false and strange.
What was your birth name?
My birth name was Monica J.
And did your name eventually become the last name Carlin?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you decide specifically, I'm going to ask you the specifics of both names and what they mean to you. Let's talk about the last name first. Why you changed your last name.
I changed my last name, not to change my last name because of family's sake, but I changed it because of the name McCandless is from an individual named Christopher McCandless from Into the Wild, he's known for. And his love for nature, his philosophies for life, they were very in tune and aligned with who I am. So I honored him by taking his last name.
And what about, and Into the Wild, just everybody might not know what it is, just in a sentence, tell us.
It's a novel, it's a book he wrote.
Christopher McCandless did not write Into the Wild. While I would usually try not to harp on this fact, it's notable that the majority of what she has said and will say about Christopher and Into the Wild, for which she got her namesake from, is false. This was a novel that was important enough to her that she took up his name in a way to honor him, but she doesn't actually know the basic details from the book.
Okay. It was a book written about him?
Yes, about him.
Okay. And what about the name Ezra? How did you choose that name?
I was on a family vacation and it was just absolutely wonderful, and I spotted the name Ezra and I noticed how it's more neutral. It leans not necessarily masculine and it's not necessarily completely feminine. And I found that it felt right to me.
At a certain point in your life, did you feel that being identified as female did not fit you?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you explain how you view your gender?
In high school, I found that I felt more comfortable being masculine. It was how I identified at the time. Was my alignment was very masculine.
What about now?
Now I'm fluid, so I lean now more towards my femininity as a woman.
Okay. And has this fluidity been going on for a period of time?
Yes, for a few years now.
Okay. I'm going to ask you what might seem like a silly question, but just so people knows, have you been doodling in court?
Yes.
Can you
I
explain
have.
why?
Imagine you are the family of Alex Woodworth. You attend the trial for his murder, wanting to see justice done in his case. You take the stand and talk about the type of person your relative was, because the person who viciously ended his life is claiming that he was a violent, controlling person. You are face to face with the woman who admitted to murdering him, a fact that she doesn't deny, but argues was justified. And there she is doodling. Instead of appreciating the words that you're saying, or listening to other people give their testimony as to the kind of person that Alex was, or the evidence in this case, and how it all points to her murdering him in cold blood, Ezra was doodling the entire time. Again, I would have to imagine that her legal team asked her not to do this, telling her that if she looked remorseful while listening to the testimony being given during the trial, that it could help make her look more sympathetic, and as if she took the trial and Alex's death seriously. But she couldn't. She simply had to draw. Her continued doodling through horrific testimony, while also portraying herself in this almost jovial manner on the stand, is making her appear cold and callous. If you saw a person behaving like this, you would think that something was really wrong with them, or that they're doing a TED Talk about finding oneself, or giving a presentation in their favorite class. You wouldn't think that this person is on trial for first-degree homicide. If you want to see any of her art, here are some examples from her still active Instagram. While in prison, she has a friend running the account, and she sells paintings like these. Continuing on.
Well, I've been doodling in court because there's times when this experience is very traumatic, and it helps center me so that I can breathe through it and I can focus on something at the time so that I can breathe.
Though there were times where Ezra cried during court, like when some of her friends testified against her and when her family was called up to the stand, it's not insignificant that she did not show any signs of mental distress during the trial. While PTSD and trauma responses are different from person to person, Ezra was found to be smiling and drawing throughout the entire trial in a way that doesn't align with what she is saying here.
Are you an artist?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit about how you developed your interest in art?
I developed my interest in art when I was as young as 5 years old. I've always had an interest in art, and I've been doing it since then. And I continued to have a passion for it throughout high school and even in secondary school when I decided to take art and work for a professor of the arts and hang for a gallery.
Ezra has this habit of shaking her head when she speaks in a manner that comes across as incredibly forced. When she is talking about herself, she will shake her head from side to side, as if to be blissfully recounting the most important moment of her life and being lost in a daydream. It's something that is mostly seen in stage shows and other forms of media, and because of that, it comes across as her attempt to appear sincere, rather than simply being sincere.
All right. And the other thing I want to ask you is what your height and weight are. So what's your height, first of all?
I'm 5'2".
And how much do you weigh?
I roughly weigh between 115 and 120 pounds.
Back in March
Yes.
of 2018, approximately what was your weight? Or
Approximately my weight was 115.
so about the same?
Yes.
Okay. Were there times before then where you were heavier?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about meeting Alex.
All right. Yes.
Why don't
This is the first time that Alex's name has been said while Ezra is on the stand. and she looks down, says yes, then looks back up, and purses her lips to stop smiling. We're not even 10 minutes into the direct examination, yet she has pursed her lips in this way the entire time. Again, this behavior isn't in step with the person that Ezra and her defense team has tried to paint her out to be. Their entire argument is that Ezra deeply loved Alex, but was also scared of him and took his life in an act of self-defense. She literally just stated that hearing the details surrounding this case is deeply traumatizing for her, so she has to doodle to center herself. And yet, when she first hears the name of the man who she killed, she's holding back a smile. I'll stop pausing so frequently soon, but her behavior is baffling.
Why don't you tell us how you met Alex Woodworth?
I met Alex Woodworth one night when I noticed him. He was writing alone inside a bar called The Joint. He just seemed very focused, and I thought it was interesting that he was alone amongst all these people, so focused on his writing.
And when you saw him alone, focused on his writing, did you have any conversation with him?
Yes.
How did that occur?
I was curious as to how he could focus alone on this topic. I approached him and I said, "What are you writing about? Just tell me about it."
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 697. Sorry, can't see anything without my glasses. And ask you to identify what this is.
This is a table of contents of Alex's writings.
Okay. You've seen this before?
Yes.
All right. And just to understand what writings they are, you were in court when the original copies of his journal were shown,
Yes.
right? And is this an accurate copy of them?
Yes.
All right. And just showing you, can you name the names of the journals?
Yes. Do you want me to read?
Yes, you can. And it's just so the jury is clear. Does this book contain both the original copies of the original handwriting and then typed copies to make it easier to read?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so what are the names of the journals?
Personal notes, research ideas, and the quest to understand.
Okay, that's the first journal. The
Yes.
second?
Extra Scraver.
Okay, and the third?
I met a man walking through a briar patch. He was looking for the rose promised by the thorns.
Okay. Judge, I would move exhibit 697 into evidence.
Your Honor, can we just approach a second?
Yes. All right, well, Exhibit 697, subject to a limitation, will be received.
When you met Mr. Woodworth,
Yes?
I'm going to show you page 6. From the exhibit you just saw.
Yes.
First of all, on that day, did Alex Woodworth show you his journal?
Yes.
And looking at page 6, I'm just going to ask you to take a minute to look. There's 2 pages to page 6, a typed version and a handwritten version.
Yes.
Are those the same, the typed version and the handwritten version?
Yes, they are.
Did he share with you what he had written on that day?
Yes, he did share with me.
Did you also read it at a later date?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put this on the... Oh, no. Okay, first I'll show. All right. And just to clarify the record, this is a journal entry from August 8th, 2017, right? Okay. So just to show what the handwritten version looks like, is this the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right, now so we can read it, I'm going to show you the typed version. Huh? Okay. So, in this typed version, after, it starts with a quotation, right?
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
from a book.
Yes.
Do you know who the author of that book is?
No, I cannot remember.
Okay, that's fine. Can you read the next sentence to the jury?
I am oddly preoccupied with the concept of cannibalism, not quite with the actual cannibalism practiced, but rather the indwelling metaphors our understanding actually works with.
All right. The essay, what does the essay go on to talk about without having to read every line?
Cannibalism is mentioned in this essay a few times. It goes on to deal with the concept of metaphorical cannibalism and the concept of cannibalism itself as what cannibalism renders you as, and the anxieties and the fears and being a meal in a sense.
Is it fair to say, or is your interpretation of the essay that it is philosophical in nature
Yes,
as opposed to literal in nature?
yes.
Despite the entry stating that Alex was discussing cannibalism as a philosophical concept, and Ezra agreeing that he was discussing cannibalism as a metaphor, they would go on to argue that Alex was genuinely interested in cannibalism, and that he was dangerous because of this, and that Ezra was deeply scared that he would eventually eat her. Alex quite literally wrote, I am preoccupied with the concept of cannibalism, not quite the actual cannibalism as practiced, but the rather indwelling metaphors our understanding actually works with. He couldn't have been more clear, but her legal team is trying to state that Alex wasn't being honest in his own journals. It's similar to if someone tried to argue that because you're watching this video right now and are interested in true crime, that you are inherently dangerous and were plotting to kill them.
I'll come back to his writings on cannibalism, but I'm going to ask you a little more about that conversation with him.
Yes.
Aside from looking at his journal about cannibalism, what discussions did you and Alex Woodworth have at that time?
Well, he caught me right away because I thought it was quite a peculiar subject, cannibalism. And I was interested in what he meant, what I understood. He was speaking of it philosophically, and I also wanted his ideas and his concepts of literally cannibalism. So we talked back and forth about a few artists that have partaken in cannibalism that he mentioned. We spoke about the anxieties of and what it means for someone to consume another.
What did he say that at that time, on August 8th, or roughly August 8th of 2017, what did he tell you about what he meant by consuming another?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Again, we have had a pretrial ruling on this, and it doesn't go to the truth of the matter. It only goes to what Ms. McCandless heard or understood or what was in her mind. So you may proceed.
As long as we're on that understanding, then that's fine.
Okay.
I withdraw the objection.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Actually, I'll have the court reporter read it back, so it's exactly the same.
Okay.
Okay, so what did he say at that time on August 8th, or roughly August 8th of 2017? What did he tell you about, what did he tell you about what he meant by consuming others?
Thank you. At that time, when we were deep in this discussion, he mostly talked about the philosophical sense, and he also mentioned the fact that often individuals partook in cannibalism because it was, in essence, a consumption of one's power, to take in another's flesh.
All right. Besides cannibalism, did you talk about other things with him that evening?
Yes,
All right. At some point, was your conversation interrupted by another person?
it was.
Who came over to interrupt your conversation?
My boyfriend at the time, Jason, pulled me aside and he kind of interrupted our conversation.
Her change of tone here indicates that she was and still is annoyed at the interruption, which is laughable, as Jason had every reason to feel uncomfortable with Ezra talking to Alex. Although he had no way of knowing that they would end up sleeping together and betraying his trust in a deep, intimate way, he had been watching his girlfriend fall into a deep, and from his perspective, inappropriate conversation with another person. But instead of being understanding, or at the very least, having the wherewithal to view this interaction through a different lens, in hindsight, she still feels that this was Jason being controlling and getting in the way of a harmless interaction. The fact that she is still somewhat annoyed that her boyfriend felt that she was behaving inappropriately with a man she would spend months cheating on him with is absurd.
What impressions or feelings did you have after Jason interrupted your conversation?
About him interrupting?
Yes, about him interrupting.
Well, I felt that my conversation was cut short, that I had plenty more to talk about.
Were you able to then continue your conversation with Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Why don't you just summarize that for us, what else you talked about?
Well, we went out for a smoke and we started talking about our love for spiders because we both noticed a spider in the window sill or a spider web. We noticed it at the same time.
Okay. So that first time that you talked to Alex, how long, about, if you can remember approximately, how long do you think your conversation was with him on that particular date?
In whole, I think our conversation was about an hour.
Did you continue your friendship after that?
Yes.
And did you eventually become more than just friends?
Yes.
All right. We're going to return to that, but right now I'm going to get into a different topic with you, all right? I'm going to ask you about Jason Mangle.
All right.
Tell us briefly how you met Jason.
I met Jason outside of a coffee shop one night after a music festival.
What's the name of that coffee shop?
Racy Delane's.
All right. And just tell us a little bit about meeting him.
He let out a big sigh, and I was curious why he was doing that. He seemed quite frustrated, so I said, well, what's the matter? And we instantly started talking, and we talked almost all night.
After that all-night conversation, what happened with you and Jason?
Well, after we exchanged information, we had begun texting and back and forth, and we started seeing each other after.
At that time, where were you living?
I was living with my mother in Stanley, Wisconsin.
The texting went on, and did texting lead to dating?
Yes.
You sound kind of happy about that, or not happy, intense, I would say, would be the word.
We fell in love quite fast because we had just so much in common.
This was somewhat of a pattern for Ezra, as she seemed to have so much in common with nearly everyone she met. It seemed that she would adopt the characteristics of those she was around, and in a way reflect them back to themselves for a time being.
And how, in the beginning of that relationship, how would you characterize how Jason treated you?
He treated me very well.
What was the age difference, or what is the age difference between you and Jason Mangle?
It's about 13, 14 years apart.
Do you know how old you were when you met him?
Yes, I was about 19.
Did you know how old he was?
Yes.
How old was he then, if you recall?
He was about 34.
All right. So that's how you remember it?
Yeah.
All right. So there's about a 15 or so year age difference between the two of you?
Yes.
Did you realize that right away when you met him?
Yes.
How did you feel about that? That
Well,
age difference specifically?
The age difference. Well, I wasn't concerned necessarily that we had an age gap. I felt a bit awkward that he was so much older than me and he was even close to my own parents' age.
Did there come a time in your relationship where you got pregnant?
Yes.
How did you discover that?
I was very sick and I had been throwing up for weeks, and I decided to go buy a pregnancy test and take it.
When you say buy a pregnancy test, do you mean those kinds they sell in the drugstore that give you a line?
Yes.
All right. So where were you when you took the pregnancy test? Do you remember?
I was at a gas station.
And did you tell Jason about it?
Yes, I did.
How did he react?
He seemed anxious, and he wanted to go get the test confirmed at the doctor's, and it was hard to really read what he was thinking at the time.
Did you go to the doctor?
Yes, I did.
After, and what was the result from the doctor's office?
I was in fact pregnant.
Ultimately, what did you decide to do about that pregnancy?
I ultimately decided to terminate the pregnancy early on.
Why?
I wasn't sure what to do at that time. I was scared. I was so young. I was confused as to really what to do. So I decided, it felt rushed. I decided to terminate the pregnancy.
And would it be fair to say that even then you had very conflicted feelings?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
All right. How did terminating the pregnancy make you feel?
I felt very empty after. I felt it hurt emotionally and physically, and it made me feel alone and very empty.
After terminating the pregnancy, did you tell Jason you did not want him in the room?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt overwhelmingly ashamed, and I just felt like I didn't want to have him witness me like that. I didn't want him to.
This abortion and its aftermath, was there a change at all to your relationship?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
After the abortion, things between me and my partner, Jason, it caused a lot of distance between us. He began sleeping on the couch, and he rejected physical intimacy, even holding my hand at times.
Just so we set the date, do you recall the date that you terminated your pregnancy?
Yes.
When was it?
The only date that I could schedule was October 6th.
Is that a significant day to you in another way?
Yes.
Why?
It's my birthday.
So you said he started sleeping on the couch,
Yes.
lacked physical intimacy, wouldn't even hold your hand. Were there other things going on in your relationship that made you feel uneasy or unhappy?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about those?
Jason and I started feeling frustrated, and I felt very micromanaged at the time. He was controlling me in many ways and micromanaging me, and we had started to grow apart as a couple.
According to texts between the two via Instagram and Facebook, Jason micromanaging involved him asking her to chip in with some of the bills and telling her he didn't like the way she talked to other men in a flirtatious way. She characterized this to her friends as being incredibly controlling and cruel towards her. She did a similar thing when talking about her parents, claiming that they were oppressive towards her when she was living with them, because they were constantly asking her when she was going to get a job and move out on her own. In previous videos, we discussed how Ezra had a tendency to imply wrongdoing on another person's part, before directly accusing them of anything. If she was talking to a friend about her relationship with Jason, she wouldn't simply say that he was controlling. She would start by saying she was deeply hurt and upset by something Jason did, but she didn't want to talk about it too much because she knows he didn't mean anything by it. After a bit of prodding from every friend she was talking to, She would talk about how he made her feel, without giving explicit details as to what even happened. This slow leak of information would make the other party deeply empathize with Ezra and see her as a sweet, forgiving person who just wanted to see the best in people, despite the fact that there were multiple instances where she would do this where she was essentially gossiping about a person. She did this about her family, her friends, her boyfriends, people she barely even knew. It was constant, and, as you will witness in this hours-long direct examination, Ezra would basically accuse everyone in her life of being abusive towards her in some way.
Were there anything that he did that made you feel physically uncomfortable?
Yes, he never hit me, but he would be very erratic with his gestures, and sometimes he would throw things or break things, and that made me uneasy.
Did he make accusations of you at all?
Yes.
Why don't you give us an example?
An example of an accusation is that I was clumsy and that I would lose his things all of the time. And there was a time where he got very heated over a Sharpie marker even, and it caused an argument between us.
What did he say about the Sharpie marker?
That I misplaced it on purpose, and I'm so stupid for losing things all the time. I shouldn't touch his things. That's about what it was about.
You were in court when Jenna Van de Zant testified?
Yes.
And she identified herself as, well, first of all, did Jason have a roommate back at that time?
Yes, he did.
What was that roommate's name?
His name was Alexander Zink.
And what was Jenna Van de Zant's relationship to Alexander Zink?
They were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Was she somebody that at that time you became close to?
Yes.
You heard her testify about Jason criticizing your makeup, or what was that about?
Well, he would at times criticize my makeup. He would say I looked like a clown, or he would criticize my weight, even though at that time I was very small from being sick. And anything he could really pick at, he would.
In Jenna Van de Zant's testimony, she described Jason as being an incredibly thoughtless individual, particularly when it came to his words. He had a tendency to say what he felt without any sort of filter, and would often argue that he wasn't being mean, he was just being honest. On multiple occasions, Jason had said unkind and rude things to Jenna, and she had witnessed one occasion where Jason told Ezra that the makeup she had done that day made her look like a clown. That was particularly unkind because Ezra was dealing with a bad bout of acne. What Jenna did not testify to was Jason being abusive, emotionally manipulative, or breaking things in or around the apartment, which is important as she lived there with both Ezra and Jason.
You mentioned that Jason and your adoptive father, Joe Shane Carlin, are about the same age.
Yes.
And did Jason have a relationship? Well, first, did Jason in some ways remind you of your father?
Oh, yes. He definitely reminded me of my father.
Okay. Currently, how's your relationship with your father?
I love him and we're fine.
Okay. But growing up, how was your relationship with your father?
It was very turbulent. I was often afraid of him and intimidated and very put down.
Well, first of all, let me ask about both your parents, your mother and your father. When you grew up,
Yes.
at a certain point, did your mother and Joe Shane get a divorce?
Yes.
How old were you then?
I was in middle school, so 11, 12.
Before the divorce, what word would you say most described that household?
It was like living with two tornadoes in one room.
All right. And focusing on that,
Yes.
the tornado that was Joe Shane. When you say tornadoes, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is they're both very strong, opinionated people, and they just would often butt heads. And my mom she disagreed about ways he would discipline me, and that would cause arguments.
Was there a lot of time when your mom was not at home during that period of your life?
Yes, she was working.
And when you were with Joe Shane and your mother wasn't around.
Yes.
Tell us about some of the things he would do.
Some of the things he would do when I was younger is he was very loud. He would always yell about something, or he would put me down. He often called me stupid, and he would say I wouldn't amount to much and that I was slow, and he was very emotionally abusive to me.
How did you respond to that?
I responded by just being quiet, and I would cry, and I would just often go off and be alone.
When you would cry, how would he handle that?
He doesn't approve of crying. He would tell me that he would give me something to cry about.
Was part of your response of dealing with him, did you sometimes feel like you were like spaced out or lost a sense of where you were?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
There was often times to tone out the yelling and the name calling that I felt very distant from myself. I would essentially just close off everything around me, and I didn't want to cry in front of him, so I would prevent myself from crying.
Were there times where you found yourself in that state without even realizing you were going there?
Yes, there was times I would zone out and I wouldn't even realize I was doing it at the time.
Ezra's defense team was not given an easy task. They had to somehow validate the fact that she stabbed her ex-boyfriend 16 times, that she carved the word boy into her arm, then claimed that he had done it, and then pretended to forget the details of the attack until the police found the body, not to mention the fact that the physical evidence at the scene didn't align with what she claimed had happened. And here we get the first sign of how they are going to try and justify her lies and behavior after she was taken to the hospital. If you remember, Ezra told Detective Prock the day after she appeared on Don Sippel's farm that she had never lost time like this before. She had gone through plenty of traumatic situations, but her mind had never blacked out the way it had here. Yet, now she is saying she would have these moments of blacking out throughout her life, starting in her childhood. As is the question with nearly everything she says, why would she lie about that specifically? If this is the truth, as she wants us to believe it, then why would she lie? She wants us to believe she only lies about things that would make her story more believable. Like when she lied about not remembering what happened, which she said she only did because she, quote, could not stop thinking about it and was scared. But when the only thing she consistently does is lie, how can we believe she is telling the truth now?
All right. And getting back to Jason.
Yes.
Did he meet your parents?
Yes.
And Jason and your father, what kind of relationship did they have?
Very buddy-buddy. They are very close with each other.
Okay. So coming back to the issue, leaving aside your family.
Yes.
Coming back to the issue of you and Jason, and you're in this period where things aren't going well.
Yes.
What is happening at this point in your friendship with Alex Woodworth? And I'm directing you specifically to October
Yes.
of 2017, okay? After the abortion.
Alex and he would notice me at the coffee shop and I would notice him more, and we started going on long walks with each other after he would close.
When you say he would close, what do you mean?
Closing up the restaurant, coffee shop, Racy Delane's.
Do you mean he was closing up because he was the last patron there, or was he working there?
Working.
And on these walks, why don't you tell us what you and Alex talked about?
Alex and we talked about life itself. I would talk about nature and how I viewed things. And then Alex would talk about how he would view things and his philosophies and his ramblings, as he would say. And often I was kind of the yin to his yang, because a lot of his philosophies countered mine, because mine are very in the sunlight, in the sunshine, and his are very much so a rainy day.
Well, she's certainly proud of that statement. Like in her coverage of Nancy Brophy, it's notable that she talks about Alex in reference to herself. She recalls his philosophies on life as being in contrast to hers in a way that is incredibly complementary to herself.
Did you tell Alex about your abortion?
Yes, I did. On one of our walks, I shared with him what I was going through at that time, and he allowed me to open up about it and how I really truly felt and all of the pain that came with it.
As you got close to Alex,
Yes,
did you learn more about his past?
I learned some things about his past, yes.
And your relationship, I'm going to ask you some questions about his past, actually.
All right.
What did you learn about Alex and his feelings as you became close with him?
Feelings towards his past?
Yeah, just tell us some of the things he shared with you.
Some of the things he shared with me is that he often puts a happy face on when he goes back home for holidays, and at times it can deeply depress him, and he often felt like an outsider, that he had arguments with his father, I believe, and that he was deeply religious.
I guess I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't see the relevance, number one, and number two, it's hearsay.
Do I understand why she asked this question? Yes, I do. The defense wants to paint Alex as a deeply troubled, dark character who was dangerous and physically assaulted Ezra, but, much like the defense asking her to explain how she chose her name, the way she answers this question only serves to make her look callous. Alex's family was in the courtroom. His mother and grandmother had testified ahead of this, and his family was profoundly affected by his murder. For his murderer to take the stand and discuss how he felt misunderstood, and in fact unseen by his family, would have caused them nothing but emotional distress, and the jury would have seen that. This wouldn't have gained her any favor from the men and women who would decide her fate.
Well, first of all, in the hearsay objection, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear testimony about things that Mr. Woodworth may have said and things that he may have wrote. And they're allowed in this case, not for the truth of what he wrote or what he said. And this is a difficult concept, I think. And you'll get an instruction at the close of the case and why this evidence is admitted and why it is allowed. And lawyers understand this, hear it all the time, but it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but only offered as it goes to the context and the state of mind Ms. McCandless may have had and how what she heard or read affected her. And so, now, the second issue, Can
we approach Your Honor?
Yeah, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the objection is sustained on relevance. And so, Ms. Fishney will continue.
All right, I want to ask you some questions about Alex and his feelings.
All right.
All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an essay that he wrote. Okay. I'm showing you again from Exhibit 697, an essay called Words, dated November 2016.
Yes.
All right. So, again, looking at the typed and the handwritten pages, have you had an ability to look at them before and compare them?
Yes.
And is the typed version just make it easier to read?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this essay was written before Alex met you, but have you read this essay?
Yes, I have.
And have you discussed it with Alex?
Yes.
Is this the typed version of the essay called Words?
Yes.
All right. Looking at the second paragraph of that essay, can you read the second paragraph?
Are you speaking of the paragraph that starts with yet?
No, this paragraph that starts with "do I wish,"
Do-
right on the top. So I've,
All right, would you like me to read this?
yes, please.
Do I wish, desire to die? In a way, yes. In another, no. For the first, life is misery, each day the same, exhausting. For the second, a wager of experiences that outweigh any present pain. The former is inexplicable. The latter is need of comment.
Okay, the next paragraph?
There is little I've enjoyed more than the physical intimacy, the contact under covers, whilst watching a film, for example. These have a way of grounding a shattered conscience. Regardless of any euphoria of reflection, her presence, her breath against me, the heaves of her chest cement me, pull me back together. Indeed, bliss is her heart beat felt.
All right, now, fair to say those words are not written about you. This journal is written before he met you.
Yes,
Did he express similar feelings towards you eventually in your relationship?
definitely.
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, he did.
All right.
Before we continue, the next portion of the direct examination will be dedicated to going over a lot of Alex's philosophical musings, with Ezra and her legal team giving their own explanations as to what he was saying. However, one of the biggest issues that we will come across is the fact that she will read his writings and discern meaning that isn't explicitly stated. Because Alex wrote in an academic, esoteric way, he often wrote essays that didn't have an exact point or a conclusion. Take his journal on cannibalism, where he is saying he is fascinated with it in concept. He isn't fighting for or against cannibalism. He's just saying the concept of taking over a person so fully that they are inside of you is interesting. That's it. Or this paper, where he is talking about how he both wants and doesn't want to die. He is simply reflecting on his own suffering in life, how at times he feels incredibly low and cannot think of a way forward, but at other times he feels joy. Though he uses complex language, his writings tend to amount to very obvious conclusions, but the erudite, flowery words allows for Ezra and her legal team to expand on his words in a way that feels incredibly disingenuous.
And does he continue in this essay to talk about depression?
Yes.
What does he say at the top of this page, starting with the word "or"?
Or, in formula, my emptiness is what prevents any fulfillment. Or again, my misery blocks any happiness from occurring. Yet again, my illness makes a cure unattainable.
And-
How,
Okay, go ahead. You can go.
how sad, huh?
Does he talk in this essay about philosophy and how that helps him?
Yes.
What does he say about that? You can just summarize it if you remember it.
Philosophy is kind of a vessel for him.
And by a vessel, what do you mean?
A vessel for his, what I considered pain.
Okay. Did he say that philosophy was like a way out or something that he could
Yes.
escape into? And at the very end, in his essay, after he talks about escaping into it, what does he say?
He says,
And so, starting with those words.
and so. Do you mean pity me?
No, the paragraph before that.
All right. And so, my attempt to escape is futile. I am trapped by the very trapped I was caught by, the longing to be otherwise, that alone. Yet, that is what I am, alone. My loneliness even prevents socialization. Too many times I've heard, you didn't look like you wanted to talk. Entirely because I longed for that very connection I failed to even be recognized as feeling alone because of how alone I fell. Pity me, I refuse to utter such words. Instead, my only hope is to be as alone as I feel, so I can.
Thank you. Were there other times that Alex Woodworth wrote about being lonely, empty, and misery? Did that theme continue in his writings?
It continued, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this first, before I get to the themes of loneliness and misery in his writing.
Yes.
Did your relationship eventually change from being friends and confidants who went on walks and discussed philosophy into something else?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
Alex and I started slow. We held hands, we hugged, and we shared a few kisses, and then eventually we became partners.
This romantic version of events she is laying out doesn't sit right with me, especially when I have read the journals she wrote and sent to Jason in order to win him back. She regarded Alex as an abusive manipulator who took advantage of her in a moment of weakness in order to have sex with her. During the sexual assault investigation, she said this about him.
Had any sexual intercourse with anyone else since this incident?
After me and Jason broke up, after what happened with John, I went over to a friend's house to talk to them about what happened, and I was just hanging out with them and talking to them, and then they wanted to just, after they were like, well, you can just forget it if you just, sleep with me, you can just forget all about it. So I was like, I don't know what to do, I guess this is fine.
Okay, who was that?
That was just someone named Alex. I don't talk to them anymore or anything.
So was it just Alex that you had sex with that night?
Yeah, I just had relations with Alex because he said that he loved me and that he'll take care of me now and that he's my best friend and I can trust him. And I said, okay, I guess.
Okay.
Even though it hurt.
And in her interview with Proc, after she killed Alex, she claimed that Alex had never opened up to her and had manipulated her into opening up to him. So her taking the stand and attempting to convey that she viewed him as an equal, someone who she deeply cared for, is incredibly Machiavellian. But she's already done that with a number of other people in this case. She will claim to deeply care for and love someone, all the while leveling heinous accusations towards them. It's disturbing to watch.
And were you still living with Jason during this time?
Yes.
When you say you became partners, can you just explain what kind of partner you mean?
Sexual partners.
Okay. And did he express desires for you to be vulnerable to him?
Absolutely, yes.
I'm going to show you another essay of his. I'm just waiting to get it out of the book.
Yes.
Okay. What is the title of this essay?
In quotes, it says, "Come as you are, flaws and all."
What's the date that this essay was written?
October 29th, 2017.
And again, is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. First of all, looking at the very top of this essay, Come As You Are.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask you, without having you read the whole top, you notice that he talks about Caputo, Abraham, and God.
Yes.
And the Abrahamic story of Isaac and sacrifice. Is that what that relates to?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And was Caputo, or just tell us about Alex and Caputo, or that book. Was that a book he was fond of?
He was very fond of that book. It was a staple in his reading and his philosophies.
Okay. Does he also, in this, the last sentence in this paragraph mentions, if I'll just read it for you, alongside the obligatory, I want to find a poetics of erotics. Did he connect Caputo, philosophy, and eroticism?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
I don't think that's leading, I just asked if he connected them. It's a preliminary question.
Okay, I'll give you a little latitude, so I'm going
Thank
to
you.
overrule. But
Okay.
it is leading.
What do you mean by that when you say he connected those things?
What I mean by that is that he wanted to explore them in his concepts of erotics. He wanted to explore the stories from Caputo and the novel about Abraham.
Okay. And going to later down the page, all right, as
Yes.
it continues, I'm going to ask you specifically, and I'm trying to make this easier for you to read, so you don't have to search.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you read that paragraph that starts with "Here I am"?
Here I am, come as you are, flaws and all. I wager myself and invite you to risk yourself.
All right, just stop right there. Do you know what he's writing about in this essay on October 29th?
Yes, I do.
How do you know?
I know because come as you are, flaws and all was a discussion we had between each other often. It was something he would say to me, he would text to me and ask of me all of the time.
Okay. And go ahead and keep reading that.
All of this is needed. I cannot command you to come unless I risk the same. In this phrase, I occupy both the Abrahamic, here I am, and the divine, come. If either parts fails, erotics fails, even if it succeeds.
All right, keep going.
If I do not risk myself, I reveal the desire to possess. I am seducing, not loving. If I do not invite you to risk yourself, I become the ethical fool, the willing sacrifice. I am committed, but to someone who doesn't love me.
What's he talking about there, committed but to someone who doesn't love him?
Objection, calls
Sustained.
for speculation.
Did he discuss with you what that line meant, that he's committed but to somebody who doesn't love me?
Yes, we had this discussion, as we did in many of our discussions, about that I was still in a relationship essentially with Jason. So he felt that because I was still in that relationship, I was not fully committed to just him.
Because you weren't. You were in a relationship with a whole other person.
This essay ends with him saying, we hide our flaws and it is a feat to come flaws and all. Have you actually responded? Do you know what he's referring to there?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury that?
What he is saying there is that it's hard to bare yourself to someone completely, to be vulnerable.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's all right. He asked of me to be vulnerable with him, to essentially come to him, flaws and all. And I've often struggled bearing my flaws easily and openly. So it was, this discussion in this essay we read together was about how I was and trying to bear myself to him, and as he was asking, because he bared himself to me, that I should do the same.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about your relationship and its development. So this is written in late October.
Yes.
In that time, in October, just what's the status of your relationship with him yet? Is it sexual? Is it on its way to being sexual? What's going on?
At that time, we were becoming intimate, yes. We were very much so falling in love at that time.
And, did there come a time where you spent the night at his house?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly when that first time was?
Roughly, yes, I do remember.
Okay, why don't you tell us?
It was late October.
Could it have been the
November.
beginning of October?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, not late October. Could it be?
Beginning of November.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
I'm getting a little confused. All right. And was Jason out of town when that happened?
Yes, he was.
You've seen Alex's roommates come in and testify, his
Yeah.
former roommates?
Yes.
All right. Was Dave Stoiding a roommate at that time?
Yes, he was.
Had you ever met him?
No. We kind of avoided each other.
Okay. And what about the other roommate, Matt Schreiner? Did he eventually become a roommate too? Or was
He was
a
a
roommate?
he was a roommate at the time. Yes.
And did you socialize with him at all?
Off and on, we would socialize. We met each other at the coffee shop a few times.
Okay. So when you stayed over with him, tell us how your relationship was developing at that time.
At that time, it was becoming very intimate, is how I can describe it. We at that time had become sexual partners, and we were sharing with each other a lot of ourselves.
Despite the fact that you were close and sharing things,
Yes.
was Alex still writing in a way that reflected and talking to you in a way that reflected misery or depression or unhappiness or?
Yes, he was.
I'm showing you an essay in Exhibit 697
Yes.
called "The Failure to Write," dated December 21st, 2017.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that essay?
Yes.
And is it the same as the handwritten? Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
Now, in this essay, without reading, can you tell us, or just, I mean, not reading the whole thing, the paragraph that says, "This is supposed to help my misery." Can you read that paragraph?
Yes. This is supposed to help ease my misery, but it only draws it into reflection. I want to say so much to you, but I cannot bring myself to speak. The words, if said to you, would only hurt more. They would hurt you and exuberate my own pain.
Is that exacerbate?
Exacerbate.
That's okay. Then the words that he says after that, he goes on, can you read that?
I know that I am not your priority. I am secondary to you. I believe that you love me, but your love for another is what you place your faith in. I am loved, but in a way that you can always give up. You believe that things can get better with the love you prioritize, and that means you believe you will abandon me someday. I am in so much pain because you love me, and still you hope to abandon me to my loneliness again. Can you see that your desire for your priority is also a desire for my annihilation? Can I show you this? Or is my only hope to be that your priority ceases to be so far the development of my own significance? Can you realize that I am your significant other in a way that I benefit from?
Now, this essay was written on December 21st, 2017.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to come back in a little bit to something that happened in December of 2017. Actually, I'm going to show you another essay. This is from December 26th, 2017.
Yes.
What is the title of that essay?
An Obsession with Misery, December 26, 2017.
Okay. And is this the typed version again? Is it the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
Okay, this is short.
Yes.
Okay, why don't you read this?
All right. Alongside my obsession with erotics, I am possessed to write about misery, the failing of happy consciousness. In all honesty, suffering is among my greatest interests.
Okay, just go ahead. Keep going.
I am in love with the phenomenology of illness, both mental and physical, but also with the sub-pathological suffering. The plight of a guilty woman who is sexually promiscuous interests me as much as those with cancer. depression, and dysphoria. The anxiety of perfectionism, of a short prognosis, of lifelong uncurable symptoms is a game, as that is an overworked college student with a cumulative final, each differs from the others. But that there is misery remains constant. Love has been interwoven into my life, but so has object misery been. I recall my first love.
I'm going to stop you
Okay.
there because he is talking. Did he discuss this essay with you?
Yes.
And he goes on in the essay to talk about other people and their misery?
Yes, he does.
All right. And do you know, or did he talk to you about why he was writing about misery near the end of December?
He was himself feeling a lot of internal pain and loneliness, even as we had a relationship together.
It's because you were in a relationship with a whole other person, Ezra. Her recounting these events are so entirely clinical, it's almost as if she was a third party to what occurred. But she is talking about a person she claims to have loved, and how her being in another relationship at the time deeply hurt him. Though he is writing in a scholarly fashion about the relationship, what he is saying is clear. I am hurt because you won't break up with your boyfriend, who you don't even like. But her addition that he is dealing with a profound sense of loneliness despite the fact that they were in a relationship is so entirely out of touch. His feelings make complete sense. He spelled it out as plainly as possible.
So let me ask you, when you first met him, we talked about this a little earlier,
Yes.
and he was writing about cannibalism, right?
Yes, he was.
All right. Do you recall, did that theme continue in his discussions with you?
Often, yes.
And did he write about that in some of his other essays?
Yes.
This is an essay going back to August of 2017. What's the name of this essay
Dead to Me.
and the date?
August 6th, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
And looking at, I'll get this up to the right place, 1 minute. To say I'm not great at using this Elmo. This essay, can you just read the first sentence of that paragraph?
Yes. Because you are dead to me, this love fails to be truly erotic now, though it may have been. Instead, we are speaking of cannibalism.
Again, to be clear, when he says cannibalism, he's using it as a metaphorical sense, the idea of devouring another person's essence and them being all-consuming. He's not talking about literally eating a person. We should not have to clarify that.
All right. So, besides cannibalism in his writings, aside from that, this is in August, we've already talked about it.
Yes.
Did he continue to have these discussions with you about cannibalism beyond writing about them?
All of the time, yes.
What would he, did his expressions or his talks about cannibalism go beyond the esoteric or the philosophical from what you heard from him?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
It went beyond philosophy at points when we would discuss erotics of cannibalism. And cannibalism in the sense of individuals in history and through the past, and even artists who have partaken in cannibalism because of their ultimate desire to consume that individual, to consume that individual's power, or to consume that individual so that that person they had loved would never leave them.
So, in other words, I'm not quite understanding what you mean. The person that they loved would never leave them. Could you just explain a little bit more what
Yes.
Alex told you and what he meant about that?
We specifically spoke of individuals, lovers, that partook in cannibalism, and he consumed his partner so that in essence, by consuming his partner, eating him, because he was passed away, he was never away from him. He had absorbed his essence.
What is the title of this essay?
Violation,
And the date?
August 9th, 2017.
So, again, is he writing about you in this essay?
No.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you just a brief part of this essay. In this essay, is he discussing a prior relationship with him?
Yes.
All right. Can you read this where it says distract me?
Yes. Distract me is dehumanizing, unhuman. It is the request of a mind to flesh. It is cannibalism. The words haunt me, confirming that you had died to me. I was lift with a revenant. A facsimile?
Facsimile?
A facsimile of a person who spoke of a warm caress while offering a vampire touch.
Now, in that essay, when he said I was lift with a revenant, first of all, in your discussions with him, was lift actually intended to be left? I was left with a revenant?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about. All right. And in that discussion, can you explain what a revenant, or not what it is necessarily, but what Alex said a revenant was?
Yes, we often talked about a revenant. When we would speak of a revenant or a revenant, we would discuss how essentially what a revenant is an individual come back from the dead, a specter or a ghost of sorts. They have come back to do unfinished business, or it is called like retribution, or it's unfinished business essentially is what a revenant comes back for. It was a topic we often talked about because he would tell me he considered himself a revenant.
And again, from Exhibit 697, I'm showing you another essay.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what the title, why don't you tell me what the title is here of this essay and the date?
From the Past, Memories, November 2017. Reworked from July 24th, 2017.
Again, is the typed the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to read it from where it says, I know now. Just the next few sentences.
I know now that you wanted to change me and be changed by me. You asked for my
I'm
flesh.
sorry, I had that little.
Thank you. You asked for my flesh and offered me yours, but so that we could give and receive back new flesh. I am yours, become mine. I mistook the innocent play, your desire for my hunger. I saw cannibalism, where you asked to be seen erotically.
Okay, let's stop there. When he says, I saw cannibalism, when you asked to be seen erotically, do you know what he's writing about?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you discuss with Alex what he was writing about?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was about?
When I discussed this with Alex, he was speaking of, he was taking the other person in, he was consuming them wholly. Where they wanted to be seen erotically, lovingly, he was seeing them as something to take in, to possess.
Did Alex tell you whether or not that reference was about you?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He told me that it was in reference of me because of parallels of someone he was with in the past.
I'm going to show you again the beginning of the same essay.
Yes.
Let me get it to this. Can you read this?
I am warm. I am kind. I am good. When did I become so dull inside? I am not warm. I am so gloomy. I am not kind. I am so distant. I'm not good. I'm aberrant.
Aberrant, is that aberrant?
Aberrant.
Okay.
I have gotten too good at being these things. Am I seen as a person anymore? They aren't masks, though.
All right, let me ask you about there where he's saying he's aberrant and it's not a mask. Can you explain, or did you, Alex, discuss with you what he meant by that?
He discussed with me about masks often.
1 minute, please. All right, and can you tell me what he would tell you about masks? Or not tell me, tell all of us.
Yes. What he told me about masks is that he often seen others and he often felt himself that he had to put on a mask to present himself a certain way so that when he was out in public or when he was at work, he would put on a certain face. And often he felt that it was always hard to always have to wear a mask with certain people.
All right. In the same essay, I'm
Yes.
going to go to one more area, all right? And I'll direct you over to the words "my touch." Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, why don't you read that?
My touch is a request. Feel nothing but me. Let me give death a face to you. Has my body ever taken someone's from there and gave it back different? I remember holding her with my coat, warming her already too human face. Did it consume her as she did me? Or was my futile attempt to possess but kindling? I am not warm, but I can offer myself to your blaze.
Okay, I'll ask you to stop there. Again, did Alex discuss with you what he meant? And I want to ask specifically about where he says, "Let me give death a face to you." Did he talk about that with you?
He did talk about that with me.
And what did he mean?
He wasn't talking about death as in looking at the other individual and he's seen death. He was, in essence, speaking of how loving that individual was as death. It's a hard thing to just outright and say.
Okay.
In this essay, he is talking about his anxieties surrounding love and how love invariably changes a person. The death that he is talking about is the death of the person they were before they fell in love, and how he is anxious to be changed. He's not literally killing the person or eating them, or cannibalizing them, or using his body as a kindling for a fire. It's that simple. But even when trying to explain the writing to us, the plebeian, uneducated masses, Ezra struggles to put the concept into simple words. Us, being these unwashed rogues, who are obviously completely uneducated, just wouldn't understand, I guess. As we mentioned earlier, because Alex wrote his journals in such a metaphorical way, she deciphers these essays in a way that just feels dishonest and self-serving. His emotional response to her choosing not to break up with Jason, his feelings about being secondary to another man, all of that has been written off and made to seem as if it was unimportant or a sign of mental defect on his part. Her interpreting these journals at all didn't seem to help the defense's case either. She came off as incredibly smug and overly confident, as if the general population wouldn't be able to properly decipher the texts without her expert knowledge. Pair that with the fact that she had a hard time reading the journals at all and interpreted them wrong. The majority of people who have watched her testimony were left feeling more convinced of her guilt.
I want to ask you about the sexual aspects of your relationship with Alex during this time, meaning late October, November, December. All right. So during this period of time, can you tell us some of the, and I know it's very intimate, but some of the details of your sexuality or the sexuality or sex between you and Alex Woodworth?
Alex and I, when we began our relationship, sex was very vanilla, I could say.
What does vanilla mean?
Well,
just in case people haven't heard that expression.
What vanilla means is that it was your average sex. It was missionary. You're what a lot of people would describe as normal sex.
Okay. And during this period of time, was there some progression from the pure vanilla into
Yes.
some differences early now, November, December?
Yes, there were. I encouraged him to explore himself and things he might want. And we started practicing and doing these new things that he wanted to express himself.
Okay. First of all, in terms of sexual position, was there a preferred sexual position from that Alex told you he preferred?
Yes.
What was that?
It was called prone, as he informed me. And
Were you face to face during sex?
no, rarely.
Okay. What position were you in?
From behind is what you can call it. He would often express this desire for it.
And were there objects he would use that impaired your sight at all?
Yes, he preferred to have my glasses off, and he enjoyed to blindfold me.
Was there anything specific about lightness versus darkness?
Yes, he liked it to be either soft light, a candle, or he preferred it to be absolutely dark. He enjoyed kind of the mystery of it all in the dark.
How did you feel about that?
I thought it was interesting and exciting, and I also felt I am very visually impaired without my glasses, so I get a little uncomfortable at times without them.
So let me ask this. Did Alex refer to you as a boy?
Yes.
Do you know why he referred to you as a boy? Did he tell you why?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead. Again, there's a limited purpose. for
Yes,
but
this
I
is
hope
for
that you're within
her
that.
feelings.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this has been out there quite a bit already in front of the
All
jury.
right.
All right. What were your feelings, or what did he tell you about him referring to you as a boy?
Well, as our relationship progressed, I told him about how I identified in the past as almost strictly masculine. And he preferred that I presented myself in a masculine way. He often told me how confident I looked and how much he was attracted to me because he could call me a boy, his boy, and present that way.
Did you present yourself as a male to Alex?
Yes, I did.
What about the word boy specifically? How did you feel about his use of the word boy?
The word boy specifically, at first it was gender, as you can call it, but then the word became more possessive. I was his boy. It felt objectifying at times.
And what do you mean by objectifying?
I felt as if I was an object, that I was not Ezra McCandless, essentially, but I was just his boy.
In their messages, Ezra stated that she enjoyed being called boy by Alex because it made her feel strong and appreciated. She cited how other people in the past had been cruel about how she had previously identified herself as a boy, and his pride in it made her feel seen and cared for. Boy and my boy were used as pet names by Alex, something that he did to feel closer to Ezra and to make their relationship feel more unique when compared to her relationships with other people. Her choosing in this moment to recontextualize this pet name as being somehow hurtful and objectifying is deeply dishonest. The fact that she is directly smiling at the jury while recounting this is also incredibly off-putting. Every time she looks over to her right, she's staring at the jury, and it's in these moments that she seems the most rehearsed.
Ms. McCandless, you have referred to some essays from a book called Personal Notes and Research Ideas in the Quest to Understand.
Yes.
And
No objection.
I inadvertently, I didn't realize that the original was not in evidence, so I'm showing you what's been marked, oops, as Exhibit 698.
Yes.
Is that the orange notebook that contains those essays you've testified about?
Yes.
Thank
No
you.
objection to its submission, Your Honor.
All right. And what's that, Exhibit 698?
Yes, I put that in evidence.
Exhibit 698 will be received, again, subject to court's pretrial rulings.
Now, I'm also been showing you what was previously marked as number, I believe, 653. I just want to make sure. And this is a copy of the book, the original of the book called Extra Scriber.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to please turn to page 32 in this book, or maybe I'll do it for you just to make it. So first of all, are there page numbers at the bottom of each page?
Yes.
All right. On page 32, do you see a doodle at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
What is that doodle?
Sorry. This doodle is a dog.
Okay, who drew it?
I did.
Do you remember when you drew it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when you drew it?
I drew it when we were together sharing a cup of coffee, and he was writing, and I was reading as he was writing.
All right.
This is the first time Ezra has shown any emotion besides some sort of dreamy happiness. She tears up, not when discussing Alex or his life, but when looking at a doodle of a dog that she drew in his journal.
And turning to page 41 in the journal, is there a doodle at the bottom of page 41?
Yes.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this when we were together yet again, and it's a bug of sorts.
All right. And then turning to page 181. At the bottom of page 181, is there another doodle?
Yes, there is.
And when did you doodle that?
I doodled this yet again when we were spending time together, and he was explaining to me, and we were talking back and forth about this essay.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions about your doodles.
Thank you.
In Extra Scriber.
Ezra thanks her lawyer for ending the line of questioning about her drawings with a large sigh, as if this was the most painful part of what she has had to testify to. But an hour prior, she was accusing her father of being emotionally abusive towards her when she was young, so much so she developed a coping strategy of blacking out, and she also accused her ex-boyfriend of being incredibly controlling as well as emotionally abusive. But looking at her drawings in Alex's notebook was a bridge too far.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 651. Is this another journal of
Yes.
Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
And just what's the name of that journal?
This journal, it's notes, October 19th, 2017 through Dream Tree, Simple and Elegant.
And turning to the first page, is there a doodle at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
Did you draw that?
Yes.
Do you remember when you drew it?
Yes, I remember when he asked me to read this, and I drew a pumpkin with some hearts.
Page 25. Is there a doodle on page 25?
Yes, a cat.
All right, page 27. Is there a doodle on page 27?
Yes, a doodle of a peach.
Page 32.
Yes, this is a fox.
And page 35.
Yes, there's a doodle.
All right, and were all of those doodles drawn when you were with Alex Woodworth? At times he was talking about the pages on the journal?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as exhibit number 654. Oh, we almost know now? Okay. I'm going to show you this book. Let me try and get the whole book in. Oops. Bearing in mind that I'm not great at this. Okay. Okay, I've been showing you what's been previously been marked, I think as exhibit number 654.
Yes.
What is this?
This is Søren Kierkegaard, Fear and Trembling.
This particular book, did Alex discuss this book with you much?
We discussed it often, and we discussed it the most during very intimate moments of our relationship.
I want you to explain to the jury what you mean by him discussing them during intimate moments in your relationship.
This book was the book he would read from as we were having sex, and he would read passages from this book.
All right then.
Was there another book he also read passages from when you were engaged in sex with Alex?
Yes, he would read from Caputo,
Do you know what the name of that book is?
Hoping Against Hope.
I think that we were talking about Alex referring to you as boy a little bit earlier.
Yes,
Did he also write about that in his journals?
he did, yes.
And I'm going to show you an essay from his journals. That's, 1 minute, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the right part. All right. I think we were talking about boy, and I'm going to show you a journal entry and ask you what the name of that entry is.
Yes. When I Lost Myself, November 29th through 30th, 2017.
Is it fair to say this is a pretty long essay?
Yes.
Okay. And have you looked at the handwritten compared to the typed, and are they the same?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many typed pages are there in this essay? I guess I should ask you that first before
Yes.
I go to it.
There are 31 typed pages.
Do you mean there are 5 typed pages, number 27?
Oh.
31?
Yes.
Is that a mistake?
I was reading the bottom number
Okay.
instead of counting, but there are 5.
Okay, thanks. I'm not going to go through this whole essay with you.
Yes.
I just want to ask you one thing that's in the essay. Okay. On the second to last page, or page 4 of the typed version of the essay, can you please read that?
Yes. I do not mean to say that he is irrational for not running away with me. Rather, I mean his hopes for a potential. I fail to understand his love for an abusive partner, at least in ways specifically understand the desire for stability. All the more so because of his friendships are mediated by this relationship. To give up his current partner is to risk losing his friends. Furthermore, I understand his feelings of guilty. This issue is my lack of sympathy. I do not see what there is to feel guilty about. He cannot do as he wants, and thus there is no love. If he did as he wanted, even without doing evil, the relationship would end. There is no love. Love is not happening, and yet he loves. I do not understand, but still I hope to be understanding.
Did Alex Woodworth discuss this journal entry with you?
Yes.
And that particular part which is referenced, what did he say to you about that?
Well, when he was writing this very long journal, he pointed this out, that he had been writing about me, and I noticed that instead of saying as you might she or her, he was saying my masculine pronoun, his, him. He was talking about kind of his desires for our relationship and how he desired for my other relationship to end.
Pausing here for a moment, because we need to go over multiple parts of this portion, though Ezra's lawyer didn't mean to, she accidentally showed a portion of the essay prior to the paragraph that Ezra read out, and this portion completely discredits the argument that they will be making about Alex in this case. It reads, "What does concretely mean? A more contemporary instance serves to prove a point. I've recently fallen for a young man who is in a rather unhealthy relationship. I don't believe I'm doing evil. I suspect that I might even be doing good, but this means that even if only the former holds, I can really do whatever I will, so long as that is not evil. It gives me an uncanny confidence, almost bravado. Still, I find a shortcoming that indicates need for further growth, namely a lack of concern for the other's irrationality." This passage will become relevant later on, but in it, Alex is stating that though he feels that the purpose of living is to do whatever you will, and the purpose of loving is to love a person even at their worst, he has a personal sense of good and evil, and he will not cross those boundaries. Moreover, when Ezra describes this passage, she is clearly incredibly happy to be written about this way. She greatly enjoys the fact that Alex felt this way about her, despite the fact that she is arguing in court that she was deeply afraid of him and that she was justified in killing him. The pleasure she takes in reading and explaining this passage about herself not only goes against the characterization she is making of Alex, but also goes against the fact that she claimed that Alex referring to her by masculine pronouns felt uncomfortable and objectifying.
Was there a particular phrase that Alex, a philosophical phrase that Alex frequently used?
Yes, he would often say to me, "Love and do as you will."
And in your mind,
Yes.
what, in your mind, well, first let me ask you this. What did Alex say that meant to him?
He said to me, in what I took from what we talked about, that this love and do as you will was a way to say, I will do what I want, I will love who I want, I will do what I need to do in love. And that essentially is he will take what he wants.
In Alex's writing, "Love and do what you will" is his way of saying that he loves and accepts people for how they are in a complete sense. Ezra being in a relationship with another person, one who she refuses to break up with, he accepts that completely and loves her regardless. Because if he were to force her to change, then he believes that that wouldn't be love. Although it made him feel poorly, all of his writing was about accepting that for what it is, and being understanding towards her, as well as moving forward and accepting that fact. So, if you were in a relationship with someone dealing with substance abuse issues, he believed that you should love them without expecting them to change. And if you tried to push them down that path, then that technically wasn't love in his worldview. In turn, he expected that kind of undiscerning, unflinching love back, and anything but complete and utter acceptance of a person's faults and flaws he considered not to be love. He would write about his past relationships, and how an ex had wanted him to be more outgoing, and how that request was a sign that their love had died. It had nothing to do with taking without asking, or, as Ezra will later claim, negating consent. It's almost like she was convinced that the jury wouldn't be able to read, or if they had never heard of a metaphor before.
Okay. I'm showing you an essay about love and do what you will. What is it called?
Dilige et quod vis fact.
Do you know what language that is?
I believe it's French.
Okay. Regardless of what language it is, because I don't know, do you know what it translates to?
Love and do as you will.
All right. What's the date that this essay was written?
November 9th, 2017.
By this time, and is it the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. By this time, was your sexual relationship with Alex had you had sexual intercourse by this time?
Yes, we had had sexual intercourse by that time.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to read the whole essay,
Yes.
but I'm going to ask specifically about this third paragraph and where it says, please forgive me. Okay? Can you read that part, just those two sentences?
Yes, please forgive me for moving like you. You who are so alive. I profane the very breaths I take, an undead hoping to pass for something other than a conscious corpse. My guilt is wanting love without having a heart.
And the next sentence?
I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you.
Okay, and then I'm going to move down. One second. I'm going to move down to the end of the page. Okay, I'm off the screen, I'm sorry. I'm going to get it on the screen because when I look down, it looks like it's on the screen, but it's not.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, this last paragraph, can you read that?
Yes. I was further contaminated, this all mutated. I wanted to be happy, but felt unworthy. I wanted to be loved, but refused to believe it possible. I wanted to be alive, but lacked a heart. And you hurt me. I hated myself through you, and you were a living death. Everything I said came to be a lie. I had to escape the monster I became with you. You did not deserve it, nor did I.
Did Alex talk to you about what he's referring to when he says, I had to become the monster? I had to escape the monster I became with you?
Yes.
What is that?
In this conversation, we discussed how he felt, how we were continuing our relationship sexually, intimately, how wearing the masks to everyone else.
And what do you mean by masks? And you just explained that.
Wearing the masks as to seem a certain way with everyone, let's say out in public, but underneath the mask, there was a lot hidden.
All right, I'm going to ask you about one other line in this essay. This is near the end of the essay.
Yes.
And again, we're not going to read the whole thing, but I just would ask you to read the top sentences.
I am still afraid of myself, afraid I will come out again and hurt someone.
Now, when he said that, did you discuss what he meant by he was afraid he would come out and hurt someone?
Yes.
Okay, and continuing with that paragraph? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson wants to say something. Why don't you tell the jury what he said to you about him saying he was afraid he would come out and hurt someone?
What he said to me about this in our discussion is he said to me how he was afraid he was going to take all. He was going to be greedy in the sense that if he wanted something, he was going to get what he wanted.
That is demonstrably false. Once again, the lawyer accidentally left the paragraph before the passage she read uncovered, as well as the remainder of the passage. I'll read it to you now and we can assess what it means together. But remember, we are not as smart and philosophically inclined as Ezra is. So brace yourselves and put on your helmets. I've moved on my own, alive now. That is why I write I in lowercase. There is an active forgetting I call forgiveness. Now I forgive myself for living. I am guilty. I don't deserve, and I say, I forget about it. Live, please, be happy, live. Now I forget about myself. I lost myself. I am still afraid of myself, afraid I will come out again and hurt someone, afraid I will use someone for redemption and self-mutilation. But I will love, and I will love myself, forgive myself, and love you always. I am no longer myself. I don't know who I am, so let me apologize and forgive myself for becoming something new. These are dreams, hopes against hope, paradise without history. Yet I find them beautifully fantastic. Love and do what you will. That is the prayer I wept for, the sole motion of the good I now live with. It keeps me up at night. I don't know if I can love anymore. It may be myself, my urge to find external forgiveness, my habit of using and hurting someone to get back at myself. I come with a history. Yet, despite my insomnia, I dream that I may just mean it. Maybe, perhaps, I can forget myself and sincerely love you. I have no choice in the matter. I am not myself, so I can only hope against hope. Pray, that is, that you will risk loving me, because maybe I mean it, and if I do, anything goes. We can do and be what we want. Will you risk happiness with me? Knowing, based on his past writing, that he uses you with an uppercase Y to refer to Ezra, he is clearly talking about how he loves her and wants to be with her, fully, as her actual boyfriend, and not simply as the other man in the scenario. He's dealing with his own complex emotions around hurting Ezra by putting her in this position to choose between Jason and himself. And through this love triangle, his very sense of self has been challenged. He doesn't know who he is anymore because he is trying to be who she wants. And he directly states that his sole belief in the concept of love and do what you will has been deeply shaken because he wants to change Ezra and convince her to make a decision already. Alex goes so far as to say that he now doesn't know if what he feels for Ezra even qualifies as love, because he wants her to change. This passage is decidedly not about Alex taking whatever he wanted without caring for anyone outside of himself. That is the literal opposite of what the passage indicates, and unless you mean to tell the world that when Alex wrote in his journal he purposely lied about what he felt and thought, then Ezra is lying, but that's not surprising as she lies about literally everything.
I'm going to refer you back to an earlier part of the essay, more in the beginning, that I forgot to read you, or
Yes.
forgot to ask you to read.
Yes.
So let me just make sure I have that on there, where it says, I've half-heartedly.
Yes. I've half-heartedly tried to isolate myself from you, afraid I would taint you, yet I love you. I am sorry for this failure on my part. I know my touch would kill you, yet I reach out. That is my sin, the violence of my flesh that I lack a soul to correct.
Okay, now, did he discuss that with you specifically?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
What he told me about this is that in our relationship, I expressed a lot of my anxieties and my uncertainties with my previous relationship, continuing relationship with Jason. He was expressing to me that he knew it was causing me anxiety to pursue this, to keep pursuing this relationship and what we were doing. And he told me that at this point it was that he didn't really necessarily care anymore, that he was causing this anxiety, that he was going to reach out anyways to me, that he was going to continue our relationship because that's what he wanted.
I'm going to leave the passage on the screen if you would like to read it, but I will summarize what it states. In this passage, Alex is writing about how in love with Ezra he is. He describes her as bringing love into his life and making him want to continue living, that he is indebted to her, and scared of his feelings and how their love will change them. Notice how Ezra's interpretation of the passage, where Alex writes about being so desperately in love with her, as him knowing that she was uncomfortable continuing the affair that she had started, and that he simply didn't care. He was going to keep seeing her despite her anxiety because that's what he wanted, which that is simply untrue. But moreover, the one time Ezra told Alex that she no longer wanted to see him, that she was done with the relationship, and that she didn't want to talk to him anymore, he respected her wishes. He didn't ask for an explanation or inquire as to what happened. When she put up a boundary, he immediately respected it. Ezra had never stated she wanted their relationship to end, and willingly chose to keep it going. She was spending the majority of her time with Alex, telling him that she wanted to break up with Jason, that Jason was nothing compared to him, and that Jason had become controlling and abusive towards her. His writing quite sincerely says the opposite of what she is trying to portray.
Now, did there come a time where Alex cut his wrist?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
There had been a time when I received some messages from Alex saying that he had harmed himself. he was asking me if I could drive him to a pharmacy or to help him out with this. And Jason at the time he asked me about it, and I told him Alex was hurt and Jason wanted to help. So I had gone over to Alex's house to help him, and that is when I seen what had happened, and Jason had patched him up, as he said.
When you say you saw what had happened, can you please describe that to the jury?
What I saw had happened was he had slit his wrist, and he's shown me that he had to use a t-shirt to kind of stifle the bleeding, and it was just a very ugly gash from what I looked at.
At a later date, did Alex tell you, first of all, at that time, when you were there with Jason, did he say, if you remember,
Yes.
what he said about cutting his wrist?
What he said to me about cutting his wrist is that he felt he was feeling depressed again, and that he felt like he was feeling dead inside.
Did he tell you that in front of Jason, or did he tell you that at a later date?
He told me that not in front of Jason, but kind of to the side. He pulled me to the side when we were talking.
And again, I'm showing you another essay by Alex Woodworth from exhibit number 697. What is this essay called?
This essay is called Between Two Hands, January 20th through 22nd, 2018.
Is it the same as the handwritten version, the typed version?
Yes.
Is this in evidence
Yes.
already? Okay,
Oh, yes, absolutely. Exhibit 697, Your Honor.
okay, thank you.
And again, I'm going to ask you to read a small portion of this larger essay. And I would ask you just the second paragraph. Can you read that?
Yes. Should I confess that I have a large gash on my left wrist, a self-inflicted wound that had severed nerves and nearly cut through tendons? For me, one hand can only feel and move in a limp, numb way.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. Did he discuss this essay with you?
Yes, definitely.
Did he literally mean that his left hand couldn't move anymore?
He could move it, he just said it felt different.
Okay. And is he referring in this essay, did he tell you that he was writing about the time where he had cut his wrist?
Yes.
And what did he specifically later tell you about cutting his wrist?
He told me he had done it kind of in a painful response to my rejection.
Later on in this essay, after he says limp, numb way, can we just go to where it says one of my hands? Yeah, we have
One of my hands has quit its status, almost as limp as corpse proper. It is no longer proper. It is a shameful and an advertising of my own lack of well-being. The reversibility of hands is gone. For me, one hand cannot feel. It is inactive, but it cannot be felt either. It is unpassive. I love you.
What, does it say I love you, Ted?
Yes, but
Do you know what Ted refers to?
there's no Ted, no.
Okay. And let me ask you, again, when he talks about this hand being unfeeling, is he referring to this physically or psychologically at this point? In terms of if he discussed it with you?
When he discussed it with me, he said it felt different, but he was discussing how psychologically it felt numb and strange to him.
Did Alex have some pet names or references he would call you besides boy?
Yes.
What were those?
His pet names for me mostly were his lamb. He would call me his son, as in S-U-N. And lamb, son, and his goon at times.
All right, let me talk to you specifically about lamb.
Yes.
What did he tell you he meant by his lamb?
As we were intimate, he would tell me, and as he would call me his lamb, he would use it in the holy sacrificial way, as the Lamb of Christ or the Lamb of God. He would tell me I was his holy sacrifice. I was his lamb.
Did that have a specific reference, his lamb, in relationship to what's shown on the cover of the Kierkegaard book? Did he say that to you?
Yes, we discussed this deeply. The sacrifice or what is shown on the book is the story of Abraham and his struggle as he was called to sacrifice his son, which he had an ultimate love for. And he would discuss to me the beauty and everything that was in the lines and in between the lines for him for that novel, as he would read it to me during intercourse.
And was there a specific comparison between the lamb that
Yes.
Abraham substitutes for his son and calling you the lamb?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
As he would say to me that Abraham, the sacrifice of the son is a sacrifice to God, the holiness of it. And he considered me his lamb, his holy sacrifice, and all of the love in that, and the sacrifice of not wanting to give that up.
He also used the word son, S-U-N. Was
Yes.
he referring to anything specific when he told you you were his son?
Yes, he had a pet name for.
I know this is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing for me. It's in reference to my vagina, the sun, the blaze, the warmth. He would often talk about how my intimate area was his sun, S-U-N.
That was not embarrassing for her. She's extremely proud of that fact, hence the smile and her looking directly at the jury when she tells them this.
Now, during this time, I'm sorry, I'm going to take you up now to, first of all, are there many journal phrases where Alex would refer to love and do what you will?
Yes.
Did you take the journals and count up what you thought, how many times that he would actually refer to that phrase in his journals?
Yes.
How many times did you count?
Roughly, it was the high 20s into the 30s. It's deeply woven into the journals.
Was that phrase also deeply woven into your relationship?
Yes, it seemed like instead of your typical morning text message, it would be a text of love and do as you will. Or he would somehow bring it into almost every conversation we would have. Intimately, just normal conversation at the coffee shop, at home. It was always a part of every day.
I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts between you and Alex, all right?
All right.
As your sexual relationship progressed into January and February,
Yes.
did the sexual acts between you and Alex undergo a change from what they had been?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what that was?
Well, from what I said before, the more vanilla, it turned into what at times could be considered a BDSM relationship.
And what does BDSM mean?
BDSM is bind, dominance, and it can be submissive or sadomasochist. It depends on what sector you're in, if it's submissive, dominant, or sadomasochism.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this with respect to Alex, okay?
Yes.
Have you heard, in respect to BDSM, what a safe word is?
Yes.
What is a safe word?
In a BDSM relationship, A safe word is essentially, it's one of the most important parts of the relationship, I consider. It's when, in an act, when something is getting too much for you, or one of the partners, or the submissive. And a safe word is something that individual can say when it's just too much and it's time to stop.
In sexuality, first of all, with regard to Alex, what role did you play, the dominant or the submissive?
I took the role of submissive.
And in that role, did Alex and you have a safe word?
I suggested it, but we did not agree, and we did not have a safe word, no.
Why didn't you agree? What did Alex tell you with respect to not having a safe word?
He didn't prefer a safe word. He told me in our relationship that he didn't want that, essentially. It didn't play into kind of what he wanted to get out of the relationship.
We don't have proof of Alex saying this, and it should be noted that in all of the correspondence between Ezra and Alex, he was extremely caring towards her and respectful of her boundaries. I say that to state that while we don't know if this is true or not, we do know that acting this way does not fall within what we know of Alex's character, but lying about something like this does fall within Ezra's.
And I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts. First of all, I'm going to ask you about wax, or what's called wax play.
Wax play is when you use a candle or a wax-like substance, and you drip or drain it onto your partner, the submissive.
Before you referred to prone, and we only discussed prone in terms of you being face down, was there another aspect to what was called prone that eventually developed in your sexual relationship with Alex?
What eventually developed with this prone position is the desire for the submissive in this role to be in a what is commonly called a chokehold, or to appear to be unconscious.
Was that something he did with you?
Yes.
Let me ask you, how is it that without a safe word, in your mind, did this connect at all with what Alex used to say to you about your flaws and vulnerability?
Yes.
Can you please explain that to us?
In an act like this, or in a sexual act without a safe word, it is hard for me as an individual to be vulnerable. I was uncomfortable with the idea of no safe word, and he demanded from me to be vulnerable in these times, and that was hard for me.
In addition to the wax and the chokehold thing you described, was there ever a time back in your relationship in January or February where Alex used a knife when having sex with you?
Yes, he had cut a pair of my pants that I had one day. It never went as far to touch or graze my skin. He just ripped through some holes that were already on my pants, and I threw them away after that.
What was your reaction to these things? The wax, the chokehold, the knife, that one occasion? What was your reaction to these?
My reaction, I was very supportive of his dominance at first. I wanted him to feel like he can express himself. And I was also exploring. With the wax, it was different, and it was a bit strange for me at first, but it was fine. I found I had issues with the prone position and being in a chokehold from behind. I started to not enjoy that. It was really just not what I wanted, and I had voiced my opinion a few times. It wasn't with my alignment. The time he had cut my pants, he ripped through some holes already, and he cut them. And I was a bit frustrated at the sense that, oh great, I have to throw some pants away now. But it made me a bit uncomfortable because it was so sudden and so new.
Well, let me just take you back to something you said, because I want to follow up. You said you voiced your opinion?
Yes.
What did you say to him when you voiced your opinion?
When I voiced my opinion to him, I said to him, essentially, in this prone position or in this position, that I was sore, that at times it was uncomfortable and it felt as if it was a bit bruising and constricting for me. It caused anxiety.
When you told him that you didn't like it,
Yes.
how did he respond to you?
Well, it was quite crude how he responded, but he would tell me that it wasn't fair that I had finished and he wasn't going to get his chance then.
So you're telling him you don't like this, to not do it. He's saying it's unfair, I didn't get to finish. What would happen as a, either during, after, before those conversations?
During the conversation, he would express how he thought it was unfair he didn't get to finish because he spent so much time for me. And I would just essentially not completely shut down, but just say, all right, and just let it go. Just let it happen.
So you would let him complete what he wanted to do?
Yes.
Even when you didn't feel like it?
Yes.
I'm showing you from Exhibit 697 an essay called Between Love and Obligation.
Yes.
What's the date on that?
December 3rd, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
This essay, does it begin with him talking about love and do as you will?
Yes.
And as this essay continues, does he talk about love and do as you will? I'm not going to have you read it, but is there continued discussion about what it means?
Yes.
Does he specifically mention there is love and do as you will? Don't worry about self-control. Be excessive if you want to. There is nothing you ought to do. Anything goes.
Yes.
Did he discuss that with you?
Yes.
What did he mean by that?
What he meant by that, because there's the original love and do as you will, but when he says it, it was his way of saying, this is what I mean when I say this to you. This is what I mean when I say love and do as you will.
So in other words, in your intimate relationship with Alex, would he express a divergence from the philosophical love as you do with will to the personal love and do as you will?
Objection,
Yes.
Sustain, leading.
Okay, what did he express about how love and do as you will meant to him personally in your relationship?
What he told me in our relationship is that there is going to be times when he's going to take control. There's going to be times when he's demanding certain things, and love and do as you will, as he would say, is the reason why he's able to do this, because he will do as he will. It was his way of saying, I'm going to do this, and love and do as you will, he would say.
I'm showing you the sentence that's near the very end of this essay on the page that begins with the word merely.
Yes.
Can you please read that sentence?
Merely doing as one will sexually makes consent irrelevant, but merely letting another do as they will does the same.
All right.
Again, unless Alex is lying in his journals to himself, which would make zero sense, that is not what he is saying to Ezra. His philosophies had nothing to do with assaulting people he loved, because if they loved him, they would let him do whatever he wanted to them, which he didn't fully believe Ezra loved him, so his philosophies wouldn't be applicable anyway. But we've already gone over what his use of love and do as you will meant based on his writings. They cut off the context about his statement on consent, making it seem as if he is arguing that consent is irrelevant. But if you read the surrounding passage, that's not at all what he's saying. At this point, I genuinely feel like I'm Mugatu or something and I'm taking crazy pills. What's incredibly disgusting is, as Ezra is stating that this term was used as a reason that they didn't have a safe word, and as proof that Alex didn't care about consent, the passage on the board reads out, "Do as you will, I'll accept almost anything because I believe you won't do badly. You love, so I ought not abuse. I love, do as you will, don't kill me." His writings indicate that the statement about complete trust and how you are giving the person you love the ability to hurt you more than anyone else. There's something extremely sinister about the fact that Ezra believes that she can lie on the stand the way that she is. It's as if she doesn't think anyone in the jury is able to read, or can interpret language the way that she can.
This issue about consent being irrelevant by doing as he would.
Yes.
Were you aware of this sentence in his journals before the sexual acts became, in January and February, things you were uncomfortable with?
Yes, it was a conversation we had in detail.
And how did you feel about this line about consent being irrelevant?
Well, as I was reading this essay and we're discussing, yet again, love and do as you will, I pointed it out and I told him that I felt completely the opposite of this. I come from a point of when consent is everything, like consent, 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 each step of the way. And this, for me, was a first red flag.
I'm showing you a very short essay
Yes.
called Resolution, written on January 1st, 2108.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Okay. And is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. Can you read that essay?
I need to be more selfish. My relationships have failed because I couldn't ask for what I wanted or needed. I love people who are hurting, but I am too. To find anything that will last, I need to find a way to be selfish. Oddly, I need to find resoluteness in this resolution. Selfishness needs to find a place in my values.
So as he started to take and do what he wanted sexually,
Yes.
and you were protesting,
Yes.
did you think about this essay where he had said this at all?
Yes, I had. I thought about it often.
And I'm going to show you one last essay now, and I think we're going to be done with the essays
Okay.
at that point. Now, I'm showing you, again, another essay. What's the title of this essay?
The title of this essay is Faith in Flesh, February 2nd, 2018.
And again, is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you about a specific paragraph that's kind of in the middle of this essay. Can you read this paragraph?
Yes. Next, the other may demand that I not die. They may demand that I not commit self-sacrifice. This may be because they enjoy my self-mutilation, or because they refuse to carry the guilty of my guilty flesh. In both cases, my duty is to feed is complicated. For to give purely is suicide.
For to give purely is suicide, go ahead.
Violence against another, to provide for this demanding
Okay, wait.
other.
I'm sorry, I think
Did I
you
miss a
skipped a line.
sentence?
1 minute. For to give purely to suicide.
Can involve
Skipped line.
can involve a cessation of violence, but it is the obligation to not die oddly. I must commit violence against another to provide for this demanding other. This forces me to murder. In order to provide, I am doing it either way. This demanding other has taken my redeeming suicide from me and doomed me to torturous guilty.
Okay. So when you saw that Alex had written about murder in his journal, did this stand out to you in any way?
Yes, this essay did stand out to me.
Okay, I'll ask you more about that later. I'm going to go back to talking to you about Jason,
All right.
right?
Yes.
This relationship's developing with Alex,
Yes.
and as this is going on, what's going on with you and Jason?
As our relationship with Alex and I developed, the rift between me and Jason and the distance furthered. It seemed as if we were more roommates and just living together than we were girlfriend and boyfriend anymore.
It's because you were cheating on him. That's what happens when you cheat on someone and tell everyone in your life that that person mistreats you, and you begin spending most of your time with your other boyfriend.
What were you thinking about doing with respect to your relationship with Jason?
I was thinking about leaving, ending it, breaking up.
Now, you heard Jenna Van Zant testify before,
Yes.
and I believe that, I'm showing you what's been marked previously as exhibit number 405 and entered in evidence. Is this a copy of texts that went between you and Jenna Van Zant?
Yes.
And what did you say to Jenna Van Zant in that text?
Would you like me to read it exactly?
Or you can summarize it or read it, either way.
In summary, I was expressing that I needed more boundaries, that I was feeling mistreated, and the relationship was unhealthy. There was no communication, miscommunications, and that I need to talk to him about these things, and I might need to leave.
Well, in the beginning, you say, I'm realizing I'm finally brave enough to talk to Jason.
Yes.
To talk. Did you also refer in this to breaking up with him?
Yes. Yes.
And did you talk about how other people were telling you about your relationship with Jason?
Yes, a lot of my friendships I had at races, I would tell them examples and things that were going on between me and Jason. And my friends at the time, they were telling me that this is unhealthy and damaging and you need to get out of this.
Did you talk about him specifically name calling you?
Yes, he had called me names. In this, I said specifically, he called me retarded, one of the most offensive things to me.
Okay. Now, on this day, on February 5th, was this right before you, in fact, did break up with Jason?
I believe so, yes.
I'm just going to briefly diverge
All right.
into something else. Well, let me just say this. Eventually, did you also break up with Alex?
Yes.
Did you break up with the two of them in the same month?
Yes.
So which breakup was first?
Jason.
And how long after breaking up with Jason, approximately how long, I know you don't have a calendar, did you break up with Alex?
Not long after, a few weeks or so, maybe a month.
During this time, did you also spend some time with a fellow named John Hansen?
Yes, I had.
How did you know him?
He was my friend through Jason.
And being your friend through Jason, did you have any interest in John Hansen?
Yes, at the time I did have some interest in John Hansen.
Would the word crush express that, or what word would you use?
I had developed a crush, yes.
When Jason went out of town, well, so you were spending some time with John Hansen. Did you know of a friendship between John Hansen and Alex as well?
I was well aware of their friendship, yes.
And Phyllis, did they discuss philosophies as far as you knew?
Yes, they discussed philosophy all of the time.
Do you know if specifically they discussed a philosophy called nihilism?
Yes.
Section relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did they, okay, go ahead.
Yes, that was a topic all three of us had discussed together all the time.
And when discussing nihilism, what did Alex Woodworth say that it meant to him?
What Alex Woodworth expressed to me about nihilism is that it's a kind of take all. It's going against norms of society, and it's a very, in a lot of ways, it's kind of a pessimistic nihilism. It's a very different view of life than I had at the time.
What about John? Did he express similar things to you?
Objection,
Yeah.
relevance.
I'm going to sustain that. Again, it's what's in Ms. McCandless, it's in her mind. So sustain on that.
Now, when Jason went out of town, John Hanson and you, had you done some drawings, paintings, or anything like that?
Yes, we had been hanging out quite a bit, doing art together.
When Jason went out of town, did something happen with you and John Hanson?
Yes.
What happened?
What happened between me and John is that he bought some wine for us, and I had gone over to his house to talk about what's going on between me and Jason and Alex and what's really going on. And I hadn't really eaten anything that day, and I started to drink a lot of wine. And I had ultimately become severely drunk to the point of throwing up and blacking out a few times.
Did you, so is it fair for me to say when you say blacking out a few times, do you mean that you were in and out of consciousness?
Yes.
Does it also mean that you have a hard time recovering some of what happened that evening?
Yes.
Is there something specific sexually, though, that you do recall about that evening?
Yes.
What is that?
Specifically, I remember it being dark and waking up, and I could clearly feel that I was in a sexual act, that someone was having sex with me.
Did you know who that person was?
Yes, it was John.
The next day, did John, so let me ask you this sexual act, did you resist him at all?
No, I just let it happen.
The next day, in the morning, what happened?
In the morning, he told me to go to his son's room and wait until he got up so that his roommate wouldn't suspect that I was in his bed. And
Did you eventually go back home?
yes, he drove me back to my apartment.
When he drove you back to your apartment, did he come in?
Yes, he did.
And what happened once you were inside the apartment?
Once we were inside the apartment, he had said that he had to go to the bathroom. So I went upstairs to change out of my clothes from the night before, and he came into my room with me, and this is hard. He just started undoing his belt and said that I looked great, and proceeded to ask me and lead me to perform sexual acts with him.
As a reminder, the investigation into this offense was dropped after multiple of Ezra's friends were interviewed by detectives about this assault, and they stated that Ezra had told them that the sex had been consensual. Moreover, she deleted the text between her and John in which she stated that she couldn't wait to see him again to have sex, and inquired when they could hang out next, probably to have sex. She told the detective that the texts were too triggering for her to look at, and that they were deleted. However, John Hanson provided the texts to the police without question.
And again, did you resist him at all?
No,
Did you tell him, no, I don't want to do this?
I didn't say much of anything, so no, I did not.
Now, after that incident with John Hanson, was it shortly after that you left Jason's apartment and broke up with Jason?
Yes,
Where did you move when you left his apartment?
I moved to my mother's.
Who helped you move?
Alex helped me move.
Had you previously introduced Alex to your family, or at least to your mother?
A few times he met my family, yes, at races.
And had Alex also come over to the office that your mom worked in one time?
Yes, I invited him to come help peel some wallpaper from the office.
When Alex came over to your families, even after helping you move back home, was he invited back another occasion?
Yes.
And who did he spend time with on that occasion?
On that occasion, he spent time with me and my mother.
Anybody else?
Yes,
Who?
my sister and my stepdad,
And what's your stepdad's name?
James Gunnelson.
Okay. After you moved out, were you still seeing Jason at all? Well, first of all, when you moved out, was Jason in town or out of town?
He was out of town.
And were you still seeing him at all? Was he still your boyfriend?
He wasn't my boyfriend, no, but we were still texting. Things were confusing between us.
They were confusing because she hadn't actually broken up with him. They were also confusing because she was still sleeping with Alex, one of Jason's closest friends.
During this period, how did Jason come to know about John Hanson? Or did he come to know is, I guess, what I should say.
He did, yes.
Do you know how he came to know about it?
I do know. He had wanted to spend some time with me in Eau Claire, so he rented a hotel room for us. And after a night together, I woke up to him going through my phone. And there had been some text messages.
I just want to back up there a second. When you say your phone, was it actually a phone or a different device?
No, I never use a real phone. I always use an iPod, which I've been using for a while when I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So I'm pretty disconnected otherwise.
No, it's not. This point is a bit nitpicky, and I apologize for that, but she is attempting to portray herself as being different from the majority of the population. She isn't like the other teens and young people today. She doesn't have a phone. However, when her iPod is connected to Wi-Fi, she can make calls, send texts, and it operates exactly like a smartphone. She used Instagram constantly, with her still using it while she's in prison. Her pretending as if she wasn't like other people her age and that she was so disconnected from social media and media as a whole is blatantly false. She was incredibly connected. She was around people all the time, and she didn't live her stupid life in this inspirational, media-free way. Why would you even lie about this? Other than to obviously try and make yourself seem cool and smart compared to other people your age. She's just lying about all this stuff.
Okay. And in fact, there was a phone found in your car on
Yes.
after March 22nd when the police found that. Was that phone functional?
I don't know because I never paid the bill. I got it for just a little while for work, and then I just stopped using it altogether. So it ran out of minutes, of course, so no, it was not functional.
Okay, let me get back to this whole issue about Jason going through your iPod. What happened when he went through your iPod?
When he had gone through my iPod, there was a few text messages that were flirtatious between me and John that I had not deleted.
They were not flirtatious. She was asking him when he was going to sleep with her next, and saying she wanted to hang out with him soon because he was more than just a good dick. But her small addition that she had not deleted the messages implies these kind of messages were not uncommon for her, but she had developed the habit of deleting them after the conversation finished.
Jason woke me up and he had screenshotted my text messages. He was pretty angry, and he even broke my iPod in this anger.
And when he broke your iPod during this anger, did he do anything else to you?
Yes, during this conversation we were having, little argument, he threw my iPod to the floor after reading these text messages to me. He pushed me down on the bed and told me I couldn't leave until this was resolved.
Did Jason place a phone call to anyone?
Yes, he had called John.
During this conversation, were you able to hear the entire conversation?
I was right with him the entire time.
Were you asked to talk to John during this conversation?
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
Jason asked me to speak with John.
And did Jason say something to John about having sex with you?
Yes, he asked him if he had had sex with me, and John responded that he had not.
And do you know why Jason made you talk to John on the phone?
He made me speak with John on the phone so that he could listen to our conversation and see if he would change his story.
And during that conversation, did John acknowledge that he had had sex with you?
Yes.
And had you acknowledged that to Jason?
Yes.
When you talked to Jason about this,
Yes.
John having sex with you,
Yes.
did you express at all that you thought it was a rape, or did you ever use that word?
No.
Did you ever use the word?
have some water?
Yeah, that's,
Okay, why don't we just hang on just a second?
of course.
What's that? Okay, go ahead.
Did you use the word assault when you talked to Jason?
It was not a word I had used. No.
After he had talked to John on the phone, did he take you over to Josh Trankler's?
Yes, he did take me to Josh Trankler's after this.
Okay, who's Josh Trankler?
He's a friend of ours, a friend we share. Yes.
What happened? I just want to make sure everybody's okay. What happened when Jason took you over to Josh Trankler's?
Well, after I had told him roughly what had happened the night between me and John, Jason got just full of rage. He was pacing and he told me he was going to do something to John, that he was going to kill John, that we needed to go somewhere to talk to somebody with a level head. So he had taken me to Josh's house.
Though Ezra is adamant that she didn't directly state that John had raped her, that's clearly what the story indicated. And despite what she is claiming now on the stand, Jason and her were still in a relationship. Imagine the person you love, the person you believe you were going to marry, tells you that when they were at your trusted friend's house, that friend had sex with them after they had passed out. You would feel incredibly betrayed, angry, and confused. Jason's anger about the situation isn't uncommon, and though it's not ideal, he had just figured out either two of the people closest to him had betrayed him in the most intimate way possible, or one of his friends had betrayed him in the most intimate way possible, and his girlfriend didn't feel safe enough with him to tell him the truth, but recounts this event as if his reaction was ridiculous. She shakes her head, she rolls her eyes, and is acting like the whole situation was a massive overreaction on Jason's part.
When he got to Josh's, was Jason acting like he had a level head?
No.
What was he doing?
Jason went upstairs with Josh and he would pace downstairs and he was just pacing all over the house. He was yelling at Josh essentially, and he was very hot-headed at that time. He was very angry.
When you were downstairs, could you hear him upstairs?
Yes.
And as a result of all of this screaming and yelling that
Yes.
Jason was doing, to your knowledge, how did you know that, or did you know how Josh Trankler responded?
Yes, I do. He called the police because he was concerned as what Jason might do to John.
When the police got there, did they ask to speak to you?
Yes, they did.
What did you tell them?
The police were directed to me by Jason and Josh to talk to them, and I didn't really want to talk in this place where everybody was angry and hot-headed, so they asked me if I would like to go back to the station to talk, and I said yes.
Now, you've been in court and you heard the tape of you talking to Officer Vang.
Yes.
Was everything you said on that tape true?
Yes.
You also heard testimony about you talking to Detective Prock.
Yes.
And essentially, in so many words, did you tell Detective Prock essentially the same things that you told Officer Vang about the sex with you and John?
Yes.
Did you ever use the word assault or rape when you were talking with Detective Vang or Detective Prock?
No.
Did somebody bring up the word assault or something similar to you?
Yes.
Who was that who brought that up and defined what you told them or informed you that this is an assault?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
I would like to approach.
All right. Objection is sustained.
Actually, Judge, I withdraw the question
Okay.
after hearing from Mr. DeFeo. So, did you inform Detective Prock when you were meeting with him that you had been flirting with John?
Yes, I told him about that.
Okay. And did Detective Prock and Officer Fang give you some literature after you met with them?
Yes. Well, after I met with Vang, there were some individuals that they provided me with a folder full of pamphlets to get help and counsel during a tough time like this.
Did you go to counseling?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, I'm going to move from talking about that to talking about the period of this happening. First of all, before this happened, where Jason was looking at your iPod.
Yes.
Did you break off with Alex before that occurred?
Yes.
Do you remember time-wise how recent it was before Jason looked at your iPod?
It was briefly before approximately.
Like a day or two, is that what you mean by briefly?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to ask you some questions now about that period between
All right.
you moving back home, breaking off with Jason, then breaking off with Alex. First of all, why
Yes.
did you break off with Alex? Let me ask you that first.
I broke off with Alex because during this time there was so much going on, and he wanted my love and vulnerability, and at that time I wasn't ready for a relationship. I felt there was just so much going on. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to work on my previous relationship yet. I wasn't ready.
Ezra wasn't sure she was ready to be in a relationship. Meanwhile, she was in two. That's hysterical. When she opines, there was simply so much going on during the time where she broke up with both Alex and Jason, she says it as if it has nothing to do with her. As a reminder, the only thing going on were her affairs with Alex and John, and the fallout over her false accusation.
And during this period, what were you doing generally with your life? You said you were living with your mother, I believe,
Yes.
right? And living with your mother, were you working, or what
Yes,
was
I
going
was.
on with your life?
So I moved back home with my mom, and I applied to a school that I graduated from. And I started soon after working as a paraprofessional in the kindergarten through fourth grade special education room.
And besides working, were you talking much with your Jason during that time?
Yes, I was.
What were your feelings or your thoughts about Jason during this time in March?
During this time, lots of feelings of love from the love we had when we first started a relationship, memories from when we first started. Just being away from him made me miss him, and I was feeling again a lot of that love.
As a reminder, she accused the person she is stating she loved of verbal abuse, being incredibly controlling, and attempting to turn his friends against him for months prior to their breakup. She had been cheating on him since the beginning of their entire relationship, and had gaslit him into thinking that telling her he was uncomfortable with her close, intimate friendships with men was sexist. But the moment they break up and he tells her he doesn't want to see her anymore, she attempts to get the relationship back on track. She begins showing up to places she knows he will be. She repeatedly messages him and tries to hand-deliver her journals to him, journals which state that Alex and John had taken advantage of her and turned her against him.
Were you texting about that?
All of the time, yes.
Was Jason reciprocating your texts?
Yes.
Did there, in the middle of March, did you go to Eau Claire and spend any time with Jason?
Yes.
Just tell us about that briefly.
I went and I spent some time with Jason. We had started sleeping with each other again and talking about possibly maybe getting counseling, thinking about all the things we had said to each other in the past, just seeing if maybe this really needed to work out because of how much we did love each other.
And when you said you started sleeping with him,
Yes.
where did you spend some time, a couple of nights with him or anything in Eau Claire?
Yes, I spent a couple of nights with him. We got a few hotel rooms. We didn't really want to be at the apartment.
Okay. After spending a couple of nights with Jason, do you recall what time that was? Was it like the date? Do you have any memory of what the exact dates were?
I have no memory of the exact dates, no.
Okay. Did you return after spending a couple of nights to Jason's to your mother's house?
I did, yes.
And what happened when you got back to your mom's?
Well, my mom wasn't supportive of me continuing or exploring the idea of rekindling the relationship I had with Jason. And me being her child and She was my mom. We got into an argument. Of course, I knew what I wanted, and she disagreed, so I moved out after that.
This is also untrue. Her mother kicked her out. I don't know how to properly convey how much she is lying at this point, and if I paused the video every time, we would probably be here for years. There's also just no reason to lie about this.
Okay. Let me ask you then about going, so did your mom feel the same way about Alex that she felt about Jason in terms of what she expressed to you?
She had some mixed feelings about Alex as well.
And when you broke up with Alex, how did you break up with him?
I regretfully broke up with him through text.
Why did you do it through text?
I did it through text because I did it in a rushed way. I just wanted to just be done with all of this drama.
Okay. We'll come back to talking about you and Alex later, but I'm going to ask you, after your mother was upset with you because you were
Yes.
seeing Jason and asked you to leave, where did you go?
I went to my dad's.
And is that your father, Joe Shane Carlin, who we saw in court?
Yes.
All right. What is your father's main employment?
He's a correctional officer.
And besides his correctional officer primary,
Yes.
does he have a do-it-yourself or secondary business that he owns?
He has a tree cutting business that I helped name when I was about 5.
Did you work with him at that tree cutting business?
All of the time, yes.
And when you worked with him, did you use knives at all?
It was a part of every day.
When he, in addition to knives and the tree cutting service, did your father, I'm going to call him your father, he's your adoptive father.
Yes, he's my father. He's my
Okay.
dad.
Did he give you or let you have other knives in your car?
Yes, he seemed to always give me one or want me to have one in different places.
There's been discussion here about the knife that you used, or the knife that was in your car that the police
Yes.
found by the side of the road, the knife that was involved in the knife fight with you and Alex. And
Yes.
was that, and how did you get that knife?
Objection, Your Honor, to
Sustained,
characterization.
argumentative.
Okay, the knife we're talking about, how
Yes.
did you get that knife?
That knife was a knife that my dad had given me. He always likes to make sure I'm prepared for every situation. So various EMT knives he would give to me to break glass. It has seatbelt cutters. He just wants me to be prepared. It had been in and out of the house. He has a few of them, yes.
And that particular knife, did you put it in your car on the morning of March 22nd?
No.
Do you know when you put it in your car?
No, it was in and out always.
Okay. What would your dad, specifically with the use of knives, what would your father tell you about that?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, it goes to her state of mind, not the truth of the matter asserted. Let me rephrase
All right.
the question, maybe
Okay.
it'll be more clear. Did your father ever say anything to you about having a knife in your car specifically for defending yourself?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, it's not offered for the truth.
No.
The matter is sort of just for what is in her state of mind, so
Correct.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay,
Yes.
what did he tell you, or what do you recall him telling you?
What I recall my dad telling me, he told me many times, and he would always tell me, when you're in a situation with an individual or if someone's attacking you, that you need to do anything and everything you can to get away, to defend yourself. And he would tell me about, you can use knives, you can scratch, you can kick, you can fight.
Were you aware that there were firearms in his house?
Well aware.
Did you know where they were located?
Always, yes, he made me aware of this.
Were you able to have access to them?
Yes,
Did you learn how to use firearms when you were young?
of course, he made sure of that.
Did you go hunting with your father?
I never hunted, but I've gone hunting many times.
Now, did you take a firearm with you when you left your father's house on the morning of March 22nd?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
All I was doing that day was going for some errands. There was no need for a weapon or a firearm or anything of that sense.
Was one of those errands that you were going to do on March 22nd, in your mind, was one of the things you wanted to do to talk to Alex?
Yes.
And so did you want to bring a gun with you to talk to Alex?
Absolutely not.
Were you afraid of Alex?
No.
All right. I'm going to ask you some specific communication that you had received on the evening of March 21st. Were you sent a picture on Instagram by Jason?
Yes, I was.
And that's a picture we've seen. That's an evidence of the bathroom wall.
Yes, it is.
After you received that picture, what did you do?
Well, I wasn't happy about it.
Did you have then a voice conversation with Jason?
Yes, I did call
In
him.
addition to texting?
Yep.
And when you saw that picture, did you have some thoughts in your mind about who had written your phone number and, F me on the bathroom wall?
I had some ideas. I thought it was either a barista or maybe some of the kitchen boys, as they're called.
What do you mean by kitchen boys?
Kitchen boys, well, that's what they call the workers who work in the kitchen side of racy jail lanes, which is called the nucleus. Just a bunch of guys.
Like cooks, chefs?
Cooks, chefs.
Did you, in your mind, did you think Alex had written it?
No.
It
Your
was,
Honor, then I'm going to object to this whole line of questioning as not being relevant.
well, the state brought this in for some reason. I think her state of mind about it.
I'm
is
going to
important.
relate.
Thank you. Were you planning to mention it to Alex?
Yes, I was.
What was your intent with telling Alex about this?
My intent with telling Alex about this was just to ask him, like, how do you think they got my number? It kind of sucks that this is going on. There's a lot of drama. Do you know who might be doing it? So I could ask them that this isn't right. Can you stop, please?
All right. Before, in the period of time where you were at home
Yes.
in March, were you writing any journals?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 365.
Yes.
And what's the title of that journal?
This journal is Ezra McCandless, Silence Broken.
I'm also showing you what's been marked as 366. Is there a title on that journal?
There's no title, but it's called Journal 2.
Okay. Over what period of time were you writing these two journals?
It was a period of a couple weeks. I had been visiting someone for counseling, and they told me maybe to write down.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Why were you writing the journals?
To express how I felt about everything.
And were you doing it specifically because you were trying to have this be part of the therapeutic process for you?
Yes.
All right. So there's been some testimony about these journals being edited on March 21st.
Yes.
Did you open the journals on March 21st?
Yes. Over the period of weeks, I had finished it a couple weeks before, but as a writer, you always open it to correct misspellings, alignment of paragraphs. Every time I open it, it adds that it's been seen or edited.
Was this journal in a format called Google Docs?
Yes.
And in Google Docs, every time you open a document, does it update the date?
It does, yes.
Okay. Did you, you've reviewed these journals, right?
Of course, yes.
And were you going to send them to a friend named Julia Post?
Yes, I had sent them to her already.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
The reason why I spent time with a few weeks before and why I had sent them to her is she's great with grammar and she's great with words, so she was helping me out. She was kind of my consult for cleaning it up.
Okay. I'm going to put this now on the Elmo. We're not going to read everything, but I'm just going to ask you in this journal what you're talking about and why, just in summary form.
All right.
So just to summarize, this part of the journal, when you're talking about moving back, it was the past summer and you had moved. Where had you been before the summer you moved back with your parents?
The summer before I moved back with my parents was spent in Marinette, Wisconsin, and that's where I was starting my first year of secondary school.
Okay, So after your first year of, so secondary school for you, does that mean, are you referring to college?
Yes.
Okay, just some people call secondary school high school, so I just
That's
wanted
true.
to clarify
College.
that. Okay, and so after your first year of college, are you telling us you had gone back home?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, when you went back home, did you then write in your journal about your relationship with Jason Mangle?
Yes, I did.
You used this sentence, months have passed between us and love had grown. It's an ancient love so powerful, it often scared both of us. I became sick and had the suspicion of what it could be. So what do you mean when you're writing in those passages?
What I mean by, as I said in there, an ancient love so powerful. Many times between me and Jason, our own philosophical discussions, we talk about past loves, being old spirit. We both consider ourselves, even though I'm young, to be very, very old spirits. So,
Is that expression people use sometimes? Oh, he or she's an old soul?
yeah, all the time, all
Okay.
the time. He would describe me as his old soul. So, as saying that this love, this passion, this love, it was just, we felt so much love and so much in common with each other right away that's just how I express that.
As a reminder, these were some of the writings that she sent to John when he had specifically asked her to no longer contact him. These journals were used to convince Jason that she had been assaulted, and that even though she'd been sleeping with Alex for months, and had actively scolded Jason for assuming that the relationship was too close, and that she'd been victimized by both John and Alex. These journals are not like Alex's journals. Alex wrote his philosophical musings for essentially an audience of one. Other than Ezra, no one in his life was going through his notes, and he didn't send them to anyone. But Ezra's journals were meant to get Jason to trust her and believe her story. It's relevant that while in the relationship, she told others that Jason was slovenly and abusive, that he lacked any sort of intelligence and was often cruel to her. But when they broke up and he tried to establish boundaries with her, suddenly she believes he is her long-lost love from a beautiful winter's past, from a lifetime ago, where they would have their own intellectual discussions.
In the essay, did you go on to talk about your abortion?
Yes, I had.
And did you express how the abortion impacted your relationship with Jason Mangle?
I expressed how it impacted us greatly, yes.
Okay. And did you then write in this journal about after, you said in this journal that you became, I think the word is, a husk of a woman.
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is after the operation and after everything that had happened, I felt like a part of myself had been taken away. I felt hollow inside.
You then start talking about two individuals invading your empty mind,
Yes.
dragging you down a rabbit hole, told what ideas to follow, masks you should wear. Can you explain what you meant when you wrote about that?
Yes. So during this incredible, vulnerable time when I had terminated my pregnancy, the two dominant voices I'm speaking of here were friends, Alex and John Hansen. I was talking about in this how during my vulnerable state, I was being told kind of how to feel, how to get over things, what to do, just kind of I describe it as a mask, just kind of how to move past this in ways they thought might help or what I should do, they thought.
So this is your feelings then, but as you were going through this, you talked about developing feelings of love for Alex.
Yes.
So in here you're expressing it completely differently.
Yes.
Why the difference?
The difference is coming out of the relationship.
I don't want you to look at this. I just want
Okay.
you to talk about how you feel.
All right. So coming out of the relationship, in that relationship, I felt all of this love and this warmth and listening to him and him telling me what I should do and what I should think, essentially. In that moment, all I felt was that love. That's all I could notice. And then being completely removed from a relationship, and from that relationship, I noticed all of the red flags or things that really didn't fit right with me, and that it's opposite now because I'm expressing what I had ignored because of love.
Let me ask.
So basically, she is stating directly that Alex and Hansen had maliciously sought to control her while she was recovering from her abortion, which to be clear is not true. The evidence indicates that Hansen just wanted to have sex with Ezra, and at no point was telling her what to think, feel, or do. I'm sure if she came to him and stated she was upset because of her abortion, he would have at least listened to her. But he wasn't trying to turn her away from Jason to make her his own. And the same was true for Alex. She just read pages and pages of journal entries from Alex, stating his love for her, how he didn't want to change her, how he felt wanting to change a person at all was proof you never loved them in the first place. He didn't tell Ezra how to act. He literally did the opposite, and told her no matter what she did, he would always love her. But now they are both abusive manipulators who sought to destroy her. There can never be relationships that didn't work out, or issues that arose that made her feel bad but didn't mean the other party was a terrible person. Anytime there is any issue, it's always because the other person is villainous and out to get her. So far, she has called every person she has ever said was close to her abusive while on the stand. She also states directly here that Alex's suicide attempt happened because she told him that she didn't want to see him. According to the messages they exchanged as well as the testimony she just gave, that isn't true. He was suffering with depression, and while I am sure his relationship with Ezra didn't help, we have not been shown proof that he lorded his attempt over her in order to get her to sleep with him.
Ask you this. Okay?
Yes.
In this,
Yes.
without putting on the screen, you wrote, "I was an object even called a fetish." And that it horrified you to be described as a fetish. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
What I meant by that in this essay, or journal as you can call it, was that the person I had loved at that time were, instead of just being me and wanting to be seen as me, they started to express how I was a fetish to them, how I identified, how I looked, what they wanted from me. Instead of essentially being Ezra McCandless, the person, I was just the want, the fetish, the sexual aspects.
Is that how you felt at that time in your relationship with Alex?
Yes.
And you talk about what happened with John and vomiting and
Yes.
fears. And then you also then talked to that you had turned to your other friend for advice and concerns.
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? You would turn to your other friend? What were you writing about?
I had talked about in there turning to my other friend being Alex about what had happened between me and John.
And you said that when you turned to Alex, you wrote, you said, "Guilt towards our friendship only to once again for it to turn to his desires of making me the boy he wanted." What did you mean by that?
When what had happened between me and John had happened, I quickly, shortly after I went to go talk to Alex, I told him my fears about what had happened, the confusion, the kind of the betrayal aspect of it. And during that time when I went over to his house to see him, he just kind of told me, "Well, I can make you forget it. You can sleep with me. We can spend some time together. Let me make you forget."
What you wrote in your journal after that was, quote, "It was painful, and I often said stop.
Yes.
I can't," and then you wrote "bit," but I think you mean but he would then
Yes.
change the position and proceed to say, "I'm fine and just too sensitive." Earlier, you talked about your sex with Alex, talking about you're fine,
Yes.
that he should finish. Is that what you're referring to in this journal?
Yes, and I was referring to, yes, the sensitive, feeling bruised. I was referring to that, yes.
And at the end of the journal, you have a section called "What is Next?"
Yes.
What are you talking about in the "What is Next" section? Do you need me to put it up on the screen for you to refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. Just put that section. Okay, so just, again, I don't want you to read the whole thing, but,
I'm refreshed, yes.
okay, so let me ask you this, when you're talking about this in this section, about what is next, what are you talking about in this journal?
What I'm talking about in this journal, there were sections of in this journal going through my relationship, my loves I had had, and in this what is next is I was writing about like, what am I going to do next? What can I become? I felt that my opportunities are endless. I can keep pursuing the career I want. Very inspired by a conversation I had with my father and how I can take a course of action for myself. I can become who I am.
When you said I betrayed the one I love in many ways and felt nothing but regret and pain, knowing how far I lost myself, you put that in there.
Yes, I had.
And were you talking about how you were going to change that, or what were you talking about?
What I was talking about that, not that I was going to change the betrayal and the feelings of guilt, is that just acknowledging that this had happened. I'm not going to hide from what I had done. And I acknowledge the fact that my partner at that time was deeply hurt, and I can recognize that and acknowledge it.
You ended this with writing, I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love.
Yes.
I can become Ezra McCandless again. I am worth it. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is there was so much going on in the past months. There was drama, there was loss, and there was pain, and there was love. And I've stepped back, and I recognize all of it. I recognize that I am worth it as a person. I can be what I want to be. I can do what I want to do. As in career-wise, as an artist, I can just express myself and embrace that it's time for a change.
Let me ask one thing. In this journal, and I'm trying to find the line.
Yes.
And I think Mr. Okay. The part about what is next, you talked about being inspired by your dad. Did you write the whole paragraph, what is next, or was that just a feeling you're having? I'm a little confused. The whole paragraph at the end, what is next?
Yes, I wrote it, yes.
I know you wrote it, but did you
Yes.
write that whole paragraph that night, or did
No,
you write it?
no, it kind of corroborated the fact that I can do this. I am worth it. He helped me embrace that feeling more with our talks.
Okay. And you also, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but you also
Yes.
wrote what's called Journal 2.
Yes.
What's Journal 2? What are you writing about in Journal 2?
In Journal 2, it was more of a reflection of the guilt, the pain, the relationship issues I had had. It was kind of disconnecting myself from another in a relationship and looking at that, reflecting on that and how I felt about that at that time.
Is that Journal 2 much more specific to your relationship with Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you end that with saying, I do not discount my part in the abuse. I do not feel innocent. Are you referring also with Jason when you say I do not feel innocent? Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to all of it, to Jason, to all of my relationships at the time.
Okay.
My mother, my father.
Are you feeling that you're taking responsibility, or
Yes, very much so.
is that a theme in therapy? Was your,
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you wanting during this period of time to take responsibility for your own actions?
Very much so. I wasn't running from anything I've ever done. I was taking responsibility for my actions, and even if I didn't want to look at all of the ugly parts, I was going to do it because I have a responsibility to grow as a person, and that's a big step of that.
You ended that essay with, I know I can be human, I know I can be free, I know I can love, I know I can only strive to never do this again. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is to be more aware, to be more conscious of my relationships. What I meant by that is I can be human. I can express myself. I'm not hiding, and I'm not. Essentially, that was mostly about cheating and leaving someone for certain reasons.
Now, after you, did you send those journals to Jason Mangle?
Yes.
Did you want to show your journals to Alex and John?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay, or I'm sorry, meeting.
I'm sorry, what?
Was there,
Meeting.
okay,
Okay,
besides,
sustained.
let me just rephrase the question. Besides giving the journals to Jason and Julia Post, did you want to go show these journals to anybody in person?
Yes, I wanted to discuss these in person and talk about it and show them. Yes.
Who did you want to show these journals in person to?
Alex and John, they're integral parts of the journals, so I thought they should be shown.
And
Why? If these two men had abused her, had made her feel like a fetish instead of a person, and had manipulated her into ruining her life, as she stated, why in the world would she want to casually show them her essays accusing them? People react to abuse in different ways, but genuinely, the concept that she would want to meet up with these men who had hurt her in such a profound way that she contemplated suicide just to tell them that they did that is one of the most unbelievable things she has ever said. Also, it's just an objectively cruel thing to do. Ezra knew Alex had struggled with his mental health, and in his writings, he viewed her as a nearly perfect person. He shared his writings with her, and though she maliciously misquoted them in court, it was clear that he held her opinion of him above all else. He spoke so highly of her that he often stated he had no idea why she was interested in him, and how he had gotten so lucky. He had been deeply hurt by their breakup, but understood why it happened. If she were to tell him now that she saw their months-long affair as him taking advantage of her, not accepting her flaws and all, and that she viewed him as an abuser, he would have been entirely heartbroken.
of those two people,
Yes.
who was more important for you to do that with?
Alex.
Did you bring physical copies, or were you just going to look it out on your phone, or what were you going to do?
I didn't bring any physical copies. I have it always loaded up on my notes and in my Google, so there's really, if I want to read it to him or if I want to look at it, I can just pull it up.
So on the morning of March 22nd, did you come into town?
Yes, I did.
And when you came into town,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about coming into town that day, all right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 424. Can you see this from where you are?
Yes, I can see this.
Okay. This is called the timeline of events of March 22nd. Do you remember
Yes.
this?
Yes, I do remember
All right.
this.
So when you first came into town, where did you go first when you drove into town?
First, when I drove into town, I went over to Alex's to see if he was even home yet. Or
What
he
happened
was
when
home.
you got there?
I knocked on the door, and nobody answered at all.
So when nobody answered, what did you do?
Just go to Racy's, continue on my day.
When you left there, I think you're saying you went to Racy's. What did you do when
Yes.
you got to Racy's?
When I got to Racy's, I got my favorite drink, a mocha,
Okay.
and I noticed my friend Max.
Before noticing Max, was Jason Mangle at Racy's?
Yes, he was out front smoking his usual cigarette, so we just kind of exchanged some quick words. It was brief.
Okay. You go in, you've seen the tape, you're going in.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Then you walk up to the, what do you call that, the counter? Is
The
it
bar,
The bar, the coffee bar?
coffee bar.
Okay, not a bar.
No.
Okay. So you walked up to the coffee bar, and I think you
Yes.
were just saying you talked to Max.
Yes.
What was your conversation with about Max?
Well, after I got my coffee with Max, I was just like, hey, I've got the painting I'd like to give you in my car. I'm in town today doing some errands. I was wondering if you'd want to do the art swap now.
Okay. So had you put the painting in your car, when you say you were in town to do errands, was that one of the errands that you were hoping to do on that day?
Yes.
So apparently, was it your original plan, first you'll talk to Alex and then you'll then you'll talk to Max and exchange
Yes.
paintings?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Okay, I'll rephrase that. What was your plan when you were coming in for the order in which you were planning to do things on that day?
Yes. So that day, first I was going to, I gathered my things and I put my painting in the car and I was going to go talk to Alex and get that done for the day, and then I was going to go to Racy's and see if I could find Max and do the paint swap, and then I was going to see, before I had to go home to watch my little brother now, I was going to switch over. I had a change of a mail address that needed to be handled.
Okay. So after seeing Max, what did you do?
After seeing Max, he was pretty excited that I had the painting for him, and he had this painting he described to me as a cosmic goat that I would really like, so we exchanged those paintings.
And during this period, there's a picture of your car at Racy's and then returning
Yes.
to Racy's. So what did
Yes.
you do after seeing Max?
After seeing Max...
Or after going to Max's house?
Oh, after going to Max's house, we talked for a little bit. He went inside, grabbed his paintings. We came back to Racy's, and I dropped him off, gave him a hug.
Did you tell Max what your plan was?
Yes.
After you were seeing him?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I wanted to go over to Alex's house. There was a lot I have to talk about with everybody, and I definitely wanted to talk to him today.
All right. So, let me just ask, why did you only have a brief exchange that morning with Jason when you saw him?
When I saw him, he seemed kind of occupied. I thought he was busy.
All right. Was that unusual to you?
No.
Okay.
We've had many times where we just pass.
When you left Racy's,
Yes.
after seeing, I think that at least they have your return to Racy's here at 11:13, right? Did you
Yeah.
stay at Racy's very long after you dropped Max off again?
No, I think I went to the bathroom and got ready to go.
And after using the bathroom, where did you go?
To Alex's.
Same route as before? Do you know? Do you know the route you took?
I take a couple routes to get to Alex's. It was probably the one I take usually, just right over.
Okay. And when you got to Alex's house, what did you do?
When I got to Alex's house, I parked my car in the driveway, I left it running, and I grabbed his heating pad and such, and I went up to the door and I knocked on it.
All right, let me ask you about the heating pad. Why did you have a heating pad with you?
I had a heating pad because I had some really awful menstrual cramps, and I was like complaining about it one day, and he's like, oh, here's a heating pad I never use, why don't you use it?
But specifically, maybe my question wasn't clear. Why on that day did you have the heating pad in the car with you, and why did you take it out to
Yes.
Alex's house? That's what I'm going to ask.
So when talking to an ex, it can always be awkward. It was my way of kind of having an icebreaker, a buffer to start a conversation.
Were you planning to do something with the heating pad?
Give it back to him, yes.
Were you also planning to retrieve anything from his house?
Yes, I was hoping that he still had a few clothing items, and possibly I left an antique cup there that I really liked.
I think last week it was mentioned that The Little Prince, had he ever given you a book, The Little Prince?
He had given me 2 Little Princes.
What was the difference between the two of them?
The difference between the 2 Little Princes is that one was a kind of, I call it a children's style book. So it was in English, and it was wide and large. And the other Little Prince he had given to me was a smaller version, and it was in French.
Had you brought one of those copies previously back to Racy's?
Yes, I had.
Do you remember which one it was?
It was the large child's version, as I would call it.
So you go to Alex's house, you ring the bell. Are you afraid of him?
No.
What happens after you ring the bell?
I knock on the door, and
Oh, you knocked on the door, not ring the bell? Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
no bell.
Okay.
I knock on the door, and I hear some kind of shuffling around, and I noticed his roommate kind of comes down the stairs and pops his head in, and then he's gone.
When you say his roommate, was this anyone you had ever met before?
We hadn't met, but I had seen him plenty of times. It was Dave.
Had you ever really talked to him though?
No.
All right, so he popped his head, and then what did he do after popping his head? that
Kind
you
of,
could see?
well, I seen that he just kind of seemed like he went and got Alex, and then he just kind of scurried off somewhere.
Was Dave Stoiting dressed when he came to the door?
No.
Okay. You said you thought he got Alex. Why did you think that?
Because Alex came down shortly after.
And when Alex came down to the door, what happened?
Alex looked a little surprised to see me, and I said hi, and I was like, I have the heating pad and stuff for you. And he took it, and he was like, do you want to talk? And it was a quick exchange of words before we went upstairs.
When you were going to see Alex,
Yes.
what are the things that you wanted to do or accomplish in having a conversation with him?
What I wanted to accomplish in having a conversation with Alex is that I abruptly broke off our relationship, which I felt was unfair. I thought it was immature, the fact I did it over text, first off. I just wanted to make sure he was okay and how he felt, and I just felt that he had the right to express himself fully about how he felt our relationship was going, how things ended. Just wanted to check in with him.
Did you also want to talk to him at all about
But
John or anything like that?
Yes, I wanted to, I knew that because he was close friends with John that I wanted to ask him about, it was an apology actually. I was like, I'm sorry if you have to talk to any investigators. I know this situation's uncomfortable. And I wanted to share to him about my counseling and writing I've been doing since it.
So with all of these purposes in mind, you go up,
Yes.
you go inside with Alex. Where do you and Alex go?
We go to our usual spot, which is his bedroom. And I sit on his bed and he's kind of milling about his room. And then he sits next to me and we start talking.
Are you afraid of him at this time?
No.
What were you and Alex talking about?
Well, first I said my apology about, I'm sorry that if you're uncomfortable because of you might have to talk to an investigator, there's things going on. I also mentioned I seen a photo with my name and with not my name, but my number and some crude words. Do you have any ideas who might be doing this?
Are you referring to the Racy's bathroom hall?
Yes, I'm referring to the Racy's bathroom hall.
Okay, and so you tell him those things.
Yes.
And how does the conversation proceed from there?
The conversation proceeded from there. I was a bit tearful because I was expressing to him about how upset I was about what had happened and how I had been seeing some help about this and how I was expressing myself, kind of writing, and I was telling him roughly how I felt.
Had you brought a knife into the room?
No.
There was some testimony that I think Jason Mangle said he noticed a knife in the room when he got there. Was that something you had brought into the room?
Hold on.
I don't believe there was any such testimony, number one.
I don't recall any testimony to that
Oh,
effect.
okay, maybe that's a mistake. Did you bring a knife in the room with you at all?
No.
Okay, or why not?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You can answer.
Thanks. Why didn't you bring a knife up there with you?
Well, I didn't bring a knife up there because we were talking, we were spending time together. I don't see any reason for a knife at all.
All right. Did you, do you know how long this conversation was going on?
I never wear a watch. I'm bad at keeping track of time. So no, I don't.
At some point, as you're having this conversation, let me ask, what's the tone of the conversation between you and Alex as you're having this conversation in this room?
The tone of our conversation was somber, very solemn between us. We were both pretty quiet and soft spoken, and it was just a gentle conversation at that point.
And I think, did there's come a time where something interrupted that conversation?
Yes.
All right. Judge, do you want to take a lunch break now? or-
Well, I'm just kind of waiting to hear whether there's food. I'd like to go up until they're ready for the jury. We don't have any word yet, so as soon as we get word,
Okay,
we're going to break here real soon.
all right. All right. I asked you about an interruption, and
Yes.
and you said there was an interruption.
Yes.
What did you hear that made you realize that somebody else was there?
What made me realize someone else was there is that I heard a ringtone very loudly, not far outside of the room we were in. I was like surprised by that, kind of taken back.
I think I forgot to ask you this. What had you done with your car when you had gotten over to Alex's house?
I left it running.
Why?
I often leave my car running because it's, I don't take care of my car like I should, and there's sometimes when if I don't leave it running for periods of time, it will just not start again, and I also didn't really think I was going to be there that long.
Were you afraid because your car's running, somebody might steal it?
No,
Okay.
it's an ugly car.
When you heard the ringtone, were you saying anything to the Alex about having Jason help him?
No,
Were you saying let him help you at all?
no,
Was Jason invited to come into the house?
no, he just let himself in.
All right, so had you heard a knock at the door or the bell ring or anything like that?
No, I didn't even know the door had opened. He just kind of burst in.
Jason had been led to believe by Ezra that Alex was a dangerous person. He had gotten the journals she had sent, where she wrote about how Alex had destroyed every inch of her in order to make up for the fact that he would never have a love as pure as Jason and hers. He had believed her when she said that Alex told her she was nothing more to him than a fetish, and that he wouldn't take no for an answer, and he felt that he needed to be there to protect her, as he hadn't been able to before.
Were you surprised, or let me rephrase that, what was your feeling or your emotion when you heard Jason's ringtone?
I was surprised and just kind of, it shocked me. I was like, why did he just let himself in? Like, what's going on?
And when Jason all of a sudden shows up on the scene,
Yes,
was there any change that you saw in Alex's demeanor?
yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was?
After Jason just let himself in into Alex's home, I could tell that Alex, he was no longer sitting next to me like he was. He stood up, and he was very, I call it being bristled, but he seemed on edge.
What conversation took place with Jason, you, and Alex in the room?
Jason kind of burst into the room, and he was just using his hands a lot, and he was saying, "What's going on? Is everybody okay?" And he was talking, and I kind of stepped in, and I said, "Everything's fine, we're just talking." And trying to calm him down, I said, "We're fine, we can talk in a public place."
Who suggested public place?
Kind of all did. We came to this conclusion that we should go somewhere public.
But was there something to be afraid of that was going to happen in the bedroom?
No.
Not even 5 minutes ago, she was talking about how Alex had manipulated her so intensely that she wanted to commit suicide, that he had made her feel as if she was no longer a person, and he had used his power over her to coerce her into sleeping with him. If that is true, being alone in a bedroom with him was an inherently dangerous place to be. Her denial of this is shocking.
So after this conversation with Jason, and again, is Alex showing any other reaction or any other part of that conversation?
He's, as I said, bristled. He's frustrated. He's a little, he started to get quiet, and I always see that as a sign that Alex isn't particularly very happy.
Who left the room first?
Jason.
After Jason left, what did you and Alex do?
I kind of looked at him and I said, well, I guess we both kind of were like, I guess we should go somewhere to talk.
All right. So did you and Alex leave the room?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went downstairs and outside.
When you get downstairs and outside, what's going on?
I was so confused to see that there were police vehicles there. And Jason was...
Did you call the police?
No.
All right. At the time, did you know how the police happened to be there?
No, that's why it took me by surprise so much that all of a sudden there's these two police vehicles, there's police officers. I was just like, what's going on?
Did the police officers come and talk to you at all?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember anything about that conversation?
I do, yes.
What do you recall?
I remember the usual police contact. They asked for my license and my name. They asked if everything was fine, and I said, yeah, we're going somewhere public to speak. Everything's fine. I had no concerns.
How long did you talk with the police for?
It wasn't very long, no.
And when you were talking with the police, was there anything worrisome to you?
No.
After the police left, were there any words exchanged between you and Jason or Jason and Alex at all?
Yes, I had said a few things to Jason. We We talked before we got in the car and I talked to Jason before he rode off on his bike, and then I got back in the car and
Before we broke for lunch, I think we were at the point where the police had left and you and Alex are now leaving his house.
yes.
All right. Whose car were you in?
My car.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
When you left Alex's car, did you go to drive, Alex's car, excuse me, your car, Alex's
Yes.
house? Sorry, I'm talking too fast. Did you go to drive anywhere in particular?
No.
What was your intentions?
It was briefly discussed about maybe possibly going to a park or just somewhere in common to speak. We didn't settle on something.
As you were driving, were you paying much attention to where you were going?
No, just driving.
What was the subject of the conversation between you and Alex as you're leaving his house and starting to drive?
What we had started talking about is like feelings towards the relationship we had had, and he started to now speak about how he felt about my relationship with Jason and how he felt about our relationship ending.
What was Alice's mood or demeanor during this conversation?
Alex was very solemn and he seemed frustrated.
As he was talking and you were talking,
Yes.
what was happening to you and your feelings?
I started feeling anxious after our conversation being abruptly interrupted. And now we were driving and talking about me and Jason and things like that. I started to feel anxious, just uneasy.
What did you do as a result of that anxiety?
As a result of my anxiety, I asked him if it'd be all right if he could drive for a while.
How did he respond?
He said, yes, yeah, I can drive. It's fine.
So what happened after he told you he could drive?
After we briefly parked, we switched drivers and he started to drive me.
Do you know where you were at that particular point?
No.
When he was driving at that point, did the conversation continue?
Yes.
Were you paying attention at all to where he was going?
No, I was trying to focus on what he was saying.
Did you know where he was going or direct him to a certain direction at all?
No, we were just driving.
What was the conversation about then?
The conversation was more led by him at this point, and he was voicing his opinion about my continuation of the relationship with Jason.
As a reminder, Ezra had told Alex that the relationship with Jason was toxic and abusive. So much so, he wrote in his own journals about how Jason was an abusive partner to her. Even if he didn't have romantic feelings towards her, he was well within his right to believe her getting back together with a 33-year-old was a bad idea. But he wasn't alone in not liking the idea of her getting back together with the medic. Because, if you recall, Ezra had told everyone in her life that Jason was a horrible person. Ezra's mother, father, and all of her friends agreed with this particular assessment as well, and repeatedly asked Ezra why she would want to be back together with a man she claimed to have been so horrible to her.
And as that conversation continued, was there at some point that Alex stopped the car?
Yes.
Do you know where that was?
It was just some road. We just stopped.
When he stopped the car, what happened?
When he stopped the car, we sat there for a moment, and a car passed us. Not much happened other than he started to pull into what seemed like a driveway.
And was this, okay, just to clarify, where he initially pulled the car over, was it on the muddy road or was it on a paved road?
It was on a paved road, turning into the muddy road. It's the best way to describe it.
All right, but at that point, had he completely gone onto the muddy road yet?
No.
After he decided to start driving again,
Yes.
what did he do?
He proceeded to drive up the muddy road, and that's when we started to get stuck.
First of all, you've seen the pictures with the gate at the muddy road. Was the
Yes.
gate open or closed?
It was open.
All right. So when you say he got stuck or started to get stuck, what do you mean?
As we started to drive up this muddy road, it's kind of at an incline. We got stuck in the mud the first time.
Was there conversation about why he was driving up the muddy road?
No, well, it was just kind of, this seems like a nice place to stop, I guess.
All right. Was there a plan to do something once?
To get out, and we both love nature, so to get out, maybe look around a bit, explore, talk.
When he got the car stuck, what happened?
When he got the car stuck in the road, I said, I can take over. I think I can pull it out of the mud. So we then again switched drivers.
What happened when you decided you were going to try to, well, let me ask you first. Had you ever been to this place before?
No, I've never seen it before.
Did you know where you were?
No.
You get in the driver's seat. Were you able to move the car?
Yes.
Were you able to do that without the assistance of any objects?
Yes.
Okay. And once you were able to move the car, where was Alex sitting when you did that? Or where was Alex? I'm sorry. That's what I meant to ask.
Alex was in the passenger seat with me.
When you were able to move the car, what did you do?
I was able to move the car because I maneuvered it onto what seemed to be grass, so it wasn't muddy. It seemed like the frost hadn't given out yet. So I proceeded to drive up this hill of sorts, and then I got stuck in the mud.
You've seen the pictures of your car stuck in the mud.
Yes.
Did your car ever move again while you were
No.
there? Let me ask you now, you're stuck in the mud.
Yes.
What efforts do you make to get unstuck?
Well, I tried your typical backing up a little bit, moving forward, maybe turning the wheel this way, turning the wheel that way a little bit, but
You mean you turn the wheel to right and to left?
yes,
Okay.
to see if anything would help get this out of the mud, but it just, the tires at one point just started spinning. There was no use.
It goes without saying that for a person recounting what they insist is the most traumatic experience they'd ever gone through, their behavior is highly unusual. Though she hasn't begun recounting the fictional details of the assault, she is talking about her last memories with Alex, a person she, within the past 3 hours, has claimed to have loved and deeply cared for. And yet the only time she has shown any emotion other than a strange, smug happiness has been when she had to point out her doodles in Alex's notebook. She hasn't displayed any sadness or anxiety when discussing seeing Alex for the last time. There's no trepidation or fear, and everything feels incredibly rehearsed. But it also feels like she is enjoying her time on the stand. It feels like she's the lead in a high school play.
Did Alex get out and try to help push at all?
No.
And did you try to use any objects to get yourself unstuck?
I looked for some in my car, yes, after we stopped.
Okay, first of all, did you look for things in the inside of your car?
Yes.
What did you look for in the inside of your car?
I was hoping there would be a brick in my car, a board, anything I can use to wedge under maybe one of the tires to gain some traction.
Did you find anything you could do that with?
No.
Did you look in the trunk of your car?
Yes.
What did you look for in the trunk of your car?
I looked for the same thing, but there wasn't anything that I wanted to have to stick under my tire and see it break or get ruined.
Was there something specific in your trunk you didn't want to get ruined?
My tent.
And did at some point you take a blanket out?
Yes, I took a blanket out when I was looking in the back of my car, kind of in the back footwells, in the seat area. I set it on the ground near the open door. I wasn't too concerned that it was on the ground.
Okay. When you say the open door, which door are you referring to?
The driver's side back seat door.
Why was that door opened?
The door was open so that I could look for anything.
And did you ever close that door?
No.
What about a pillow? Did you take a pillow out at all?
Yes, a pillow had come out when I took the blanket out.
So that just happened?
Yes, it just happened.
Okay. So you're in the mud, you're
Yes.
stuck.
Yes.
What is Alex doing to try to help you get unstuck?
At that point, he was very quiet. He wasn't doing really much. He kind of stepped back and he seemed like he was just letting me look and try to figure this out.
The things that were in your trunk, I know there's been some pictures shown that there's a couple of knives back in the trunk.
Yes.
Were you aware those were in there?
Not consciously, no.
Do you know how they got in the back of your trunk?
There's always various knives from moving place to place between my mom's and my dad's, and there was a lot of things in my trunk from moving out of my apartment. So they somewhere between moves.
Was one of those knives something Jason had given you?
Yes.
And what condition was it in?
It was one of the clasps was broken.
We also saw a picture of what looked like a steak knife or a kitchen knife.
Yes.
Did you know that was in there?
I didn't know that was in there, no.
Did you take those knives out at any time?
No.
Did you go into your Senate council to try and get anything to move the car?
No, I didn't really look in there.
At some point, did Alex get out of the car too?
Yes.
And at some point, did you move other items from around in your car in the back seat? Just as well, what I want to ask you about is the paintings Max gave you. Do you know if you
Yes.
moved those at all?
I did move the paintings. One of the paintings was upright, so I moved it to the front seat. I didn't want it to get ruined in me rummaging around. And the other painting had slipped under the seat.
So when you moved that painting, the larger
Yes.
painting, or maybe we could call the abstract painting,
Yes.
where was Alex at that point?
Alex was outside of the car.
After not finding anything to move the car,
Yes.
what were you going to do next?
Breathe. I was like, oh, great. I don't know where I am. I have no idea. I'm stuck in the mud. I don't know what to do. I need to breathe.
I'm just going to show you this diagram that has been used previously. It's exhibit number 285. Thank you. And just to orient you,
Yes.
do you understand what is being shown
I
here?
do.
Okay, so this diagram shows tire marks in two different places.
Yes.
All right. The diagram shows to a pillow. Is that the pillow I was asking you about?
Yes, it's my pillow.
Okay. And although I'm sure it's marked on here, it's not. The diagram shows a blanket?
Yes.
All right. Now this is your car. Did you notice something next to your car by where you were stuck?
Yes, I noticed a large, what seemed to be military trailer.
At some point, did you go over by that trailer?
Yes.
Why?
It was a bit tall for me to look inside, but I kind of peeked at it to see if there might have been something. I stopped focusing on it and I decided to go sit, just kind of on the hitch of the trailer.
Okay. Do you see this pointed object near where it says trailer?
Yes.
Is that a visual, though not accurate, representation of the hitch?
Yes.
So when you went over to the hitch, what did you do?
I went over to the hitch of the trailer and I decided to sit on it. And I was just trying to breathe through the anxiety and the feelings of being stuck, not knowing where I am. And I was just kind of looking out into the woods, sitting on this hitch of sorts.
During the time that you're sitting and looking out into the woods, was Alex talking with you at all?
He was behind me, but he was at my car at that point.
Was he in your line of vision, or how? Let me just ask this: how did you know he was at your car?
I could hear him open and close the door.
Was he talking to you at all?
No,
During this time, were you facing towards Alex or away from Alex?
I was facing away from Alex towards the woods.
Did there come a time where, as you were facing away from Alex towards the woods, that he approached you at all?
Yes, he had approached me from behind.
Well, since he's from behind, how do you know he's there?
I could feel him. I could feel that he was there. I could hear him approach. I could feel just that somebody was behind me.
When he approached, what happened?
As I was sitting there, he approached me from behind and he wrapped his arms around me It was kind of a hug. He held me there for a little while.
Did you say anything?
I kind of tensed. I didn't really reciprocate the hug. And it was kind of a silent moment between us, but I felt awkward and uneasy, and it wasn't a time for me to feel like I wanted a hug, I guess.
This is a new portion of the story that Ezra is so graciously telling us in court. As you probably recall in her previous interviews about what had happened, she claimed that when they got stuck in the mud, something she claimed was entirely Alex's fault, she went to the back seat of the car to try and see if there was anything they could use to put under her back tires to get some traction. She went outside, bent over, looking for something to use, when Alex came up from behind her and began assaulting her. That is the story she told to the police. But that quite literally could not have happened, based on the footprints that were found at the scene. Ezra had hoped that by the time the police found the body, the footprints would have been erased by nature, but thankfully that wasn't the case. Once again, you have to ask yourself, why would Ezra lie about this to the detectives? If the end result is the same, as she is still claiming that Alex's actions put her in fear for her life, then what was the point of claiming that the assault happened in this particular way? Why would she leave out this point in her retelling? It's only when you understand what her lies are in service of that you understand why she's lying about these things. She lied to the police about the area where she and Alex drove to in order to keep the police from finding the body until the crime scene would no longer show what she had done. She lied about losing her memory so she wouldn't have to say definitely what happened to the police until she knew what they could and could not prove she did. She lied about where the attack took place because she had attempted to move Alex's body back outside, but gave up halfway through, and so on and so forth. If we wanted to, we could even go through the lies she told throughout the relationship and determine why she told those as well. But we still have another 45 minutes of footage to go over. And I'm sure everybody has already clicked off of this video at this point because what are we even looking at? So let me know if you're still there.
Let me ask you something else. Do you know whether or not Alex had a phone with him?
Yes.
Did you have a working phone with you?
No.
You had your iPod, I gather.
Yes.
And the phone without the minutes?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask Alex at any point to make a phone call on his phone to try and get
No.
a tow truck?
No.
Did
I did
he
not.
offer to make any calls or try to get a tow truck?
It was a very brief kind of quick conversation about, should we call somebody for this? And I was like, I can handle it, I think. So no, we did not make a phone call.
All right, you could handle it, but you hadn't been able to move the car. What are you thinking when you're saying I can handle this?
What I'm thinking is, I don't want to get my car towed because of how expensive it is. I didn't want to have to pay for that.
Okay.
Not to belabor this point, but Ezra didn't really pay for anything in her life. That morning, when she had gotten coffee at Racy's, she had paid for it and left a tip, which was so entirely out of character for her that everyone who knew her took notice of that fact. She usually got her coffees for free because she had purposely become friends with everyone who worked there. Or, if they told her they couldn't comp her coffees, she would get another patron to cover it for her, as she would talk to everyone who entered the shop. Even when she was employed, she very rarely bought things for herself, instead relying on Jason or her parents to purchase things for her. She had never paid rent, or even paid for any of her own bills. Given the fact that Alex was employed and in love with her, it's more than likely that if they'd gotten the car towed, she would have made him pay for it.
So let's go back to him coming over. He gives you a hug.
Yes.
What happens after he gives you the hug?
After he gives me the hug, and I tense. I think he felt that because he let go after he held me for a while. And I think he could see that I was breathing. I was trying to breathe through some anxiety, and he suggested that maybe I should go lay down or look around in the car again.
Okay, when you say you were breathing, can you describe what you mean to all of us?
What I mean is I'm sitting there and I'm just a lot is running through my mind, and I was breathing heavily. My anxiety was heightened at that time. I was trying to breathe through it, so I was trying to deeply breathe. It wasn't working too well.
Is deep breathing something you've used to try to control anxiety?
Yes.
Alex letting go of Ezra after he realized that the hug wasn't being reciprocated and that she didn't appreciate his touch goes directly against how the defense is attempting to portray him. He felt that she didn't appreciate being touched, so he stopped touching her. That also does not align with how she reframed his journals earlier. If Alex believed that consent came secondary to what he wanted, why would he respect her boundaries in that moment? Continuing on, it seems as if she just remembered that she should be anxious in this moment. Her lawyer asks her about if she has to focus on breathing in order to quell her anxiety, and she takes almost a comedically deep breath, doing exaggerated shoulder movements up and down. The only other time she has done this was when she was looking at her doodles in Alex's notebook, but it seems like she just realized that she wants to portray herself as a deeply anxious person, so she should at least appear to be dealing with anxiety while on trial for murder.
Did Alex say anything else to you after he had eventually come over?
He suggested that I might want to lay down for a while and maybe just relax.
What did you think when Alex said that?
I just shrugged and was like, all right, maybe, and I decided to walk back towards the car.
When you walked back to the car, did you go in the car?
I went into the car, yes.
Where in the car did you return?
I returned to the car. I returned to the driver's side. Back door was open, and I approached into the car. I kind of looked around a little bit, moved some things a little more, and that's how I was getting into the car, was from the back.
Why were you going to the back seat and not the front seat?
I was thinking maybe he's right. I need to lay down for a little bit.
Did you lie down?
I did.
At some point after lying down, did Alex join you?
Yes, he did join me.
How were you laying down when he came over?
When he came over, when he first came over, I was still in a somewhat crouched position. So I I heard him approach, and I laid down. I got into the car further, and I laid down on my back.
When you laid on the back, what happened with Alex?
When I laid down, Alex had started to come into the car with me and position himself above me. You could say, straddled.
To be clear, according to the blood evidence and the evidence at the scene, the first time Alex was stabbed was in the back, as he walked away from Ezra. This entire portion of her testimony is all fabricated. As such, I will not be pausing every time she says something that is false.
Alex speaking to you at that point?
Yes, he started to speak to me at this point, yes.
Can you tell us the words you heard Alex speak to you?
What he said to me at this time was, he started to describe me, and not in a third person sense. And he also started to speak of how he deserves this.
Well, let's just stop, because I don't know what you mean by he describes you in a third person sense. Can you tell us specifically what you remember him saying?
Specifically, what I remember him saying is, Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is my shining sun. Ezra, in the sense he kept saying my name and then something after that. Ezra is so handsome.
All right, so Ezra is beautiful, Ezra is my shining sun, Ezra is handsome. Had he ever talked to you that way before?
He hadn't talked to me. He's said pet names before. He's sweet talked me before, but this was different because it was disconnected. It was third person.
So in other words, are you, like before he would say, you are this, you are that?
He would say, you're beautiful, you're handsome, you're this, you're that. But at this point, at this time, he was saying Ezra is, instead of, it was more as if I was an object.
After he's saying Ezra is beautiful,
Objection
Ezra
to that last comment, it calls for speculation.
that's how she felt. I believe that's perfectly admissible.
Are you objecting to the previous question before
Yes,
the
Your
answer?
Honor. Previous answer before counsel started again.
I'm going to overrule it. Go ahead.
All right, so you're feeling that he's referring to you as an object. What else are you feeling at that point?
At that point, I'm not so sure how to really think about what was happening. I was a little confused because he hadn't come on to me earlier that day. I didn't think he was going to do this. I was starting to feel my anxiety come back full force.
Did he do anything with respect to your glasses?
Yes, he started to do things slowly and methodically. He first removed my glasses.
When your glasses are off, can you see?
No, not at all. Barely past a couple inches in front of my face.
So when he removed your glasses, what were you able to see?
I was able to see that he was in front of me. I can't see much.
I think you were saying that in addition to his referring to you in the third person, he was also saying something else. Can you tell me what else you heard?
That I was handsome and that he deserved this. I had betrayed him. I went back to Jason. He was upset about this and that he deserved me.
If we were to refer back to Alex's journals, when he spoke of Ezra and how he felt secondary in her life, he felt that it was a reflection on him. He felt that he was not good enough for her, that she deserved better, and that she would always pick Jason over him, and so on. His journals indicate that he was an incredibly depressed individual who had to work to find anything worthwhile about himself. He was not a self-important, confident person who believed he should own Ezra, and in every single journal they have used to try and prove this point, he has said that. She's also, of course, smiling slightly when she says this, which could be a duping delight smile, but regardless, her general tone and behavior is not aligned with what she is saying. She's also seemed to have already forgotten to try and seem like she was having a hard time breathing due to anxiety. I guess she thought that one sigh would convince people enough, or maybe she thought getting stuck in the mud was more anxiety-inducing than taking the stand for a murder trial.
After Alex says he deserved you and takes off your glasses, what does he do?
He then takes my scarf and he places it over my eyes. And I felt his hand on my face and he asked me if I could see him. And I told him, no, I cannot.
So he puts this, you tell him you can't see him. What does he do next?
After he asks me a few times if I can see him, and I tell him, no, I can't see you, Alex. I can't see him, but I can feel him start to touch my clothes.
What's going through your head?
What's going through my head at this time is I don't know what I was assuming what I thought I knew what he wanted, and I wasn't sure, and I was anxious, and what was going on was going through my head.
Were you going to tell him to stop?
I hadn't really voiced much until after he had kissed me.
Then, after kissing you, but about the other things he was doing, touching your clothes, caressing you, or whatever he did. I'm not sure what he did, but...
No, I just was quiet and I was still.
Okay, I want to get back to his actions as you were quiet.
Yes.
What is he doing besides kissing you? What does he do?
After he kisses me and I pull my head back a bit, I felt he touched the hem of my sweater. I could feel a pull on it. And I wasn't sure at the time really what he was doing, but I could feel it start to give away. It felt looser, and my sweater had been opened.
Did you know how he had opened your sweater?
After I felt my sweater start to give away, I took off the scarf and I could see that he was cutting my sweater.
All right. When he kissed you, did you tell him to stop?
Yes.
Why say stop about the kissing?
He didn't ask me if he could kiss me. I couldn't see he was going to do it. It was so sudden and it caught me off guard, and it was strange.
It caught you off guard. You asked him to stop. Did he stop kissing you or continue?
He tried to kiss me again, but I tried to pull away with my limited room where I was.
So now he's cut your sweater open. Do you tell him stop then?
No, I froze.
What does he do after he cuts your sweater?
After he cuts through my sweater, he then starts to cut through my second shirt.
Do you move then?
No,
Why not?
I'm just trying to breathe. I'm frozen. I don't know what to do.
When you say frozen, what do you mean?
What I mean when I'm frozen is that I'm still. I'm limp. I'm not moving or resisting or fighting. I'm there.
Why?
I didn't know what to do.
After he cuts through your shirt, what's the very next thing you feel?
The next thing I feel is that my second shirt starts to get cut. And I can feel that he's cutting it, but I also feel a slight prick or something. And after that, he moves to my pants.
Were you able to see what he was cutting with?
Yes,
What was it?
it was a knife.
Now, about that knife, had you taken that knife out during the time that you were stuck?
No,
When you came back to the car before you got in the back seat, had you noticed that something was different?
I noticed something was different. I looked into the front of my car and I noted how it was strange that my wallet was out of the console and that my middle console was open. I thought it was strange.
Let me take you back to the cutting. So
Yes.
he's cut through your sweater, he's cut through your shirt, he's cut a little bit into your t-shirt, you have felt something on your
Yes.
stomach, I believe. And after that, what does he do next?
After that, he starts to cut through my pants. He's starting near the button, well, below that. It's on the front of my pants or the inner thigh, you can say. I can feel that he's pulled on it to give room so that he can cut through.
Was there, besides your pants, was he cutting through anything else at this point?
At this point, he had cut through my tights as well.
Where on your pants and your tights has he cut through at this point?
At this point, he had cut through the inner thigh area of my pants and tights.
After he's cutting through your pants and your tights, what happens next? Do you feel anything different at some point?
What was different at this point is that I could feel the knife start to graze and cut into my skin.
Where in your skin do you feel it?
I feel it on my vagina. I feel it. It's inside the hip region. I could just feel a pinch, and I could feel that the knife had been meeting contact with.
Are you moving?
A pinch or a prick is a good way to describe the slight pain she would be in when she was cutting her hand with the knife after the murder. Because to be clear, she never tried to take the knife away from Alex. As we covered in our previous video, men and women who have survived attacks like the kind Ezra is talking about have discussed how, in order to save their lives, they were forced to grab the weapon of their attacker, and this left them with a deep wound, and some having their hands nearly severed. But when in that position, they were driven to act. The cuts on Ezra's hands, arms, legs, and thighs were all surface level, and indicated that they were placed there purposely. She wanted to give the impression that she had been in a struggle, so she harmed herself, but she wasn't willing to injure herself in any significant way.
What happens when, well, you decided to knee him in the groin? Did you actually do it?
Yes.
What happens then?
He reacts and he drops the knife at that point.
This is in addition to her narrative that, once again, she had no reason to keep from the detectives when she confessed to the crime. Again, in every iteration of what she claims happened, she has been the victim. She was the one forced to act to protect herself, and that doesn't change throughout her retellings. So why would she lie about this? Why wouldn't she tell the police this?
When he drops the knife, what do you do?
Instantly, I grab the knife and I've used my arm to pull myself into the footwell. And that's when everything really starts to happen.
All right, I'm going to talk to you about everything starting to happen. You have the knife.
Yes.
What are you doing with the knife?
At this point, I have the knife. I'm trying to get out of the car. I need to get out. I need to get away is all I'm saying. And I can't get out of the car and he's still grabbing for me. And this is when I began to defend myself and stab Alex.
Now, you're saying you want to get out of the car. You're no longer lying down on the seat with your head by the passenger side door. Where in the car are you at this point as you're trying to get out and you're holding this knife?
At this point, when the knife is in my hand, I am trapped between the open door and the middle of the car, so where the console would be, or the seat.
You said you grabbed the knife and you start stabbing.
Yes.
Where's your back at that point, or which direction are you facing it?
I'm facing, what would be forward at this point is the rear of the car. I'm facing Alex, but my back is pressed against the driver.
Where is Alex?
Alex is in front of me. He's in between, he's not directly in front of me, but he's in between me and the door.
Are you trying to get out?
Yes.
You said you're unable to get out, so what do you start doing?
What I start doing is defending myself. As Alex is grabbing me, I started stabbing him anywhere and everywhere I could. I didn't know what was happening. I just needed to get away. I just needed to get out of the car.
Were you consciously aiming for any particular place when you were stabbing him?
No, it was happening fast, and it was anywhere and everywhere.
Do you have any memory of the order in which you stabbed him at all?
No.
Do you have any memory in particular of him attacking you as you're stabbing?
Yes, as I'm trying to get out of this car, as I'm trying to make my way to the open door, Alex grabs me by the throat, and I'm pressed, my body and my head is pressed against the driver's side back of the seat.
And is this happening before you stabbed him, as you're starting? Do you remember?
It's happening as I was stabbing him.
Okay. So he's grabbing you by the throat. You saw a red mark from these pictures on your throat?
Yes.
Is that where he was grabbing you?
Yes.
And besides grabbing you in the throat, what else is he doing to you? Do you know?
His hand slips from my throat and it moves to the back of my head where he grabs my hair.
What happens when he grabs your hair? Do you remember?
I remember as he grabbed my hair, he was holding it very tight and he was pulling my face towards him. And I remember that's when I had stabbed him inside the head.
Why did you do that?
It was a response to being pulled so close to his face.
When you did that and you're stabbing him and he's grabbing you by the throat, he's pulling your hair, as this is going on, at some point does he let go?
Yes.
When he lets go, what does he do?
He didn't just let go, he had ripped my hair out from my head. And he then got out of the car.
I haven't been pausing every time her story disconnects with the evidence, as we've already gone over what the evidence shows happened in the case, but he did not rip her hair out of her head. Again, this is a new addition, one that if happened, there would be evidence of, but there isn't.
When he gets out of the car, well, let me ask this, first of all. Before he gets out of the car and you're doing the stabs, are you trying to kill him?
No.
What are you trying to do?
I just want to get away. I need to get out of the car. I need to get away as fast as I could.
So why do you keep stabbing him while you're still in the car?
Because he wouldn't let go. He wouldn't let me out. I was terrified.
He wouldn't let go of you?
No.
Where?
My throat and my head.
When he lets go and he goes out of the car, do you run after him and keep stabbing him?
No, I was...
What do you do?
I was crumpled. I was inside the car still, and I was sitting inside the car on the driver's side seat.
At some point, do you get out of the car?
Yes.
And where is Alex at that point in time?
Alex is standing up near what was the green trailer.
Did Alex say something to you as he's standing up there?
Yes. I was confused. I didn't...
Well, I just want you to tell us
what he said
what
to
he
me,
said.
what I heard him say to me was that he needed help to go to the bathroom. He needed help doing this.
So, Alex has just been stabbed in the groin, head, and chest. But the only thing he says to Ezra, the person who stabbed him after, is that he needed help going to the bathroom. That doesn't make any sense either. He's been stabbed in the head. He would be screaming, trying to get away from her, trying to call the police or emergency services. But instead, he walked over to the green trailer and told her he needed help going pee. Sure. Again, Ezra has to account for the fact that blood was found outside of the car despite her original story, that the entire attack took place inside of the car. She needs to account for why the crime scene investigators were able to state that the first place Alex was stabbed was by the green trailer, and the fact that the evidence showed he was then chased to the car, being stabbed along the way. And the completely reasonable story they have settled on is that directly after attempting to sexually assault Ezra and subsequently being stabbed in the head, chest, and groin, he walked away from the car and told her that he needed help to pee.
When he said to you he needs help going to the bathroom, what do?
I instantly just wanted to help him, so I got out of the car and I approached him.
When you approached him, how are you feeling when you approach him?
Disconnected and dizzy and full of I couldn't breathe.
Well, if you're so afraid, why do you go by him?
I just wanted to help. That's my first response, is to help someone.
So you go by him, you're going to
Yes.
help him,
Yes.
and at this point, what does he do?
When I go to approach to help him, I come near him, and this is when he grabs me again, and he pulls me very close and tight to his body.
Where's the knife?
Because that makes sense. He was just stabbed by her, but he's going to hug her. I don't know if anyone here has been stabbed before, but as someone who's been stabbed by farm equipment due to a machine error, it's not a fun experience. You don't just kind of walk away from that and then go about your day.
The knife is in my hand still.
When he pulls you close and tight to your body, what are you thinking?
He's going to kill me.
What do you do as you're thinking he's going to kill you?
I reached around and just quickly stabbed him in the side, hoping he would let go.
Why do you think he's going to kill you at this point as he's grabbing you close?
I thought he was going to pull me down to the ground and get the knife.
Why do you reach around and stab him? Why, I mean, are you not face to face or?
It's because I'm pulled tight to his body, and that was the only place my arm could go.
Did you stab him any more after that?
No.
All right, after this last stab wound, where do you go?
I retreated back into the car and I sat there shivering.
When you're doing that, were you watching at all what Alex was doing?
Yes.
What did you see him do?
Alex took his coat off and he laid it on the ground near the trailer, and then he proceeded to lay down on the coat.
You know, I think I had forgotten to ask you, but in this earlier struggle in the car, had your boots come off at all?
Yes, one of my boots had come off.
Do you know which one it was?
No.
And did you later take off another boot?
Yes.
Had you done that yet at this point?
No.
He's laying on his coat. Is he talking at all?
I could hear him speaking, yes.
Can you hear what he's saying?
I could hear him saying that he had been waiting for this for so long. I heard him saying strange things about roommates, and he just kept saying he's been waiting for this for so long.
After you hear that, what do?
I was still in the car at that point, and I was breathing, and I kept saying out loud what's happening, what's going on, and this is when I decided I needed to go. I needed to get away.
All right, so you decide you need to go. Are you kind of like almost feeling like things are black at all, or are you conscious, or what's going on with you?
I'm feeling like I feel dizzy and faint, like I can't catch my breath, that things are starting to go black at the sides. It felt like I was in a tunnel, like I could only see so much around me.
Does Alex keep talking, or eventually, or, does he stop at some point?
He was not talking anymore at that point.
And when you're in the car, do you find your glasses?
Yes.
Was this the first time you found your glasses?
Yes.
Up until that point, you had problems with what you could see?
Yes. I couldn't see at all. I hadn't put my glasses on yet.
When you put your glasses on, what do you do next?
I put my glasses on and I could see everything, and I'm sorry. This is the point when I decided I needed to go. I needed to get out of there. I was panicking. I couldn't breathe.
Did you see a phone?
Yes.
Whose phone?
I seen Alex's phone.
Did you take it?
Yes.
Why?
In my head, I wanted to call the police. I wanted to get help. I wanted to do anything I could do.
So in her head, she wanted to call the police and get help. But in reality, she didn't call the police and get help, and his phone ended up broken. Seemingly after being smashed by a rock on the outside of Don Sippel's farm, where she appeared.
At that point, you're thinking that as you leave the car, do you still have the knife?
Yes.
What do you do with that knife?
What I did with that knife is I looked down and I opened my sleeve with the tip of it, and I hastily scratched the word boy into my arm.
Okay, everyone wants to know, why did you scratch boy into your arm?
I've thought about it, and when I think about this, I don't know. At that time, it's something that just happened. It was just a reaction. I don't know why I did this.
Again, she grabbed the phone to call emergency services, a move that would have saved Alex's life. But instead of calling them, she cut the word boy into her arm because she doesn't have a reason. That's fucking great. She carved the word boy into her arm to implicate Alex as being the perpetrator of sexual violence against her. She didn't have any evidence that he'd been violent against her, but she knew that in his journals, he had referred to her by masculine pronouns as it was something that she stated that she liked at the time. She tried to recontextualize that to the police as being a spiteful, cruel thing that he did, something that she found apparently to be objectifying.
Had you ever cut yourself before?
Yes.
When had you cut yourself before?
In the past, when I had cut myself on my arm was at times when I felt like I couldn't breathe, when I felt numb, when I felt like I needed to act because I couldn't feel anything. It woke me up in a sense.
Did you feel that way at this time?
Yes.
Objection. Relevance. I know 402 or 404, I mean.
I think I'm asking about her feelings right afterwards. We're right in this incident. I'm asking her what she's feeling.
Well, I'm going to overrule. Go ahead, continue.
Thank you. All right, you've already said how you feel. After you cut boy in your arm, do you know where you were when you did that?
At that point is when I was staying away from Alex because of the fear. I was at the end of the car and I had my hand placed on the back of the car.
After you cut boy in your arm, what do you do? Well, first of all, is your second shoe on at this point?
No.
When you leave, where is Alex?
Alex is still laying on his coat.
Do you know, or had you noticed whether or not he had his shoes on at that point or not?
He still had his shoes on at that point.
And when you say he's laying on his coat, where is he laying on his coat?
He's laying on his coat near the green trailer.
You've cut boy in your arm.
Yes.
You told Detective Prock that you wouldn't forget. You did to not forget. Today you're saying you're searching your mind and you just don't know.
There's so many things I could think that it could be, but I search my mind, and when I think about this, I really just don't know the answer.
Where do you go after you have cut boy in your arm?
After I cut boy in my arm, I started to make my way down that dirt driveway.
You told Detective Prock that you could not get this outside of your head. What did you mean by that?
I couldn't get the feeling outside of my head. I couldn't get the panic, the visual of the horror of seeing Alex and seeing the blood. Some of the things that you've said in court, but what I meant to ask you before that was, the way you've related this is a little bit different than some of what you related to Detective Prock when you told him what happened. Yes. A couple of days later. And do you have an explanation or know why you remember this a little differently now? I've had time to process it. I've had time to process it. And the moment, while speaking to Proc, it was fresh, all of the feelings. I was feeling the emotions and the sights, and now I've had significant amount of time to process what has happened to me.
There is a processing of what happened, and then there is changing one's original story to try and make it fit the evidence that was found in the case.
You told him then that you couldn't get it out of your head. Was it like replaying it in order? Was
No.
it fragments? Was it here and there? Was it, you know?
It was fragments. It was even smells. It was just a mix of parts of what had happened.
Okay. I'm going to have to take you back now to going to the farmer's house,
Yes,
to Mr. Sipple's, okay?
yes.
What do you remember about going there?
I remember a farmer, he took me into his house, sat me down and got me a blanket.
Before you got to his house, where were you going? I mean, do you remember how you got there at all?
I just remember stumbling down a road, falling on a paved road a few times, just feeling like I could barely get my feet to move. And I noticed some cars in a driveway, and I thought, someone's home. I have to see if someone's home.
Do you know at all when you fell, what happened to the, well, first of all, you were carrying the knife and the phone, I think you
Yes.
said that. When you fell, did something happen to those?
When I fell the first time, I had hit my hand very hard, and the phone, I dropped the phone and I broke the phone.
And what about the knife?
The knife I just dropped.
Were you trying to hide them?
No,
I think you were talking about what Mr. Sipple did when you got there.
yes,
When you got there, was there some point where somebody asked you your name?
yes,
Do you remember at all what you said when you were there?
no,
Do you know whether when you were there, what your state of mind was?
I was just panicked.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about your name, Monica Carlin.
Yes,
You've heard the testimony that you gave your name as Monica Carlin.
yes, I've heard that.
And I think as you're saying now, you don't remember doing that.
No,
Was there an earlier time in your life when you had a traumatic car accident?
yes,
What happened then?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
I believe I was asking about a traumatic accident you once had with a horse.
yes.
Can you just briefly tell me about that?
I had just gotten my license and I was returning some movies to town, and I was driving my car and a
First of all, how
horse-
old were you? You said you'd just gotten your license.
16.
Okay.
I was driving and a horse and buggy bolted through a stop sign and went through my windshield.
After that happened and the horse went through your windshield, what happened to you?
I was taken to the hospital by ambulance.
A couple of years later, did you have another car accident?
Yes, I did.
When you had the second car accident, what did you do that time?
That time I had blacked out and opened my eyes, and I was in the ditch on the side of the highway. I'd gone through a fence.
After you were on the ditch on the side of the highway, did you go to the hospital again?
Yes.
Who visited you there?
My mother and my boyfriend at the time, Jason.
And when you were in the hospital, what were you talking about at the hospital the second time?
The second time at the hospital, when I woke up, I was asking, where's the horse? Is the horse okay? Is everybody okay?
Was there a horse in the second accident?
No, I was right back into the first accident I had had.
And what name did you give after that?
I gave my name Monica.
Do you know this because you remember it, or were the people who with you told you you had done this?
The people that were with me had told me that this was happening.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as being hearsay,
All right, so staying on hearsay.
and
No.
ask that
And
that be
last
stricken.
answer would be stricken.
Okay, now after, I'm going to go back to this. So when you're at the farmer's house,
Yes.
are you aware of just happened to you? Of what had just happened to you at that point?
At that point, I wasn't aware of much other than being panicked and terrified and hurt.
You said you were attacked by them. Is them a word you would use referring to a singular person?
Yes.
And why do you sometimes call a singular person them or they?
I've been known to do this many times. It's a pronoun that I've been used to using. It's neutral.
You said you were attacked, but without giving details when you were there. Why was that?
I said I was attacked because the feeling of fear of having to get away from this individual, of feeling like someone was coming, or that I was hurt by someone and that something had happened. I looked down at my clothes and I could see they were open, and I was terrified.
The police came. Did you talk to the police?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of those conversations?
No.
Do you know how you got to the hospital?
By ambulance.
Do you have any memory of that ambulance ride?
No.
What about getting to the hospital? Do you remember what happened once you got to the hospital?
I remember bits and pieces of what had happened when I got to the hospital because they had started to take my clothes.
Do you remember doctors, nurses, anything else?
I barely remember faces. It's a blur of movement and people checking in and people being with me constantly and talking to me and asking me questions and prodding and poking at me.
Do you remember any of your statements to the police that day? That day, the first night at the hospital?
No.
Was there a point in the hospital where your memory began to return to you?
Yes.
When was that?
The point when things started to flood back to me was when I finally was able to take a shower that night. And I went to get some soap or shampoo from the wall, and when I pumped it onto my hand, I felt how much it stung. And I looked down and I could see my hand was cut, and I could feel everything start to come back.
That's weird, because she only seemed to remember what happened to her when she was made aware that Alex's body had been found, and her story made no fucking sense. Almost like she was lying about not remembering, which she actually did admit to the detectives. But now she remembered the night before the second interview because her hand stung, and she just continued to state she didn't remember right after because she thought it would be fun and nice. Nice.
Was that... All right, look, strike that. The next day, Detective Prock came to see you.
Yes.
Do you remember talking to him?
I do remember speaking with him, yes.
Do you remember?
She was likely going to say some form of partially, but decided against it, which isn't the best thing to do when you're on the stand. Actively changing your answer once you've already begun to talk just makes you look like you're lying. But she is lying, so I guess it makes sense.
Were you speaking with him twice, or is it a blur, or how do you recall that?
My talks with Proc, when I remember them, it feels like it's just one interview. It doesn't feel distinctly two different interviews for me.
All right. Whether you remember it as one or two, Detective Prock came to see you the next day, and he was asking you where Alex was.
Yes.
And the next day, when he's asking you where Alex was, did you tell him about
No.
what had happened?
I did not tell him, no.
Why not?
I was overwhelmed and I was terrified. I didn't know what to do.
Well, given that you're safe in a hospital and not in any present danger, talking to the police about what happened to you, you tell them what happened. Lying about what you just went through only makes you seem untrustworthy and like you have something to hide.
When you don't tell him, was there any thought in your head that had you told him some help could be gotten for Alex, or what did you think had happened to Alex at that point?
At that point, I thought Alex was dead.
Was that also something you thought as you cut Boy into your arm and ran away from the car?
Yes.
Why did you tell Detective Prock that Alex put Boy in your arm?
Why I told him this was that I was afraid that because I did this to wake myself up, that he wouldn't believe that anything else that had happened to me was true.
But at this point, you're not telling him the other things that have happened to you.
No.
And you're making a decision not to.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because of how terrified I am of what had happened.
So she is scared that she won't be believed, but she's lying to them about what happened, but also she's not telling them fully what happened because she's scared of the memory of it happening. You know what, I've changed my mind. That makes perfect sense. I think she's probably innocent, everybody.
The next day, and again, I realize these seem like one incident to you, but Detective Prock comes back with another investigator,
Yes.
Mr. Conkey, and he's asking you questions and you don't tell him then right away either.
No.
Do you know why?
Because of how terrified I was. I wasn't ready to tell anybody. I didn't know how to process this. I didn't know how to handle this.
At some point in that conversation, he told you that they had found your car. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
When he told you that, did you start talking about what happened?
Yes, it started to come out then.
And eventually, in that conversation, not right away, did you tell him that you had put the word boy in your arm?
Yes.
And again, were you hesitant to tell him that?
Yes.
I mean, even after you told him all of these things and what happened, were you
Yes,
hesitant?
I was.
And why was that?
Because after I told him, I still had that thought in my mind that he would assume that because I had done this, anything else that happened to me was my fault.
The lawyer phrases these questions as if Ezra admitted this to the officer of her own volition, as if she stopped in the middle of the interview and admitted that she lied about certain things, but that didn't happen. She only admitted that she lied once the detectives made it clear that what she was saying didn't align with any of the evidence they found at the scene. She stated Alex had carved the word boy into her arm until Detective Prock told her that that was impossible. She doubled down on the fact that she couldn't remember anything because of the trauma, until the detectives told her they knew it wasn't true. Moreover, if she was too scared to talk to them, she was well within her rights to end the interview and tell them that. In both interviews, she was repeatedly asked if it was okay to talk to them and she said yes, but now she was so scared and traumatized, she was not ready to talk.
Ezra, the night before this happened, did you have a talk with your father?
Yes.
What was that talk?
I'm sorry. That talk with my father was about life starts now.
And when you had that talk, did you plan to start life by killing Alex?
No.
Did you come to Eau Claire to kill him?
No.
What were you hoping to do when you saw Alex?
I was hoping we could be friends still, even after everything that happened between us.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess.
The only time she has cried on the stand or displayed any emotion is here, when she cries one single tear, talking about how she talked to her father before she killed Alex, and it's in an entirely self-serving way. Great. Ezra's explanation of events doesn't make any sense, and it's likely that this direct examination already buried her in the minds of the jury, but things were about to get worse for her in the cross-examination.
All right. Ms. McCandless, you had gotten a new driver's license in around June of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on that driver's license, you listed your height as being 5'6".
I did.
And you put on there that your weight was about 130 pounds, correct?
Yes.
And you were weighed when you got into the hospital, correct?
I don't remember. No.
The prosecution is employing a no-nonsense strategy in terms of his questioning. He is incredibly direct and abrasive, which could have become an issue. Ezra's defense team's goal was to make her appear as weak and defenseless as possible. That way, no one would be able to associate her with the brutal killing. With that in mind, having an older male prosecutor be the one to handle her cross-examination might have been a mistake, but we shall see. More importantly, early on in Ezra's direct examination, after blissfully recounting how she chose her name and misquoting Into the Wild, she claimed that she was 5'2" and weighed approximately 115 pounds at the time of the murder. This is allegedly completely false, as records show her as being 5'6", and when she was weighed at the hospital, she was found to be 130 pounds. This is another ridiculous lie from Ezra, but it served a purpose. The idea of her being able to hurt anyone should be farcical, especially a male who would be taller and stronger than her. Shaving 4 inches off of her height and claiming that she was 15 pounds lighter would make it harder to visualize her attacking anyone in cold blood.
You may. And I'll just note that there's sort of an objection. There is an objection, and we'll make a record later, but I don't think the word objection was actually made. But I'll note it as an objection on the sidebar. Objection overruled.
I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 699. This is your Instagram homepage, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it contains on it a phrase that says, "I am the fox, a tricky one," correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 699 as published to the jury.
All right, and subject to the objection, Exhibit 699 will be received. It is 6.
Now, so we are clear, you met Jason Mangle during the summer of 2017, correct?
Yes.
And very shortly after that, you became seriously romantically involved with Mr. Mangle, correct?
Yes, we were boyfriend and girlfriend.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we became boyfriend and girlfriend.
And in fact, shortly after that, you moved in with Jason Mangle, correct?
Yes, that had happened.
And you had met Alex Woodworth around that same time period?
Yes.
And in the future, I'm just going to refer to him as Alex. I know there are two Alexes here, unless I specifically say Alex Zink. Whenever I'm talking about Alex, I'll be talking about Alex Woodworth, okay?
Okay.
You became friends with Alex, right?
Yes.
Would talk with him frequently?
Yes.
Would go for walks with Alex?
Yes.
And around that same time period, you also met John Hansen, correct?
Yes, through
And
Jason.
became friends with John Hansen as well, correct?
Yes.
Now, you moved in with Jason, what, sometime during August of 2017?
Roughly end of summer, yes.
And when you moved in with Jason, the expectation was that you were going to be paying part of the rent, correct?
It was mentioned a few times. It wasn't really an expectation, just kind of like a get me back when you can.
We mentioned this in a previous video, but Ezra was asked to contribute to the living expenses once she found employment, but she never did. She never paid rent while living with Jason, and when his roommate asked that she contribute more to the shared housing costs, she moved out. Anytime Jason or the roommate would ask her for rent or help with the utilities, she would state that they were being controlling, and in at least one instance, she called them financially abusive. For as manipulative as Ezra has been over Jason and those around her, how she is responding to the prosecution's way of questioning is shocking. She's direct and unemotional, and appears incredibly comfortable on the stand. As a reminder, when she was testifying earlier this day, she talked at length about her struggles with anxiety, how talking to Alex about the end of their relationship filled her with so much anxiety that she had to pull the car over and ask Alex to drive. Specifically, she said her anxiety manifested in her having breathing issues and needing to focus solely on her breath without any distractions. But here, while on the stand, determining if she will be released back into society or going to prison for the rest of her life, she is calm, cool, and collected. There is a clear disconnect between who she portrays herself to be and who she actually is in this case.
And for a time, You were paying part of the rent, correct?
Can you please restate that? I didn't hear you clearly.
Sure. For a time, you were paying part of the rent, correct?
No, I was helping with groceries.
All right. So you never paid any of the rent?
No.
You worked for a short time at Joann Fabrics?
Yes, seasonal.
And after you lost that job, or after you were no longer working there, you weren't paying anything anymore, correct?
Hey, do you... I didn't lose the job, no.
I'll rephrase. After you were no longer working at Joann Fabric, you were not paying anything towards your support at Jason Mangle's apartment, correct?
I was doing side jobs with my dad and things like that, so I would chip in with groceries.
Question is,
Okay.
were you paying something or not? Period.
She was answering the question. Could she be permitted to please finish her answer?
No, she's not, and I'll ask that whatever she said be stricken because it was unresponsive to my question.
Okay, well, I'm going to sustain I'm not sure what I'm sustaining here. You may continue, Mr. Dufour, and I'm not going to allow her to elaborate. It's not responsive to the questioner's question.
My question is, after you were no longer working at Joann Fabrics, you weren't paying anything towards your stay at Jason Mangle's apartment, correct?
I was still helping with groceries and odd things.
With how abrasive the prosecution is, it would be easy for Ezra to use this to her advantage, to feign confusion about how her answer was unresponsive, and to say she's sorry. But she doesn't do that. She stares back at the attorney unflinchingly, watches as her lawyer fights for her right to finish her answer, and when the judge and the prosecution tell her to respond to the question with a succinct, direct yes or no answer, she disobeys, saying the same thing she said previously. It's nearly like she forgot what the purpose in taking the stand was. This is similar to Nancy Brophy, who came across as incredibly smug and self-righteous while talking to the prosecution in the case of her husband's murder. Like Ezra, her goal was to appear incapable of the crime, to portray a frail old woman who had never shot a gun before in her life. But during the prosecution's questioning, she came across as cold and annoyed. Both Nancy and Ezra's version of events is incredibly unbelievable, and their best bet at getting the jury on their side was to, at the very least, allow themselves to appear vulnerable on the stand. Let's see if Ezra can get there in the next few hours.
Sometime in late September or early October, you found out you were pregnant,
Yes.
and you asked Jason to pay for that abortion, correct?
I didn't ask him. We both kind of agreed on it.
You never asked Jason if he was okay with your getting an abortion, did you?
It was a time when we didn't have much conversation.
So you never asked Jason if he was okay with you having the abortion, did you?
I did ask him, yes.
When she first responded, she said it was a time where the couple didn't have much conversation, but when asked the second time, she insists that she did ask him. These are two conflicting answers. If she had asked Jason, she would have simply answered yes the first time that she was asked, instead of providing reasoning why she wouldn't have. If I ask you a leading question like the prosecution did, where one answer is clearly favored over the other, you would try to distance yourself from that option as much as possible. But Ezra doesn't do that. She, at first, attempts to validate her reasoning for not asking Jason, and then changes her answer to say that she did ask him, making her validation unnecessary. She lies so frequently that it's almost second nature, and it happens so quickly that the majority of people wouldn't even notice.
And you, by the way, when you went to the appointment where you confirmed you were pregnant,
Yes.
you asked immediately for information on an abortion?
No.
You asked at that same visit for information on an abortion, didn't you?
Yes.
And after you had the abortion, you began to get closer with Alex, correct?
That is correct.
And began to have a sexual relationship with Alex, correct?
Yes.
And while you started that sexual relationship with Alex, you were still living in Jason's apartment, correct?
Yes.
Still occasionally having sexual contact with Jason?
No.
There was absolutely no sexual contact between you and Jason between the time you started seeing Alex and the time that you stopped having sex with Alex?
The sexual contact wasn't intimate. Do you want me to elaborate on what I mean?
No, I'm not asking you to elaborate. I'm asking you, are you telling me that you had no sexual contact between...
I'm going to object. Can we please approach the bench?
Objection overruled, and Mr. DeFore, you may go ahead. I don't know if you remember the question.
I'll repeat the question, ma'am. My question is it your testimony then that between the time you started having a sexual relationship with Alex and the time that you ended that there was absolutely no sexual contact between yourself and Jason Mangle?
No.
Okay, so in fact, there was sexual contact between yourself and Jason Mangle during the time that you were having the sexual relationship with Alex, correct?
Later in the relationship, yes.
If you recall, Ezra told Alex, John, and everyone at Raisy's coffee shop that her relationship with Jason had soured after she got the abortion. She told them that he no longer touched her and refused to be intimate with her. Alex wrote about that fact in his journal, and Ezra maintained that after her abortion, her and Jason became roommates and were no longer physically intimate. But here she is saying they were still having sex and being physical with each other, but that wasn't intimate.
You may.
Mr. McCandless, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 700. Can you tell me, does that appear to be a document containing a series of text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
All right. And you had deleted all of those text messages from your iPod, correct?
I had deleted the app, yes.
This is something that Ezra has been known to say whenever she has accused someone of a crime. When the police asked her for the messages from John and her that would prove that he had forced her into a sexual relationship, she claimed she deleted them because they were just too triggering for her to look at. But we know that she only deleted the messages after telling Jason that John had taken advantage of her, because he was able to screenshot them as proof that they existed. She seemed to believe that by deleting her side of the messages that they would unsend and be unrecoverable, but thankfully that wasn't the case, and John was able to provide them to the police, exonerating himself. Similarly, when Ezra killed Alex, she deleted the texting app the pair had used to communicate, with the belief that the messages would also be deleted. And as you might recall, after she had stabbed Alex 16 times in the head, throat, torso, and groin, she had taken his phone and destroyed it outside of Don Sippel's farm. It seemed she believed that if she destroyed his phone, none of their communications would be able to be recovered by police, and she could frame their conversations whatever way she wanted. But obviously that wasn't the case. The police were able to download the contents of Alex's phone when it was brought in, and every message the former lovers had ever sent to each other was captured, and they showcased Alex as being an incredibly caring and compassionate individual, especially towards Ezra.
And that deleted all of those text messages, correct?
Yes, that would do that.
And you agree, why don't you... You talked in your direct about flaws. Can you turn to the second last page on that exhibit?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to the sixth text down is a text that came from Alex Woodworth that talks about flaws, correct?
Yes.
And you texted him back that flaws can be pretty interesting but hard to show, correct?
I think I might be mistaken on my page. Yes.
That was on October 29th of 2017, correct? Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 700 at this point.
All right, any objection?
Judge,
And need your mic on, microphone.
Yes, I'm sorry. Judge, I don't object to the admission of what's been testified to. I don't,
Okay, so if there's more, we'll address those one at a time, but Exhibit
Yes.
700 will be received as the text messages.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may?
okay, wait, I'm sorry. Are you on a different exhibit?
Yes, this is Exhibit 701. This is the one I just gave you.
Are we moved on from this?
I'm
then?
done with that one for
Okay.
now. Thank you.
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 701.
The following are the messages that we were able to make out as found on this exhibit. Ezra, I feel like I have a fever. It's weird. How much my? Alex, hopefully in a deep rhythm matched by soft sounds. Ezra, I'll stop every story at any penetration. That's where I actually have to ask, how do you want me? Alex, do that and it makes me want to. Ezra, haha, oh my god, I just connected Joji and Pink Guy together and found out who you were talking about. Alex, it's pretty chilly. I really like my room though in this place when I'm alone. Ezra, I love the layouts of those apartments. Sure, that'd be nice. When does your shift end today? Alex, shift ends at 2. Really wish it was sooner. I'm grumpy. Ezra, okay, that sounds doable. I'm sorry. I hope it goes quickly at least. Alex, I've got some long-ass shifts coming up next week. Ezra, ew, I'm so sorry, hun. Alex, happy to say I don't start until noon tomorrow.
That is an additional exhibit that contains additional text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
Actually, I'll read you that.
Thank you.
Specifically, you turn to the third page of that exhibit.
Yes.
All right. Referring on the third page, do you see a text that starts, people would be jealous?
Yes.
All right. And that text, in fact, is one from Alex to you, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on that one, it states, people would be jealous, but wouldn't even know how much better your booty looks without any clothes, correct?
Yes.
Your response to that is, OMG, I'm blushing, correct? I'm
Yes.
blushing, correct? And OMG is short for, oh my God?
Yes.
All right. And then you further respond, quote, nobody knows how nice your cock is, correct?
Yes.
And Alex responds to you, oh, but you do. I love how much you love my cock inside of you, correct?
Yes.
And you respond, I do. Let's be honest, correct?
Yes.
And the date on those text exchanges was January 25th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd move, again, for purposes of the texts that have been discussed at this point, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 701.
All right, Ms. Fishney?
I don't object to the lines that have been read thus far.
All right, so that portion of
the
it,
exhibit being admitted.
okay, that portion of Exhibit 701 will be received.
And again, that second set of messages that we talked about in Exhibit 701, those were also deleted from your iPod, correct?
Yes, I had deleted the app, so in return that deleted everything, yes.
Now, you testified on direct that you did not like it when Alex had you in the prone position. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may,
Mr. McCandless, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 702. That is a photo of yourself that you texted to John Hanson, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on the second page of this is a text where you state, I want to do something similar, but I'd like you to tie me up for it, correct?
Yes.
And that's referring back to the photo that's on the first page of that exhibit, correct?
Yes, for my photo shoot.
Your Honor, I move the admission of exhibit 702. I asked to publish it to the jury. I have copies for the jury.
All right, Exhibit 702 will be received, again, subject to the previous ruling, and objection preserved, can be published to the jury, but not published on the media.
Thank you, Judge. I'm also going to ask that that exhibit be sealed after the jury sees it.
We'll take that up at a later time.
All right, thank you.
I don't know that I can.
Ma'am, you also testified, I believe, on direct about something you called wax play. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. You never mentioned to Detective Prock when you talked to him that there was wax play or anything to do with candles, did you?
What interview are you speaking of?
Well, let's start with the interview on March 22nd or 23rd of 2018. You never mentioned in that interview to Detective Prock anything about wax play, did you?
No.
And in the interview on March 24th, the second interview you had with Detective Prock, you never told him anything about wax play in that interview, did you?
No.
And you also testified on direct that on one occasion that you could recall, Alex had cut your pants with a knife. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You never mentioned that to Detective Prock in your interview with him, did you?
No.
This is incredibly important, as Ezra in her defense stated that Alex cutting her pants during the assault was a part of a pattern of behavior that he had, and despite their messages never mentioning it before, and her waiting to bring it up until trial. In the interviews after the murder, she made no mention of the fact that he had cut her pants off during sex prior, and that this was a sexual behavior that he had repeated with her. Instead, when asked directly by Detective Prock if Alex had ever done anything like that before, she said no. Instead of being forthright with the detective, she lies, attempts to destroy the evidence that would prove she's lying, and then changes her story when the evidence is fully uncovered. She's done this multiple times. Mind you, just because Ezra had had consensual sex with both men doesn't mean that she would always consent to having sex with them. Consenting to one sexual encounter does not mean you will consent in the future, but all of the available crime scene evidence in these events do not align with any of Ezra's allegations. Add that, with her deleting the messages she shared between herself, John, and Alex, and the continued fables she has told the police, it becomes clear that what she is stating cannot be true. Ezra would like the jury to believe that she only lies about things when they don't matter, that it's just a coincidence that everything she's lied about has made her look guilty.
In fact, in your interview on March 24th,
Yeah, I'm going to object to that being a misstatement of the testimony. She says she recalls the interviews, but they seem like they were jumbled together.
I'm going to point her out to a specific page and
Oh, that's fine.
of the interview, counsel.
Sure.
You recall that interview, correct?
Bits and pieces, yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
In that interview, you were being asked about possibly being sexually assaulted, and on page 1636, isn't it true that you said, but I think I might have because of where the cuts are and stuff, because I don't know why somebody would cut my pants or anything, correct?
Yes.
That was your answer, correct?
Yes.
As a reminder, that excerpt was taken from the interview where Ezra later admitted that she remembered what happened, and had always remembered what had happened, and admitted that she had lied about losing her memory. When going over the first half of that particular interview, before the detectives let her know that they found Alex's body and they knew she was lying, she was priming the detectives to believe that Alex had sexually assaulted her. She claimed that because of the cuts in her pants and the small nicks on her thighs and legs, she thought it was possible that Alex had cut her pants off in order to assault her. If her version of events is true, and he had done that, she had no reason to speculate. She could have just told them out and out he tried to assault her in the back of her car, and she was forced to defend herself. But instead, she said she wasn't sure what happened, and had only come to suspect Alex might have tried to sexually assault her because of the cuts in her pants. Ezra believed that if she slowly fed the police information, her story would be more believable, and she would seem more sympathetic. She didn't count on them finding Alex on their own, and the crime scene being intact when they found it. She would later claim that she lied to the police about not knowing what happened because she, quote, didn't want to remember what had happened to her, and couldn't stop reliving the events in her head, which are two opposing statements. Her lawyers would later claim that the interviews she did after the attack were unlawful and should be thrown out. They claimed that the detectives forced her into talking when she was not mentally fit, and that she was too traumatized to understand the impact of what she was saying. Namely, because it's hard to argue that your client is telling the truth when they admit to lying multiple times on tape.
But you never told Detective Prock that the defendant had previously cut your clothes while you were that Alex had previously cut your clothes while you were with him, correct?
Correct.
You never told Detective Prock that Alex had actually strangled you previously, did you?
No.
In fact, all you said was that he put his arm by your neck at one point in time and that made you uncomfortable, correct?
Yes.
The relationship with Alex that you had continued until February 24th of 2018?
Around then, yes.
All right. And that's the date you sent a text to Alex and told him that you were no longer wanting to be involved with him, correct?
Yes.
All right. You told him that he never knew you, correct?
I don't exactly remember the text, no.
You told him that he should forget you, correct?
I could have said that, yes.
And you told him that you never knew him, correct?
Yet again, I could have said that, yes. I don't exactly remember the text message.
And you knew that those messages would be very hurtful to Alex, didn't you?
Yes.
And after the text of February 24th of 2018, Alex never initiated another contact with you, did he?
We passed each other at the coffee shop, but it was very brief interactions and we had stopped texting.
He never initiated a contact with you, did he?
No.
Ezra is asked if Alex ever initiated any interaction with her after she told him not to, and she mentions seeing him at Racy's, which, is the place that he worked. Again, she had told him not to talk to her, that she didn't want to see him anymore, but she was still going to go out of her way to go to his work.
And sometime in February, you began this flirtation with John Hansen? Or was it earlier than that?
Yes.
It was earlier than Jan?
No, it was in that time range.
Okay. And you eventually had 2 sexual encounters with Mr. Hansen?
Yes, I had.
And the one was in John Hansen's apartment, correct?
Yes.
And the second one was in the apartment that you shared with Jason Mangle, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that one was on Jason's bed, correct?
Yes, that was on our bed.
All right. And hanging above that bed was the picture that you gave to Max Martinson on March 22nd of 2018, correct?
Yes.
So you did not paint that picture for Max Martinson, correct?
No, not specifically.
Exhibit 176, please. Thank you. And approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Page 4.
Is that an admitted exhibit? Is that already in?
What's that?
Mr. DeFore?
Okay.
I don't have the exhibits memorized, but I'll take
It's the interview of March 23rd.
it. Okay, thank you.
All right. page 4 of here, you said to Detective Prock on March 23rd, so I went and made sure all the stuff was in the trunk and the painting because I painted something for Max, a friend, correct?
Yes, I had said that.
And the painting you were referring to is in fact the one that had been above the bed in the apartment you shared with Jason Mangle, correct?
Yes,
Because that's the painting you gave to Max Martinson on March 22nd, 2018, correct?
correct.
A painting that reminded you of the sexual encounter you had with John Hanson, correct?
It didn't remind me of it, but it was there when it did happen.
And it reminded Jason of that sexual encounter, correct?
It reminded him, yes.
Okay. So it's something that was standing in the way of your continued relationship with Jason, correct?
No, I still loved my painting.
During the period from October of 2017 to the time that you moved out in early February of 2018, Jason Mangle was still paying all the rent for that apartment, or at least his portion of the rent for that apartment.
Yes,
In fact, he was paying 2/3 of the rent, and Alex Zink was paying 1/3, correct?
I don't know exactly what their deal was.
Jason was paying for the vast majority of the food that you would consume in the apartment.
No,
He was paying for the utilities for the apartment.
that was split between them, yes.
And this allowed you weren't working at that from the time you left Joanne Fabrics, except for an odd job here and there.
Yes,
It allowed you to work on your art.
yes,
It allowed you to spend a lot of time at races with friends.
yes,
And then you moved out in early February of 2018, correct?
correct.
Right. And you sent a text message to Jason Mangle to basically break up with him, correct?
Correct.
You stayed some of the time with Alex Woodworth.
I didn't stay at his house, like live in, no.
Right. You didn't stay any times overnight at his house?
And before that, yes, I stayed overnight at his
Okay.
house. I wasn't living there though, no.
So you didn't stay overnight at Alex's after you broke up with Jason Mangle? Is that what your testimony is?
Maybe a night, but yes.
So you did stay over?
Yes, I had it confused as if you were saying if I had been living there.
And then you moved back to Stanley, Wisconsin?
Yes,
And you were first staying with your mother,
yes.
right? And then you got into this fight, correct?
Yes, we had an argument, yes.
And your mom kicked you out of the house, correct?
Yes, she kind of gave me an ultimatum, either leave Jason or you have to get out, so
She kicked you out of the house, correct?
I guess you could say that.
Ezra had characterized Alex's statement about her getting back together with Jason as being deeply controlling and possessive. He felt that he owned her in some regards and wanted her to be with him, but that wasn't the case. Everyone in Ezra's life had an issue with Jason, namely because she had turned the majority of people against him. If they ever got into an argument, even if it was relatively small, she would go into Racy's and tell all of their mutual friends. She had repeatedly vented about their lives together, labeling him as abusive and controlling for believing that she was cheating on him and wanting her to contribute to the household costs. With that in mind, when she told people she planned to get back together with him, nearly everyone she knew begged her to reconsider. They told her that she would be happier being single for a time, that they didn't even seem like they liked each other by the end, and that any relationship that is under a year old that needs to consider relationship counseling is not worth pursuing. The way she had discussed the issues they had prior to their breakup made it genuinely confusing for the people in her life to understand why she would want to get back together with him. Her mother even gave her this ultimatum about the situation, so her framing Alex's feelings as being a sign of his possessiveness and anger is completely unfair.
And then you moved in with your dad.
Yes,
At that point in time, though, it would be fair to say you would prefer to be in the Eau Claire area, correct?
yes,
wanted to still be with Jason at that point in time, correct?
Yes, I was exploring the idea of continuing our relationship.
You wanted to still be with Jason, correct?
Yes.
And spent a night or two with Jason in a hotel room, correct?
Correct.
Despite all the things that had happened, you still love Jason, correct?
Are you saying now?
No, at that time, in
Yes.
February and March of 2018.
Of course, of course.
And you referred to it, I believe, in your journal, Silence Broken, as being an ancient love, correct?
Correct.
And you were continuing to try to repair that relationship, correct?
Yes, we were working on things.
I have Exhibit 4.
You may.
Ms. McCandless, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked and admitted as Exhibit 420, which was identified as a communication timeline, and you were present when Ms. Wright testified how this was created. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right, and this is essentially a listing of all your Instagram messages between yourself and various individuals during the relevant time period. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. I'm starting on what is marked as DOJ 005088. Does that start with a communication between yourself and Jason Mangle on March 11th of 2018?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to leave that with you,
Okay.
and I'm going to pull it up here a second, and I'm going to go through some of this, and I want you to tell me if I'm reading them accurately, okay?
Okay.
All right. So here I am. The top of page 5088 that you see there
Yes.
is an Instagram to you from Jason Mangle, correct?
Correct.
And it's talking about basically a sexual encounter that the two of you had, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he states it was nice going slow until you told me faster, and your warmth and your smell, it all sticks with me, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then he continues on kissing and kissing, feeling like I could cry and smile at the same time, scared of how on fire it felt to kiss you, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now let's skip down a little bit. Turn to what would be 5090.
Yes.
And towards the bottom, the third from the top, or third from the bottom, I should say, is a message from Jason Mangle to you, stating that I was always so aroused by you,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
And then comes on, the next one, again from Jason, is part of the reason, like I said, I slept on the couch to prevent myself from the urge and possibly doing something, correct?
Correct.
Right, and then you reply, you know that if we sat down and had a conversation about the urges and what would happen if we both decided to go with them, I would have told you a lot about what was on my mind, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then going to the next page, you continue, I would have opened up about the ideas I wanted to explore, correct?
Correct.
She's talking about BDSM, as when Jason had discovered that Ezra had had sex with John and Alex, he was also made aware that they engaged in a form of BDSM, which was done at Ezra's behest.
And if you move to page 5093, be the
Did you say 5093?
5093, 5093. Be the fifth one down is a message from Jason indicating I would have been proud to be your husband, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I know, correct?
Correct.
And then he responds, and raise your kiddos, correct?
Correct.
And then you respond, you know your children will be raised so well, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, and that's a fact, correct?
Correct.
And then continue on, I'm weirdly good at mothering, correct?
Correct.
If you go to 5094, the very last text on that page, you state, or Instagram message, I should say.
The bench, please.
All right, you may proceed.
That text on the bottom, I'm not going to read the exact quote, but essentially, you indicate that you would be portraying the pregnancy you had if you ever tried to have children with anyone else, correct?
You said portraying. Did you mean betraying?
Betraying, yes.
Yes.
And you continue on with the next page, top of it. It's a deep feeling, and that's just it, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, another one from you, can't shake it and feel dumb and silly about it, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, hurts to know I'll never be able to have a child, but I just know what would feel right to me, and that's all, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, I feel so strongly when I feel, and it scares me a lot of the time, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, I'm passionate in love, and I'm hate, and then, correct? And I assume
Correct.
hate was not what you meant there, right?
Yes.
All right. And you corrected in the next one to in, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then next one is I don't know, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason replies, me either as, correct?
Correct.
And you state, you state next, I'm sorry, correct?
Correct.
And Jason then replies, I don't want kids with anyone but you, correct?
Correct.
And you state, that's how I feel also, correct?
Correct.
It just feels wrong, correct?
Correct.
Mr. DeFore.
I'm not going to ask the next,
Okay.
going to go on. And on the next page, which would be 5096, the second text down, or second Instagram message down is, it's not because how cute and the wonderful genetics we pass on, it's, and then you continue, more emotional and ancient, correct?
Correct.
All right, I think that's it for that particular exhibit, thank you. I'll take that back for now. Actually, no, why don't you keep that? So that was on, keep that for now. That was on March 11th, correct? Those Instagram messages we were just
Yes.
talking about? All right. Now, a short time later, on or about March 19th, you got a call from Jason, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that phone call, he told you that Jenna Van de Zandt had given him some additional details about your relationship with Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, he told you that Jenna had told him about an incident where you were in the shower with Alex, correct? Not introducing it.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Ezra's reaction here is strange, but telling. Upon hearing the question, she immediately begins to look between her lawyers and the judge, blatantly communicating that they need to object to this question. Something about this question is so detrimental to how she wants to portray herself to the jury that she refuses to answer until her lawyers object, which is immediately overruled. The interaction that is being discussed is one in which, after moving out of Jason's apartment, she slept over at Alex's apartment. The following day, Ezra and Alex came out of the apartment's shared bathroom and towels and talked to Alex's roommate, at which point Ezra said, "I just broke up with Jason, isn't that great?" Her reaction to this question is odd, as the jury already knew about this interaction between Ezra and Alex's roommate, given that the roommate and Jenna Van Zandt had already testified in this case. But it's highly likely she was drawing during those moments and forgot.
Do you recall an occasion when the defendant made some statement about her relationship with Jason Mangle?
So I remember one specific time she was coming out of my bathroom. She had a towel on, and Alex was with her. And she told me that she broke up with Jason and asked me if I thought it was great.
And did she, how did she look at that point in time? Did she have any expression on her face?
She was smiling.
Around, let's see, March 19th of 2018, do you recall going to the bar with Jason Mangle?
Yes,
And did you go to the joint?
yes,
And do you recall making a statement to Jason Mangle about his relationship with the defendant when you were at the bar with him?
yes, we talked extensively about their relationship, and he stated to me that,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained unless there's some,
No, I just want to know what you told Jason during that conversation at the bar, not Jason's response.
Objection, hearsay, irrelevant.
and what's the purpose?
So this is March 19th, a few days before the incident in question. I believe her statement to Jason Mangle is relevant to some events that are going to occur right after this.
Can we,
Yeah, let's do a sidebar. Okay, you can go ahead. Objection is overruled in part.
So did you have a conversation with Jason Mangle on March 19th of 2018?
yes,
And after that conversation, did you have a phone call from the defendant, or receive a phone call?
yes.
And what did the defendant tell you during that phone call?
She stated that it was my fault that Jason had texted her breaking up with her. She said I needed to fix it, that I needed to wake him up and talk to him about it immediately, that it was, she repeated multiple times that it was my fault, that things were not going the way that they should have been, that I was getting involved in a situation that I was not supposed to be in.
Yes,
All right, and you came out of the bathroom in a towel, correct?
Okay, now I'm going to approach it.
I,
Okay,
I don't object to that last question.
okay, you may continue.
Actually, no, I do object. If you're going to ask her if she said something, that's fine. I object to hearsay if it's something else.
Well, I'm again not introducing the matter for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor, but rather to show the knowledge that there is between her and Jason Mangle as of March 19th of 2018.
No, I'm going to object to hearsay. And if it's not for the truth of the matter, it's not got any relevancy to this. It's just gossip.
Well, I guess I'm not exactly
Can we
sure what it
approach
is
that, or
you're
I'll
objecting to.
explain?
No, I think Is this about the same thing we had the sidebar about?
Right.
Okay, and is this,
I've got, yes, two more questions.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. DeFore.
All right. So Jenna told Jason, and then he told you that you would come out of the shower with just a towel on, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
All right. And then the last part of that conversation that Jenna had with, Jenna Van de Sande had with Jason Mangle was that Jenna told Jason that you had told Matt Schreiner that you had just broken up with Jason, and isn't that great, correct?
I don't remember exactly, no, what I had said to Matt or if I talked to him.
I'm not asking you what you said to Matt Schreiner on,
Okay.
you know, when you, in that thing, I'm asking you, isn't it correct that Jason told you that Jenna told him that you had told that to Matt Schreiner, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
And she is pissed. The fact that her lawyers didn't get this line of questioning thrown out and she had to talk about this situation at all is upsetting to her.
After telling you about that, Jason hung up, correct?
Yes,
All right. And then you called Jenna Van de Sande, correct?
yes.
And told her she had to fix this, correct?
I don't believe those are my exact words, but I was just kind of like, what's going on?
That is not what happened. The following is taken from Jenna's testimony, which is incredibly interesting to watch.
So did you have a conversation with Jason Mangle on March 19th of 2018?
Yes,
And after that conversation, did you have a phone call from the defendant, or receive a phone call?
Yes.
And what did the defendant tell you during that phone call?
She stated that it was my fault that Jason had texted her breaking up with her. She said I needed to fix it, that I needed to wake him up and talk to him about it immediately, that it was, she repeated multiple times that it was my fault, that things were not going the way that they should have been, that I was getting involved in a situation that I was not supposed to be in. And then she told me, Jenna, I heard that you don't believe that I was assaulted.
And how did you respond?
I was crying. I felt like a bad friend. I apologized multiple times. I said that there had been so many things going on that I didn't know what to believe anymore. And I just kept profusely apologizing. But the hair on the back of my neck stood up the entire conversation because she was talking in the same tone that I am right now. And if you were accusing of someone of not believing that you were raped, I would think you would be a bit more upset about it.
Given Ezra's propensity to lie and Jenna's straightforward demeanor, I would venture to say that Jenna is the one being honest.
You wanted her to clear it up with Jason, correct?
And not exactly, I wouldn't say I wanted her to clear it up with him. He knew everything that had happened already. It's just, I was like,
So-
can you talk to him about this? He's angry and frustrated.
That's the same thing.
So you wanted her to talk to him about it, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then either on the 20th or the 21st, Jason gave you the letter that Jenna Van de Sande had sent, correct?
I don't know the exact date, but at some point he had given me the letter.
And in that letter, you read the letter, correct?
Yes, I read it.
And Jenna essentially said she was washing her hands of the situation, correct?
Yes.
Can you turn to, you still have Exhibit 420 up there?
That is correct.
Can you turn to, it's towards the end, and unfortunately my copy here doesn't have the DOJ page numbers on it, but it would be, I believe, 5361.
I have that page pulled up, yes.
All right, and is the top message on there one from Jason to you that says he said this isn't usual Jason breakup behavior?
Yes.
All right. right, great. This Instagram exchange appears to be around 17:07, which would be around 5:07 p.m. on March 21st.
Yes, early in the
Starts-
morning.
All right. And
Wait a minute, I'm confused. Is this UTC or is this Wisconsin?
this is Wisconsin time. This exhibit converted everything to Wisconsin time.
Okay, so just so it's clear to me, I'm sorry, counsel, 17, you said 17:07?
Yes, which would be 5:07.
Oh, in the evening? Is
Correct.
that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. And let's go towards the bottom. Jason sends a text to you. It's the second last one on there. Says, I'm worried right now. If I sleep, what will happen? Correct?
Correct.
And continues, what will I dream? Correct?
Correct.
And continues on, going on 4 months of this restless sleeping on a couch. Correct?
Correct.
And the next text is, and the new trauma really draining my hope, correct?
Correct.
And what he's referring to there by the new trauma is the information he got from Jenna Van de Zandt, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And then you respond, if you let yourself only think of negative things before you sleep, you let yourself lose, correct?
Correct.
Ezra should be a therapist. If you let yourself think about me cheating on you multiple times with people you were close to, you're making yourself feel bad, and you need to stop doing that, which is great advice.
And you state you become nothing, correct?
Correct.
And he responds, I can give hope, correct?
Correct.
But then continues on, but I feel like I lost mine, correct?
Correct.
And continues on, I'll faking it till it returns, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, yes, it's hard to try and stop thoughts, but it's not hard to replace them in positive ways. And the more you do it, the better it will get, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, sorry if I seem slightly distracted. I'm filling out an application also, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason replies, I was drinking enough to forget and see her, correct?
Correct.
Literally, it continues on, literally how sad is that, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I'm right here, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, each time you say that, you throw her away, correct?
Correct.
And continue on and push her further and further down, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, that's how I feel, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason responds, you know what I mean, correct?
Correct.
And then continues, the idea of you,
Correct.
the one, correct?
Correct.
The girl to prove me wrong, correct?
Correct.
Everything I never knew I always wanted, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, yes, but I'm not an idea, she never was. I am a human, she's alive, fighting harder than, correct?
Correct.
Just know that and respect her, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about what Ezra is saying here, because it's really incredible. In this conversation, where Jason is telling Ezra he is hurt that she cheated on him, he's having a hard time at the present moment because he just learned of another occasion where she has betrayed his trust, and she's guilting him for not seeing her as a fully realized person. She is claiming that the person he wanted her to be was unrealistic, a fantasy, of his future wife and partner, and that he needs to understand that she is a real person with real flaws. He was talking about being hurt by her in one of the worst ways possible, and saying that her actions caused him to no longer view her as a person that he could grow old with. And she replied by saying she was never that person, and essentially, he's at fault for expecting her to be that, which is next level manipulation. That's like if you were punched in the face by someone, and that person telling you that it's your own fault that they punched you because you should have never expected them to be kind in the first place. Don't you know that they have flaws? Their dad was mean to them, which is, incredible.
And then Jason responds, I can, correct?
Correct.
And also continues on, but I also can't hold my tongue. Now speaking thoughts isn't going to help either of us, correct?
Correct.
And continues kind of what got us in this situation, correct?
Correct. I think he might have meant not speaking.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
And we're going to continue down a little bit. Going to, it should be 5365 at the bottom. Are you there?
Yes.
The second last message is one from Jason indicating, do you want me to call, correct?
Correct.
And now we're at about 1853, which would be about 6:53 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And you respond, yeah, please, correct?
That is correct.
And then continuing to the next page, about halfway down, right after it indicates that Journal 2 and Journal 1 were last updated. Do you see those?
Yes.
All right. It says there was a message from Jason indicating was nice talking, correct?
That is correct.
And you say very nice, correct?
That is correct.
And he then states, hope you feel a little better, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I do. I hope you also, correct?
Correct.
And you state, it's nice to hear a voice that makes me calm, correct?
Correct.
And Jason then responds, all things considered, I miss your voice, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And you respond, well, it's the same for me, correct?
Correct.
And then skipping a couple, it says, truly it was nice talking, let's keep it up, correct?
Correct.
And he replies, we should try, correct?
Correct.
And then states, with you working, it's going to be less often, correct?
Correct.
And he says, and same here, hopefully, correct?
Correct.
And you then respond, good days, bad days, I'm happy to talk. Oh, don't worry, plenty of time between work and sleep to talk with the jobs I'll be having, and I'll happily talk, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, don't forget I also have the phone next to me at night. Here, if late night you really need to call, correct?
Correct.
And Jason responds, good to know, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then asks you what time you're thinking of coming Wednesday, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is an Instagram message that was on March 21st of 2018, correct?
That is correct.
All right, which would have been a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
All right, because we know March 22nd was a Thursday, correct?
Correct.
So this is referring to the next week, meaning March 28th, correct?
Yes.
All right. And continues on, and you have to work that night, correct?
Correct.
And continues on, and do I need anything prepared, correct?
Correct.
And then you respond, well, the appointment was for at 1, and yes, I worked that night at 9:45, 10 PM, correct?
Correct.
And then state, I would just bring your IDs and stuff, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's continue to page 5370.
I am there, yes.
All right, and do you see the text that said, "Pops will be proud"?
Yes.
And then that came from Jason, correct?
Correct.
And this is at about 8:31 PM. It says 2031.
Yes.
And then he responds 9:19, correct?
Correct.
And then you state life starts now, correct?
Correct.
And Jason's response to that is no more excuses, correct?
Correct.
No more lies, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I thought about it a lot, and I think I'll call Wintership to return the tattoo gift so I can for sure pay for therapy, correct?
Correct.
And respond, continue on, it's more important, correct?
Correct.
All right, and he responds, it's up to you, not even 100% sure if you can, correct?
Correct.
And you say, that's why I'll call, correct?
Correct.
And continuing to the next page, which is 5371, you see the last text on, or Instagram message on that page is from you to Jason, correct?
Correct.
And it states you are loved, correct?
Correct.
And then good night, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason responds, good night, Ezra, correct?
Correct.
And then he states, you don't understand, he builds bicycles, correct?
Correct.
And then says guys, correct?
Correct.
And then these wheels, correct?
Correct.
And your response to that at 9:38:11 is an Instagram that says, my husband, correct?
Correct.
And his response is dream wildly, correct?
Correct.
And that would be the last Instagram outside of it looks like a photo or some type of link that's received between you and Jason Mangle on March 21st of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You can keep that up there for now. We'll probably be talking a little more about that. So let's get to March 22nd of 2018. You woke up that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you had to find your keys that morning, correct?
I knew where they were, yes.
But your dad had hidden your keys, hadn't he?
He didn't hide them. He said he hid them, but he just placed them on top of the cupboard, the tall cupboard.
All right. A place that would be harder for you to reach, correct?
Yes, I'm not very tall.
Be harder for you to reach, correct?
Yes.
And he did that because he told you shouldn't be driving, correct?
Yes.
And I think in your interview with Detective Prock that we heard the other day, there was something about insurance, correct?
Yes. It was about insurance.
And you had to walk to get your car, correct?
That is not correct.
Okay, your car wasn't at the gas station in Stanley?
No.
Most of this cross-examination has been focused on showcasing how much inane bullshit that Ezra lies about. There was no reason to lie about where her car was, but she did. There was no reason to lie about being kicked out of her mom's house for getting back with Jason, but she did that anyways. One of the most stressful things about these videos has been trying to focus on which lies to talk about, because there are just so many that if we stop every time, this video would probably never end.
And then you drove over to Alex's house, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the first place you went when you got to
Eau Claire?
Eau Claire, yes.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. But you told Officer Reeves when you talked to him that you went to Racy's first, didn't you?
Which officer was Officer Reeves?
Officer Reeves was the Eau Claire police officer that you talked to at the hospital on March 22nd of 2018.
There's a lot about speaking with individuals in the hospital that I don't remember.
Yes, she does. She admitted that the memory loss after the attack was a lie. Are we supposed to believe that only some of that was a lie? Like she remembered the attack and then chose to pretend like she just didn't remember it. But then there are actual instances that she genuinely doesn't remember and we're simply supposed to believe her. And when are we supposed to believe her? Because she says contradictory things constantly. If we believe what she is saying now, are we now supposed to believe everything she said previously was fraudulent? And if that is the case, are we just supposed to pretend that she didn't blatantly lie? Or should we just always believe that she is telling us the truth until proven otherwise? And then whatever she says next, we can believe that, and then so on. Everything she says is so contradictory that it becomes increasingly difficult to keep up with. We are fucking struggling and we have the goddamn timeline, as well as all the evidence that's been made public, and we've been researching this shit for weeks. Now imagine if you were just a random person who met her once. You'd be fucked.
You told Detective Prock when you were interviewed on March 23rd that the first place that you went, on March 24th, you told Officer Prock that the first place that you went was Racy's, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't true, was it?
I had misstated yes.
It wasn't true, correct?
Yes.
She again is showing agitation at her legal team. Her slight glances over at them are telling, because she is trying not to portray that she is upset, but she clearly feels that they should be objecting more to his line of questioning. Pay attention to how often she will look over at her lawyers, because it will begin to get more and more frequent from this point on.
And the reason that you were going to meet Alex was to return a heating pad and a bookmark?
I had said that yes. I just had some various things. The heating pad for sure.
And there was an enclosed porch on Alex's residence, correct?
Yes, it's
And
enclosed.
you could have left the heating pad and the bookmark on that porch, correct?
Yes.
You never told Detective Prock when you talked to him on March 23rd that you were going to or wanted to show Alex your journals, did you?
No.
And you never told Detective Prock when he interviewed you on March 24th that you wanted to show Alex your journals, did you?
No, I don't believe I did.
And you never actually showed Alex your journals, did you?
We just discussed them, yes.
You didn't show him your journals, did you?
Not physically, no.
That's a no?
Yes. Sorry.
And you agree that when
Again, she wants her lawyers to object. She keeps looking at them in the same manner she did when she wanted them to object to the shower question, but they have no basis to do so. Her agitation is subtle, but it's slowly building.
when you went to see Alex on March 22nd, that Alex was afraid of you, correct?
That is not correct.
All right, well, let's take a look. Can you turn to 5161 in Exhibit 420?
Excuse me, counsel.
Yep.
Mr. DeFlorence.
Yes.
Correct.
Your Honor, it appears that the times may be off by an hour. I'd have to look at it to be sure, but I'm not going to dispute the council is correct. But it may be that the times in March might be at the end, towards the end of March, might be off by an hour. They might have been adjusted for standard time versus daylight savings time. So.
Yes, I showed Mr. DeFore the original what the actual UTC was, and it was daylight savings time by then.
Yeah.
That's all.
Daylight savings time, and I understand, and I checked it, would have started March 11th, and I don't have a problem with the court taking judicial notice of that.
Any issue with that?
No.
Okay, the court will take judicial notice of that fact.
Are you at 5161?
You said 5161?
Yes.
Just about there.
When you're there, let me know.
Yes.
All right. And just so that it's clear that we're on the same page as the last Instagram on there, say yes, hun, on 5161.
That is correct.
Okay. Go up a few from there.
Yes.
Fifth one up from the bottom is an Instagram from yourself to Jason Mangle, correct?
Just for accuracy, counsel, could you just state what the date of that conversation was?
Sure. This is on March 12th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the fifth one up there is, quote, he's scared of me, correct?
Yes.
And you're talking about Alex Woodworth in that conversation, are you not?
Yes.
But you were not afraid of Alex, correct?
No.
You went back from Alex's to Racy's after you were there the first time, correct?
Correct.
And at that time you met with Max Martinson, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you eventually went to Max's apartment,
Yes.
exchanged paintings, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then you returned to Racy's, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Racy's the first time that morning, you parked on the street, correct?
Yes.
Shut your car off, correct?
I don't remember exactly, but I might have, yes.
And then went into Racy's, correct?
Yes.
All right. Came back out, started your car back up again, correct?
Yes, I drove my car.
And then drove to Max's, correct?
Yes.
Shut your car off when you got to Max's?
No.
Okay. Went back to Racy's, parked again, correct?
Yes.
All right. Shut your car off and went back into Racy's?
I'm not exactly sure if I shut my car off that time or not.
And I just want to talk very, very briefly about the clothes that you were wearing that day. I want to start with that yellow shirt that you had on, okay?
Yes.
That was the shirt,
Talking about a yellow shirt or yellow sweater?
no, the yellow shirt.
The last layer of clothing, the yellow tiger shirt, I believe?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
The
That,
inside.
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
That's why I was confused, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ezra stares down at her lawyer as she corrects her, and before they continue on, she lets out an irritated sigh. Something about this clarification has deeply pissed her off. It seems that Ezra is now of the belief that her lawyers are just incompetent and not doing an adequate job. In fairness, they are fighting for Ezra the best that they can, but it's incredibly hard to get a court to believe her version of events when she so consistently lies throughout the entire case and her story doesn't align with direct, concrete physical evidence.
And that yellow shirt was the one that was closest to your body, correct?
Yes.
And that was actually Jason Mengle's shirt, wasn't it?
That was one of his shirts, yes.
All right. And one that you had referenced to Jason Mangle as sleeping next to because it had his smell on it, correct?
Yes.
So that shirt was important to you, correct?
It was a shirt, yes. I just liked
And in
it.
fact, In fact, you had told Jason Mangle in an Instagram message that you were concerned that it had been washed and that would have washed his smell off of it, correct?
Yes, the boyfriend smell.
And you were wearing some jeans, correct?
Yes.
Right. And in fact, you told Detective Prock that you had made those jeans, correct?
Yes, they were very large when I bought them, and I really liked them, so I had to tailor the waist in quite a bit.
Ma'am, my question is, you told Detective Prock that you made those jeans, correct?
Yes.
You didn't actually make those jeans, did you?
I didn't manufacture them, no, but I did alter them.
Ma'am, you didn't actually make those jeans, correct?
No, I did not manufacture those jeans.
You didn't make those jeans, correct?
Asked and answered.
It hasn't been yet,
Well,
that's
it
the
hasn't been
problem.
answered. I think just have to answer the question.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Once you got to Alex's apartment the second time,
Yes.
you knocked on the door the second time, correct?
Yes, knocked on the door.
And then you saw Mr. Studing, correct?
Yes, I seen Dave.
And eventually Alex came down and answered the door, correct?
Yes.
And you, without any question, went up to Alex's room with him, correct?
There was a brief conversation before we went upstairs, yes?
Right. But then eventually you went up to his room, correct?
Correct.
Didn't protest that at all, correct?
That was our meeting space.
You didn't protest that at all,
No.
correct? You didn't say, let's meet down here in the living room, let's talk outside, let's talk in my car, anything like that, correct?
No, I was comfortable going to his room.
And you had no idea if Mr. Studing was staying, leaving, what he was doing, correct?
No, I just assumed he was home.
And went into Alex's room, correct?
Correct?
Door was closed, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And you said you started talking to him about your relationship with him, correct?
Yes, and many other things.
And you told Alex in that conversation that your relationship, you thought that your relationship with him was wrong, correct?
Not that it was just wrong, that I had a lot of mixed feelings about it, and that it shouldn't really have gone the way it did.
According to her previous testimony, she had gone to Alex's house not only to give him back his heating pad and his singular bookmark, but to show him the journal that she had written about him and their relationship. As a reminder, let me read to you that specific portion of the journal that is about Alex. It started as a friendship, walking and sharing the deep feelings of confusion and pain, wanting to be deeply understood during a time of uncertainty. I would look at them and not see beauty, but a red nose too big for a face where eyes looked dead. A brow jutting out of a large, bulbous forehead, a smile that would make me cringe. Pores and veins stuck out on pasty translucent skin, all felt like bugs under my skin. The scar on their wrist red and deep. That doesn't really seem to portray mixed feelings about a relationship. It seems to display a deep hatred and disgust at the person who wrote complex prose about how deeply they loved her. Mixed feelings would say you love them, but the relationship was wrong, and you feel guilty about it. Not mocking a suicide attempt and then going over every part of their disgusting little face and how deeply sickened you are by it. Jesus Christ. Like, what did he do? Ezra does this with the majority of her relationships. If you've watched our comprehensive coverage of this case, you will see a pattern. If you do anything that upsets her, anything at all, she feels justified in accusing you of horrible things. She's done it to her father, her mother, Jason, Alex, and John. If you hurt her feelings, you're an abuser, someone who is toxic, someone who is deeply problematic and dangerous to be around. But then, directly after that, we'll be confused as to why that person was hurt by her actions and doesn't want to spend time with her anymore. One of the most obvious examples is John Hanson. She stated earlier in her testimony that she wanted to share these journals and her feelings directly with John Hanson, a man she had erroneously accused of rape. It seems like it never occurred to her that he, the person she falsely accused of a crime, who could have been arrested and put in prison had he not been able to prove that it had been consensual, wouldn't want to ever see her again, much less listen to her tell him about her feelings over the situation. Her testifying that her feelings towards Alex were mixed goes directly against her own journals, which she went over to show him, and then later goes against her police interviews. Again, we have to ask, which Ezra do we believe? But the real answer is none of them.
You told Alex that you thought that the relationship made you feel really like gross and like wrong and things like that, correct?
Yes, it brought me a lot of anxiety and guilt.
Question is, you told Alex that it made you feel really like gross and like wrong and things like that, correct?
I don't remember specifically saying it on that day, no.
You told Detective Prock that that's what you told Alex, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you asked Alex if he felt the same way about the relationship, correct?
I believe I asked him questions, yes.
And Alex told you he didn't feel the same way about it, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. In fact, he didn't feel guilty at all about your relationship, correct?
Yes, he didn't feel guilty at all.
While you're in Alex's room, he never threatened you at all, correct?
No.
Never told you he was going to harm you, correct?
Correct.
Never told you that he wanted to have sex with you one more time, correct?
Correct.
And Jason got there at some point in time, correct?
Yes.
Came into the bedroom by
Yes.
you, correct? You didn't tell Jason that there were any problems, correct?
Correct.
In fact, told Jason everything's fine, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And then Jason left for a time, correct? He left, right?
Well, he went downstairs and outside and waited by my car.
So he left from Alex's bedroom, correct?
From the bedroom, yes.
And you stayed in Alex's bedroom for at least a little while after Jason left, correct?
Not long after, no.
You stayed in Alex's bedroom for a little while after Jason left, correct?
A little while, yes.
And then you left, correct?
Yes.
Alex left the
Yes.
bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And you went outside at that point, correct?
Yes.
And when you went outside, the Eau Claire police officers were there, correct?
That is correct.
There were two of them, right?
Yes.
And they asked you if everything's okay, and you told them everything's fine, right?
Yep. Yes.
And at the time you met with the Eau Claire Police Department, you knew about all the things you testified about that related to your relationship with Alex previously, correct?
Yes.
You knew all about these journal entries or these essays that you've talked about, correct?
Yes.
You knew at that time all about the things you testified about your prior sexual relationship with Alex Woodworth, correct?
They weren't on my mind at the time, but yes.
And you knew all about the things that you've testified this morning that made you uncomfortable about your relationship with Alex, correct?
Yes.
Despite that, you told the police that everything was fine, correct?
At that time, during that part of the day, I believed everything was fine. That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that everything before that is correct be stricken as unresponsive to my question.
No, Judge, I would object to that. Many witnesses have added something in as they've explained their answers. They're entitled to explain.
I'm just going to let the answer stand. Go ahead, continue, please.
And your plan was at that point in time to go someplace public to talk to Alex, correct?
It's what we talked about, yes. It was
Something.
on our minds, yes.
Something like a park, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned it together.
And you were driving when you left from there, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, by the way, when you were there, Officer O'Neill asked to see your driver's license, correct?
That is correct.
And he asked you if you could find it, correct?
Correct.
And your license was in your wallet, correct?
Correct.
All right. Your wallet was in that center console of the car, correct?
I believe so.
Well, in fact, you testified on direct
Yes.
that
Yes, it was.
there, correct?
That is correct.
Center console also was where the knife was, correct?
I don't know exactly where the knife was. I believe it was in the center console.
All right. And you told Officer O'Neill you couldn't find your driver's license, correct?
I think I was having trouble shuffling around. Middle console is full of a lot of papers and things also.
You told Officer O'Neill you
Yes, that I
couldn't
was having
find your
trouble finding it. Yes.
driver's license, correct?
That is correct.
Can you describe your wallet for us?
Just kind of a regular wallet.
How big is it?
Smaller, just a regular leather wallet. Your
I mean,
typical
is it
wallet.
a wallet that you put in a pocket, or is it a larger wallet that you'd put in your purse?
It's a smaller one. I don't usually carry a purse.
So after you're done talking to the officers, they leave, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then you talked for a short time with Jason Mangle, correct?
That is correct.
And then drove off, correct?
Yes, we left.
And when you drove off, you were the one driving the car, correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't, Alex had gotten in your car, correct?
Yes.
Didn't tell him you didn't want him in there, did you?
No.
Had no issue, in fact, with Alex coming along with you, right?
No.
You wanted to continue to talk to Alex, correct?
Yes.
Admitted as Exhibit 419B. You see that?
Yes.
All right. And that, you recognize, this is Alex's residence right here?
Yes, I can see that.
And you were driving, right? Correct?
Are we speaking of after we had left the residence?
Right, after you left the residence, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said you wanted to go to a park, correct?
Yes.
You were familiar with Phoenix Park, because in fact you mentioned Phoenix Park to
Yes.
Detective Prock, correct?
Yes.
Phoenix Park is right here, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And Half Moon Park is right here, correct?
That is correct.
Both of those are within a few blocks of Alex's residence, correct?
Yes.
You didn't drive to either of those parks, did you?
It wasn't really concrete, so I just drove.
You didn't drive to either
No.
of those parks, did you?
No.
Instead, you headed west on Cameron Street, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And just basically headed out of town, correct?
Yes, I'm just basically.
You wanted to be in a place where it was in public, correct?
Correct. That had
That
been
would
mentioned.
imply other people being present, correct?
Yes, that would imply that.
Phoenix Park would be a location where other people would be present, wouldn't it?
At times, yes.
All right, and Half Moon Park would be a place where other people would be present, correct?
At times, yes.
And you didn't go to either of those locations, correct?
No.
You passed by a park as you got into Dunn County, correct?
I'm not aware of any parks in Dunn County.
Oh, you drove on County Highway E, correct?
No, I'm going to object. That's
I-
misstating the testimony because she said
Really
they
don't.
switched drivers and,
Well, she said she didn't know when.
Yeah, it's not clear when and where they switched drivers, so you may continue this line of questioning.
I honestly was just driving. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going. I was just on a road driving.
Going to someplace public to talk, correct?
that had been mentioned, but sometimes we drive around and we talk.
Now, you said that as you're driving, you started to feel uncomfortable, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Didn't turn around and just come back into town or ask Alex to get out of the car? Didn't do either of those?
No.
Now, I seem to recall when you talked to Detective Prock that you told him that Mr. Sipple seemed familiar. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you know, now at least certainly, Mr. Sipple lives on 430th Ave, correct?
That is correct.
And 430th Ave happens to be the exact road that you turned off of when you turned off of County Highway E, correct?
Yes, that's the road Alex turned off of.
And you told Detective Prock, actually, strike that, withdraw that. The stop along 430th was at the very first field road that happens as you got to 430th, correct?
Yes, that's where he had stopped driving.
And I want to talk a little bit about the circumstances once you got there. You said that the vehicle got stuck and just couldn't get it out, correct?
The first time it got stuck, I maneuvered it, but the second time, no, I could not get it out.
Yep. And that's what I meant, and
Okay,
thank you
thank
for
you.
clarifying that.
Yes.
Once it got stuck, you said you sat for a period of time on the trailer hitch, correct?
Yes, after looking around a bit.
5-10 minutes you sat on the trailer hitch?
I can't tell you an exact time, no.
Short period, long period?
It felt like a long period of time.
All right. You don't know, though?
No.
All right. And then Alex came up to you and talked to you, correct?
He didn't really speak. It was more of an action.
Okay. He hugged you, you said, correct?
From behind, he approached me and he hugged me.
As a reminder, this version of events would be the third one Ezra set forth. That's important, as this is the version that she put forward after she'd been made aware of the crime scene evidence and how it didn't align with her original version of events. Wait, sorry, that's confusing. It didn't align with either of the two stories she had told about what had happened the night she murdered Alex. Prior to that, she hadn't talked about getting out of the car and sitting on the trailer hitch nearby, or Alex coming up behind her and hugging her, or Alex, after she stabbed him in the head, asking her to help him pee. Those additions were specifically made after the crime scene investigation found that the majority of the blood evidence was found outside of the car, and that it appeared that the attack began there, and then Alex had tried to seek refuge inside the vehicle. Now is also a good time as any to remind you that Ezra reported that she is a deeply anxious person, and that anxiety manifests itself particularly as breathing distress. In every version of events she is given, she discussed needing to catch her breath in some form, and needing to simply focus on her breathing for a bit. Her conversation with Alex, where he told her that he didn't want her to get back with Jason, which was calm and measured in tone, was so stressful to her that she began to have breathing issues. However, in this cross-examination, where the prosecution has been fairly aggressive in their line of questioning and tone, she's had no issues. Earlier, we pondered if this was the best strategy for the prosecution to put forth, as she could easily use it to make herself look badgered and victimized. But instead, she had held her own in a situation that most anyone would view as anxiety-inducing.
So let's talk about you're getting in the back seat.
Yes.
You said you got in the back seat and your story today was that you laid down on your back, correct?
Yes.
Right. Isn't it true that you told Detective Prock?
No, I'm going to object. That misstates the testimony. She said she went in the back seat, she was curled up in a certain way, and then she turned on her back.
Yes.
Well, the jury heard the testimony, so they decide.
you told Detective Prock that you were actually on, and, well, all right, well, let's just complete it then. Your story that you told the jury today was that when Alex got into the car, you were on your back, correct?
Yes, I had been repositioned myself after I felt him approach.
Ma'am, my question was, your story that you told today when you testified was that when Alex got on top of you, you were on your back, correct?
Yes, when he had gotten top of me, I was on my back.
Right. And in fact, when you met with Detective Prock and then Investigator Conkey, you told them that you were on your stomach when Alex got on top of you, did you not?
I don't exactly remember, no, but I've seen it and I've read, yes.
But you never told Detective Prock that that Alex told you to go lay down in the seat, did he? Did you?
I believe no, I did not.
I'm sorry?
No, I did not, no.
In fact, the only thing you told Detective Prock was about going into the back seat to look for something to get you unstuck, correct?
Yes,
And you told Detective Prock that it was when you were in the back seat trying to find something to get the car unstuck that Alex supposedly attacked you, correct?
correct.
It might seem pedantic of the prosecution for continuing on to point out how her story has changed, but this is massively important. Ezra lied in her initial retellings because she fully expected that by the time Alex and her car had been found, all of the blood evidence and footprints of the scene would be washed away. She believed that by her losing her memory and not helping the detectives locate Alex, they wouldn't be able to find him, and she could slowly drip feed them information. Luckily, that wasn't the case, but Ezra never expected the crime scene to show the full story of what happened. The story going from occurring entirely in the backseat of her car to happening partially outside is a significant and massive change, and one that, if Ezra is to be believed, changes nothing. So why did she leave it out of her original retelling? Why, when she stated she remembered the entire event, did she lie anyway?
You never told Detective Prock that the defendant put the scarf over your eyes, did you?
No, I had not said that.
And if I understood your story as you told it to us today, this morning, or actually this afternoon, you need Alex in the groin and the knife fell out of his hand, correct?
Correct,
And then you grabbed the knife, correct?
correct.
It's not what you told Detective Prock, is it?
I don't believe so. I would
In
have,
fact, you told Detective Prock that you grabbed the knife by the blade, correct?
I believe I've said that, yes.
All right, and got it away from Alex by grabbing it by the blade, correct?
I might have said that, yes.
And you said that it hurt a lot when you did that, correct?
Correct.
Judge, if he's going to do that, I just asked that there be exact lines and that she be shown a transcript, because she testified she doesn't remember exactly what she said, but she's acknowledged whatever's in there is accurate regardless of her memory. So I would ask she be given an opportunity to look at the transcript before she answers her questions.
This is cross-examination, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Could I have Exhibit 196, please?
Is that the 23rd or the 24th? Counsel?
Exhibit 196
The
is
24th.
one of the articles referenced by Dr. Tillotson.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'd like to approach.
Thank you for clarifying that. All right, there's no objection out there at this time.
Please switch to the phone just a moment. Now, you were present in court earlier in the trial when Dr. Tillotson testified, correct?
Correct.
And you were also present in court when Dr. Tillotson testified at an earlier hearing, correct?
Correct.
And you were present when Dr. Tillotson showed a photo that is part of Exhibit 196 that shows what a hand would look like when it would grab a knife by the blade, correct?
That's not his testimony. What he testified about was what was in a learned treatise by Spitz and Fisher.
Specifically, you saw this photo at both the pretrial hearing and at the hearing at this trial, correct?
Yes.
So now your testimony was that you got the knife out by kneeing Alex in the groin, correct?
That is correct.
Let's talk about where you were when you stabbed Alex various times. First off, which hand did you hold the knife in?
I assume it was my right hand.
So you were holding the knife in your right hand, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if I understood your testimony correctly, there was one time you stabbed Alex when he was outside of the car,
Yes.
and that was in his side?
Yes.
Which side?
I can't answer that.
Okay. You don't remember which side?
I just remember reaching around and stabbing Alex, yes.
In the side?
Yes.
All right. And he had his coat on at the time, correct?
Yes.
And you also the rest of the times you stabbed him, he was in the car, correct?
Correct.
He was on top of you, correct?
No.
You stabbed him, when you stabbed Alex in the side of his head, he was in the car, correct?
Correct.
When you stabbed him in the genitals, he was inside the car, correct?
Yes.
Right. When you stabbed him 3 times in the left side of his neck, he was inside the car, correct?
That had happened in the car, yes.
Right. When you stabbed him the other 2 times in the left side, he would have been in the car then, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when you stabbed him in the stomach, he was in the car, correct?
Yes.
When you stabbed him in the right leg, he was in the car, correct?
I don't know precisely each wound. I just know all of this happened in the car, yes.
And, well, and you were here when Dr. Mills testified to where Alex was all stabbed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you stabbed him then the 2 times in the back when he was in the car, correct?
Yes.
And the 3 times that you sliced across his neck, he was in the car, correct?
Correct.
Where was Alex in relation to you specifically when you stabbed him in the head?
He was facing me.
All right. How close to you was he?
He was very close to me.
Within inches?
I can't tell you within inches. He was in front of me. He was face to face with me.
You could see his face?
Yes.
All right. And you said you didn't have your glasses on at the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if you could see his face, he was probably pretty close to you, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stabbed him using your right hand, correct?
I stabbed him, yes.
And you said you were using your right hand to stab him, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when you sliced him across the neck those 3 times, was he also?
I'm going to object to sliced across the neck 3 times, and it's been asked and answered.
Well, in a different way. You may proceed. Overruled.
All right, well, let's do it this way. When you sliced him across the neck the first time, he was right in front of you then as well?
I don't remember distinct separate times.
Okay, well, when you sliced him across the neck then all 3 times, he was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Within inches?
I don't know within inches. He was
What?
in front of me.
Okay, again, you could see him at that point in time, correct?
I can see a person is in front of me. It's if I can see detail or not.
This is a ridiculous argument to put forward. Unless she stabbed another person 16 times, it doesn't matter if she can see detail. She knows the person she stabbed was Alex.
Just so that we're clear, you took the word boy and carved that into your arm yourself, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you take off that blue flannel shirt before you did that?
I believe so, no.
All right. Did you cut through this blue flannel shirt to do that?
Yes.
All right. Did you take off the blue, and I'm sorry, I didn't understand exactly what you said. It's spotted, or it's not spotted, it's actually got something else on it?
It appears to have small plants on it.
Okay. Did you take that shirt off before you carved boy into your arm?
No, I hadn't taken my clothes off.
All right. So you just cut through those shirts?
I cut through a shirt. I don't remember if my other shirts were pushed up or if something else was in the way. I remember cutting through my blue shirt, yes.
I'm sorry?
I remember cutting through my flannel, my
Okay.
outer shirt.
And the other shirt was underneath it, right?
Yes.
Right. And the spot where you had boy carved into your arm was up almost to your elbow where it started, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And actually, Your Honor, just so that we're clear on it, could you switch to my computer, please? I'm showing Exhibit 317 at this point in time. That's your arm, correct?
Correct.
All right, and it appears to be almost up to your elbow where the B starts, correct?
It's lower than that,
Right.
but it's near, yes.
All right, and then continues down to about probably halfway down your forearm, correct?
I would say the word itself is in the middle of my forearm.
Okay.
Again, Ezra is being needlessly nitpicky with the prosecution in order to establish some sort of control in the situation. We're looking at the picture. The B is next to her elbow, exactly as he said. Any rational person would look at this photo and say yes, the B is close to her elbow, but she has to correct him and tell him she believes that it begins towards the middle of her forearm. Then, when he states that the word travels halfway down her forearm, she once again feels the need to correct him. She's done this with various pieces of information, and each time it only makes her seem finicky. The details that she's getting upset about change nothing. They add nothing. They don't make her story more believable, and they make her look more dishonest. She wants to get the final word in and be seen as more correct.
All right, thank you. All right, so after you did, and you were, I think you said by the trunk of the car when you did that?
Yes.
All right, and after you did that is when you took off running from there?
Yes.
All right, down that muddy road?
It was stumbling, falling. It wasn't like I was running, but
Okay.
running in a sense,
All right.
yes.
That's fine, and fair enough. But that's when you took off down the road, correct?
Correct.
All right. And went right from the trunk down the road, correct?
Correct.
Can we switch to my computer again? I have Exhibit 72 up. So could you, and here I'm going to give you a laser pointer. Could you show us on here where Alex was laying down when you left from that area? You said it was by the trailer, so I just want to know exactly where he was.
He was, I don't know, he was in this area.
Okay. So the area around by the number 9 on there.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes.
And his, you can switch off his coat was off?
Yes,
He was laying down on top of his coat?
that is correct.
What was on top of his coat, his head or some other part of him?
His body was on, he was on top of his coat. I can't specifically tell you what parts, exactly what were on the top of the coat. He was laying on top of the coat.
Right. And I think you said you took his phone, correct?
I grabbed it from the car, yes.
All right, and you took his phone so you could call for help, correct?
Yes.
Didn't dial 911, did you?
No.
Didn't call Jason Mangle, did you?
No.
Didn't call, in fact, anybody for help, did you?
That's what I wanted to do, but I couldn't.
You didn't call
No.
anyone for help, did you?
No.
She absolutely could call for help. There was cell service in the area of the murder, but Ezra is trying to state that she grabbed the phone to contact emergency services, but the moment she had the phone in her hand, she was just too traumatized to actually use it.
Where did you grab Alex's phone from?
The car.
I'm sorry?
The car.
Where in the car?
It was in the back of the car.
Where in the back of the car?
I'd seen it in the footwell.
I'm sorry?
I had seen it inside, I spotted the phone inside the footwell.
Okay. Passenger side or driver's side?
It was in the footwell. It was just amongst,
You don't know whether it was the passenger side or the driver's side?
I remember just grabbing it from where your feet would go in the car.
Again, my question is, you don't remember if it was the passenger side or the driver's side?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. And you also took the knife along,
Yes,
carrying the knife in your right hand, correct? Or your left hand, I'm sorry, correct?
yes,
Right. The phone was in your right hand,
yes,
and then you said you fell and the phone broke and you just kind of left it there?
yes, the phone had busted, a part of it.
And then but you kept the knife with you at that point?
It was still in my hand, yes.
And you carried that knife until you got to the driveway of Mr. Sippel's daughter's residence, correct?
I had dropped it in the ditch, yes.
And that's where you dropped it in the ditch, correct?
That, I believe so, yes.
Just before you got to that driveway, correct?
I don't know exactly. I've seen the photos, so I know where it was, but from my memory, I don't know exactly what place I dropped the knife.
And in the photos, it shows it dropped just before that driveway, correct?
Yes, that is what the photos show.
And then you walked up to the back door of Mr. Sippel's residence, correct?
Yes, I found my way there.
You walked up to the back door of Mr. Sippel's residence, correct?
Yes,
All right. And rang the doorbell a number of times, correct?
rapidly.
Rang the doorbells a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you went there to try to get help, correct?
Yes,
And first thing you asked Mr. Sippel to do was to call or take you to a hospital, correct?
that's what I've heard, yes.
All right. You did not ask Mr. Sippel to call the police, did you?
No,
All right. You didn't ask Mr. Sippel to make sure no one else could get there, correct? Get in there, correct?
no,
You didn't ask Mr. Sippel if he had anything to protect you at that point, correct?
no,
But you did ask him to take you to the hospital.
yes, I've heard that, yes.
That's what you asked him, correct?
Yes,
You never told Mr. Sippel that the person that you are claiming assaulted you was lying severely wounded back where your car was stuck in the mud, did you?
no,
You never told Mr. Sippel that you had stabbed Alex Woodworth? Shortly after you arrived at Mr. Sippel's house, law enforcement officers began to arrive, correct?
Yes.
All right. A number of them arrived at the residence, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you knew there were all these law enforcement there, right?
Yes.
You knew you were safe at that point in time, didn't you?
What is hard for me with this is that I don't remember much
ma'am?
from that interaction.
If the answer is no, that's fine. You can say no. If you don't know the answer, that's fine.
Yes.
But just tell me, the question is, you knew you were safe at that point in time, correct?
I
She has a
don't
right to
know.
explain if a question can't be answered by yes or no. Other witnesses have certainly done it, and this court has permitted it, and I'd ask that the same consideration be given by Mr. DeFore to Ms. McCandless.
Well, that's just fine. If she can't give a yes or no answer, can't answer the question, then you tell him you don't remember.
Yes.
Can't answer the question.
I
That's you,
don't.
Judge.
I don't remember. No.
Okay, fair enough. And after law enforcement got there, you got in the ambulance with the paramedics, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you didn't tell, by the way, you didn't tell law enforcement that your car was back stuck on that mud road or that farm road, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell the law enforcement officers that first got there that you had just stabbed Alex Woodworth a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't tell Mr. Wayne, the paramedic, that there was this other person that was lying there with a bunch of stab wounds in him, did you?
No.
Right. Didn't tell him that maybe Alex was dead or dying there or needed help, did you?
No.
This breathe-in is the first sign we have seen of any breathing distress from Ezra throughout this whole case, and it seems that it's in response to her realizing that her testimony is not going well. The moment the crime scene photo was displayed for the jury, showing the blood evidence leading up to the car and Alex laying halfway out of the vehicle, it seems like she was finally confronted with the seriousness of her situation. It was one thing to talk about what happened and tell the jury her version of events, and claim that she only stabbed him once outside, when he asked her to help him go to the bathroom after stabbing him in the head. But seeing the crime scene photos, the trail of blood leading from where the attack began to where the body ended up, it seems to have clicked for Ezra that she is not doing well. Her shaky breath seems to be one of frustration more so than actual sadness or remorse over the situation. Earlier that day, she'd been smiling on the stand when misinterpreting Alex's journals, claiming that he didn't care about consent and saying that all of his essays where he opined about wanting to be a better person for her were actually indicative of an abuser. But now it seems she at least understands that her version of events isn't believable in the slightest.
And you got to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Right. At the hospital, you met first with a female nurse, correct?
I don't remember much. I remember a lot of different interactions from the hospital, but specifics are very hard for me.
All right. But you didn't tell that nurse where your car was, correct?
That is correct.
All right. In fact, at the hospital, you told people at the hospital that what happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
That's what I've seen and heard, yes.
That's what you told them, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you knew at that point in time that nothing happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
Yes.
Did not tell that first nurse that you met with that somebody was attempting to sexually assault you, did you?
Can you please repeat that question?
Sure. The question was, you didn't tell that first nurse that you met with that someone was attempting to sexually assault you, did you?
I don't remember what I told the first nurse.
Isn't it true that what you told them is you don't remember what happened, correct?
That is correct.
And then you met with the sane nurse, Jennifer Morris, correct?
Yes.
And you knew at that point in time you were safe, correct?
Yes.
You did not tell Ms. Morris what happened to you, correct?
No.
In fact, you told again Ms. Morris that it happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
I don't remember saying it, but if that is in the transcript, then yes.
And you didn't tell her that you had been sexually assaulted, correct?
I don't remember what I said to her, no, but
In fact, what you told
Yes.
Ms. Morris was you couldn't remember, correct?
correct.
And then you spoke as well to Kelly Swartos, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, I think we heard from one of your interviews, you were in a unit that was locked, correct?
Correct.
So you knew at that point in time as well you're safe, correct?
Yes, I had known I was safe.
And you didn't tell Ms. Swartos what happened to you with Alex Woodworth, did you?
I was not ready, no.
You didn't tell her, correct?
Correct.
Right. You told her you couldn't remember, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you knew what happened, didn't you?
There was only bits and pieces of what had happened that was coming back to me.
You knew those bits and pieces, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that it had happened in that farm road near Mr. Sippel's residence, correct?
I didn't know exactly where that road was, but I know that it had happened on that road.
And you knew that you had stabbed Alex Woodworth repeatedly, correct?
Yes.
And you knew the story that you told earlier today about Alex attacking you with a knife, correct?
No, I don't understand your question.
You knew what you testified about earlier today about Alex attacking you with a knife, correct?
I only knew parts of what had happened at that time.
But you didn't.
While we know the entirety of what she is saying is false, what she will claim she remembers flies directly in the face of what she claims she doesn't remember. She just said when she was taken to the hospital, she remembered that she stabbed Alex. She knew Alex was somewhere near Don Sippel's farm, bleeding out from multiple stab wounds, but she didn't tell anyone that. At the same time, she's claiming that she had absolutely no recollection as to why she stabbed him. But that can't be the case because when she arrived on Don Sippel's porch, she was claiming that she'd been violently attacked and never mentioning that she had hurt Alex in response. When asked by investigators what happened, she simply said she didn't know and that she wanted more than anything to help find Alex. But she lied about where he had been and refused to tell them that she had hurt him in any way. Alex's wounds were non-fatal. Had he been able to receive help from emergency services when Ezra had, he would have survived. But she wanted to ensure that that didn't happen. That's why she didn't call 911. That's why she took his phone and smashed it at the farm. That's why she lied about where she'd been attacked. That's why she lied about her memory. And that's why she's lying now on the stand.
Didn't tell Ms. Swartos any of that, correct?
No.
All you told her is you can't remember anything, correct?
Correct.
Ron, I don't know how much longer the court wants to go. I mean, I'm fine to keep going as long as the court wants to, but I've got a ways to go yet.
How much more cross do you believe?
Probably more than an hour.
All right, and Ms. Vishney, I assume there would be redirect for a substantial period of time?
I would not assume that, Judge.
Okay,
I'm not even sure there's going to be any.
all right. Well, then I think this is a good time to break for the evening.
Morning, you ready?
Good morning. Yes.
All right. So, I'm going to start. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Exhibit 701 and 700 counsel. What I'm going to be handing her.
Thank you.
I have handed you Exhibits 700 and 701. Those are the two exhibits that contain the text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth. What I'd like you to do, Ms. McCandless, take a moment and can you show me any texts in there where Alex Woodworth says, love and do as you will, or anything to that effect.
No, not in these text messages.
And those text messages cover a time period between October of 2017 and the last one being February 23rd of 2018, correct?
Correct.
If you recall, in her direct examination, Ezra stated that every conversation that she had with Alex, he would say, love and do what you will, meaning I love you and I will love you no matter what you do. It's a sentiment of encouragement, asking another party to be their full, authentic self, because the other party will love them no matter what they do. Ezra would try to recontextualize this statement as being Alex's way of saying that consent doesn't matter, and he doesn't need to get consent from her before having sex. But the defense is showing that, even in this one statement, this inconsequential blip of her testimony was all a lie. Sure, Alex wrote about his belief in his journals, but in all their interactions one-on-one via text, he didn't say that to her once. He likely told her his belief when they discussed philosophy, but she claimed he would pepper this sentiment everywhere. And it's clear that that was not the case. It should also be noted that Ezra's demeanor today has completely changed. Whereas she began her time on the stand in an inappropriately happy mood, she is now incredibly serious. She knows that this isn't going well and has no idea how to remedy that fact.
We also had some questions.
Questioning has just begun, and she is already furious at her legal team. But in their defense, it's not their fault that she lies all the time. The prosecution has had a full night to mull over her direct examination, and is coming into court armed with everything that she's lied about. And their goal over the next hour will be to properly display every untrue thing that she has stated thus far.
Your wallet and the center console. Do you recall those?
Yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Excuse me, Mr. DeBoer, is there an exhibit number for this?
What's that? That one is 704 and the other one is 703.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Showing you has been marked for identification as Exhibit 703. That is your wallet there on the seat?
That is correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 703. I'm going to ask to publish it in a moment.
All right, Exhibit 703 will be received.
And Exhibit 704, that is your center console in your car, correct?
Correct.
All right. Move the admission of Exhibit 704, and I'll ask to publish that one as well.
Any objection to 704? No. 704 will be received.
All right. And I'm also asking to publish 704.
All right, you may publish.
So we're clear, Ms. McCandless. I think we're better off with the lights on, actually. Thank you. This is your wallet right here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then this is your center console, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. We had some questions yesterday, and you had testified yesterday about the position you were in when Alex first got into the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. And you recall being interviewed on March 23rd, 2018, correct? Or 24th, I'm sorry.
I don't have an independent memory of everything I said during those interviews, but
Okay.
yes, I do know I've been interviewed.
May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
We're looking at Exhibit 290, page 52, counsel.
Can you wait 1 minute, please?
Sure, that's fine. Starting in line 2443, or 2343. Ready?
Yes, oh, I'm sorry.
Good, thank you. So I'm showing you, we're starting at line 2343, interviewer 2, which was investigator Conkey, states, asks you, describe to me when you were in the back seat prior to him attacking you, how were you positioned? And your answer is, I was facing down, moving things out of the car to look in my seats and stuff, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you also, yesterday, your statement was that you took the blanket and the pillow out of the car while
Yes.
you were going through things?
Yes, that is correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor,
You may.
counsel, page 53, starting at line 2392. So then Detective Crock asked you, okay, so then you're in the back, did you throw anything outside the car when you were digging around for stuff? Your answer is, no, I didn't throw anything out. I was just moving things around and stuff, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I want to talk to you for a short time about the journals and some of the entries that Alex wrote. Okay?
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
697.
Which one are you doing?
Got a couple questions in general, and then I will tell you when it's okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
Thank you.
I have handed to you what was previously marked and admitted as Exhibit 697. Do you have that?
Yes,
And that is a document that, or a binder that contains quite a few pages, correct?
that is correct.
And if I understand it correctly, these are the originals plus typed pages of journal entries, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Right. And outside of one that we've talked about in a in a sidebar, you've read prior to the incidents on March 22nd, all of these entries, correct?
That is correct.
And these, in addition, these were items that were provided to your attorneys as part of discovery, correct?
That is correct.
And they provided them to you then, correct?
Yes,
And you've had them in your possession for quite some time, correct?
yes,
I want to start with one that your attorney did not ask you about, so could you turn to, it'd be tab 13.
I'm there.
All right, and that is an entry titled Desire and Will, correct?
Tab 13 is a written confession.
That looks like tab
Oh,
12.
sorry, I was previous tab. Actually, tab 14 is a desire to will maybe I'm not understanding the way
Okay.
it's.
The tab is in front of the
Okay, yes.
entry, not behind
Yes.
it?
Okay,
All right. Okay, so are we there? Desire and will?
yes, we are there.
All right. And starting on the first page, it would be it's a partial paragraph under where it says DOJ 2530. Do you see that? The paragraph starts as curious.
Yes,
All right. The last sentence in that paragraph reads as follows, does it not? Put in a clear way, need aims to possess, in desire aims to give, while erotic desire aims to share or partake. Correct?
correct.
All right. Turn to the next page in that. It'd be the first full sentence on that starts with love. Do you see where I'm at? There's a partial sentence and then a sentence that begins love becomes. Do you see that?
One moment, please.
Right at the top of page 41.
Yes.
All right. That sentence reads, love becomes love of the infinite. That is the good, and the G in good is capitalized, correct?
Correct.
And then continues, the next sentence reads, love and do as you desire becomes a principle of excellent morality, correct?
Correct.
All right. Skipping.
The prosecution, spending any time going through Alex's journals and reading verbatim the words Alex wrote, and showcasing how Ezra blatantly bastardized his greatest passion is impactful, not simply because it honors the victim of this gross crime, but it so blatantly displays to the jury how easy it is for Ezra to lie. The day before, she had sat on the stand and smiled while telling them how Alex used his philosophy as a weapon against her. She looked at each of them and self-assuredly told them how even though Alex's writing indicated an attentive, considerate partner, he was actually anything but. How his journals argued that consent shouldn't exist, and how he was allowed to treat her in any which way because that is what love is. And the prosecution is just reading out word for word what he actually meant. I mentioned how when Ezra talked about what the passages meant, it seemed like she believed that no one in the court was smart enough to properly interpret it themselves, but clearly that is not the case.
Down a little bit to the paragraph directly under DOJ 2531. The first full sentence of that paragraph starts with love and do as you desire. Do you see that?
DOJ 2531.
Yes.
The first sentence
First full sentence.
starts with desire.
Love and do as you desire. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. The next sentence after that. Love and do as you desire. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. That sentence reads, love and do as you desire transforms into infinite obligation. It says if you actually love, you'll give and give. No matter what your love asks for, that is your desire, correct?
Correct.
And actually, could you turn to the actual written portion of that, which would be the last page of tab 13. That actually isn't quite accurately transcribed, isn't it? That paragraph actually says, love and do as you desire transforms into infinite obligation. It says if you actually love, you will give and give and give. So there's three gives, is there not?
Finding it. Yes.
All right. So there, at least the transcription is not actually 100% accurate, is it?
No, they're missing one give.
Right. And then finally, as it relates to that particular journal entry, let's move down towards the end of the next paragraph. It'd be 3 lines up from the bottom. Do you see a sentence that starts with here? It's right at the end of that third from the bottom line of that paragraph.
First.
I'm sorry,
Excuse me, Mr. DeBoer.
It's the paragraph right after the one that we just talked about.
Are you saying all self-love? Are you speaking of the one that says all self-love is shaken?
No, we're at the, in the paragraph right below the one that I just quoted from, okay? And 3 lines up from the bottom of that paragraph, it says here. Do you see that right at the end of the, right at the end of the line? If I can approach Your Honor, I can
Yes,
still-
please.
You may approach.
Thank you.
We're speaking of 2531, yes.
So, right there.
Oh, thank you.
Not trying to trick you.
No,
All right, so that sentence reads, here the phrase becomes a challenge to give up both selfish need and selfless desire so that a future can become, correct?
correct.
And the phrase that's being referred to is love and do as you will, correct?
Yes, it seems so.
Now, you also testified that Alex talked about cannibalism as having something to do with taking away someone's power. Do you recall that?
Yes, that was something we talked about during conversation.
There is never a reference to that in any of the journal entries that we have here, is there?
I don't exactly remember, but it is something we spoke about.
My question isn't if you spoke about it. My question is, there is never a single entry in any of these journal essays that refers to cannibalism as a way to take the power of someone else, is there?
I cannot give an exact answer, but I don't believe from my memory, no, I don't remember.
So, to be clear, there isn't. So we would need to trust Ezra that these conversations happened, and it's not like she lied before.
And you also talked about it in terms of cannibalism as a way to keep a lover with you after death, to paraphrase what your testimony was. You can't point to a single spot in these journals where Alex says that either, can you?
No, it's not in the journals, it was during conversation.
It's not in the journals, correct?
That is correct.
And just so that I have it clear in my mind, the first time you actually talked to Alex was in a bar, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you had seen him writing in his journal, correct?
Yes,
And at that point in time, he shared his writings with you, correct?
that is correct.
And so the first writing he shared with you when he's first meeting you in a bar was related to cannibalism.
That is correct.
Okay. Let's turn to the item dead to me. It's in the first set of tabs, tab number 2. And again, remember, the tab is before the entry, not after.
Thank you.
All right. Are you there?
Yes,
All right. Now, you read a portion of the first or the last paragraph on that page that starts with, because you are dead to me. Do you recall that?
you said tab 2?
Tab 2 of the first section. There's 2 sets of tab numbers.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Yes,
It's a little confusing, I understand. All right. So we're on dead to me, right?
yes, we are in dead to me.
All right. And so that last paragraph, you read that first sentence, which says, because you are dead to me, this love fails to be truly erotic now, though it may have been. Instead, we are speaking of cannibalism, correct? You read that?
Yes,
All right. The next sentence actually reads then, the you I loved was consumed by me incorporate it back into a flesh heterogeneous to itself, correct?
Correct.
All right. And obviously, earlier in that same passage, he's talking about the person still being clearly alive, correct?
Yes.
So he is not talking about cannibalism in any actual sense, is he, correct?
No, at this point it was philosophical, yes?
It's a metaphoric sense, correct?
Yes.
At this point, it was philosophical. Ezra, at every point, it was all philosophical. He didn't eat people. He was never going to fucking eat anyone.
And there is not a single entry in there where Alex, in that particular essay, where Alex talks about consuming another individual literally, correct?
Correct.
You turn to, it will be again in that first section of tabs, tab 5.
Violation?
Yes. Are you there?
Correct. I am there.
Okay, when you're ready, let me know.
Sorry.
Sure. Ready, counsel?
Yes.
All right. In that section, which you talked about, a portion of it, he also writes, and this would be in the third paragraph, the last two sentences of that third paragraph, he states, "So I gave myself to you to attempt a healing love. Such an act is doomed from the start," correct?
Correct.
So he's indicating that his love is attempting to heal, correct?
I believe so.
That's what it says, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move to, this would be the second set of tabs, tab 1.
Extra scriver?
It should be come as you are, flaws and all.
That is correct.
All right. You ready, counsel?
Yes.
All right. In that, in the last paragraph there, the start of that paragraph states, "Only by you coming naked to my call, essentially my being naked first, can love fully be erotic," correct?
Correct.
So essentially, he's saying that both parties to the relationship need to be naked to the other to expose their own flaws, correct?
Correct.
And you move to the next tab, tab 2 of the second section. And my Latin is not very good, so I'm not going to even try to pronounce that. But let's start with going to the second page of the typed portion of it. You read that first sentence about him being, those first two sentences about him being afraid.
Yes.
The rest of that paragraph, besides those first two sentences, reads, "Afraid I will use someone for redemption and self-mutilation, but I will love. I will love myself, forgive myself, and love you anyways. I am no longer myself. I don't know who I am. So let me apologize and forgive myself for becoming something new.
Correct.
And in the next paragraph, he talks, actually, never mind that. Let's go back to the first page. The second paragraph, the last sentence of that second paragraph states, I really do love you, but I am unworthy, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't see where that is.
That's the second paragraph
Second paragraph.
On the first page or the second page?
on the first page of that journal entry, first typewritten page, second paragraph. It's a paragraph that starts, this is old advice. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And the last sentence of that reads, I really do love you, but I am unworthy, correct?
Correct.
And you read a portion of the fourth paragraph there that starts, I have half-heartedly. The sentence after the portion you read reads, yet I love you, correct?
Correct.
And then moving down to the second full paragraph under DOJ 2483, the first sentence of that reads, my gratitude is that my fear of myself taught me to love more than I am allowed to, correct?
Correct.
And then continuing to the second last line of that same paragraph, the first sentence of that line reads, I could follow you in your footsteps and give my life for whoever needed it, correct?
Correct.
Again, he's talking about giving his life for the one he loves, correct?
I can't say that, no.
But he literally is. Ezra was more than happy to give her assessments about what his journals meant, even going so far as to declare that he wrote the opposite of what he meant. But when the prosecution asks if he meant what he said, she suddenly cannot speak to that. She is suddenly not an expert of what Alex felt and believed.
Well, it says, I could follow in your footsteps and give my life for whoever needed it, correct?
Correct.
Would you turn to tab 4 in that section? That's from the past memories.
Yes.
All right. Now, you read a part in there where it in the first full paragraph under 2485, the paragraph that starts in the face of all my anxiety. Do you recall reading the part that started with, I know you wanted to change me? Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
All right. Immediately after the part that you read, is it not true that he writes, quote, I was too Hegelian, or I call it such now. You were my master, correct?
Correct.
Indicating that the one he's talking about, the love he's talking about, was his master, not the other way around, correct?
Yes, he wrote that.
The you in the passage was written with a capital Y, which Alex meant to mean Ezra. This is something that you often see in religion, where they are discussing a higher power. It indicates that Alex saw Ezra as being so above him that she was nearly a god.
Could you turn to tab 7?
When I lost myself?
Yes. That's another one that you read something of right at the very end of that passage. I want to talk about, on the first page of that passage, do you see it would be the first full paragraph under DOJ 2504, the paragraph that starts, "This is a naive result." Are you at that paragraph?
Yes, I am.
The last sentence of that paragraph reads, "In committing to a set of values, one formulates a naive ideal that one resolves, even if weakly, to strive toward." Correct?
Correct.
And going back to the last page of that section, or the page that you had read something from,
I'm sorry, what page are you on, Council?
we're on page, it's marked as page 30. I want to have you take a look at, under DOJ 2507, the last two lines of that, and then the part of the first two lines of the next page, which is DOJ 2508. It's a page, it starts with "I've recently fallen." Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And that reads, "I've recently fallen for a young man who is in a rather unhealthy relationship. I don't believe that I am doing evil. I suspect that I might even be doing good. But this means that even if only the former holds, I can really do whatever I will, so long as that is not evil." Correct?
Yes.
Would you turn to the next tab, tab 8 of that section, titled "Between Love and Obligation"?
Yes.
You there?
Yes, I am.
All right. In the second paragraph, you had read the first sentence of that. Move down about a few lines, it'd be the fourth line from the bottom. Do you see where it starts, "Do as you will"?
Yes.
And "do as you will," it reads, "Do as you will, so long as you love," which gives far less freedom, as one cannot do anything when one loves, and love can cause quite limiting obligations, correct?
Yes.
And continuing down a little ways, under DOJ 2512, it'd be the first full paragraph under there, the third line down. Do you see where it starts, "Do as you will"?
Yes.
All right, it reads, do as you will, yes, but there are things you also ought do regardless of whether or not you want to," correct?
Correct.
And then finally on that, in the second last line on that page, it reads, "You love, so I ought not abuse," correct?
Yes.
Let's move to the next tab. Another entry that you didn't, your counsel did not have you reference, but that's the one titled "Letting It Be."
Yes.
Right. The third paragraph under there, the start of it reads, "That something is permissible does not mean one ought to do it, merely that one may," correct?
Correct.
Let's move to tab 21. Tab entitled "Between Two Hands."
Yes.
All right. In the portion that you read, Alex writes that there is writes as if he has a severely damaged hand, correct?
That is correct.
He does not in fact have a severely damaged hand, does he?
I only know what he described to me about his hand.
He does not have a severely damaged hand, correct?
I can't say that, no. I'm not a doctor.
In her direct examination, she testified he didn't have a severely damaged hand, but once again, she is determined that she will be pedantic about what she can and cannot say. Now she can't make the judgment because she hasn't gone to medical school, but yesterday, simply having been around him after the attempt on his own life was enough to make an assessment.
Well, he was able to use both his right and his left hand, correct?
Yes.
Never saw him have difficulty using either his right or his left hand to do something, correct?
He was just describing to me the feelings about his hand. That is correct.
You never saw him have difficulty using either his right or his left hand, correct?
I cannot remember that, no.
I'm sorry?
I can't remember that specifically, no.
You can't remember that he had difficulty or that he didn't have difficulty?
Yes.
Let's move finally to another one that your counsel did not ask you about, which would be the 25th tab on that page titled Authors and Others.
Yes.
This is the tab immediately after the one titled Faith and Flesh, correct?
That is correct.
And take a look at the second paragraph of that entry. The second line down, you see where it starts, the author of Flesh and Faith?
Yes.
All right. That reads, from there to the end of that paragraph, the author of Flesh and Faith believed that to have any value or any worth at all, they must possess self-hatred as to willingly kill themselves for the sake of any other. Their notion of love was such that being loved was a detriment to their lovability. The final sentences show this clearly. Being loved for them is absolute proof that they are incapable of loving or being worthy of love. Now, I cannot help but think their view is untenable, because they can only be good insofar as they are the sole guilty, as far as they will ever know. For meeting another lover damns the whole project to failure, correct?
Correct.
And moving to the next page, the first full paragraph under DOJ 2566 starts, I love you all, each and every author, reader, writer, you. Know that whatever becomes of me, for this unconclusive postscript is my suicide note. It will only be found post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
And then finally, he concludes this entry with, quote, always prefer life and never stop affirming survival. I love you and I'm smiling at you from wherever I am, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you talked to Detective Prock on March 23rd, 2018, you did not once mention these journals to Detective Prock, correct?
I was answering his questions to the best of my ability at that time, but no, I did not.
You did not mention these journals to Detective Prock on March 23rd, correct?
No.
And you did not mention these journals to Detective Prock on March 24th either, did you?
No.
You also never once told Detective Prock on March 23rd anything about Alex and cannibalism, correct?
I don't have independent, strong memories about that conversation, but I've seen the transcript and no, I have not.
She knows that the answer is no, but it's becoming increasingly important to her to pad out her answers with explanations as to why she didn't tell the detectives this. And maybe the jury would believe her, had they not heard the past hour of cross-examination where the prosecution showcased just a small portion of the lies she has told in this case.
And you never once on March 24th mentioned anything about cannibalism to Detective Prock, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now you were on the stand yesterday, you said that Alex told you that he was going to have you one more time, correct?
That is correct.
However, when you talked to Detective Prock on, may I approach, Your Honor?
We may.
Counsel, we're going to be on page 61 of Exhibit 290. Detective Prock asked you, okay, was it any time?
Sorry, we don't have it yet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's
When
okay.
you're ready, let me know. We're starting at line 2749.
21, I'm sorry, 27.
49.
Thank you.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. It says, Detective Prock asks, okay, was it any time during your guys' conversation, their talk about sex today or sex that day, about him wanting to have sex with you or you wanting to have sex with him? Your response is, no, I didn't want to have sex at all. Question, did he? Answer, I don't think so. Question, why did he have the knife and why, and to cut your pants? And your answer was, I think he just wanted to look at me, correct?
I was answering the questions to the best of my ability at that time for Proc. But yes,
And
I
I
don't,
read that accurately, correct?
yes, I don't dispute that, no.
So you never told Detective Prock in that interview that Alex wanted to have sex with you one more time, did you?
In that interview, no, I did not.
When you met, when you went to Mr. Sippel's residence and he asked you, based on the 911 operator's request, what happened, you told him you could not remember, correct?
I could not remember, yes.
That's what you told him, correct?
Yes, I could not remember at that time.
You told Joe Wayne that you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes, I could not remember at that time.
You told Joe Wayne that you could not remember what happened, correct?
That is correct.
You told Deputy Shields that you could not remember what happened, correct?
Correct.
You told Officer Reeves you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes, I could not remember.
You told Officer Reeves you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes.
You told the first nurse at the hospital that you met that you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes.
You told Dr. Tillotson you could not remember what happened, correct?
Which doctor was Dr. Tillotson again,
Dr.
please?
Tillotson was the one who testified in court.
Yes.
You told Jennifer Morris you could not remember what happened, correct?
At that time, I don't have strong memories of who I talked to, but yes, I could not remember at that time.
You told Jennifer Morris you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes.
You told Kelly Swartos you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes.
You told Detective Prock on March 23rd you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes.
And until Detective Prock confronted you about finding the car on that, at the end of that mud road, you told Detective Prock on March 24th you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes.
And then after Detective Prock confronted you with that, you told him what happened, correct?
I didn't believe he was confronting me, but I started to tell him what had
Ma'am,
happened. Yes.
I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked you, you told Detective Prock after he confronted you what you claim happened, correct?
I told him what had happened to me, yes.
It absolutely was a confrontation. Prock and the other detective told Ezra that they knew she was lying, and that they had found Alex in her car, and that they knew that what she had claimed could not be true. Trying to recontextualize it in any way is nonsensical, but again, she's fighting to be in control of the situation, even if it's in this small, meaningless way.
And in that same interview, you told Detective Prock you could not get it out of your head what happened, correct?
I couldn't get the fragmented images, the smells, the feelings out of my head, yes. But yes, I did say I could not remember or get it out of my head.
Okay, this looks like just a good spot. Just take a timeout, please. Okay, Madam Clerk, or Reporter, we're not getting real time. I don't know if you have, it's something we can troubleshoot quick.
Range 2, I already have my program running, and so when I plug it in, it probably isn't reading from that, so then I can close it out and restart it, it's gonna take a minute.
Okay, so that would be with that quick then.
Yeah, I can do that the next morning, yep.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, continue.
May I approach your honor,
You may.
page 55, counsel, line 2499.
One minute, I'm sorry, we're having a transcript issue. For some reason, that page is missing from our copy, so we're trying to find it on a different copy. So I apologize for the delay, I'll let you know as soon as we have find it. Okay, we found it, got you. Thank you, appreciate it.
So line 2499, you stated because it just was scary and I can't get out of my head, correct?
Correct.
All right. And Detective Prock says no, and we're sorry that you went through this. And then you respond, and it just keeps replaying and replaying and replaying, and I wish it would go away, correct?
Correct.
And you did not admit to Detective Prock that you cut Boy in your arm until he confronted you with the fact that the wording and the way it was oriented did not make sense, correct?
Yes.
You told Officer Reeves that the incident happened in Owen Park, correct?
I don't remember speaking very much with Officer Reeves.
Well, and if Officer Reeves testified that you told him it happened in Owen Park, you have no reason to dispute that, do you?
No.
And you told the nurse at the hospital that it happened in Owen Park, correct?
If it's in the transcript, then yes.
And you told Ms. Swartos, Kelly Swartos, that it happened in Owen Park, correct?
I would have to refresh my memory from the transcript.
Okay, never mind, that's fine. But nothing actually happened in Owen Park on March 22nd with Alex Woodworth, did it?
That's correct.
You never, in fact, even went to Owen Park with Alex on March 22nd, did you?
That's correct.
And when you told these people that it happened at Owen Park, you knew that nothing had happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
At that time, everything was a mess.
Yes or no,
for me.
ma'am?
Objection. She has a right to answer the question, which she remembers.
The question,
Okay,
Excuse me,
if you can't answer the question yes or no, then indicate, I can't answer the question yes or no.
All right.
And then you have to answer it how you can answer it, okay?
I can't answer yes or no to that question.
that's fine. And you agree that when you talked to Detective Prock on March 24th of, actually, let's just do it this way. May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Page 32, counsel, starting at line 1439, exhibit 270.
270, okay, wait a minute, please. What page?
32.
Two seven, no, this is 290. This is 170.
Exhibit 270, or 290, I'm sorry. That's my
Thank you.
fault.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
I
No
apologize.
worries. What page number?
32. Starting at 1439. Ready?
Yes.
In that interview, Detective Prock asks you, okay, and where was the knife now after he carved that in your arm? Answer, I think he put it in his pocket, or he kept it, or had it by him, but I don't remember, correct?
Correct.
Ezra lets out a small sigh here, and once again, it seems that she's realized how poorly this is going. She believed that she would be able to properly convince a jury of her innocence, that if she fought these charges and took the stand, people would be so enthralled with her that they would just trust her. But clearly, that isn't the case.
But you knew that you had the knife and had taken the knife and left it in the ditch near Mr. Sippel's house, correct?
Yes, I was answering his questions to the best of my ability at the time.
Well, in fact, later in that interview, you admit that you had dropped the knife in the ditch somewhere, correct?
Yes.
Ezra, that literally goes against what you just said. You can't state that you were answering the question to the best of your ability at the time, then confirm that less than an hour later, you admitted to lying and changed your story. If you said you didn't know where the knife was, and then directly after being confronted stated you didn't know where it was, that is not answering to the best of your ability, that is lying. It's just lying. You can't attempt to convince a court that that's the case.
You told Officer Reeves that you went to Racy's first on March 22nd before you went to Alex's residence, correct?
Judge, this was reviewed yesterday, where
Okay.
what you told Officer Reeves, so that's an answer.
I may have. If I asked it already, I will not.
Very well, go ahead and move on.
That's fine. I'll just continue with another area. Ma'am, when you met with Detective Prock on March 23rd, 2018, you knew you were safe, correct?
Yes.
And when you met with Detective Prock on March 24th, 2018, you knew you were safe, correct?
Yes, I knew I was safe.
And you had met with Detective Prock before those two dates, correct?
Yes.
They met with him, in fact, on March 1st of 2018, correct?
Yes.
And talked to him about the John Hanson situation, correct?
That is correct.
And You answered all of his questions that he asked you about the John Hanson situation, correct?
Yes.
With no problems, correct?
Yes.
Yet on March 23rd, 2018, you told Detective Prock you could not remember anything about what happened on March 22nd after you left Alex Woodworth's residence, correct?
The interviews, the 23rd and the 24th for me are one interview.
Well, the start of those that one interview now that you consider it as, actually, let's put it this way. You were in court when we played those two interviews, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in the first one, which we played just before the end of a day, you recall that you told Detective Prock repeatedly in that you could not remember what happened after you left Alex's residence, correct?
Correct.
And you were present when we played the next day with Detective Prock, the interview of March 24th, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that you repeatedly, again until Detective Prock confronted you about finding the car, told Detective Prock you couldn't remember what happened, correct?
I wasn't
Judge,
ready.
this is repetitive. This question has been asked and answered numerous times already.
I don't recall the specific question. Perhaps it has been, but again, because of the not finishing in one day, I'm going to give a little latitude. So go ahead and you can answer that question if you can. Overruled.
And at that point in time when you
Mr. DeFore,
talked to,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you repeat the question for me?
I thought it was answered already, so, oh, it wasn't? Okay. On March 24th, until Detective Prock confronted you about finding the car, you repeatedly told him you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes, I had said that.
And Detective Prock eventually asked you, why didn't you tell me about what happened, correct?
Would it be all right if I seen the transcript?
All right, we'll get there. Yep, okay, 55. All right, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Page 55, line 2491, starting at 2491.
Judge, I hate to interrupt counsel, but he's done exactly the same part before me. If you want to let him do it again, it's okay, but I just wanted to point out.
I'm not, is this a different section? I'm not asking.
Going through a different section.
He'd already asked her this, and she had already agreed that she lied in the original two interviews, but it's interesting that now she is claiming she doesn't accurately remember and needs to see a transcript to confirm. One, because she absolutely does remember what she has never experienced trauma-related memory loss. And number two, because she was in court when both of the interviews were played.
Of page 55.
Oh, I'm sorry, what line number?
2491.
Oh, okay.
Ready? So starting at 2491, Detective Prock, and you're just now, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra? Answer, because I didn't. It's too scary, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCandless, what's too scary is that you knew if you told the truth about what happened that you'd be in fact charged with killing Alex. Isn't that correct?
That is not correct.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Ezra is not at all pleased with how that went. When her direct examination ended the day before, she believed that she'd done a pretty good job. She went into the cross-examination in an unceremoniously happy mood, believing that she could, and that she just had, made the evidence align with her fabrications. But she knows she failed, and for the last 2.5 hours of this trial, she's had to sit and confirm that she lied multiple times, and that her story continued to change, and that Alex wasn't the horrible person that she had painted him out to be. But the case was far from finished. Thank you once again for watching this, our 5 videos in the series, and thank you to Rottweiler Investigations once again for making this footage available. We originally wanted to upload these videos as one case file, but because of our internet, we opted not to. With that said, we appreciate all of the support we have gotten from this series, and as we approach the end, ask you to send us topics to cover. Our email is linked in the description box down below and in our channel description, and we are constantly going through new and interesting cases. If you liked this video, let us know by leaving a like and a comment, and remember to stay safe. The following footage was sourced from the Court TV channel here on YouTube. I will leave a link to the full commentary-free version of the footage down below, should you prefer to watch it uninterrupted. As we have said in our previous coverage of cases like this one, it's obviously never in the defendant's best interest to take the stand. From the moment a court case starts, the jury is honed in on one thing only, that being the guilt of the person on trial. While they will listen to hours of conflicting testimony and evidence, their job is to parse through the two arguments they are being shown and decide which one is more believable. And because everything revolves around the defendant, special attention is paid to their behavior. Things like how a defendant is dressed for court becomes a huge point of contention, and we've seen examples where something as inconsequential as a defendant's shoes become a huge tipping point. A good defense team will tell their client to sit in court, wear neutral colors, and look repentant. They would tell their client to react appropriately to the information they are listening to sit up straight, and appear contrite throughout the hours of testimony. That way, no matter what the jury heard during the case, they would be less likely to think that the accused would be capable of wrongdoing. How could the prosecution argue that the defendant was a loose cannon who couldn't control their temper when they appeared so mellow the whole time? And so on. That said, many people who feel as if they can outsmart the judicial system also feel as if they possess the ability to manipulate others in their lives. They aren't content to simply let their lawyers argue at their behest, and so they decide to take the stand in their own defense. And Pamela is one of those people. She believed that she could manipulate Billy and the boys to kill Greg. She also believed that she could convince each party to keep their mouth shut if they were arrested. And she also believed that she could emotionally manipulate Cecilia into silence for the rest of her life. And when she was eventually brought to trial, she again believed she would be walking away from the whole ordeal a free woman. Let's see if she was successful.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. State your full name, please.
Pamela Ann Smart.
You were born with the name Smart.
No, I was not.
How did you get the name Smart?
I was married in May of 1989 to Greg Smart
Why did you marry Greg Smart?
because I loved him. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him.
Could you keep your voice up? I didn't hear the last part.
I said because I loved him and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him.
Pamela's direct examination is off to an alright start. Her outfit is fitting for the situation. She has been styled respectfully. But what we can immediately notice is how formal and unemotional she is from the get-go. Immediately, she is asked about her name, Smart, which she has not changed to this day. When talking about how she got her last name, i.e. marrying Greg, her voice is direct and unwavering. There's no sense of sorrow or sadness when she talks about Greg, which could be interpreted by the jury as being uncaring. When she repeats her statement about loving Greg and wanting to spend her life with him, she comes across as annoyed and slightly aggressive, which is the opposite of what her legal team would want. This is one of the reasons why taking the stand in one's own defense is so precarious, because while I could easily state that this kind of lack of emotion is normal, and that everyone grieves differently, this doesn't account for how each member of the jury would interpret this. If even one person in that jury box feels like she is too void of emotion when recalling her late husband who was murdered by her child victim, that destroys the entire case.
What was it about him that you loved?
He was really kind and gentle, and he was fun to be around.
Was your marriage happy?
Yes.
When asked what it was that Pamela loved about Greg, she gave a couple rather generic answers, which do very little to give the public a sense of their relationship. If you're trying to portray a grieving widow who could not have possibly orchestrated her husband's demise, it is preferable to be specific. Talk about a time when you first realized that you had feelings for him. Talk about how he proposed. Give an example about how he was caring and kind. While it's good to be direct on the stand, you also want to get the jury on your side. If she were to go on a small tangent about something specific that she loved about her husband, and the prosecution were to object to her response, she would look like the aggrieved party. The jury would likely be on her side in that instance, and the defense could play that up. But that doesn't happen. Instead, Pam despondently states that she loved Greg, and that they were happy, which the jury would already feel is untrue, as she had an affair with a child. But continuing on.
Well, why don't you tell us where you worked, where Greg worked, where you lived after you got married?
I worked at School Administrative Unit 21 as Director of Media Services, and Greg worked at Metropolitan Life Insurance as an account representative.
Right after your wedding, where did you live?
In Derry, New Hampshire,
Where?
4E Misty Morning Drive.
Did you have any problems in your marriage?
At what point?
In the summer after your marriage?
No.
Pausing for just a moment, while most lawyers work with their witnesses prior to taking the stand, they never want it to feel that way. They want the back and forth between themselves and the witness to seem natural, as that's paramount to getting the jury on their side. But the defense fails to do that in this instance. It's clear that when they practiced the questioning, they asked Pam if her marriage was happy during certain seasons. For example, were you and Greg happy during the summer? How about the fall? And so on. They had to ask the question in this manner, because asking if her marriage was happy when she alleged Greg cheated on her and she went on to sexually abuse a child, in what she would state was a mutual relationship, would probably lead to her saying no. How could she be happy in a marriage while cheating? But if you drip feed the jury that the relationship was happy up until Greg's affair, and it was only after she had been hurt that she decided to sleep with a child, then it would more or less be understandable. She is the aggrieved party. She was cheated on. She was so hurt by it that she suffered a huge lapse in judgment and pursued a child. Then that child went on to kill her husband. Not because she wanted him to, but because he loved her. Completely understandable. That is what they are trying to put forward. But that narrative falls somewhat flat when her lawyer accidentally asks if the relationship was happy in a more general sense. Pam then asks him to clarify what time period he's talking about, clearly showing that this was a line of questioning they had planned. Again, that is normal, and not damning by any means, but the narrative that the prosecution is putting forward about Pamela is that she is a manipulative, controlling person. She wanted Greg dead and seduced Billy to make that happen. Her coming across as put together on the stand only validates those claims, and her guiding her own lawyer's questions doesn't help.
Did you have any problems in the fall after your marriage?
No.
In the winter after your marriage, did you have any problems with your marriage?
Yes.
Did you tell the people in the jury about that?
Well, basically it started in December of 1989.
So what we are about to witness is the emotional crutch of the defense's case. They need Pamela to sell the story about Greg's cheating and how emotionally distraught that event made her. Remember, this is what made her seek the romantic approval of a child. We, acting as the jury, have to believe that this one event caused her so much emotional distress that her sleeping with a 16-year-old seemed reasonable to her. Let's see if she was successful.
What happened?
There was a time when, I believe it was before Christmas, I don't know the exact date, when Greg didn't come home one night. And he came home the next morning.
Was that something he did often?
Never. Without me knowing where he was.
What did you do on the evening when he didn't come home?
I didn't even know he wasn't home till the next morning because I had gone to bed at about 10 o'clock, and he sometimes didn't come home till 11 or 12, or it mattered when he had appointments. I mean, most of the time he was home by at least 10:30, but I had fallen asleep at about 10 o'clock at night.
Did you remember when you woke up the next morning and what happened?
What time?
Yeah.
Well, I went to work that day, so I would assume it was probably around 6:10.
Was Greg there when you got in?
No, he was not.
When was the next time you saw Greg that day?
That morning, shortly thereafter, about 5 minutes after I woke up.
Did you tell the jury what occurred then?
He had come in the door, and I asked him, obviously, where he had been. And he had said that he had gone out after work with a friend, Bruce, from work, and he had gotten drunk and slept over at his friend Bruce's house. And I obviously asked him why he didn't call me and why he didn't tell me where he was, and he said because he knew that I would have been asleep, and he just came home the next day.
Did you accept that explanation?
No, I didn't believe that. And I told him that I really didn't believe him, and he said that he was telling the truth and that he was tired and that he didn't want to talk about it and that he would talk about it later. But I was mad.
Did the subject ever come up later on?
Yes, it did. He called me at work that day. I went to work, and he called me at work, and I asked him where he had been, and again, he gave me the same story.
Did you believe him the second time?
No, I did not.
How did you react when he told you again?
I told him I would talk about it when I got home, that I didn't want to talk about it on the phone at work, because when I talk on the phone at work, there's other people around, they can hear.
Did you talk about it at home?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us about that?
At first, when I got home, he told me the same thing that he had told me beforehand, and I told him that I just wanted to know the truth, and that no matter what it was, I just wanted to hear it. And he said that I wouldn't like the truth. So then I knew that he was lying. But he didn't come right out and tell me. It took him a long time to tell me exactly where he had been.
At some point after that, did you have further discussions about this?
Yes, I did. And this is at the same time when I got home from work that night. And I don't know, it was around 4:30, and it was before he went to work that night. And yes, he told me that he had been with someone else.
Let me know in the comments down below if you now empathize with Pamela over Greg. Do you believe that this event not only happened, but that his cheating deeply affected her?
How did you react to that?
Mad.
Get over it real quick?
No.
Tell me why.
I argued with him about it. I told him that I couldn't believe that he would have done something like that, and he had said that he was drinking, that he didn't even remember. And I said that was a poor excuse.
How? Did you get over the whole thing quickly?
No. I was devastated. I was very hurt. And he tried to talk to me about it, but I told him that I didn't want to hear it. I didn't talk to him for about a day.
Did those events have any effect on your relationship with your husband?
Of course they did.
Tell us about it.
They had an effect on how I felt about myself. I don't know how to describe it. I didn't feel it as important anymore. And it obviously affected my trust in him. I don't want to say that I never trusted him at all, but I was a little more hesitant after that.
Pamela does virtually nothing to make her story seem like it affected her at all. She is completely stoic and straightforward when talking about what directly caused her husband, the man she is trying to claim to still love today in 2024, to perish. Imagine that your partner cheated on you and how that would hurt you. Now imagine that you have to recall that experience in front of a group of strangers who all believe you are responsible for his murder. Do you think you could sit straight-faced and recite the events as clearly and concisely as Pam just did? Probably not. Again, this isn't to say that her reaction is wrong or bad. People process their emotions in different ways, but her straightforward demeanor would naturally stand out, especially when placed next to Billy Flynn, who had cried on the stand while recalling how he killed her husband.
When, roughly, we use Christmas as a post here, can you tell us when this was, these events?
I would say they were probably within a week before Christmas. I know they were at least 3 days before Christmas, because something happened 3 days before Christmas that I remember.
What's that?
We had gone, well, first of all, we talked about it again, and I asked Greg if he loved me, and he said yes. And I told him that I still loved him, and that even though I was mad about what happened, I still loved him. It didn't make me stop loving him. And so we had decided that we would resolve things. And I think it was 2 or 3 days before Christmas, we went to a party at Greg's uncle's house in Nashua.
Okay, did anything unusual occur at that party?
Well, it's an annual Christmas party that his family has every year, and usually there's a lot of drinking that goes on there, just, it's a party. And Greg had been drinking excessively at that party. And, I mean, it wasn't like he drank excessively every single day or anything like that, but it was just at that party. And his parents drove us there, and they drove us home. And when we got home, we got into an argument.
Tell us about it.
Well, Greg wasn't making any sense at all, and everyone at the party thought it was funny because he had been drinking so much, and he was joking around, and everyone was laughing, and they thought it was funny, and I didn't think it was funny because I hadn't been drinking, and
That's what I have to check to the narration and what everybody at the party thought.
okay.
An answer to correct.
I still don't hear him, I'm sorry. She may answer the question. Go ahead.
Where do you want me to start?
I think you were saying that you didn't drink much.
No, I didn't, and I didn't think it was funny because then I knew the next day that he wouldn't be feeling too good, and that everybody wouldn't be around laughing right then when he wasn't feeling good the next day.
In other cases we've covered, how a defendant responds to an objection always gets a certain amount of focus, as we get to see how the person handles a small interjection. Objections are rude, they are cutoffs, and most people respond poorly to getting cut off in the middle of a sentence. And in the case of the Tott family murders, Tony responded by getting visibly upset with the prosecution, looking at them as if they were stupid. But Pamela is almost unaffected.
I think he told us that Greg's parents drove you two home.
Yes, they did. They had driven us there also.
Okay, can you tell us about the ride home and do you recall anything about it and what, if anything, occurred?
Greg's mom and dad were in the front of the car. Greg's father was driving. Greg and I were in the back seat, and basically there was just laughter in the car at what Greg was saying. I believe, from what I remember, he was talking about some car that he had seen before, and he just wasn't making any sense, and his mother was laughing.
What happened when you got home?
When we got back to the house, I started getting ready for bed, and I had put on a pair of sweatpants and a sweatshirt, and Greg was getting changed, and then I don't even really remember what the argument was about because he wasn't making any sense at all, but we had gotten into an argument, and I had said that I was leaving the house, and he had told me that he didn't want me to leave the house, and he went to grab me, and I turned around at the same time, and the side of his hand hit me like right on the side of my face, and I was really shocked, and so was he, because he did not mean to hit me, but he had hit me, and I left the house.
Let me just stop you for a second. Did Greg Smart beat you during the course?
No, absolutely not. He did not beat me. Greg would never have beat me.
Did he ever cause any bruises on your arm or any other part of your body?
No, absolutely not. Greg was not like that at all.
Did you ever show Billy Flynn a bruise on your arm or any other part of your body?
No, I did not.
Did you ever tell Billy Flynn that caused him to beat you?
No, absolutely not.
So just to be clear, Pamela is trying to allege that Greg did hit her, but also that he would have never done that intentionally, and that he was a good person. This story is borderline nonsense, because what is the point that she is trying to put forward? Her defense lined this question up for her, so they must have a reason. The reason is simple. She had told Billy and his friends that Greg was abusive, and that's why she needed to kill him. Simply saying she didn't want a divorce wasn't a good enough reason, so she told the teens he hit her. She could, of course, deny that Greg ever hit her, and then claim that the boys are lying to get lighter sentences. But with them all citing the same story, that would be a bit harder to do. Instead, she says that Greg had hit her once, on accident, but would have never done so intentionally. Then, Billy and his friends found out about it, and believed Greg to be abusive. Again, it's nonsense, but it's the only argument they have.
What did you do after that point in time?
Well, I left the house, and when I left, I shut the door behind me, and I locked the door locked because it had been locked. And not him. I realized that I didn't have the keys to get back in, and I just left. I walked to his parents' house, actually.
Did you ever get back in the house that night?
Well, it's kind of a strange story what happened, but I went over to his parents' house, and I rang the doorbell, and they let me in, and I told them what had happened. I was crying because I was upset, and they had known Greg was drinking because, like I said, that they were with us. And his father went over to the house to talk to Greg, and he was ringing the doorbell, and he couldn't get in the house because, like I said, it was locked. And his father, I guess Greg had passed out, and he didn't hear the doorbell. So his father came back to the house and called our home, and Greg didn't answer because he didn't hear the phone. And the answering machine clicked.
Okay.
Well, no, I was right
You
there.
can strike the part about why you didn't answer. Did you get back?
Okay, well, there was no answer, and the answering machine picked up on the fourth ring, and his father left a message on the machine. And when you're in our house, you can hear the machine at the message as it's being left. And he was saying, "Greg, pick up the phone. Greg, pick it up." And Greg didn't.
Did you ever get into the house?
Yes. His mother and father asked me if I wanted to stay with them that night, but I had decided that I wanted to go home. And I went back to the house, and Greg's father tried his key in the door, and his key opened our door. And I went into the house. And I slept on the couch.
Other than that, is Greg Smart ever hit you accidentally or on purpose at all?
No, he did not, and he was very upset when he had found out what he had done.
And what kind of work were you doing in the fall that year?
Director of Media Services.
What is that? What do you do?
I handle all media purchases for our school administrative unit, which includes 11 schools from the Seacoast area, and I handle public relations for the schools also, which includes doing newsletters, writing, editing, photography, and workshops sometimes for students on media equipment.
Who would you work with? Who were the people that you worked with?
My secretary? I had a secretary named Patty Weiser, and I also had a media aide, Cindy Durant, and I had a student intern, Cecilia Pierce. But I don't believe Cecilia Pierce was my intern in the fall yet at that point.
How did you come to have Cecilia Pierce become your intern?
Well, the previous year, I had covered a story for the newsletter on a project at the high school called Project Self-Esteem, which is a 3-day drug and alcohol awareness program for incoming freshmen. And I covered the story, and at the time I covered the story, I was asked if I would be interested in participating as a facilitator the following year. Well, what it is a lot of different workshops on drug and alcohol awareness, and after the big general meeting, students break down into small groups, and each group has an adult facilitator and a student facilitator, and they go over what was just said in the large group discussion, and they do projects about it.
Okay, you were telling us that you were in that group, and did that have something to do with me, Cecilia?
Well, eventually, the next year I came back and I was in that group. I was asked if I would be interested in helping Mrs. Kinsman, the guidance counselor at Winnicott, with the student facilitators for the following year. And in that group of people, that's when I met Cecilia Pierce.
Did you like her, dislike her? What were your feelings towards her?
Well, my feelings when I first met her were just feelings for any student in the group.
This is a patently bad thing to say if you were in a pedophilic relationship with a person in the same class as Cecilia. One of the fortunate byproducts of covering cases where an adult attempts to validate their relationship with a child is that inevitably there will be a moment like this one, where Pamela tries to state that when she had met Cecilia, she thought of her the same way she thinks of all of her students. But the issue is that she clearly does not hold the same beliefs about minors that most people do, especially most people who decide to be teachers. She doesn't have the same common sense boundaries that, say, you and I have as adults, where we have obvious boundaries with children and teenagers. We don't think having intense relationships with them is appropriate, and don't invite said teenagers over to simply hang out and sleep over. We understand that is strange, but Pamela does not do these things. So when she tries to state that she felt the same way about Cecilia that she felt about all of her students, the way all adults feel, it's hard to believe her, because she clearly does not have the same feelings that the public does.
I was just interested in helping.
Did those feelings change over time?
Well, the first day, Cecilia came up to me, and she was very friendly. She started talking to me with a friend of hers, Rachel Iman, and she kind of just ended up hanging around and staying close to me throughout the Project Self-Esteem group, and we became friends.
How did it happen that she became your intern?
At some point, she indicated an interest in journalism for herself. She had said that she was interested in going to college for journalism, and when I would describe my job to her, she had said that she wouldn't mind having a job like mine. It sounded like fun, and I had said that maybe she would like to come over sometime because she might possibly be able to work with me on some projects and see what it was like.
Did that happen?
Yes, I found out that Winnicott had a intern experience-based education program where they had place student interns in work environments through one of the teachers over there, Janice Petro, and I talked to Miss Petro about it, and she had said that that would be a good idea if Cecilia wanted to work over there. And she did become my intern.
You know a fellow named Vance Latimer Jr., also known as JR?
Yes, I do. I met Vance Latimer at the same point where I met Cecilia Pierce, which he was a student facilitator in Project Self-Esteem.
Close friends with Vance Latimer Jr.?
No.
You know a fellow named Pete Randall? I mean, you saw him testify here, but did you know him back there at this point we're talking about?
I knew who Pete Randall was, but I, in my life, had I think, 2 conversations with him. Before that, I just knew that he was a friend of some of the students.
What was the subject of or the nature of the conversation you had with Pete Randall in your life?
One conversation, well, actually, I don't know if I've ever spoken directly to Pete Randall. He was part of a conversation that I was in. One was about motorcycles. I don't really remember.
You know, was Bill Flynn in this group?
Yes, he was.
What was the nature of your relationship with Bill Flynn in the fall of that year?
Same as everyone else's, just acquaintances.
You like him?
Yes, I thought he was a good kid.
What did you like from him?
He was easy to talk to. Friendly.
Do you have any shared interests?
Yeah, he liked some of the same music that I do, and he played the guitar.
Did you ever get involved in any special projects with any of the kids at school?
Yes, I did. There came a time when I received a flyer in the mail about an orange juice commercial for the Florida Department of Citrus was putting on, and I had it in my office at one point when Cecilia Pierce was in there working with me, and she saw it on my desk and asked me what it was, and I explained it to her, and she said that she thought it was neat, and I asked her if she'd be interested in doing it and if she knew any students who would want to do it also.
Okay, and who eventually got involved in putting this commercial together?
At the beginning, it was Cecilia Pierce, Rachel Emond, Kevin Mort, Bill Flynn, and I believe another student, his name was Jeremy Thompson.
What did you do?
But it didn't end up with all those people in it.
Okay, who did it end up with? What did you do?
It ended up with myself, Tracy Collins, who is a friend of mine, Cecilia Pierce, Rachel Emond, and Bill Flynn.
Did you ask Bill Flynn to be in it, or did he ask you if he could be in it?
Cecilia asked him.
What did he do in the orange juice commercial? What was his role?
Well, all the kids worked on the planning of the project. It was a very involved project, everything from audio and video. We had lyrics, we wrote our own song, and all the kids worked on the brainstorming and the planning of it. And eventually, Bill did the camera work. He was the cameraman because I was just supposed to be guiding them through it. I wasn't supposed to actually be filming or doing the work. I was allowed to be in it, but I wasn't allowed to do the actual filming, so Bill did that.
Where would you do the filming? What was this?
Excuse me?
Where would you do the filming for this
a variety of different places, including some scenes were done at Bill Flynn's house, some were done at the beach, Seabrook Beach, some were done behind Cecilia Pierce's grandmother's house, some were done in a street, all over. One was done at the Seabrook Recreation Department.
Did you ever go to your own home for this scene?
Well, originally we had planned to use a four-wheeler that Greg had owned for a scene, and Greg was going to drive the four-wheeler in the scene. And we went over to my house to do it once, but Greg had appointments and he couldn't come home like he thought he could. So we never ended up doing that scene.
And who was with you at the time you went to your house to do the scene?
It was Cecilia Pierce and Bill Flynn.
This is how her defense is justifying her inappropriate relationship with both Cecilia and Bill. If you were to look at the facts of the case and feel uncomfortable with the fact that the teacher had invited both parties over to her home, that would be normal. Most adults wouldn't do that, but through clever questioning, her legal team is attempting to frame the odd behavior as being slightly overblown. She was just working on a school project with them and invited them over for completely normal reasons. It just so happened that her relationships with both of the teens turned into something radically inappropriate and detrimental to their developments. But it wasn't her fault. It's incredibly clever. The only issue is that by simply reciting her answers back without any sort of emotion in her voice or face, she comes across as being that manipulative, conniving person that the prosecution said she was.
What time of year was this?
It was during February vacation.
How long did you work on this orange juice commercial for?
I believe we started in January, and it was due into the Florida Department of Citrus on April 1st, so it would have been January, February, and March.
Did your relationship with Bill Flynn ever change?
Yes, it did.
Why? How?
Why? I don't know, but how? When we were working on the video, I was told from the beginning from Cecilia that Bill had a crush on me, and I didn't like him at first, but yes, I did. I did start to like him during the filming of the Orange Juice video.
Did you ever tell him that you liked him?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the people in the jury how that came about?
Cecilia had said that Bill was talking about me and that she thought that I should talk to him, and I believe he came over to my office, and I had told him that I had known he had liked me and that I thought he was really nice and that I liked him too, but that I was married and that I was not interested in having a relationship with him.
What was his reaction to that?
He was surprised that I had liked him, but he didn't really say anything. He just kind of sat there.
This is one of the most unbelievable things that Pamela would say, because, to be clear, there is no way as an adult you would tell a child who you know has feelings for you that you reciprocate those feelings and expect nothing to occur. Telling someone that you have romantic feelings for them is not something that you do if you expect them to do nothing, especially if the person you are saying that to is so emotionally immature, like a teenage boy would be. To put this into perspective, say there was a person in your life that you had a crush on, but they were married. They are in their own relationship. They have committed themselves to another person, and they are happy in said relationship. You realize this, but still harbor some form of feelings for them. If they told you that they had feelings for you too, what would that motivate you to do? Would it cause you to take a step back, realize nothing could ever happen between the two of you, and move on? No. You would likely pursue a relationship with that person because they just gave you the green light, so to speak. Now make that person an emotionally immature teenage boy, and how do you think he would respond to that information? He would probably be over the moon because his previously unattainable crush just told him that they feel the same way for him. For her to try and claim that she told Billy she had romantic feelings for him, but only to try and dissuade him from being attracted to her is nonsense, because any reasonable person would know that that wouldn't be the outcome. She is attempting to push the onus of responsibility for the affair away from herself, the same way Mary Kay Letourneau did, and paint Billy as being the aggressor. He wanted the relationship, he had the crush on her, he pursued her, and even though she was an adult authority figure in his life, she was somehow powerless to stop him. It's illogical and doesn't stand up under basic reasoning, but every time this kind of narrative is put forward, it's pretty fucking disgusting.
I'm not sure if you said this, but when was this?
February 5th.
Did you kiss him on February 5th?
No. I told him I didn't like him.
Did there ever come a point in time when you did kiss Bill Flynn?
Excuse me?
Did there ever come a point in time when you did kiss Bill Flynn?
Yes, I did.
What happened between this February 5th when you told him that you couldn't have an affair at that point in time? What changed?
My feelings.
Describe what's going on.
Well, I didn't set out to have an affair with him, but I did. And in February, I believe it was February 27th or something, it was during February vacation also, while I was over his house, we were working on the video, we were in his room, and he kissed me.
Fight him off?
Excuse me?
Did you fight him off?
No.
Tell us what happened. He kissed you.
He kissed me and then I went home.
Did you talk about the kiss after the kiss?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Did you ever, after that day, what was the nature of your relationship? How did things go after that?
Well, I really didn't want to have an affair, and I was trying to fight my feelings.
Again, if you really don't want to have an affair, it's frankly very simple to not have an affair. You just don't do it. You put your penis down, you put your titties back in your sweater, and you go home. But they're trying to paint her sexual abuse of Billy as being something cosmic, something that she couldn't say no to, even though she was the adult. If she felt that Billy's feelings, or even her own, were inappropriate, she could have stopped working on the project. She could have stopped spending time alone with Billy and told him that he wasn't welcome at her home or office anymore. But she didn't. She did the opposite, because she wanted to sleep with the minor.
Successful?
Up until March 24th.
What happened on March 24th?
Bill came over my house, my condo in Derry.
Was anyone with him? What was going on? Why that day?
Because Greg was gone to Atlantic City.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Where was he gone?
Atlantic City?
Bill just happened to come over there, or was it planned?
No, it was planned.
Okay, tell us about
The planning of it?
it. Yeah. How did it happen?
I said I was going to be by myself. Cecilia wanted to sleep over, and Bill asked if he could come.
When Bill Flynn asked if he could come over to your house and your husband's gone, do you think it's the same as Cecilia asking to come over and sleep over?
No.
Okay, what's going through your mind?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, so your husband's gone, Cecilia's going to come over to sleep over to keep you company. And then Bill Flynn asks if he can come over, okay? Can I come over? I'm Bill Flynn. Can I come over? What's your reaction? What's going on?
Yes, I wanted him to come over.
Did you expect that when he was over, you would have sex with him?
Yes.
Did you have sex with him when he came over?
Yes.
Did you watch that movie 9.5 Weeks?
Yes.
Did you make love to him?
Yes.
Did you do the thing with the ice cubes?
No. I think he's having a problem remembering where reality began and the movie stopped.
To be clear, when Billy had testified, he went into explicit detail about what they did when they slept together. The three of them, Billy, Cecilia, and Pam, had watched the movie 9.5 Weeks, which includes a particularly raunchy scene. Billy would state that when Pam took him up to her bedroom, leaving Cecilia downstairs to watch the movie by herself, they recreated that scene. She is now stating that that didn't occur, and that her minor victim has confused watching the movie with what they actually did, which is not a great defense. If you're trying to state that the minor you abused was too stupid to differentiate reality from a movie, you're basically admitting that he was too incompetent to orchestrate the entire affair, and probably too incompetent to murder your husband in cold blood as well.
Motion is constructively.
Mr. Grant, the jury will disregard that statement. You saw some pictures that were entered into evidence earlier. You recall them? Pictures of you?
Photographs of myself, yes.
Okay. What were those all about? How they happened?
I believe they were taken in March or April. They were taken for something in April, so I know they were taken before the end of April. The
The photographs they're talking about are these ones. There are two narratives around these photographs. The first is that she and a female friend wanted to submit their own raunchy photos to a model search, so they spent the afternoon dressing up and posing. It was just a fun time waster, but nothing came of it. She would claim that instead of getting the pictures developed herself, she gave the film roll to Bill to get developed. Again, the same person she's stating she didn't want to be in a relationship with, who she wasn't pursuing, who she tried to stay away from because she knew their relationship would be inappropriate. So then she gave him the photos. The other narrative is the prosecution's. They alleged that she took these photos for Billy. They believe this because the photos were given to Billy. Let me know which story you believe.
Photos were of myself. I really didn't want to develop them at the usual place where I dropped off my film for school because I knew all the people in there and I really didn't want them seeing photos of me. So I had Bill take the roll to Kenny.
Okay, and did you get the photos back?
Yes, I believe the package, when it was given to Kenny, was also given with another roll of film that was either Bill Flynn's mother's or Bill's. And apparently Kenny had written Elaine Flynn's name on the package because Tracy still has the package. And the film was dropped back off. Kenny, when it was done, Kenny gave it to Elaine Flynn, who opened it, apparently because it said her name on it.
Just tell us what you saw.
Oh, okay, well, Bill brought the pictures back in and gave them to me at school.
Did you give Bill any of those pictures?
No, I did not. I was embarrassed of them.
When did this happen in relation to, say, the first time that you told him you had feelings for him, the first time you kissed him, things like that? Can you put the pictures in that context?
If I had to give an honest answer, no, I couldn't because I can't 100% tell you.
Did you ever come to write any letters and notes to Bill Flynn?
Yes,
Were they love letters?
yes, somewhere.
Were some of them sexually explicit?
I guess, apparently.
There's a note here, I'm not sure if I can dig it out. There's one note that
I know what you're talking about.
Pardon?
I know what you're talking
It's multicolored.
Yes,
Is
that's
that-
not a note.
Okay, what is that?
That's just lyrics to a song.
It should go without saying that if you're on trial and you take the stand in your own defense, that you should not interrupt the person asking you questions, especially if you are interjecting that you already know what they're going to say.
Did you give that to Bill Flynn at any point in time?
No, I didn't. It was inside a tape in my car.
Did you ever buy Bill Flynn booze or alcohol?
No.
Did you ever see him drunk?
Yes.
Can
Yes,
you tell us about that?
on one occasion. I had picked him up on one occasion with Cecilia Pierce, and he had been drinking Southern Comfort. Well, that's what he told me. I didn't see him drinking it.
Where was he picked him up and where did you go?
I picked him up at his house, and we went to Vance Latamy's. I don't really remember the night very clearly, but I remember there was a stop at Vance Latamy Jr.'s house. I believe we went to Salisbury Beach.
After you became sexually intimate with Bill Flynn, the night you told us about, 9.5 weeks, how often did you see him?
I usually saw him at school every day.
How often would you see him outside of a normal context?
Well, usually on Saturdays, we would work on the orange juice video, so I would see him then, and sometimes after school, but not always, because we did the video with Cecilia also, and she was working at the time, so she wasn't able to do it every single day.
What were your feelings about having him here?
I had mixed emotions about it. I was, I don't feel too good about myself.
You said mixed.
Well, I liked Bill, but I also loved Greg.
Pamela states that she had mixed emotions about her relationship with Bill, not because he was a minor student that she was actively manipulating and abusing, but because she liked him, but also loved her husband. There seems to be no thought given to the fact that her relationship with Bill would be detrimental to his development, that she was abusing the trust that he had placed in her as a teacher, or that what she was doing was illegal. In her recollection of what happened, The main moral complexity in the case comes from the fact that she was married and didn't know whether to choose the adult man with the adult haircut or the teenage boy who looked more metal. It's as if she expects the public, or more accurately the jury, to already be on her side in regards to the whole sleeping with a minor thing.
How strong was your life for Bill Flynn at its peak?
I loved him at one point.
Did you ever stop loving Greg during this affair?
No, never.
How did that make you feel? To love two people?
Confused.
What did you think about yourself?
Not very highly.
Did you ever tell your husband about this?
Yes, I did.
When did that occur?
The Friday before he was murdered.
Tell us about it.
Well, there had been quite a few occasions on when I had wanted to tell Greg, but I had chickened out. And then on a Friday after he was, before he was murdered, the week before, he was at a conference in Rhode Island, and he was coming home that Friday, and I left work early on Friday so that I could come home and talk to him. He had come home and started telling me about what had happened during his conference, just general talk. And during that conversation, he had told me that one of the other men from, I don't know if it was someone from Metropolitan or someone that he had just met, had brought a hooker back to their room or something, not Greg's room, but to this other guy's room. And he had started telling me about that, and obviously, I was wondering why they would do something like that, and I asked him if he had been with this hooker, and he said no. And I brought up the past time that he had been with someone, and he started asking me if I was going to throw that in his face all the time, and if I was just going to bring that up for the rest of our life. And I said something to the effect of that it wasn't easy to forget, and that how would he have felt if I had done something like that? And he answered and said that he wouldn't be too happy about it either, but that he wouldn't throw it in my face for the rest of my life. So then I told him. And he wasn't happy.
So whether or not this even took place is questionable, because run the scenario out in your mind. Greg, the man who refused to take off his wedding ring when a gun was pointed at his head, is in an argument with his wife, an argument he started by talking about how his friends got a hooker while they were away. Which, why any man would do that, then immediately tell his wife about it, I don't know. That's its own kind of stupidity that I don't think I'm equipped to discuss. So they're in an argument, and after telling his wife that he would be upset if she cheated on him, but wouldn't throw it in her face every time they argued, she revealed that she had a months-long affair with a child she is teaching, and her only addition is that he wasn't happy. Does that seem believable to you? Because it doesn't to me.
Did you talk about it that night?
Well, we talked about it for about 3 hours that day. And he said that he couldn't believe that I would do that. And I told him that I was sorry, and he asked me if I loved him. I said I did. I did love him.
Again, she doesn't describe the conversation they had. She doesn't state that he was devastated, that he was crying, or that he was furious and throwing things. She's very detached with her description of events, like it was something she witnessed, but didn't directly experience. Being cheated on is a huge betrayal of trust. Any person would reasonably be upset by that alone. But she cheated on him with a minor, a student whose supervision she was trusted with. Most people wouldn't believe their spouse would be capable of doing something as awful as that. But in Pam's emotionally detached retelling of events, her admission led to a 3-hour conversation where Greg was vaguely upset, but otherwise the confession was a non-issue.
And I told him that it was over with me and this person. I never told him who the person was.
Was it true that it was over?
Yes, it was.
Let's go back a little bit, Dave. You told us about the night you were in with the 9.5 weeks, Dave. They loved Billy Flynn. What happens between that point in time, I think you said March 24th and May 1st, sometime late March, May 1st.
Well, there was still a relationship going on then, and I just realized that obviously I couldn't have two relationships at once, and that it was going to have to be one or the other, and I wanted to be with Greg.
Did you ever make any attempts to break off with Billy?
With Bill?
Bill?
Yes, numerous attempts.
Okay,
Even before March 24th.
okay. Well, tell us about the ones before March 24th.
Well, I told you that beforehand. I didn't want you to even have a relationship with him. And then when I did, I told him that I didn't think it was right and that it was wrong and that I wanted to be with Greg, and he kept saying, why didn't I just get a divorce? And I said, because I love Greg. And he would ask me how I could love two people at once.
Okay.
According to Pam's story, everything just happens to and around her. She is a non-entity in the story. She has no direct agency, and she's not in control of any circumstances around her. Billy wanted to be in a relationship, so she was just automatically in a relationship with him. She said she didn't want to be in a relationship and wanted to end whatever it was they were doing, but she was powerless against the minor. She was the adult working alongside him. If she didn't want to sleep with him, that was as easy as never going to his house or never inviting him over to hers, and never allowing herself to be left alone with him. And to be clear, not being left alone with a 16-year-old is a very simple thing to accomplish. Most people do it every day and never notice. She had all the power in this situation. The relationship happened because she actively pursued it, and it would have never occurred had that not been the case.
Let me ask you a question. Why didn't you just get a divorce?
Because I didn't want a divorce.
What would you get a divorce and very smart for everything you own in the whole world? What would you be losing?
Everything he owned?
Everything the two of you together own. What would you be losing? Did you own a house?
No, we rented a condo. The things that we owned were owned jointly. The furniture, and he owned his own car, and I owned my own car, because I had had my car before we were married, so my car was in my name. And our bank accounts were in both of our names.
How much money did you have saved up? Roughly.
Probably between $4,000 and $6,000 in the savings and the checking.
Whose dog was Haley? How'd you get Haley?
Who's Greg gave him to me when I was graduating from college as a gift. It was my dog, I guess.
Do you know whether or not Greg had insurance?
Insurance?
Yeah, life insurance on himself.
I knew he had some life insurance, but I had no idea how much.
What was Billy Flynn's reactions on the times when you tell him the things you told us earlier about being wrong and having to break it off?
He told me that he was going to kill himself.
Okay, so no, this is blatantly manipulative, in a multitude of directions. This is a sexual predator stating that they preyed on a minor, not because they were a pedophile, but because they were manipulated by the minor, and feared that if they didn't sleep with them, the minor would kill themselves. This is such a wild excuse that it wouldn't even be used on To Catch a Predator, and those guys are some of the dumbest fucking assholes we've ever had to cover. Billy likely didn't say this, but let's suppose he did. Let's take everything she is saying at face value, and say that when she tried to break up with the child that she was in a relationship with, he threatened to hurt himself. Instead of looking at that as a clear sign that the child's mental health that she is in a relationship with is deteriorating probably because her involvement, she simply continued to sleep with him. She just had no idea how to not prey on the child that she was sleeping with after he said he would kill himself, which is ridiculous and entirely manipulative. This is just a terribly thought out smokescreen for Pamela to try and hide behind, because the reality is that she held the power in the relationship. She was the one who could drive, who could control Billy's grades, and who sought him out. She was the one who could have removed him from her class, stopped working on the orange juice project with him, and could have gotten him help if he was really struggling with his mental health. But she never did that because she didn't want to. She tries to give weight to the notion that she had no control in anything that happened, but she did. If you say you don't want something to happen, then actively work towards that thing, then people can logically conclude that you're probably lying. It's like if I said that I didn't want to gain subscribers, then continued to urge you to all subscribe and I continue to make content. So it's nonsense.
What tone of voice? That's what I mean by reactions.
He would usually cry.
Did you cry easily?
Did he cry easily?
Well, did he cry often, I guess?
Often? No, not often. Probably, I've seen him cry probably 4 times.
Can you tell us about one of them?
There was one time when we were in my car, and I had told him that I didn't want to have a relationship with him anymore, and he started crying, and he said that he couldn't live without me.
Where was that?
In my car,
No, where was your car?
Seabrook.
Any place you?
Yeah, right near the beach.
When was that?
The end of March, probably.
How did that make you feel when Billy Flynn cried and told you couldn't work without him?
I felt bad. I didn't want to hurt his feelings. I mean, I still wanted to be friends with him, and he was still a nice person. I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So I felt bad when he cried.
What happened?
See, everybody, she's just a nice lady. She didn't want to hurt the feelings of the minor she preyed on, because that's just the type of woman she is. Don't convict her of manipulating that minor to kill her husband. She would never do that.
You indicated earlier that at some point in time you actually did break off with him. Can you tell us about that?
There was more than one time. What time?
The last time?
The last time? Yeah, I told him that there was absolutely no way that I could live like this any longer, and that I was going to tell Greg about it, and he didn't think that was a good idea. He told me that he didn't think that I should tell Greg.
Why didn't he think you should tell Greg?
He didn't say why, he just... I think maybe because he realized that that would be pretty final. I don't know, I can't speculate on what he thought.
When was this conversation?
Probably like April 28th, around there.
Last week of April somewhere?
Yes, it was either the Wednesday or the Thursday in the last week of April.
Could you describe Billy's behavior, his emotions as you had this conversation at this time?
He was crying. And then he stopped crying. He seemed mad at first, but then all of a sudden he just didn't seem mad anymore. He just asked if we could be friends, and I said yeah, but I thought that it was a good idea if he didn't come over to the media center, because I felt like if we kept seeing each other, that it would make it harder. But he said he couldn't just not see me anymore at all, that he wanted to still be my friend and to come over, so I said okay.
Where were the places that you were alone with Billy Flynn over these couple of months?
There were times when I was alone. I think there was 2 times I was alone in his house with him. There were numerous times I was alone in my car with him. And at my house. Or sometimes in my office. Well, he would come over periods 3 and 6, I believe, and Cecilia would come over periods 5 and 8.
Were they usually together when they were at your office?
No, they can't. They have the same, different study periods. There would be an occasion every once in a while where either Cecilia or Bill would have one of the other's study period, class canceled during one of the other person's study periods so that they would be over at the same time, but usually they weren't, because you can't just skip class over at school. You have to get a pass during a study period.
I'm going to skip past a considerable portion of the questioning, as her lawyer asks her about the time she let Bill and his friends take her car. A link will be left in the description box to watch the interrogation in full.
How many times was Bill Flynn at your house, ever?
In Derry?
Derry.
3.
Okay. The first was when?
when he came to film the orange juice commercial.
Second was,
March 24th.
okay, is that 9.5 weeks?
Yeah.
When's the third time?
I don't remember the exact date. The last Tuesday in April.
Okay, what was that week? Was there anything special about that week?
Yes, I had said already that Greg was at a career school in Rhode Island.
How long was Billy there? What happened?
One day, one night.
You spent the night?
Yep.
What did you do that night?
That night,
Eating, right?
ate dinner, watched movies.
Who cooked?
Who cooked?
Yeah.
I did.
Who did the dishes?
He did.
Who cleaned up afterwards?
He did.
Did you do any other chores around the house?
Did he?
Yeah.
He took out the trash.
There's something pretty disturbing about the exact chores she gave Billy to do around the home. Those same tasks would be normal and innocuous if she said Greg or any person her age did them. Clearing the dinner setting, washing the dishes, and taking out the trash is a normal thing to do nightly. But the fact that a 16-year-old boy was tasked with them adds an almost maternal factor to the abuse. She cooked him dinner, then tasked him with cleaning the dishes and taking out the garbage. I'm again going to skip ahead, as we don't really have any commentary for the next portion of the footage. To summarize, her defense team is outlining her alibi for the night of the murder. If you recall, the plan was to kill Greg while Pamela was in a school board meeting, where she would be seen by multiple other parties. That was paramount, because in their minds, it put her above reproach. How could she have killed her husband if she was working? So going over her day is pointless. We know she didn't pull the trigger and that she was not accused of doing so. The allegations are that she orchestrated the event herself.
After the meeting, what, if anything, did you do then?
I believe Patty Weiser's husband, Cal Weiser, who's on the Winnicott School Board, walked me out to my car because it was dark, and usually someone would walk me out.
And where did you go?
Home.
Tell us what happened when you got home on May 1st, 1990.
I drove up to the house, and I went into the garage, and I went up to the house, and I noticed that the outside lights weren't on. And I remember thinking that that was odd because Greg usually left them on when he knew that I was going to be late. But, you know, I didn't think it was anything major. I just remember thinking it was odd. And I walked up the steps and I put the key in the door, and when I pushed the door open, I turned on the light and I saw Greg.
What did you do?
Well, it all happened in a matter of, like, not even a second, I don't think. And I remember seeing things near him, like a candlestick and a pillow, and I remember the first thing I thought was to go get help. And I said Greg's name, and he didn't answer, and I ran out. It all happened really fast. It's hard for me to remember exactly what order.
Did you know Greg was dead then?
No. I didn't know what was going on. I thought that someone was in the house still, though. I remember thinking that to run somewhere else and call the police.
What did you do?
I ran next door, and I started banging on the door, and no one would help me. It seemed like it was taking forever, and I was ringing the doorbell, and I was screaming, somebody call the police, someone help me. And they didn't come fast enough. I mean, they might have, but it just seemed like forever. And so I ran to the next door and started banging on it, and they didn't come. And I ran to the next one, and by that time, the girl was already coming down the stairs, because I guess she had heard me screaming. They let me in the house. They opened the door and asked me what was wrong. And I said, there's something wrong with my husband. Someone call the police.
There's something incredibly robotic and unnatural to how Pamela relays information. Focus not on the words she's saying, but the tone in which she says them. Does she sound like she's detailing how she found her dead husband's body less than a week away from their first wedding anniversary? Does she sound like she's relaying what had to have been the most shocking and horrific night of her life? No. She sounds like she's timidly placing an order at a restaurant. She doesn't sound at all affected by the words that she's saying, which is odd. Add to the fact that her emotions, or lack thereof, play perfectly into the narrative that the prosecution is putting forward. If she seemed shaken, began crying, or appeared like she was hurt by the findings of her husband's dead body, that would help the jury empathize with her. They could better grasp what she's talking about, and while her story would still rely on people blaming a 16-year-old for the sexual abuse that she put them through, it would be slightly more believable. But her tone never changes. She never emotes.
How long was it before the police got there?
Like a second. I mean, apparently someone had already called 911 before this man did.
What did you do when the police got there? Do you remember?
Excuse me?
Do you remember what you did when the police got there?
I remember I went back outside the house, and there was all kinds of cars and people had come outside, and I remember everyone was asking me what was wrong. Everyone was saying, "What's wrong with him? Is there something? Did he have a heart attack? And well, is he having any health problems?" And I kept saying that no. I don't know. I was crying, and someone asked me if there was anyone that I wanted to call, and I said call Greg's parents, and I gave them the phone number because they live right around the corner.
While this was going on, what were the police doing? If you know, what did you see them doing where you were?
I don't know. I was on the knees I was on my knees on the ground. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure they were going inside the house, but.
How long was it before the police came out and gave you any information?
Before I got any information, the Smarts had arrived. Greg's brother, his mother, his father, in Greg's brother's car, and they got out of the car, and they were all still in their pajamas, and they were like jumping out of the car, and they were asking me, "What's the matter? Where's Greg?" And I was screaming that I didn't know what was wrong. And Greg's mother tried to go inside the house, but the police, they wouldn't let her inside the house because they were all outside blocking the stairs. And she was screaming that she wanted to get in, and everyone was screaming at me what was wrong, and I didn't know, and I was crying. And then the EMTs or whatever, ambulance came, and two men went inside the house, and they came back outside of the house, and Greg's brother said, how come no one's helping him? And everyone was screaming, how come no one's doing anything? And a policeman came down the stairs. He said, because he's dead.
You know what you did after that night?
No, I have no idea what happened, except for I remember being at the Smarts house. That was the next thing, and I have no idea how I got there.
Finally, a small display of emotion. Whether this is genuine or not doesn't matter, because we finally got something out of Pamela.
How long did you stay at the Smarts house?
I think till like 2 o'clock in the morning. Then I went to the police station.
Did anybody come over to the Smarts house?
Yes, a lot of people. The Smart family, aunts and uncles and friends of mine, my mom and my sister, my friend Tracy, Brian. I think Grammy and Grampy Smart came over too.
Where were you?
In the house, all over the place, usually in the upper living room or the downstairs.
Where did you stay the next few days?
Excuse me, where did I stay?
Right.
At my mother's. Well, I didn't sleep anywhere. I didn't sleep the whole night, but I went to the police station. I filled out a report, and then I went back to my mother's house at about 4 o'clock in the morning or something.
Did you know that evening how Greg had been murdered?
Well, Greg's brother, I believe, was the one who had told me, or somebody told me that the EMT had said that Greg died of a head wound that apparently had been hit over the head with a candlestick. That's how I thought he died.
Did you ever find out otherwise?
Yeah, I did.
How did you find out?
One day I was driving down the road and I heard it on the radio. That's how I found out.
This is such a patently stupid moment to take a break. I truly cannot emphasize how bad it was that her lawyers decided to ask for a break right at this moment. Because imagine you were the jury. After watching hours of the examination so far, this is actually really frustrating to see. It's like watching a professional baseball player strike out while playing t-ball. It was right fucking there and all you had to do was swing, and you fucking failed. You finally begin to see emotion in the defendant. After over an hour of unemotional reaction, she finally begins to show some sorrow about her husband's death. You're finally able to empathize with her just a little bit, and then they ask for a brief break. Their entire argument relies solely on viewing Pamela as a fragile, weak, and somewhat stupid individual. She tripped and fell into the arms of a child, who then killed her husband out of jealousy. She didn't know what she was doing. She just made a simple mistake. And the moment that becomes somewhat believable, they decide to pause the direct examination.
Pamela, you remain under oath.
Yes.
I want to talk to you, or have you talk to us about the month of May, the month after your husband's death. I think you told us earlier that you'd gone to stay with your folks for a while.
Yes.
How did you keep yourself busy during that month? What did you do?
I went back to work and I continued my dance classes.
Just to point out once again how fucking stupid this was to take a break while Pamela was breaking down, imagine how she would answer this question if she had not been put on ice. She would likely have some kind of emotion. Maybe she would even shed a tear or two. There would be something present in her voice beyond the standard almost bored tone she has. She's being asked what she did the month after her husband died. If she said she moved back with her parents, continued to work, and took dance classes, but simply sounded like she was fighting back tears and struggling to get the words out, you would empathize with her. Maybe you would even feel bad that she had orchestrated her husband's death. But there's no emotion. It's just a straightforward recollection of what she did, which could be interpreted as her being callous and unfeeling following Greg's murder.
Do you have contact with your friends during that month?
Yes, almost daily.
Okay, who are the people you would be with during the month?
Sonia, Simon, Tracy Collins, Brian Washburn, Terry Schnell.
Did you see Bill a lot during that month?
Just at work.
Did Cecilia start to avoid you after May 1st?
No.
Did
She
you go any-
continued working in the media center, so I would see her, like I said, period 5 and 8.
Did you ever do any things with her after school at all? If you recall.
I went to the beach with her once with my sister, Sonia, and Cecilia. I believe that was in June,
In June?
the beginning. I think it was June 4th.
Now, at some point, did you get a place of your own to live?
Yes, I did.
When did you go back to Misty Morning Drive?
Why didn't I?
Yeah.
Because my husband was murdered there and I didn't want to live in the same building.
This is an obvious answer, but again, Pamela and her legal team have given us nothing to empathize with. She's been straightforward and monotone throughout the questioning, and here it's no different. She doesn't appear upset, and doesn't say that going back home was traumatic for her. She just states the fact. She didn't want to live there because he died there.
Before we went on the jury view at the beginning of this case, when was the last time you've been there?
When we moved all the stuff out of the house, which would have been, the police wouldn't let anybody back in the house for at least, I think, 3 or 4 days after the murder. And eventually there came a time when I had to move the things out of the house. And so I went over there with my friends and my family.
Did you have much contact with the police during this period of time?
Yes.
Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about that? Who would initiate it? How often? Things like that.
I would usually talk to the police every day. And I would either call them or they would call me, or I would go down to the police station. There were times when they had specific questions about either friends of ours or like Detective Pelletier testified to who was in, questions like who was in the house before the murder and things like that.
Was Detective Pelletier correct that you brought up Cecilia Pierce's name to him in the first instance?
Yes.
Was he correct when he testified that you told him about the Project Self-Esteem program?
Yes.
Did you go on television sometime, or were you interviewed by Channel 9 at some point?
Immediately after the murder, I was contacted by numerous media sources, Bill Spencer in particular, quite a few times, and he was leaving messages at the home of my parents where I was staying, and he wanted me to go on camera and talk about the murder.
As we mentioned previously, 6 days after Greg's death, Pamela would do her first TV interview at her own request. She contacted the reporter, she set up the interview, and she did so because she said she wanted to appeal to the public in order to find out who had killed her husband. She wanted the world to know what kind of person he was, and thought that she was the only person who could do so. The interview would end up backfiring on her, as she came across as cold and unfeeling towards her deceased husband. She never shed a tear, she spoke incredibly casually about the entire ordeal, and even stated that it was a good thing that he died when he did, just a year into their marriage, because had he been murdered years later, she would have loved him that much more. Which is nonsense to anyone who has ever lost a loved one. It doesn't matter how long the relationship was, the space of that person's absence in your life is immeasurable. The police would also note that there were things that she said in the interview that she could not have known, and things that she put forth as being fact that had not been confirmed to her. An example of this is when she talked about finding her husband's dead body, and how when she entered the shared residence, she immediately took note of the fact that one of their stereo speakers had fallen over, instead of her husband's dead body. She wanted to push the narrative that her husband's murder had been a robbery gone wrong, that whoever had killed Greg had done so because they really wanted to rob the place, a motive that had already been debunked by police at the time. Because the interview had gone so poorly in the eyes of the public, and because aspects of what she said in the interview had been called into question, Pam began to state that she had only taken the interview because a reporter harassed her relentlessly. She later claimed that he had threatened her, telling her that he was going to run multiple reports claiming that Greg had been killed over an old gambling debt, essentially defaming her dead husband, so she nobly took the interview to clear his name. That is obviously a lie.
What was your reaction to that?
Initially, I didn't go on camera. I told him that I didn't want to be on camera, but that he had said, and other news sources had asked me whether or not Greg had any drug involvement, and there was rumors that he was in the mafia, everything, and Greg did not do anything like that, and before he was buried, I wanted him to be laid to rest with some dignity and pride that he deserved.
In the period, well, in the whole month of May, did you ever connect Billy Quinn with the death of your husband in your mind?
Not initially. Well, first of all, I was told that it was a bungled burglary and that Greg had been, like I said, hit over the head with a candlestick. So initially, we didn't think that he was murdered, premeditated, I guess.
At any point in time, did you start to think about Billy Quinn?
Well, after I found out Greg was shot, there was all kinds of rumors going around that somebody had wanted this done and that it wasn't a bungled burglary. And the police changed their line of questioning towards me and started asking me if Greg had enemies, if I had enemies, and things like that. So, of course, when I was thinking about the questions, yes, that crossed my mind, whether anybody I know could have done this, but I eliminated that in my own mind. Then there came a time, I believe it was about a week after the murder, when I went back to work with my mother just to stop into the office. and I had occasion to go over to Winnicott High School to talk to the guidance counselor, Mrs. Kinsman. And when I was over there, I saw Bill Flynn.
Before we go any further, something she said in this portion stood out to us as being impossible, and that is the fact that when she was initially questioned by police, they didn't immediately ask if she knew anyone who would want to hurt Greg. To be clear, that is one of the first questions an officer would typically ask when discussing a murder. Even if it looked like a robbery gone wrong, even if they didn't think the person was murdered by someone who they knew, the police would still probe the friends and family of a victim, looking for potential leads. She would have been asked immediately if she knew anyone who had the motive to kill Greg, if there was anyone in their lives who would benefit from him being out of the picture, and that would have provided her the perfect opportunity to confess that she was dating a boy who wasn't legally able to drive yet, but she didn't.
Did you ask? Well, tell us what Bill Flynn, how he acted when he saw you, what occurred?
Well, like I said, I wasn't going over there to see him, and when he first saw me, he was surprised to see me. Well, I had seen him once before that at the wake, but that wasn't the first time that I saw him after the murder. But when I saw him in the hall, he was surprised to see me, and he stopped and talked to me, asked me how I was doing.
Was any mention made of your husband's death in that conversation?
Yes, that's why he asked me how I was doing. He wanted to know if I was okay, and just the same question. He asked me the same questions every single person that I saw was asking me how I was doing, if there was anything they could do for me, things like that. And then he started asking me questions about the police and if they had any leads, and had they found any evidence or things like that. And he kept going on about that, and that was the first time it ever came across my mind, could he have done this?
Did you say anything along those lines to him?
Yes, I did. I said, Bill, you didn't have anything to do with this, did you?
What did he say?
He said, no, I was crazy. That he thought I must be losing my mind, that he couldn't believe that I would even ask him that, and that I should go to a psychiatrist. That's what he said.
If you're following along at home, now she is claiming that the teenage boy that she groomed and sexually abused gaslit her, again trying to make the person she took advantage of into being the bad guy. She is just a nice teacher who was taken advantage of by a high school student.
He was mad. He was mad. He was mad.
Did you accept his denial at this point in time?
Yes, I did. I felt bad afterwards that I had accused him of that.
You mentioned a moment ago that you saw him at the wake. Do you recall, I believe it was Cecilia Pierce, testified that she went to the wake, and that when they came up to see you at the wake, I believe she testified that you said something to the effect that you were glad to see them, but they made you uncomfortable and they should leave. Do you recall her saying that?
I recall her saying that in this courtroom,
Right.
but I don't recall her saying that at the wake, but I remember saying that they made me uncomfortable.
Why did they make you uncomfortable?
They all didn't make me uncomfortable, but Bill did.
Why?
Because of No, I didn't know at the time that he had done it.
Why did you
But
make
he made me uncomfortable because of the relationship that I had with him.
Okay, now I'm not sure if it's me or you, but we're doing what Mr. Halverson's called Dublin. We're talking over each other. So let me finish the question.
Okay.
How often between the death of your husband and the boy's arrest did you see Bill Flynn? After you've gone back to work.
I usually saw him at the media center, probably every day, well, Monday through Friday at the media center. He would, at the time, I was working on a newsletter, and he was helping me mail it out, and so was Cecilia. So they would come over during their study periods and help me affix the labels onto them.
Did you see him outside of work at any point in time between those two periods, those 2 days?
Yes, I saw him on May 31st.
Okay. How do you know it was May 31st?
Because it was Memorial Day and I had the day off.
Okay. Can you tell the people on the jury where you saw her and what occurred?
I had mentioned previously that I had to get the stereo taken out of Greg's truck because I was selling the truck, well, at the time I didn't know what I was doing, but I had to do something. And so he had said that he could take the stereo out for me because I was going to go to a stereo place to get it out, and it would have cost me, like, I don't know how much, but I think it's something like $60, and he said he would do it for free. So.
Did you bring the truck somewhere for him to do that?
Yes, I brought it to Vance Latamy's house.
And was there any discussion about anyone buying the speakers at that point in time?
Vance had indicated an interest in the speakers and asked me what I was doing with them, but I didn't say I would sell them to him or anything like that at that time.
Later on, did anything happen with the speakers?
Bill had asked me quite a few times after that what I was planning on doing with both the stereo and the speakers, because he said he knew people who would buy both of them from me if I was interested in selling them. And eventually he had said that Vance was specifically interested in the truck speakers.
Now, did anything else occur on May 31st with the kids?
Yes, it did. When we were over there, there was a girl by the name of Michelle Nichols also over there who was JR's girlfriend, and Ralph Welch was there and his girlfriend Michelle. Then there was some other guy, I don't know. There was a lot of people there, and people kept coming over to the truck and talking, and Vance was talking to one of the other kids about a Trans Am that was at Gerard Holloway where his mother worked, and it was some sports car or something, and they were talking about that, and it came up in conversation that they wanted to go over there to the dealership to see it. And because they had taken out the car stereo for me for free, I said that I would give them a ride up there.
Pamela has done her best to make this event sound fairly innocuous. She didn't hang out with her high school-age ex-lover shortly after her husband died. She just went over to the house to have them take out her car's stereo, and it wasn't anything romantic or strange. But yes, her 16-year-old ex-friends brought their appropriately aged girlfriends to hang out as well. But it wasn't some kind of double date scenario. It just happened to work out that way, and she was being kind when she offered them rides. She wasn't trying to reward them for killing her husband or anything. The issue with Pamela's version of events is that there are always two ways to interpret what happened. The obvious way, which makes her look terrible, or the complex way, which involves 5 minutes of storytelling to make sense. There's always some small detail that only she knows that justifies her actions. She didn't start having sex with a teenage boy because she's a pedophile. She was vulnerable after being cheated on, and the minor manipulated his way into her life. She didn't stay in that relationship because she wanted him to kill her husband and used sex as a bargaining chip to get him to do it. She stayed with him because he threatened to kill himself should she ever leave. And she didn't go over to spend time with him outside of school because she liked him. She just needed a favor that only him and his 16-year-old friends could help with. In her retelling, she is always the victim. Everything happened to her, and she was helpless the whole way through.
Were you interested in getting a new car at this point in time?
Not that, maybe, I don't know. I didn't make any specific plans, like I never test drove and done financing on a specific car or anything like that. But yes, the thought had crossed my mind.
Before Greg's death, had he and you thought about getting a car, or had you gone to look at cars?
Well, we've gone to look at cars quite a few times, but nothing serious. I mean, one day we went out driving BMWs, but obviously we weren't going to buy one because they were too expensive. But Greg just liked to do things like that.
Hey, after you go to this car dealership, what happens? Where do you go with?
Well, it was myself, Bill Flynn, Michelle Nichols, Vance, and Pete. And we went into the car dealership and saw that it wasn't like a car that was for sale, I don't think. It was some big souped up like race car thing. I don't know. I think it was really expensive, or I don't even know that it wasn't something I was looking at to purchase at all. But I met Mrs. Latamy there and talked to her, just met her and went home. after. It was nothing big.
Okay. When were there other times, again, between the arrest of the boys and your husband's death, that you saw Bill Flynn outside of work?
I don't remember any other specific occasion except for the day before they were arrested.
Okay, tell us about it.
Terry Schnell, a friend of mine, was over my house. I believe it was Saturday, and we were sitting around the house. We were going to go down to the beach just for a drive, and Bill Flynn called the house and asked me what I was doing, and I told him just what I just said. And he said that if I went down to the beach to stop by and say hi. So I went down to the beach. We drove, Terry and I drove, I think we went out to get something to eat. Then we went to Bill's house, and he and Vance were over there.
Okay. How long did you stay there?
About 5 minutes. It was someone's birthday, and there was ice cream cake, and I had a piece, and then we left.
Okay. Who left and where'd you go?
Well, Terry and I had rented some movies, I think, or there were movies in the house already, I'm not sure. And we said we were going to watch them, and Bill asked if he could come over and watch them too with Vance. So I said, sure, I guess. And they got in the car, and we all went back to my house.
How long did Terry stay there?
At my house?
Yeah.
Originally, she was supposed to sleep over that night, but for some reason, she got a phone call or she called her boyfriend, and she decided to go back up to Derry to be with him.
And how long did Bill and Vance stay over?
Probably like 4 hours or so. And then Pete Randall came over and on a motorcycle and took Vance with him to go to Melissa or Michelle's house, I'm not sure which one, which are both of their girlfriends. And Bill didn't want to go with them because, first of all, you can only fit 2 people on the motorcycle. And second of all, because he didn't want to go over with both of their girlfriends and them.
Was there any use of the phone, either outgoing or incoming, while those young men were at your house?
Not that I remember. Not on that day.
Did there come a time when you found out that the boys were arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
That was, I think, the night of June 10th. Or June
I
11th.
think we were just talking about the night before. Maybe I got lost there. Were we just
Okay.
talking about the night before?
Yeah.
Okay. Between the point in time when they're over watching the movies and when you find out,
Well, we never watched the movies.
okay.
Yeah.
Point in time they're over there, what occurs? How does the evening end? And
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, Vance and Pete left for a little while. Pete never came in the house or anything. And so Bill and I were just over at the house watching TV, and we ate dinner, and then he asked me what I was doing that night, and I said nothing, and he asked me if I wanted to go to a movie or something, and I said I didn't think so, and then Pete and JR came back and said, what are we doing? And we said nothing, and then, I don't know whose idea it was, but we all decided to go to the movies.
did you go to a movie?
Yes, we did. We went to see Total Recall, but it was sold out, and we saw, I think it was called Firebirds or something.
I couldn't hear you.
Firebirds, I think was, I don't know. In Portsmouth.
What happened after the movie?
We came back to my house, and we were just sitting there, and then, I don't know, the reason they were staying over around was because since Greg's death, I hadn't been by myself at all on any night. I was either with a friend or my family, and this would have been the first night that I would have stayed by myself. And I remember saying that I was apprehensive about being alone in the house by myself. And that's why originally, like I had said, my friend Terry was supposed to sleep over. And like I said, at the last minute, she went back home. So I had mentioned that. And then at some point in the night, Pete or JR called one of their girlfriends and decided to go back over their girlfriend's house. And Bill and I watched 2 movies.
Okay, and what time are we at now?
By the time the movies are over? Well, one of the movies was The Abyss, and I remember it was really long. And I remember it wasn't over till like 3 o'clock in the morning, because like I said, we had gone to a movie. I think we went to like a 7 o'clock, which would bring us home at 9:30 and watch 2 movies. So it's about 3 o'clock in the morning. I fell asleep during the movie anyways.
You know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, Bill Flynn's still at your house. Have you rekindled your affair with him?
No, not at all. He was just watching a movie.
Her reaction to this question is somewhat funny given the question, but it just validates the point we made earlier. She is discussing how Billy came to her apartment after murdering her husband, and how the two basically went on a date with his friends, then stayed over until early next morning. Logically, one would assume that if two people who used to be intimate spent the night together, they would either be still romantically involved or would have rekindled their physical relationship during that time. But she reacts as if thinking that she would have slept with Billy is ridiculous. Of course he didn't come over to have sex with her. He just came over to watch a movie. It's not like they had ever had sex when he spent the night at her house before, or when they had watched movies there. Her argument is essentially nonsense, because it insists that she wouldn't do things that we know conclusively that she did. You can't act scandalized about being asked if you would do something that you've already admitted to doing in the past. Or, I mean, you can, but most people will obviously not believe you.
What's going on that night? Is he staying over?
Well, actually, yes, he did end up staying over that night, because it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and he just said he would stay over. He was going to put a deadbolt on my door the next day.
Where did he sleep and where did you sleep?
He slept on the couch, and I slept upstairs in my bedroom.
Well, what was the thing about a deadbolt? Why did you want a deadbolt?
Why did I want one? Because, I don't know, I was afraid to stay by myself, and I just wanted a deadbolt on the door. And I had purchased one at Ames, and I didn't know how to put it on, and he was going to put it on for me.
Now, what occurred the next day when you get up in the morning?
Well, I got up in the morning, and I was in the shower, and the doorbell rang, and obviously I couldn't get it because I was soaking wet. And Bill went and got it, and it was Pete and JR.
Okay. How long were Pete and JR at the house? Do you recall?
They came into the house, and I was still in the shower, and I finished taking a shower, and I put on sweatpants and a sweatshirt, and I came downstairs, like my hair was still in a towel and everything. And I was walking down the stairs, and right when I came down the stairs, everybody stopped talking. So I just kind of stared at everyone. And then Bill looked at me and said, "Can I just talk to them for a few minutes? Can you go back upstairs?" And I said, "Why? This is my house." And he said, "It's just something stupid I'll tell you about later." So I went, all right, and I went back upstairs and got ready. And I came back down about 45 minutes later.
Now, how long in all are they at your house? How long from when you go up to take a shower to when anybody leaves is it?
3 hours. Well, I mean, I came back downstairs in between then.
Right.
Right, and I asked Bill what was wrong, and he said that Pete had gotten in a fight with Ralph. And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because Ralph was saying things that weren't true about Pete." And when he said a fight, I thought he meant an argument. But later on, I had found out that it was not just an argument, it was physical.
Was there any phone usage during this period of time?
Yes.
Can you tell us about it, please?
They used the phone a couple times. I remember Bill asking me if they could use the phone, and I said yes, and I don't know who they called. I remember one call that I was downstairs for was Vance called his mother, and his mother said there was a family emergency and to come home. So Vance asked me if I could give him a ride home.
Did you in fact give him a ride home?
Yes, I did.
How are these three behaving at this point in time?
Well, like I said, I really don't know Pete at all, so, I mean, I don't know anything to compare his behavior to. And JR was just normal. He's usually just pretty regular. I don't know. And Bill just seemed a little nervous. I mean, I wasn't taking notes or anything because I didn't know what was going on.
You gave him a ride home. Who did you give a ride and where did you give him a ride?
All three of them. They said they couldn't take the motorcycle because it was JR's cousins and his mother would get mad if she saw that he had it. So they asked me to drive them to JR's, and I dropped JR off, I believe, at the front of his driveway, and he had told the other two kids that he wanted to go in the house by himself because his mother had said it was some family emergency. So I believe I dropped the other two off at some store near a laundromat, and then I went shopping.
When was the next time you saw Bill Flynn?
Well, I had gone to Ames to get some athletic tape, and I don't know what else I bought, but I was there probably for about 15 minutes or so. And as I was driving back down the road, I passed the point where I dropped them off, and I saw them walking down the road, so I pulled over. And I asked them when they were going to come get the motorcycle, because it was in my garage, and they said they were going to get in the car and get it right then. So I picked them back up and drove them to my house. And Pete and JR took the motorcycle.
Can you go with them at this point in time?
Yeah, but like I said, they can't all fit on the motorcycle at once. So Pete and JR took the motorcycle, and Bill said he was going to go, I think he said either to Winnicott or to Tuxfield or something like that. And he left, he just walked.
How far was it to Tuxfield from your place? Walking in time.
5 minutes, I guess.
When was the next time you saw Bill Flynn?
When he took the stand in this courtroom.
Did there come a time when you found out that Bill, Pete, and JR had been arrested?
Yes.
How did you find that out?
That it was specifically them, or that someone had been arrested?
Someone had been arrested.
Once again, I found it on the news, on the 11 o'clock news. I was with Terry Schnell.
What happened after you hear? Well, tell us what you hear on the news first, and then tell us what happened.
Well, I watch the news every night, and it was 11 o'clock, and we were upstairs in my room, and I believe it was a Monday night, and the news came on, and they said 3 male juveniles have been arrested in connection with the May 1st killing of Gregory Smart of Derry.
Did they identify them?
No, by name?
Right.
No, just 3 male juveniles.
What was your reaction to that news?
I was upset.
What?
For a number of reasons. Well, first of all, I was upset that someone was arrested and that I didn't know anything about it. And number 2, I was upset because once again I had to find out about something in connection with the death of my husband from the news. And number 3, I was upset because they had said Seabrook, and I didn't know if it was somebody that I had known or someone that was around me or someone who was going to come after me, someone from their family. I just was upset.
Did you do anything that evening to find out who was arrested?
That evening, I believe I called Patty Weiser, my secretary, to ask her if her husband, like I said, he was on the Winnicott School Board, if he could call the principal of the school and see if she knew who it was.
And what was her response to that?
Patty had no idea. She didn't know anything. I think I called the Derry police too, but I was told that no one from the detective division was in, because like I said, it was like 11 o'clock at night.
What did you do for the rest of the evening, for the night?
Sat in bed all night.
Did you sleep?
No,
Where was Terry?
right there with me.
Did you do anything in the morning to try to find out who it was that was arrested for killing your husband?
Yeah, well, because they had said Seabrook, I had figured that I would call either Bill or Cecilia and see if they knew anything about it, because it's a pretty small town, and I figured with the arrest of someone for a murder that people would know who it was. So I decided that I would call either Bill or Cecilia, and it was, I think, about 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and so I just dialed Bill's phone number, and his mother answered.
Tell us about the conversation.
Well, when she answered, I said, "This is Pam Smart," and she had known me because I had met her on a number of occasions. I said, "This is Pam Smart, and I'm trying to find out what's going on. Is Bill there?" And she said, "Billy's been arrested."
Did she tell you what Bill was arrested for?
Yes. That was my next question. I said, "For what?" And she said, "For first-degree murder, and Pete and JR are accomplices."
What was your reaction to that?
My my reaction, total shock and disbelief, that I could not believe that Bill could even be arrested for this. And I thought my first initial reaction was, oh my God, they found out about the affair and they've arrested the wrong person.
The wrong person?
Yeah, because I didn't think Bill could murder someone. And I said that to Mrs. Flynn. I said, what do you mean he's been arrested and why and what happened? And she said, I don't know, Pam. They told me that they have evidence. And I said, what evidence? And she said, I don't know. And and then she said, I said how or why or I don't know. I was asking all kinds of questions. And she said to me, I think you better get a lawyer. And I said, what do I need a lawyer for? She said, you just better get one.
What was your reaction to that?
Exactly what I just said. Wondering why in the world I would need a lawyer.
What did you...
Pausing for a moment, in the cases we have covered where a woman grooms and sexually abuses a minor, which is what has occurred here, there's always the sense of disbelief when they are eventually brought to light. Mary Kay Letourneau did the same thing, responding with shock when the affair that they've been having with a child is discussed as being illegal and inappropriate. In their minds, what they did cannot possibly be the same as if a male teacher had sex with a female student, even though it absolutely is. They have harmed their victims the same way adult men can, but they decide that it's altogether different. They will allege that the minor pursued them, that they were the instigator in the relationship, and they, the adult in the situation, were simply powerless to do anything. But that is obviously not true. Even if the minor had a crush on the adult, even if they thought they were attractive and made their feelings known, it was the adult's responsibility to protect the child from themselves, to tell them that the relationship would be inappropriate, and to do what they could to shut down any further advances, even if it meant removing the child from their class. Instead, Pamela manipulated the boy into thinking that they were in a loving, long-term relationship, where she was fucking acting like his mommy, and the only thing that stood in the way of them being together and having all the sex he wanted was her stupid fucking husband, and that if he killed him, they could finally do all the things that he wanted. This kind of response is obviously bullshit, but more importantly, it's the defense mechanism, because to say you sexually pursued a minor is reprehensible. You can't come back from that in most people's eyes. And you know that Pamela, Mary Kay, and every other predator doesn't believe that what they did is normal, because the sheer amount of effort they put into hiding the affair from others.
Did you take any other actions that day to find out what was going on? Or did you just let the thing drop?
No, I called everybody that I could think of. I called the dairy police, I called my parents, I called first of all my friends were calling me all morning, asking me if I knew who it was. I called the school again. I went over to my mother's house in Windham, and I called Dan Pelletier from the dairy police once again.
Did the dairy police give you any information about what was going on and why Billy Flynn had been arrested?
No, they told me the same thing they've told me throughout this entire investigation, which is, I'm sorry, we can't tell you anything. And then now, because it was juveniles, they said we can't tell you anything because they're juveniles.
What effect over the next few weeks did the arrest of Billy Flynn have on your life?
Well, like I said, I was having a very hard time believing that Bill could have committed this crime. I didn't want to believe this. And I was searching for someone to tell me why, how, if this was true. Just everything. Nobody would give me any information.
Is this something that you thought about once a day or in passing, or was it...
No, I thought about this every waking moment of my life.
Could we, if you want to ask the cameras, just take a break every once in a while?
No more pictures, gentlemen, no more pictures.
Did you do anything to find out what was going on and why the police thought that your former lover killed your husband?
Well, there was rumors flying around all over the place, and I just, basically, of course, every person that knows me was calling me up, asking me, do you know these kids? Have they ever met Greg? Why would they have done this? everyone was asking me for the answers, and I was asking everyone else, and it was like chaos. It really was. And I called the dairy police at least twice, 3 times a day, seeking information, to which I got none. And I called the Attorney General's office. I called the Victim Witness Program.
Who'd you talk to up there?
I talked to Gabe Putnam from the Victim Witness Program on a few occasions, and I spoke with another woman at one point, but I can't remember what her name was.
Let's say that Pamela's story is true. Her husband was murdered 6 days before their first wedding anniversary, and the child she was sleeping with was arrested for the murder, alongside 2 of his best friends. If you were in her position, wouldn't your first thought be, oh no, he killed my husband to be with me because we were having an affair? Because that's what most people would think. Again, it's the obvious conclusion. Even if you don't believe that is the case, that would be the obvious motive. And she even claimed to have thought that is why Billy was initially arrested. But according to Pam, that just didn't occur to her after that. She needed to have the reasoning spelled out for her in no uncertain terms, and even then, she was still confused.
Did any of the people you called give you any information to let you know whether or not Billy Flynn really did this, or why the police suspected him?
No.
How did that leave you feeling?
I felt like I was nothing. I felt like I felt like I was a reporter, that like I was seeking information for no reason other than to report it to the rest of the world, and I did not feel like the victim's wife.
Throughout the testimony, whenever Pamela has displayed any sort of emotion, it's always centered around the notion of not feeling respected as the victim's wife. When she almost cried earlier, it was after she stated she found out her husband had been shot over the radio. Her voice wavered again when she claimed that she found out about Billy's arrest the same way. And here, she sounds agitated and upset about not feeling like she was being treated the way a victim's family should be, which is crazy because she is on trial for taking part in the plot to murder her husband. This would be like if Chandler Halderson took the stand in his defense and stated he was partially upset that the police didn't directly say that he was the suspect, and gave him all their evidence. Well, fucking obviously you weren't being treated like an innocent victim's wife. You were being investigated for your part in the murder. All of the evidence pointed at you. Of course the police weren't going to be as open with you about what was going on. This point is so outlandish that it's questionable why the attorney would try and go down this route with her. Did they really expect the jury to empathize with her about this? Did they think that the men and women in the jury box are going to view her as a poor widow, who only cheated on her husband with a minor, but otherwise did nothing else wrong? Maybe we should take a temperature check right now in the video. If you feel like this is a good avenue for the attorney to go in, and if this point changes your feelings about the case, let me know down in the comments below. I would be interested to know why.
Did you see Cecilia Pierce after the boys were arrested?
Yes.
And tell us about interactions you had with Cecilia in this period of time. You asked to try to get information from her.
Yes, my only source of information was Cecilia Pierce and the news. I mean, I would pick up the newspaper and turn on the news every night to find out what was going on in my own life. That's how bad it was.
Okay, how about Cecilia?
Through Cecilia, basically, I had heard rumors that were going around town, and originally that's what she was telling me, but that changed in time.
Was there a point in time when you and Cecilia were both doing a driving education sort of thing? You were teaching her how to drive, or she was driving the car in Hampton, New Hampshire, for around this period of time?
Yes. The night before the kids got arrested, I think it was, well, wait. Let me just think. All right, I don't know what day it was.
Just tell us what happened. What's going on?
I was sitting at my house by myself. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and the doorbell rang, and it was Cecilia Pierce and Michael Welch. They had said they had just gone to a concert at the Club Casino in Hampton, and that it was canceled prematurely or something like that. And they came into the house and started talking to me. It was the day before the kids got arrested. And then Cecilia asked me what I was doing, and I said nothing, and she asked me if she could sleep over. I said yes. So Michael went home, and Cecilia and I went in my car to her house to get clothes so that she could have something to wear to school the next day. And
What occurred?
on the way down to her house, I'm not sure who was driving, but I had let her drive my car all the time with me in it because she was approaching getting her license, and as long as I was over 21, which I was, she was allowed to be driving the car. So she would always ask me to drive, and we were driving back from her house, and we were down near the beach on the way to my house, almost at my house, when the car got pulled over by everyone. There was mounted police in paddy wagons, cruisers, motorcycles. The car was completely surrounded and told to pull over immediately.
Did these police officers act like officer friendly when they pulled you over?
No, not at all.
If you didn't hear the lawyer's question, he asked if the police officers acted like officer friendly when they pulled her over, and she said not at all, which, I'm sorry, of course they didn't. They had pulled over her car with the belief that one of the boys who she was convinced killed her husband was in the vehicle, so they believed they were going to be arresting a murder suspect. Of course, they weren't going to be overtly accommodating.
Like I said, Cecilia was driving, and they surrounded the car, and they put these big spotlights on us, and they told us not to move a muscle. And the dog was in the car, and he jumped up, and I reached down to get the dog, and the officer started screaming at me and told me to lift my hands up and not to move or reach down for anything again. So I was terrified.
How long did you stay stopped by those police officers surrounded?
The whole thing was probably about 10 minutes. And when the woman came over to the car, she was asking Cecilia for her license and registration, which obviously she didn't have because it wasn't her car and she doesn't have a license. And so I was trying to explain that she was driving my car and all this, but the woman was so mean. She was screaming, and I was really nervous, and so was Cecilia. It was very, very intimidating. And then I heard it come across her radio.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay. Your Honor, if I could approach it and make an offer of proof on this. The court rules indicate that you're not approved by the approach. Okay. I think you were about to tell us what you heard over the radio.
Yes, I heard a voice come across the officer's radio, and they said, "Just tell her we pulled over the wrong car." And the woman was turning it down as the person was saying it. And then the woman said, "We pulled over the wrong car."
Did you believe her?
No.
What did you think was going on?
Judge, objection.
I'll withdraw.
You withdraw, you say?
I'll withdraw, Judge. All right.
So they let us leave. They told us we could go, and so we went back to my house.
Now this happens the night before Bill Flynn gets arrested, is that correct?
Yes. It was the night of, like, they had left and taken the motorcycle and gone and everything, and then that night Cecilia came over. I believe it was June 10th. It was a Sunday. Yep, Sunday.
Tell me about your interactions with Cecilia Pierce after the arrest of the boys. How often do you see her? What's going on?
Well, what happened was the next day, I went to work and she went to school, and I saw her during that day, which would have been Monday. Then I went home after school, and Cecilia's mother called me and asked me if Cecilia was over my house. And I said no, because she wasn't. And Mrs. Eaton told me that the dairy police were in Seabrook, and that they were looking for Cecilia and they wanted to question her. And Mrs. Eaton indicated to me that she was looking for Cecilia, first of all, and second of all, that she was getting mad that Cecilia was being questioned so much. And I asked, what were the dairy police doing in Seabrook? And I said that if she found Cecilia and took her down there to let me know, because I wanted to go down there and talk to them, because I was seeking information.
Did Did you at some point go down there, or did you see Cecilia at some point?
Mrs. Eaton called me back and told me she found Cecilia at her friend Heather's house, I believe, and that they were on their way to the Seabrook police. And so I went in my car and went down there too. And when I got there, I went in the front door with Mrs. Eaton and Cecilia, and the Detective Pelletier and Captain Jackson were there. And they came out and they both looked surprised to see me. And I asked them if they could tell me, I said, what's going on? Because the dairy police were in Seabrook, so obviously something was going on. And I had said to them that I was concerned about my car being pulled over. And Detective Pelletier said he couldn't talk to me right then. And he took Cecilia in another room and interviewed her.
Did you talk to Cecilia after this interview?
She came out and I said, what's going on? And she said, nothing. They just asked me the same questions they always ask me. So I went back to my house that night and I called Captain Jackson at the Seabrook Police and I told him that I was seeking information once again and that my car had been pulled over and I was wondering what was going on. Would someone please tell me what is going on? And
Did you get an answer then?
no, once again, he told me, we can't tell you anything. And then he told me that my car was mistaken for another car. And I said, I'm not that stupid.
When's the next time you see Cecilia?
School the next day.
Rather than going through each...
And well, that night the boys were arrested.
You heard those tapes in there. They were played here.
Right.
Right? What's that all about? What's going on?
Well, in the first two or the last or all of them? Or what?
I can't.
The first two tapes or the...
Talk about any of them
Okay.
you want.
Well, what happened was that after the murder...
Objections, narration. You could have some proper questions.
Narration is proper on direct examination, opposed to leading.
I disagree, Judge. Just telling her to say whatever she feels like about the tapes. I'd like some questions here. Which one we're talking about? What's the proper question?
I'll start at the beginning. All right. Tell us about what leads to the conversations on the first tape. What's going on? How do you happen to get together with
Okay.
Cecilia?
After the murder, after the arrest of the kids, Cecilia was calling me on the phone and she was very nervous, very excited and worried, and saying that she couldn't believe the kids were arrested. So I was wondering what she was so worried about, and she seemed to indicate to me that she knew more than she was saying. So, obviously she knew about the affair, but I didn't mean just the affair, I meant more about the murder. And so she kept calling me and she would see me at the office and she was all excited about everything going on. So I thought that she had more information. And once again, like I said, my only source of information was Cecilia Pierce or the news. And I was totally obsessed with finding out who murdered my husband, why, what had happened in that house, and just why no one was telling me anything.
So what did you do?
Well, I figured that if she knew more about the murder, then she would tell me if I acted like I knew more about it. And I told her, well, she had said to me that she had asked me, did I know about the murder beforehand? And initially I had said no. And then she made a statement to me that if I knew more about it, that as long as I told her that she wouldn't tell anyone, and that we had to stick together. So, in my mind, I thought that I would play a game with her, and I would say that I knew more about the murder.
This is Pam trying to retroactively justify why she alluded to her part of the plot to kill her husband on the calls with Cecilia. She was trying to emotionally manipulate the teenager by telling her that they needed to stick together, and repeatedly reminding her how she let her stay in her home as a form of emotional blackmail. She was simply playing 5D chess, trying to convince the young woman that she knew more about the murders, so she would tell her more about the murders. And like every other explanation that she's given, it makes no sense.
No, you should play a game. What's the game? What's going on? What's the point of this?
To get information.
Do you ever, during that period of time, say between the rest of the boys and your own arrest, say August 1st, 2nd, whatever, do you ever get enough information to decide whether or not Bill Flynn's guilty?
Well, all the information that I was getting seemed to indicate that. But in my heart, I didn't want to believe it.
Why not?
Because I didn't want to believe that someone I knew had done this.
When you were talking to Cecilia on any of those tapes, did you know what had happened to your husband in that house?
No. All I knew was rumors of what I had heard, which ranged from everything. I had heard totally outrageous things to plausible things.
What were some of the things you heard?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Doesn't come in for, how's it state of mind, Your Honor?
Still object, Your Honor.
Goes to stand. Okay. How were you feeling during the summer?
How was I feeling during the summer?
Yeah.
I was feeling totally obsessed with wondering what had happened in there. I used to sit in bed every single night and wonder what happened to Greg. I didn't care about anything else.
No further questions?
You know what happened to your husband in the summer of 1990 was not all you cared about, was it?
It was my main concern.
Right out of the gate, the prosecution is attacking Pamela's statements. The last thing she stated, prior to the defense resting, is that she spent the rest of the summer after Greg's murder worrying about the case. She also went so far as to admonish the police for not, quote, treating her like a victim during the investigation, as they were appropriately tight-lipped with where the investigation was heading. She claimed that she called them multiple times a day, trying to suss out what they knew, who they were looking at, and what they believed happened in the case, which, while that behavior is relatively normal for a victim's family to do, it's also in line with a perpetrator attempting to insert themselves into an investigation. If Pamela had appropriately set herself up to look like a victim in the case, taken the stand, and gotten the men and women on the jury on her side, the prosecution coming at Pamela in this way would look aggressive. She could use his direct nature to make herself seem like she was being unfairly attacked, making herself physically smaller and feign innocence. However, as we have previously covered, her direct examination did the opposite. Pamela had done very little to make herself seem like she cared for any of the people she claimed to, whether that be her deceased husband or the child she sexually abused for months prior to the murder. She was unable to state anything she loved about her husband. She mocked Billy's assessment of their relationship and was unable to cry or even properly emote while on the stand, which, at best, would leave the jury conflicted on how to feel about her, and at worst, she would leave them believing that she had orchestrated the murder of her husband.
Now, what was your other concern?
What do you mean, every concern I have had? Or?
No, I mean the concern about your affair. Wasn't it your concern in the summer of 1990 that the affair not become known?
Yes.
And you didn't tell anyone in the summer of 1990, right?
Except for Cecilia Pierce.
Except for Cecilia Pierce.
This addition only works to make Pamela look bad, but she seems to be entirely unaware of that. Again, they are discussing her sexual abuse of Billy Flynn, which, she has repeated, was a consensual affair, which also cannot be true as Billy was not old enough to consent. Moreover, she states that the only person outside of Billy and his friends who knew was Cecilia Pierce, the other child that she was emotionally manipulating during that time. Prior to the trial, Pamela would state that Cecilia was a smart, well-meaning girl who she got along with, who she wanted to help uplift, as she had a difficult home life. However, since Cecilia worked with the police, Pamela would almost neg the girl, stating in interviews that she only talked to the police because, and I'm not kidding, Cecilia probably had a crush on Billy and was jealous of her, which is a ridiculous and cruel thing to say as an adult. Pamela saw Cecilia was vulnerable. She saw that this young woman could be exploited because she was the only adult in her life that she trusted, and she exploited that trust. When Cecilia walked in on Pamela having sex with Billy, she immediately manipulated the teenager into keeping the affair secret. reminding her of everything that she had done for her, and it worked. Cecilia didn't want anything bad to happen to Pam because she was her friend and let her stay over at her home, and she had helped her in so many other ways.
And so, a moment ago in direct examination, you said when you heard Bill Flynn was arrested, you say, oh my God, they heard about the affair, they arrested the wrong person. Of course, you went right to the police to straighten that out, didn't you?
No, because I thought if the police knew that I had an affair with Bill, they would automatically conclude that I was involved in the murder.
This is a stupid response, so let's break it down. Police stated that when the boys were arrested, she thought the police had simply found out about the affair and had presumed that Billy killed her husband without evidence. They found out that she had been sexually abusing a minor, then blamed the minor for an unrelated murder. They saw a victim of sexual abuse and decided to unfairly pin the murder on him, which, unfortunately, is not out of the realm of possibilities, given that many people do not believe that young boys can be victims to predatory women. The prosecution then asks why she didn't just call the police and clear the misunderstanding up. If she knew that Billy was a good kid, as she said, and knew he couldn't have killed Greg, why didn't she stand up for him? She could have told the police about the affair right then and there, and told them that they had stopped seeing each other a week prior to the murder, and proclaimed her innocence as well as Billy's. But she didn't. Instead, when asked by interviewers what she thought about the arrests, she sobbed uncontrollably and stated that she was devastated. Mind you, she showed more grief at that time than she showed for her husband's murder, which made most of the public think that something was off about the case. Then Pamela responds by saying that she didn't do that because she assumed that they would then think that she had something to do with a murder because she slept with the teen. But if she really thought that, why did she think she wasn't arrested when the boys were? If there was something that she was actively worried about, why didn't she try to clear up the misunderstanding? Why didn't she try to prove her innocence? If she believed that they already thought she was behind the murder because of the affair, why didn't she get a lawyer when Cecilia told her to? Why was that a confusing notion to her? To be clear, she had just stated minutes prior that she didn't know why the police were looking into her after Billy's arrest. The jury was there, they heard her say that, but now she is claiming that she knew that the police were going to look into her when they found out about the affair, and that she would likely be blamed for the murder. Those two things cannot be true at the same time.
Rather than get what you thought was the wrong person off and get him out of trouble and go and tell the police about the affair, you thought it was more important to keep quiet and keep the affair quiet. Is that right?
Yes.
So this was a conscious decision on your part not to tell the police about the affair.
Right, and also the police never asked me.
Oh, they didn't ask you. Oh, if they would have asked you, you would have told them, right?
I can't speculate on that, I don't know.
Well, tell us. What do you think you would have done if they would have asked you, hey, do you know any motive why Bill Flynn might have committed this crime? What you would have said?
I don't know. If I was sitting in a room with the police officers, I possibly might have told them.
First off, the prosecutor is hilarious. When watching this prior to notating, I burst out laughing at his responses when she said she wasn't directly asked about the affair. But, back to our job. This is possibly the worst thing that Pamela could say on the stand, because all she is doing is emphasizing the fact that she cannot be trusted. Her words hold no weight, and she doesn't even know why she would have lied to the police if they were to directly ask her about the affair. It's an honest answer, as she probably would have lied and done everything she could to hide the fact that she sexually abused a 16-year-old student, but it destroys any credibility that she might have built up during that direct examination. How are we, the jury, supposed to believe her answers when she just stated that she would have lied to an authority figure? How do we know she isn't lying now when there is more at stake? So we're just supposed to trust her now to not lie when it would benefit her the most? Sure.
Possibly might have told them.
Yes.
Okay, so you think if the police would have asked you whether or not Bill Flynn had a motive to commit this crime, you possibly would have told them?
Yes.
That's not true, is it, Mrs. Mark?
That's what I just said. It's the truth.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police on June 20th, 1990?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police at that time about motive for Bill Flynn to commit this crime?
Possibly, I don't know.
So Pamela didn't remember that she had actually been asked about the exact same thing she claimed she was never asked. Wow. She could not be doing a worse job. Mind you, when we have discussed men and women taking the stand in their own defense, there's been somewhat of a pattern. They are all people who believe that they are the smartest person in the room, and that they can outmaneuver the police to create the perfect crime. But they also put a lot of time and planning into the murders. They are rarely, if ever, crimes of passion. Pamela believed that if she were to manipulate Billy through sex, she could get him to do anything for her, and even if the crime were found out, he would go down for it and not her. But, At nearly every hurdle, they stumbled. The minors tried to make it look like hitmen had made clear and obvious mistakes. She made herself look guilty through her media interviews and her inability to feign emotion, and now she has shown she can't even remember things that she said mere months ago. All of these people clearly believe that they are smarter than they are, and it's almost funny to watch them try to make excuses for their own genius plans failing.
You didn't tell them about the affair at that time, did you?
No, they didn't specifically say, did you have an affair with Bill Flynn either?
Oh, no. I mean, they didn't hit the nail on the head, they didn't ring the bell, so you didn't confirm it, right?
No.
Is that what you're telling this jury?
Yes, I'm telling the jury the truth that I had reasons that I didn't want them to know about an affair.
Okay, so we just got a clear picture. Pamela originally stated the police never asked her about if Billy had any motive to kill her husband, and that's why she didn't tell them about the affair. And then when pressed on that fact, she admitted that she could not definitively say if they did ask her if she would tell the truth, which is bad. Then the prosecutor brings up how the police did ask her, and she didn't tell them about the affair, which just confirms that what she just said was somewhat accurate, that being that she would lie to the police, which is obviously bad, but it also confirms that she would lie on the stand, because she just inserted that she was never asked. Now when that is brought up, she tries to cover herself by saying that the police never asked her directly if she was having an affair with a minor. That's so pedantic it's actually laughable, and it also makes her look like a jackass. To properly emphasize how stupid it is, let me run through a scenario. Let's say you told your niece that she can't have any cookies from the cookie jar. Later that day, you see all the cookies are gone. You ask your niece if she had a cookie, and she says no. You then see her face is covered in melted chocolate chips, and determined she did eat some cookies. You ask her why she lied about the cookies, and she says you only asked if she ate a cookie, not all the cookies. So it's your fucking fault for not asking her the goddamn question so specifically, even though the fault is still on her for lying. And now we see how stupid that is. If you do, you are officially smarter than Pamela, because she thought that was a great answer, and would properly display to the jury what a good, trustworthy person she is. She truly cannot be doing a worse job.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm not denying the fact that I didn't want the police to know about the affair. I really didn't want anybody to know if they didn't have to.
But it was a conscious decision, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, were you asked this question by the police, and did you give this answer? June 20th, remember talking to them?
Yes.
This is after Bill Flynn's been arrested?
Yes.
Okay, question. Danny Pelletier, remember him?
Yep.
That's one of the things we need, though. Why you? Why your house? You know, we want to certify these kids, and we have a crime, and we have all these kids. We have the motive. I mean, this is the motive of burglary? Is that what was he at your house looking around? This is your response. I can't answer that. I really can't. I don't know. I'd like to think not. I'd like to wonder if he was, why the hell would he wait all the way from February to May? I mean, that's a long time, you know? I would think it would have been, in fact, okay. So say I've already gone through, I'm sure you can imagine, I've gone through all these questions in my mind 5 million times.
Exactly.
And you did not tell them about the affair?
No, I did not.
Because they didn't ask?
For 2 reasons that I just said. 1, they didn't ask, and 2, because I really didn't want anyone to know.
Now,
Pamela is trying to put the onus of responsibility on anyone except for her, even when that's nonsense. She already admitted she would have lied to the police, and the prosecutor just showed that she did lie to the police when she was asked. But now she is trying to navigate away from that by saying sure, she didn't want to tell the police about the affair directly, but maybe if they did ask her in no uncertain terms, she would have been honest. But that's clearly not the case. If you're saying that you didn't tell them because they didn't ask, but then also because you didn't want them to know, then even mentioning that they did ask is redundant. You already said that you would lie if given the chance, so why continue to bring that up? This line of questioning wouldn't even be happening had she simply admitted to being ashamed of the affair. Had she said she didn't want people to find out because what she did was shameful and she felt responsible for Greg's murder because of her actions, the jury could maybe empathize with her a bit more. Sure, most people aren't going around trying to state they had a romantic relationship with a minor that they were sexually abusing, but people experience shame all the time, and that shame can lead to them saying and doing some outlandish things. But instead, she shirks any and all responsibility. It wasn't her, it was the police. It wasn't her, it was a teenage boy that she was sexually abusing, and so on.
you come before this jury, and essentially you admit the affair.
Yes.
But you have no involvement in the murder of Gregory Smart.
No.
Isn't that exactly what you told Cecilia Pierce on July 12, 1990 that you would do? That if you had to, you would admit the affair,
Right.
and under no circumstances would you admit your involvement.
That's right.
And that's what you said you would tell the jury at the time if it came to that point, right?
I don't know if I specifically said the jury, but that's what I would say.
Now,
I was speaking about the police, I believe.
what was more important to you right after your husband's death? Finding the killer of your husband or keeping the affair of Bill Flynn quiet?
Finding the killer of my husband.
That's obviously not true, because had finding the killer of her husband been the priority, she would have admitted the affair to the police when initially questioned. She was asked if anyone had motive to kill Greg, and according to her own testimony that she just gave, Billy was incredibly jealous of her husband and wanted her to leave him so they could be together. She even claimed he went so far as to threaten suicide because that's how infatuated he was with his abuser. But she hid that fact from the investigation. She never told the police that she emotionally manipulated Cecilia Pierce, and even when Billy and his friends were arrested, she didn't come forward. So this is obviously a lie. As we stated in our last video, if your actions disagree with your statements, you're probably lying. If she continued to hinder the investigation, including giving interviews with the media where she put forward misinformation about Greg's murder, then it's clear that she didn't care more about finding the identity of her husband's killer.
And even if that was more important to you, you said that a week after the murder of your husband, you said to Bill Flynn, hey, do you have anything to do with this?
No, I said you didn't have anything to do with this, Bill, did you?
Did you tell any of the police at that time?
That I had said that to Bill Flynn?
No, that you had thoughts that Bill Flynn might have been involved?
No.
Okay. You never told anyone in your family, right?
What, that Bill Flynn could have
If you
been?
had an affair with Bill Flynn and maybe the police should look at Bill Flynn. Did you?
No.
Did you tell anybody in the Smarts family that, hey, maybe this kid did something to your son, and maybe the police should look at him? Did you tell anybody in Greg's family?
No, because at the beginning it wasn't thought,
Objection again, Your Honor.
Let her answer.
well, it wasn't thought to have, it did not look at the time like a premeditated killing. So I thought it was a botched burglary like everyone else did.
Quote, like everyone else did. That isn't true, no one else thought that. The police didn't think that, and the public didn't think that. Or at least, they didn't until you put that forward. Trying to say that everyone else also thought that it was a botched burglary is misconstruing events, because she went out of her way to repeat that story whenever she could. Even when the police told her that it clearly wasn't a robbery gone wrong, she continued to try and push that narrative because she didn't want anyone looking too closely at her or their relationship.
But you yourself said the thought entered your mind and you asked Bill if he had anything to do with it. Did you not?
Yes.
So you consciously thought about it for a minute that maybe Bill had something to do with it.
When he started asking me all kinds of questions about what the police were looking for.
And did you go to the police and say, hey, this might be crazy. This might be way out there. I'm not really sure. But you should look at this Bill Flynn guy because of our affair.
No, when he told me he wasn't involved, I believed him, because that's what I wanted to hear.
Now, but that's not what you were telling everybody else to do, was it?
Who? Are you speaking of a
I
specific
mean,
person?
weren't you asking anyone to come forward with any information, however insignificant it was? Please come forward and tell us what you had and let the police then decide whether or not it was relevant.
Yes.
Remember saying to Bill Spencer on Channel 9 on the TV, if I were on the other side of the coin, I'd be offering all I could, even if I thought it was insignificant, to let the police try and piece it together.
Yes.
You remember telling that to Bill Spencer?
Yes, now that you say it, yes.
Do you remember telling Bill Spencer, one thing, Bill, I was thinking about was this kid, Bill Flynn, who I had an affair with? Maybe that's something I should tell the police. Should you tell Bill Flynn, Bill Spencer anything about that?
No.
You remember telling Bill Spencer in the same interview, there will never be an answer. There's so many questions, so many loose ends. I feel like in my heart I can't ask myself any more questions about this. what I think must have happened, what my friends think must have happened, what families think must have happened. We tried to decide for ourselves. We've made all kinds of theories. Not any of them makes any sense. It's just a senseless thing.
Yes, and I still believe it is a senseless thing, and I still don't have any answers.
What the fuck is she even talking about? What do you mean you still don't have any answers? Everyone involved with the murders has admitted to what they've done except for you. Each one of the boys she convinced to kill her husband has sat in front of her during this entire trial and stated why they killed Greg. She knows why they did it, even if she still wants to assert that they are lying about her giving them the orders to do it. Even if they didn't, she knows why they did it because direct, concrete evidence was found in the case. The gun was matched to the crime. Cecilia spoke about the planning and so on, trying to say that this whole event is a big mystery to her is so outlandish, especially given the days of testimony she just sat through.
Do you remember telling anybody in your family, look, let's talk about every possible theory could have happened here was, hey, a week before Greg Smart was killed, I broke up with the kid, and maybe he did this murder. Did you mention to anybody in your family when you're talking about theories?
No.
Did you mention to any of your friends, Tracy, Brian, Sonia, about the affair with Bill Flynn?
At that time, no.
And how about anybody in the Smarts family? I mean, they were dying for answers too, weren't they?
Right, but I didn't think Bill Flynn was the answer.
Well, you thought it enough to ask Bill Flynn, didn't you?
Yeah, but I also thought every possible conceived theory that could even be imagined. That was not my only idea.
And that's the one you decided you wouldn't tell the police.
I didn't tell the police all my other theories either. The police didn't care about my theories.
Again, it's the police's fault for not taking her other theories seriously. She keeps harping on that, whether it's the police not treating her enough like a victim, or the police not giving her all the answers she wanted, or now the police not caring about her theories. That's because her theories didn't match the evidence, and they told her that. Whenever she gave the police information, it was never aligned with what they already knew to be true, so of course they didn't care. If you present the police with false or irrelevant information, even if you are a victim's family member, they aren't going to prioritize it because they already know it's not true.
You never called up the police and said, I think I should tell you something. Not only before Bill Flynn was arrested, but even after Bill Flynn was arrested, right?
No.
Okay. I mean, you testified earlier this morning that on May 1st, Bill Flynn calls you up, asks to use your car, right? This is after you broke up with him.
Right.
So on the day that he has to use your car, it's the day your husband's murdered, right?
Right.
Okay. And the day that he has to use your car, and the day that your husband's murdered, he's with J.R. P. Randall, right?
Right.
Okay. And you testified that you drove him down the Haverhill, and later on that night your husband's murdered.
Right.
Then you learn 6 weeks later, however long it is, that J.R.'s arrested, Pete's arrested, Bill Flynn's arrested, all for committing the murder of your husband on May 1st, 1990, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you also know Bill Flynn has a motive. I broke up with Bill Flynn just a few days before, right?
Yes, but I did not think that was a motive to murder another human being.
What is she talking about? That's one of the most obvious motives for murder. Everyone knows that, but she delivers that notion with the same deadpan monotone that she's had the entire time that the absurdity of that statement goes unexamined.
So you consciously again decided you wouldn't tell that piece of information to the police, even though all three of them together on that day, all three of them were arrested for the murder, and even though he has a motive.
I did not want anybody to know that I had an affair with Bill, if that's what you're asking.
The question was, even though you knew all those things, you consciously decided not to tell it to the police, yes or no?
Yes.
And you never told the police up to August 1st that you drove Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, J.R. down to Haverhill for them to pick up a car on May 1st. Is that right?
Right.
I mean, didn't you think that the police might want to know that? I mean, didn't you think the police are trying to put this together, how they got there, how they could have driven from wherever they were to Derry, what were they all doing together? I mean, didn't it enter your mind that maybe you should just pass that information along to the police, that they had done this?
Did it enter my mind? Yes.
It did enter your mind,
yes,
right?
It did.
And you didn't tell them.
Right, because I didn't want to talk about Bill Flynn to the police.
Oh, you didn't want to talk about Bill Flynn at all to the police, regardless of...
No, well, I did tell the police early on after the day after the murder that there was a phone call on my phone bill that was to Bill Flynn from me.
Right.
So, I mean, his name had been mentioned.
Because you weren't doing anything to cover up your relationship with Bill Flynn, were you?
What, from the police or in
Right.
general? No, yes, I was.
You're doing everything you could to cover up your relationship with Bill Flynn,
Yes,
right?
I was.
And not only if you told the police about Bill Flynn and your relationship, that would give Bill Flynn a connection and a reason for killing your husband, right?
Right.
And it would also give you a connection to the murder of your husband and to Bill Flynn if you told him about the affair, right?
Yes.
And that's the real reason you didn't want to talk to the police about Bill Flynn and the affair with you.
The real reason is the truth, which I just told you.
What the prosecutor did here is skillful. So let's talk about it. Pamela went from saying she didn't tell the police about her affair with the child she sexually abused because she wanted to keep it a secret and that she knew Bill wasn't behind the murder. Then she shifted her statement to say that she didn't tell the police because they never directly asked her in the exact words she would have responded to. Then she said she didn't tell them because it was entirely unrelated and now admits that she did think about telling the police about Bill, but didn't tell them because she didn't want to be connected to the murders. She, within just a few minutes, has changed her reasoning multiple times, even though most of what she says conflicts with the things she stated previously, but she doesn't seem to realize this. She also admits that she didn't want to tell the police about the affair with the teenager that she was abusing because it would give her motivation to kill her husband, which, just minutes earlier, she stated wasn't enough of a motive for murder. So which is it? Is having an affair motive or not? Pamela doesn't even know, because she has no idea what angle she wants to put forward.
Jury will determine what's the truth, won't they?
They certainly will, I
Are you
hope.
afraid that they're going to decide that for themselves?
I think the jury's going to believe what the truth is.
Okay.
I believe in the jury system.
And you're real big on telling the truth, aren't you?
What do you mean, I'm real big?
I mean, in the summer of 1990, you were telling everybody about your affair with Bill Flynn, weren't you?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. She's answered that question about 15 times already.
Pamela has done such a poor job endearing herself to the jury that moments like this, where the prosecution is, pardon the expression, being bitchy, comes across as funny more than anything. Again, during her direct examination, if she came across as remorseful or at all affected by her husband's murder, him repeating himself in this way would be incredibly inappropriate. The jury would feel bad for her and feel negatively towards the state for putting this poor woman in this position. But the opposite is true.
Yes, answer.
Well, I mean, so you determine sometimes when you're going to tell the truth and when you're not going to tell the truth, right?
I think everyone does.
Okay. And back on June 20th, again, they're talking about a certification hearing, right?
Yes, and I believe there's a quote in there for me that says, I hope they get certified and tried as adults.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you that question yet, did I?
No?
Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell the jury and volunteer? And then I'll go on to my cross. Go right ahead.
No.
Approach committee, Your Honor. Counsel's referring to a transcript that we don't have. I wonder perhaps before. Thank you. Career page number
35.
transcript that's been given as page 1 and the next page is page 10.
It's just out of here.
When we get between page 1 and page 9, I guess we'll worry about it, but as long as we're at page 35, I don't think it's a matter of concern at the moment.
May I continue, Your Honor?
May?
You remember talking to Daniel Pelletier, June 20th, you boys have already been arrested, right?
Yes.
And as you're talking to Daniel Pelletier at that time, talking about the certification hearings, right?
Yes.
And you remember saying this, Daniel Pelletier, bottom of page 35. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to tell the truth, no matter what, okay? Yeah. And the truth is that I don't think these kids did this. That is really my truth. That is my honest, my God's honest truth. And I think that they might have been involved in some way, I don't know what, because it's just so, the circumstances are just a little too scary for me. Now, your honest God's truth on June 20th, 1990, did not include the affair with Bill Flynn, did it?
No, and my honest to God truth was that they couldn't have done this at that point.
Okay, so
I had no information.
So your truth varies on the circumstances, is that it?
Right, I had called the police and asked them for information like, did they have evidence against these kids? Did they confess? Did they have a gun? And as far as I knew, all I knew was that they were arrested. So that just because you're arrested doesn't mean you're committed a crime. So
They also asked you, did they have a motive?
right.
And you didn't tell them about the affair.
No, all three of them didn't have a motive. Well, I don't understand the question. I mean,
The question is, you just said they didn't have a gun, you didn't know anything about a gun, you didn't know anything about anything else. But when they talked about a motive, your honest to God's truth didn't include providing the motive to the police at that time. Is that right?
and I simply said that I do not think that having an affair is a motive to murder someone.
And now she is back to saying that having an affair is no longer a motive to murder someone. Literally less than 5 minutes ago in the testimony, she said different and admitted that she didn't tell the police because she didn't want them to think that she had motive. She cannot keep her story straight. She says something that immediately forgets what she said because she is constantly trying to excuse herself to the prosecutor. If he says something and it sounds reasonable, she will agree with it, even if it goes against what she said minutes prior.
But you decided that instead of letting the police.
Right.
Now, I mean, this is a conscious decision that goes back to the very first night of the murder, right? Danny Pelletier comes to see you, and you say to Danny Pelletier, I'll help in any way I can, right?
Right.
And shortly after the murder, you start telling Bill Spencer on the TV what a happy marriage you have and how everything was perfect between you and Greg.
I did have a happy marriage.
Right, but you didn't tell them about the problems and the affairs.
I don't think it was Bill Spencer's business if I was having an affair.
Nor was it the police businesses in your mind, right?
Not right then. Okay,
you didn't tell the police on May 3rd, 1990, when they came back to you. And that's when, May 3rd, 1990, when they came back to you to get latent print elimination from people at your house. Who might have been in there?
Right.
You didn't tell them about Bill Flynn on that day, right?
Nope.
You didn't tell them 2 days later, on May 5th, 1990, when Bill Flynn came back to you, when Detective Pelletier came back to you, was asking you about background information on yourself and on your husband. Bill Flynn wasn't mentioned at that time either, right?
No.
Again, that's just so we're clear, that's not a mistake, that was a conscious decision.
Right, because I figured they would ask me what Bill Flynn was doing at the house, then the affair would come out, which I was trying to hide.
You're trying to hide that over letting your possible murder of your husband come out, right?
I didn't think Bill Flynn had anything to do with it at the time.
So now all of a sudden you do.
Right this second?
Well,
He's pleaded guilty to the crime.
Is that the first time you thought you had anything to do with this?
No.
Now, you also met with Detective Pelletier on May 9th, 1990.
Right.
Told him about Cecilia Pierce. Asked any other friends that you had that Greg didn't mention Bill Flynn.
Right.
May 22nd, again met with Detective Pelletier. 3 weeks after the murder. Police telling you leads were drying up. Again, don't mention Bill Flynn, right?
I never mentioned Bill Flynn.
And that's true.
Except for the phone call that I told you about.
Why don't you tell us, Jerry, what attracted you to Bill Flynn?
I said earlier that he was easy to talk to. He was nice.
Something that we have notably tried to counteract with our coverage of this case is the repetition of the court and Pamela alleging that the relationship with Billy was an affair. We have stated repeatedly that she abused him and took advantage of his feelings towards her, and that every aspect of the relationship was inappropriate, even if she hadn't told him to kill her husband. In every aspect of this case, that should remain at the forefront of your mind. When she talks about what attracted her to a 16-year-old, always remember she is talking about someone she has almost total authority over. He was nice and easy to talk to, not because she was a peer or because he treated everyone that way, but because she was his teacher.
And you said that this affair started on February 5th?
No, I didn't say that. What do you mean, physically or?
When was the first time you told him about your affair?
Well, I said on February 5th, I told him that I had feelings for him, but I wouldn't say that, there was no contact or anything like that on February 5th.
When was the first contact?
I believe I stated it was February 27th.
February 27th at his house?
Right.
You knew something was going on between you and him, right?
There were feelings, yes.
I mean, he kissed you said.
Well, a kiss is kind of a thing that,
Mutual thing.
yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't anything you were trying to avoid, right?
No,
And after February, I mean, tell us, where did this happen?
the kiss?
Yeah.
In his bedroom.
And who else was present?
In the room or in the house?
Either or.
He and I were in the bedroom, and Mrs. Flynn and his brothers, I think, were in the house in the other rooms.
And how did you have privacy?
He had the door shut. He always had the door shut in his room.
Locked?
I don't know, probably.
Did you think that was a little inappropriate for you to be in a room with a 15-year-old boy?
No, I was always in there because that's where we worked on the video when we were over there.
And from there, where did it go?
Where did what go to?
The affair.
That day? Or
After that day.
my house?
When was that?
March 24th?
That's the first time you had sexual intercourse with him?
Yes.
How many times between then and April 20, when did you say you broke up?
Well, we broke up a number of times in between them. That
And
time.
when was the last time you broke up?
Either the Wednesday or the Thursday before the murder.
Okay. March 24th and the Tuesday before the murder, he was also in your house, right? So when you had the dinner, he did the dishes, threw out the trash?
The Tuesday, yes, he was.
Okay. So you had sex that night too?
Yes.
Between those 2 dates, right? We're talking about maybe a little less than a month period.
Right.
How many times did you have sex?
I don't know, 2 or 3.
Well, you said 2 times you were at his house on direct examination. You said numerous times.
2 times I was at his house, not having sex at his house.
So where did these 2 or 3 times occur?
At his house.
Why the fuck did you correct the prosecution if you did in fact have sex at his house? That is so patently ridiculous that I feel a bit lost. Like, am I the crazy one? Am I stupid for thinking that it's stupid to correct the prosecution only to admit, literally seconds later, that he's right? I don't know anymore.
The only time you ever had sex was twice at your house and twice at his house?
Not twice at his house, once at his house.
Where was the other place?
That's all I remember.
Sorry?
That's all I remember.
So you remember twice at your house and once at his house. Nowhere else in between.
Not that I remember.
Okay, so tell us about the times you tried to break up with Bill Flynn. When was the first time after March 24th?
I don't know the exact date. Probably at the end of March sometime.
All right, so the end of March you tried to break off with him. And what'd you tell him?
That I didn't want to have an affair.
And what did he say?
That he wanted to.
And that was it? So you continued?
No. He said that he wanted to be with me. And I said I couldn't have 2 relationships at once.
Okay, but you did continue to have 2 relationships at once, right?
A few days later, yes.
3 days later?
A few days later.
2 days later, boom, everything's back again, right?
I guess. I don't know exact dates.
So then the relationship started up again, so now we're towards the beginning of April, let's say?
Yes.
All right, so what was the next time what got the relationship back together again?
Our feelings, I guess.
Okay, so then when was the next time after that you tried to break it off?
There was some time in April. I can't remember when. I believe it was beginning to middle of April.
How much time later?
How much time later what?
Was it that you tried to break it off after the first attempt?
I don't know, probably like 10 days.
So now it's the beginning of April, we're on April 10th, April 12th. It's the second time you tried to break it off. How long does that last?
Couple days.
I mean, the only person who knew about your affair was who?
Myself, Bill, and Cecilia.
Now, during this time, you must have been telling Cecilia Pierce what a problem Bill Flynn was, that you're trying to get out of this relationship, he just won't let you go.
No, he wasn't a problem.
Well, you certainly wanted to end the relationship, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, and you were having trouble ending the relationship.
Right, but it was personal. It was between Bill and I, not her.
Okay. But Cecilia knew about the relationship. In fact, Cecilia was at your house at least one time that you had sex with Bill.
Right.
Okay. I'm talking. Did you ever tell Cecilia Pierce that, I'm trying to break it off with Bill, but I can't?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce and say, hey, Cecilia, you knew about that affair with Bill. Do you think maybe he did this?
When? Before he was arrested?
Anytime.
No, I did not think in my heart that Bill Flynn did this.
And that's all you had to do for you, right?
I didn't want to hear it, yeah.
So let's go back to the last time you tried to break it off with Bill Flynn.
The end of April?
Okay, but before that, he was at your house again, right?
Right,
I mean, Greg goes away for a whole week
right,
during a school night.
right.
How does he get to your house?
I drove him.
I mean, what were you thinking? Were you saying, well, I'm going to end this affair in a couple days, but I'll do it one more
No, I
time?
wasn't thinking that I was going to end it at the time.
Okay, so Tuesday night is a perfectly nice evening between you and Bill Flynn, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then you ended when?
Wednesday or Thursday.
What happens on Wednesday and Thursday all of a sudden that you're going to end this affair?
I thought about what I was doing.
And all of a sudden, the lights go off, and you say, I better end this affair.
I didn't think it was fair to either one of them.
Huh? And is this when you have the ride in the car? And he cries?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well, he had cried in the car on more than one occasion, but yeah, I guess.
And so he's riding in the car with you, and he's crying, and you tell him the affair's
I was
over.
crying too.
Before we go any further, let's pretend what she is saying is accurate. Let's ignore all of the obvious lies she has told to this point, and say that right now, in this moment, she is recounting their time together. Imagine being Billy. You're 16. This is your first girlfriend, and you are in love with them. You believe that you are meant to be together, and she takes your virginity. She's also your teacher and is married, and every other month, she is breaking up with you because she wants to be with her husband. She tells you that it's not fair to you or her husband, and despite pursuing the relationship, as well as giving you photos of her in lingerie and finding reasons for you to come over to the home every other day, she no longer wants to be with you, only for her to start the relationship back up 2 days later. Had she been 16, going to his high school, that would have been a toxic teenage relationship. Two emotionally immature people who are unable to communicate because they have never been in a relationship and don't realize how detrimental their behavior actually is. But Pamela is an adult and she is his teacher. She knows right from wrong. She knows that being with a 16-year-old is bad, and she should know that these tactics would negatively affect the boy she's abusing. But she doesn't care. Even in her own version of events, she is acting with such apathy towards Billy that it's truly shocking.
You tell him the affair's over, right?
Yes.
Okay, and at that time he says,
He's killing himself.
he'll kill himself, and then you said direct, stop.
Yep.
And then everything was going to be fine. He said, we'll just be friends. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, there was more to the conversation than that.
Yeah. Are you telling this story that something went off in his head that you recognized by his reaction?
He stopped crying.
I mean, did you think that was strange?
I guess, I don't know. I've never been breaking up with someone I was having an affair with. I didn't have anything to compare it to.
What she means is that she has never had to break up with a high schooler as a teacher. Again, the repetition of the word affair and relationship presents what she did to Billy as being morally okay, and the only issue was that she was married. But that isn't the case. He was a minor, he was 16, and this was his first relationship, and he was so enamored with her that when she asked him to kill her husband, he did.
So did that happen to you a lot?
What, that I would have an affair?
You know, break up with people?
No. Well, I've never had any other affair.
But my question is, did something go off in your head that you wanted to tell the jury about?
No. I'm not sure I understand the question. What, are you getting at something I don't understand?
Now you said in this OJ commercial that you had set up, right?
Right.
Okay. I think you said at direct examination that the city of Pierce saw the brochure on your desk and that she got interested in it, right?
Right, we had a discussion about it.
But it was you really the leader on this OJ commercial, were you not?
As far as...
You sent it to the media director at Winnicott High School. He wasn't interested.
Right.
He wasn't going to do it, so you decided to do it.
Well, as director of media services, I sometimes get things that I have to send out to other schools, and this one in particular pertained only to high school students.
Right.
So I sent it to the Winnicott.
And he wasn't interested the year before last.
Right.
And he wasn't interested last year.
Right.
So you thought you would do something about it, right?
I thought it would be a good learning experience, yes.
So, it's not like Cecilia just happened to see the brochure and she was the instigation for all this, was she?
I don't believe I've ever stated that.
No, I think you said on the direct she saw the brochure and started talking it up.
Right, we both started talking about it.
Mm-hmm. And then you got the other students involved.
She did. I didn't know the other students. at the
You didn't know
time.
Bill Flynn at that time?
I knew Bill Flynn, but I didn't know Kevin Mort or Jeremy Thompson at the time.
And they did it all, and you didn't have anything to do with that, right?
No, they all came over to my office and they said they were interested and we started working on it. And we tried to figure out study periods or times after school when we could do it. And then Kevin moved, so he couldn't do it anymore. And Jeremy had gymnastics practice after school, so he couldn't do it.
Now, you said in direct examination that this was not a note you gave Bill Flynn, right?
No?
It was lyrics that you wrote to a song.
Right.
Okay. These are song lyrics.
Yes.
And if I read correctly, it's you're running from the love that you had once before, your first love. Someone to hold you through the pain, to make you smile again, to protect you forever. Someone to take your fears away, to help you through each day, to carry you when you can't go on. There is no like the love of your first love. She waits alone, oh, every night. Tears are in her eyes. She has lost all the love she had. She lived her life for him each day. She threw it all away, to live for herself, live her life her way. There's no love like the love of your first love. So it's true, it's for you as you are, tears in the night, filled with pain.
Yes, and if you want to know the truth, that's a song about God. How God is your first love.
So Pamela is purposely obtuse with no response. Yes, the song is technically about God. But let's look into the context for just a moment. The lyrics were found on a sheet of paper with Pamela's handwriting in Billy's possession. She was using lyrics to express her feelings towards him and use his feelings towards her to her own benefit. That much is clear. Unless she is attempting to say that she was trying to convert Billy, her response is nonsense, like most of her responses have been.
I see, so this is a religious thing.
Yes, it's by a religious band.
And you're saying that Bill Flynn stole it out of your car?
I didn't say he stole it. I never said Bill Flynn stole that out of my car.
But you never gave this to Bill. Just talk about first love as your love for God.
It's not my love for God, it's a song.
Well, why did you write down your note?
Because I liked the song.
And you just decided one day to write it down, stick it into your cassette, leave it into your car.
When I first heard the song, I was going to use it as a wedding song. But when I realized what the song was about,
Tell us how you think.
changed my mind.
Sorry. Tell us how it got into Bill Flynn's possession.
Could you finish the answer you interrupted him first?
The first answer would be that I don't even know what the question was. Forget it. I don't know.
Fine.
I don't know how Bill Flynn got it.
So that's not how a person responds if they actually don't know the answer. Put yourself in her position. The prosecution asks you a question that you don't have the answer to. Would you begin to start answering, repeating back some of what the lawyer said in order to buy yourself some time to think of an answer that would make you look good? Or would you simply say that you don't know? She begins to answer the question. She thinks that she can lie her way out of the tight spot that she's in. But after a short while, she says she doesn't remember the question and needs clarification, but then gives up entirely and says she simply doesn't know and that she wants to move on from this point. It's no wonder her murder plot didn't work.
Let's talk about the pictures.
He could have taken it out of my car. He did borrow tapes from my car.
And now she thought of an answer. After already showcasing how she could not be trusted in her own testimony, she doubles back because she just now thought of a reason that he could have had those romantic lyrics written in her handwriting without her giving them to him, which, to be clear, is not the most egregious part of the affair. She has openly admitted to having feelings for the minor, sexually abusing him in her home and his, but she draws the line at writing him lyrics of a love song. That's a step too far, okay? She's not a goddamn pervert. This is everybody's song. Anybody can listen to it.
Let's talk about the pictures. You said that those pictures were March and April, that you gave them to Bill Flynn because you didn't want to have them developed at your normal place.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
And the reason you didn't want to have them developed at your normal place was because you didn't want to be embarrassed by the school teacher seeing the pictures. Is that correct?
He wasn't a school teacher, but just the guy who worked at the photo store. I went there almost on a daily basis to get my film developed, and I just didn't want them all sitting around talking about it.
Describe the poses to the jury that you engaged in those photographs.
I'm just in a bathing suit, standing around, posing.
Standing around?
I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while. There's like 5 different roles, and that's just one of them.
And anybody's welcome.
That's what I just said.
Standing around? How about kneeling on a bed, sometimes posing, degree of being somewhat provocatively?
I suppose some of them, I suppose, yeah.
Okay. I mean, did it ever occur to you that though you might be embarrassed by giving them to your local photomet guy, that you instead chose to give them to a 15-year-old boy or 16-year-old boy?
Yeah, the undeveloped role.
Right. And it never occurred to you that maybe this boy would see the pictures as they were put back in the envelope and given to you?
He would have to be working at the photo store in order to see that.
Why? Who's going to pick up the photos?
He was going to pick them up, but
Okay, so
I mean, I didn't think he'd open up the package and read them.
Now
look at
you're
them.
telling this jury today that you...
Excuse me. Please.
So you didn't think he would open up the package?
No, I didn't.
So you thought it was okay to give this boy photographs of you in a bathing suit on a bed?
Right.
And you didn't think it would be any harm if this 15-year-old boy would see these photographs?
He was 16 at the time, and not that it makes a difference, and he had developed pictures for Tracy, my friend, before, and he had opened up her pictures.
Yes, because he wasn't being sexually exploited and manipulated by Tracy. Also, why are so many adults asking for favors from a child?
So you thought it was okay then?
For someone to bring a roll of film for me? Yes.
These kind of poses?
Yes.
And you didn't want them, but you never gave them to Bill Flynn your testimony?
Yes.
So when Bill Flynn came in here and testified as to how he's got them, that's all wrong, right?
Right.
And, you know, you sat through this entire trial, right?
Right.
You've heard Bill Flynn testify, heard everything he said?
Right.
Heard Pete Randall testify, heard everything he said?
Yes.
And you heard JR testify, heard everything he said?
Yes.
Mrs. Flynn?
Yes.
Karen Knight?
Yes.
Cecilia Pierce?
Yes.
Sarah Thomas?
Yes.
All the time. And every time they're up here testifying, you were sitting here taking notes, correct?
You are. We approach the bench.
All right.
Have a motion back.
You heard all those witnesses testify, right?
Right. I don't believe every one of them testified about these photos. Are you talking specifically about...
No, I'm just talking about in
okay.
general.
Okay.
Correct?
Right.
You heard them all. You heard them all testify about Southern Comfort incident, those who testified about that, right?
Right.
And you agreed that you were with Bill Flynn one night, he was drinking Southern Comfort, right?
Right.
You never bought Bill Flynn Southern Comfort because it would be inappropriate for you to have bought a minor alcohol, is that it?
Yes, but I'm not saying I didn't have any inappropriate behavior in this incident at all.
I don't think I said that either. I guess I just asked the question as to why you would never have bought Bill Flynn
Right.
alcohol. I mean, are you trying to wonder why I'm asking questions? Would you like me to explain them to you before I ask them?
No,
Okay.
but I am wondering sometimes.
So you tell this jury you never had any reason to buy, you never bought Bill Flynn any alcohol.
Not that I remember.
You never let Bill Flynn drive your car.
Yeah, yes, I let Bill Flynn drive my car, but with me in it.
Right, but never when you were not in it.
No, he took it, but other people were driving.
But that kind of inappropriate behavior that he might engage in never stopped you from starting an affair with him, right?
No.
I believe that the prosecutor going over and listing every person who has testified in this case is incredibly impactful, because you have to remember that for everything Pamela Smart is saying to be true, every single person he listed has to be lying, and lying so well that they are telling the same story, from their point of view, as if they lived it themselves. That means the details vary, but by so little, the gist of the story is still the same. For Pamela to be innocent, everyone else has to be setting her up for no particular reason. Moreover, him pointing out that she thought buying her 16-year-old victim was a bridge too far, but sexually abusing him wasn't, showcasing her lack of ethics. She didn't want to get him drunk, because there is no way a drunk teenager could benefit her. That was bad, but everything else she did, which was way worse, that's okay in her head.
Sorry?
I'm not sure I understood that.
You're concerned about engaging or Bill Flynn engaged in inappropriate behavior never stopped you from having an affair, right?
No.
I mean, where do you draw the line? It's improper to buy alcohol, it's improper for him to borrow your car, but it's okay to have sex after 9.5 weeks. I mean, what's your line?
I don't know that I've ever thought about having a line.
I mean, you showed 9.5 weeks. I mean, was your idea to get the movie or was it Bill's?
I don't remember. I remember somebody got it in the video store. I don't specifically remember me suggesting it.
Tell me what 9.5 weeks is about.
I don't even really remember. I know it has Kim Basinger and Mickey Rourke. It's about something like she likes him, and then I don't know.
It's a boy-girl love story?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. There's sex in it.
Lots of sex in it, right?
I guess. I don't remember the whole movie. I've seen a lot of movies.
And is this the first time you had sex with Bill Flynn?
Yes.
And you don't remember the movie?
I remember parts of it.
And the ice that Bill Flynn got that night, that never happened, right?
No, that happened in the movie. Now, when he said it, I remembered it being in the movie.
And what about the negligee and the dance? That's something Bill made up, or did that happen?
No, part of that is true.
Okay, why don't you tell the jury what part of that was true?
There was a negligee involved, but there was no dance.
So you wore a negligee for Bill Flynn, the 16-year-old boy, that night in March.
Yes.
But you don't remember what the movie was about, right?
I think I've answered that. I don't remember what the whole entire movie was about.
And this note, you said you didn't write to Bill, that this was some lyrics from some song from some religious band, right?
Yes, it is.
Well, why don't you tell us about the notes you did write to Bill Flynn? How many you wrote?
Probably, I would say 6 or 7.
And this is all the time you were in turmoil whether or not to end a relationship with this boy, right?
At some points, yes, and some points, no.
And you said at direct examination this morning that when you asked the question if some of them were sexually explicit, I think you said apparently, I guess.
Right.
Well, what do you mean? Were they or were they not?
I don't remember specific lines from them, but yes, there was talk about sex. It matters what you consider sexually explicit. If you consider these photos sexually explicit, I don't.
Those photos might not be sexually explicit by today's standards, but they certainly were sexually explicit for a teenage boy in the 90s. And she clearly agreed, which is why she didn't want to get them developed at the pharmacy where she knew the person processing the photos, the same way that watching the sex scene from 9.5 weeks would be sexually explicit. She wouldn't have put that movie on for a class of students the same age as Bill, which means she knew it was wrong to do. The fact that she continues to justify her behavior here is strange. She has already admitted it was the wrong thing to do. She was in the wrong through and through, and she doesn't stand by her actions. But every time her actions are questioned, she does stand by them and make excuses for herself. It wasn't her fault. The police simply didn't ask her directly if she was having an affair with Billy. It wasn't her fault because Billy wouldn't let her break up with him. It also wasn't her fault because those photos and lyrics weren't meant for him specifically.
Well, you tell me what you mean by sexually explicit, and why don't you then tell us what you put in letters which matches your definition?
Sexually explicit to me might be just graphic sexual descriptions, I guess.
Did your notes to Bill Flynn contain graphic sexual descriptions?
Not that I remember. There was talk about sex, but I wouldn't consider it graphic.
When you said on the record earlier today that apparently, I guess, they were sexually explicit, this afternoon, they're not.
I meant according to your version.
Well, I didn't ask for my version. I asked you for your version. You tell me.
Right. Well, this morning when I said that, I meant to some people, I suppose they could be sexually explicit.
Why don't you just tell
But to me, I don't remember any sexually explicit letters.
And what did you write in that you thought Mr. Toomey was referring to when Mr. Toomey said...
Just talk of sex.
And those are the kind of things you wrote in your letters to this boy that you were trying to break off with, right?
Well, I wouldn't have written that at a time I was trying to break off.
I mean, was this sort of like a schizophrenic relationship? One day it's on, one day it's off? I mean, everything happens, according to you, between March 24th and April 24th. There are several breakups, there's several trysts, there's these letters between each other. I mean, you know...
Yes, it was a very turbulent relationship.
Up and down all the time.
Exactly.
Now, the only person privy, again, is you and Cecilia Pierce and Bill. The question I was asking before, did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce about breaking it off with Bill Flynn? Or is this something that you kept from Cecilia Pierce?
I don't remember talking to Cecilia Pierce specifically about the relationship at all, like our feelings.
Well, I mean, Cecilia Pierce knew about it.
Right, she knew we were having an affair, that's it. I mean, she didn't know like every single thing that we ever did.
And she was there sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. Question is, when you say you don't ever recall specifically talking to Cecilia Pierce about the relationship, I'm asking you, did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce about trying to break it off with Bill Flynn?
I might have.
Do you recall doing so?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't remember. Yeah, I guess the answer is no.
You said that Bill Flynn, when you told him you wanted to break it off because you were going to tell Greg, that he said he was going to kill himself first.
Yes.
I mean, didn't that strike to you that this kid may be a little emotionally unstable?
Yes.
And didn't it occur to you that knowing that he might be a little emotionally unstable, when the police were trying to figure out what the hell happened here, that maybe this emotional instability should have been told to them?
No, I thought he was just hurt when he said that, and like anybody would be.
Okay, well, a second ago you just said yes, you thought he might be emotionally unstable.
At that point, not generally emotionally unstable, just at that moment right there, yeah.
So sometime later on you decided he's not emotionally unstable, he's okay, so I don't have to tell the police about the affair. Is that it?
I'm not a psychiatrist, I don't know.
Well, I'm just asking you where along the line you decided it wasn't a factor. At some point you clearly let it be known to this jury that this kid is talking about killing himself, and you're clearly letting it be known...
Yeah, himself, not someone else.
You're clearly letting it be known to this jury that he was upset.
I'm going to object you around this, not a question, it's a speech.
It's foundation for the question.
Cross-examination.
And then somewhere down the line, you make a decision, it's not something to tell the police.
Right.
So you thought it was significant enough to tell the jury now, but not to tell the police back then, right?
Right.
I think it has just hit Pamela how poorly this cross-examination is going. While the prosecutor continues to note her story continues to change on the stand, she slumps her head down as if she's going to fall asleep, and sort of lets the damning statements wash over her. Pamela is simply not a good liar and a manipulator. She was able to manipulate Billy, but he was a teenage boy who looked up to her. He believed her and thought she was a cool adult who wanted to spend time with him. He hadn't experienced a real romantic relationship, and he didn't think he had any reason to believe that Pamela would lie to him. But when she attempts to lie to the prosecution and to a room full of her peers, she fails horribly.
When you broke up with Bill Flynn for the final time, what day of the week was it?
I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday.
And where were you?
In my office.
Now, after that Tuesday night, Bill Flynn ever come back to your house while you were there?
In Derry?
Yeah.
Not that I remember.
Okay. So Tuesday night, everything's peachy keen, right? Or peachy keen, I should say.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so there's no problem with you and Bill Flynn, correct? Tuesday night at your house.
I always had a problem in my head with it, but...
Okay, but you didn't tell Bill Flynn you were breaking up Tuesday night, right?
No.
Okay, so when Bill Flynn left your house Tuesday night, it was his understanding everything was still okay and everything was fine according to your testimony, right?
I suppose.
And that's the night he did the dishes, right?
Yes.
And that's the night he threw out the garbage.
Yes.
That's the night that if you throw out the garbage, sometimes you go through the bulkhead.
Yes. He went through the bulkhead.
Right, on that night. But you don't break up with him until 2-3 days later, right?
Right.
All right. Do you want this jury to understand that Bill Flynn decided to kill your husband because you broke up with him?
I want this jury to understand the truth.
Is that what you're claiming the truth is?
I don't know why Bill Flynn killed Greg. I can just come in here and give my testimony.
So even as you sit here today, you still have no idea why he may have done this. Is that it?
I didn't say I had no idea, but I don't know specifically.
Well, I'm asking you, what do you think? Why do you think he did this?
Probably because he thought we could be together.
Okay, so Bill Flynn thought, you want nothing to do with him, and you made that clear on Wednesday or Thursday after the Tuesday. And Bill Flynn says, well, I'll take care of this. She wants to be with Greg, but if I kill Greg, she'll obviously come right back to me.
I guess, because the only reason I wouldn't be with Bill was because I loved Greg.
And Bill Flynn, in your understanding, you must have figured that out and you go back to him, right?
I told Bill that I loved Greg, and that's why I was breaking up with him.
And, I mean, when you broke up with him on that Wednesday or Thursday, and you were trying to end the relationship, 3 days later, he calls you up, and you drop everything to give him a ride to Haverhill, right?
I didn't drop everything immediately, but yes, I gave him a ride to Haverhill. He was still my friend.
I know, but I mean, you got to school late, right, that day?
Right.
You went out for lunch for 11:30 or 2:30.
Right.
Boom, right after that, Bill Flynn calls, I need a ride to Haverhill. What do you say? Oh, Bill, I don't really want to.
About 2 hours after that.
Right, he calls back, and again, I mean, you just do it, right?
Sure. It wasn't the first time I'd ever given him a ride anywhere.
I mean, didn't it occur to you that you should just cut it off between this kid? I mean, didn't you say this morning on direct examination, don't come around that much anymore to Bill Flynn?
Originally, and then he said that he couldn't stand not seeing me at all. And so he said he wanted to still come over, and I said that was fine, and I didn't want to be mean to him. I didn't hate him or anything. And he asked me for a ride, and I said yes. It was not a major event.
And that ride is something that you would have done in public, right? I mean, it's not a hidden thing. People might have seen you and Bill and J.R. and Pete together, right?
Right. I had nothing to hide that I was giving them a ride to Haverhill.
And people might have seen you out the night Bill Flynn was drinking the Southern Comfort, correct?
I'm sure they did.
So you have to give this jury an explanation why you drove him down to Haverhill that night, right?
Of course, I have to tell the truth. I did drive them.
And after that, you didn't stop seeing Bill Flynn.
After when?
After May 1st.
What do you mean, stop having an affair or stop seeing him?
Both.
I saw him after May 1st, but I didn't have any relation with him.
But, and you tell this jury that Bill Flynn never came to your Hampton condominium and hung out there except for this one day before his arrest?
I believe he might have been there like on 1 or 2 other occasions.
What was he doing?
Just stopping by like any other friend I had.
And there was nothing going on between you and Bill Flynn?
After the murder of my husband?
That's right.
No, there wasn't.
So if people came into this courtroom were to say they saw you with Bill Flynn after May 1st at your condominium, hanging out together, being affectionate.
Hanging out, yes. Being affectionate, no.
It'd be all wrong. Oh, so they'd be all wrong, right?
It'd be partly wrong.
And the whole business about Drew Holloway just happened to be something that came up unexpectedly, right?
Yeah, we were there May 31st, taking out the stereo.
And you know Michelle Nichols would see you that day, and you know Ralph Welch's girlfriend saw you that day?
Yeah, Michelle Nichols was in the car.
And you saw Mrs. Lammey saw you that day?
Sure.
Okay, now, your relationship with Cecilia Pierce, she liked you, right?
Yes.
I mean, she was a 15-year-old girl, somewhat low self-esteem, correct?
Pausing for just a moment, pay attention to how Pamela will go on to characterize the girl who, prior to the murders, she referred to as her best friend. This is a young girl who had a hard home life, who struggled in school, and had very few friends. Her mother relied on her to take care of her younger sister, and as such, was incredibly stressed and had a difficult time getting her own work done because she had a responsibility that her peers didn't. Pamela, she would say, was the first adult to really see her, and she felt that they had a real bond, so much so that when she walked in on Billy and Pam having sex, she told no one about it because she didn't want to lose her closest friend. Though she wasn't sexually abused, she was emotionally manipulated by her teacher the same way Billy was, and the after effects would no doubt hinder the young girl. At this point, Pamela was well aware that Cecilia had worked with the police and had ratted her out, for lack of a better statement. But let's see how Pamela would characterize her.
Yes.
Well, what do you think?
About her self-esteem? I think she has a tendency to want to be the star.
And when did you first think that?
All the time.
All the time?
During the video especially. She's basically a good person though. I mean, she was a friend.
And she liked hanging out with you, right?
Yes.
I mean, you were 22 to 23 years old, you were a young media director, she was a 15-year-old high school student, you befriended her, right?
Yes, she worked for me and it became a friendship.
And Cecilia Pierce sort of got off on that, right?
I don't know that I can answer that.
Sorry?
I don't know that I can answer that. She got off on that.
Well, did Cecilia Pierce and you have any problems in your relationship? Did she hate you? Did you have big fights or anything like that?
We had fights.
Okay, and how was your relationship basically?
She was it was basically just friends, but when we got in a fight, it was usually because she was jealous of someone else being around me.
Let's say that this is true. Once again, nothing that happens around Pamela is ever her fault. Sure, she sexually exploited and manipulated a 16-year-old, but only because he wouldn't let her break up with him. Her best friend is a 15-year-old and they got into fights? That's only because the teenager was jealous and possessive of other people hanging out with her. It's always someone else, and there is never any reflection on if she was perhaps engaging inappropriately with these minors. I don't doubt that Pamela and Cecilia got into fights with each other because Pamela was manipulating Cecilia throughout their friendship. She was inviting the teenage girl over to her house. She was having sleepovers with her and telling her all about her relationship with Billy, and she was swearing the teenager to secrecy about the literal crime that she was committing. The amount of stress that would put on a teen is immeasurable. But enough about that though. Cecilia was jealous because Pamela was such a cool person that everyone wanted to be her friend.
Because she liked you, right?
Right.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce never did a thing in your entire relationship with her really hurt you, did she?
Yeah, she did sometimes.
What'd she do?
There were occasions when she would tell me things about that she thought I looked fat or something, and that would hurt my feelings.
So the kind of things that Cecilia Pierce did to hurt you was to say you looked fat or something like that, right? In fights.
Just stupid things, nothing. Yeah, nothing major that I can remember.
And you were close.
Yes.
And you say that Cecilia Pierce kind of wants to be with Sal, something like that, right?
She had some problems with attention.
Mm-hmm. Now, you said that you thought that right from the beginning.
Right, and also my friend Tracy had noticed that too.
Mm-hmm. So tell us, when did you first realize the thing that that Cecilia Pierce might have some more knowledge about this case?
As soon as she started talking to me after the kids were arrested.
And when was that?
The specific date, I believe the day after they were arrested. If they were arrested on June 10th, it would have been June.
So Cecilia Pierce was saying things that made you think, this girl might know something.
Right.
And you thought that this girl might have been involved in the murder of your husband?
I thought she had knowledge. I didn't think that she was specifically there the night of the murder, no.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce wasn't good friends with Bill, Flynn, JR, and Pete, was she?
No. Well, Bill, yeah, I guess.
I mean, she knew Bill through the OJ video, right?
In school, yes.
And OJ video and hanging out in your office, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's how Bill Flynn and Cecilia Pierce hung around together, right?
Yes, I don't know if they had classes together.
When you and Bill Flynn were going out and hanging out together, Cecilia Pierce was sometimes with you, right?
Yes.
Was that Bill Flynn's idea to bring Cecilia Pierce?
Sometimes it was just a result of who we were with. Sometimes Tracy Collins was with us because she was there that day and we ended up deciding to go out.
Yeah, I think my question was that Bill Flynn's idea to have Cecilia Pierce? And you answered, well, I think it's another question. So let's go back to my question. Did Bill Flynn want Cecilia Pierce around when the three of you were together?
I don't know, you'd have to ask Bill Flynn.
Did Bill Flynn ever say to you, hey, let's bring Cecilia Pierce together with us? I mean, I'm a 16-year-old boy. You're the woman I love. I want to be alone with you. Let's bring Cecilia Pierce.
No.
Okay. So when Cecilia Pierce was there, whose idea was it?
I just said, it was either a result of the fact that we were somewhere and continuing to go out afterwards, or it was my idea to pick her up. Or she had asked what we were doing, and if she could go along also.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce was sometimes cover up for you, wasn't she?
Sometimes what?
Cover up.
Certainly.
Okay, I mean, she was there to hide the relationship between you and Bill.
Yes.
And covering up this relationship is something you took pretty great steps to do.
Yes, it was something that I was consciously doing.
I mean, you even testified before in court incorrectly about being with Bill Flynn, didn't you?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Did you ever have a car accident March 17th, 1990 with Tracy Collins, you, Cecilia, and Bill Flynn was in the car?
Yes, I did.
And then you went to court a couple days after Bill Flynn's arrest, and you were asked the question by the prosecutor, who were you with? And you, I believe, said some friends. And when you were then answering the question, of all the friends you were with that day, why don't you tell the jury who you left out?
I left out Bill Flynn because he was arrested at the time.
And that's the only reason.
Well, first of all, I was in the middle of a court proceeding, and I figured that if I had said Bill Flynn was in the car, that then most certain next question would be, and where is Bill Flynn? And I would have to get into the fact that he was arrested for the murder of my husband, which was something I was trying to avoid. And I didn't think it was important at the time because a guy had backed up into my car and it wasn't my fault.
We noted this in our previous video, that there are always two explanations for events that Pamela talks about, the obvious explanation, and then Pamela's explanation. For example, how Billy got a hold of the pictures of Pamela wearing lingerie and posing provocatively. The obvious explanation is that she took photos and gave them to Billy, the minor she was having an affair with. She was already having sex with him, so giving him the photos isn't a bridge too far. If anything, it's less bad than what she's already done. But according to Pamela, she would have never done that. Instead, she gave Billy the undeveloped photos in order for him to get them developed, not because she wanted him to have them, but because she didn't want the man who developed the photos at the drugstore to see them. See, you really gotta think this through. She didn't think he would ever look at the photos himself. She could have never expected that. And when she found out that he had the photos, it was a huge violation. Every explanation of events involving Pam seemingly goes that way, including this one. She had to go to court over a fender bender that she was in, where Billy was in the car. But when she was asked who was in the car, she didn't mention Billy. Not because she wanted to hide the affair, which was at this point still hidden, but because she didn't want to talk about how he had been arrested for her husband's murder, which would not have been asked because she wasn't in criminal court. No one would have followed that up the way she believed they would. But that more complicated, obviously stupid and false explanation is the one she wants to put forward, because then she can say she wasn't lying to hide the affair, even though she already admitted that.
And is that why, given the two names to put down on the witness sheet of the day of the accident, on March 17th, 1990, that you filled out, of the three people in your car, why don't you tell the members of the jury who you left off on the operator's report of the accident?
Bill Flynn. There was 2 spaces, and there was Tracy and Cecilia were standing right next to me, and I put them down.
Oh, because I mean, if Bill was standing next to you, Bill probably got on. But since Cecilia and Tracy were standing next to you, they got on. Is that it?
If I was trying to hide the fact that he was there, I wouldn't have brought him to the police station in the first place.
And in all this space underneath here where you could have filled in a third name, you didn't choose to put that down, right?
No.
Your Honor, could I have this marked as State's Exhibits 83? Thank you.
All right, 89.
I brought him to the police station with us. The police officer saw him standing there.
Yeah, he had to come with you because you were the one driving and you couldn't just leave him standing on the side of the road. But you did deliberately leave him out of the testimony twice over. Once, okay, maybe it was a mistake, but you did it twice. And her only explanation is that he wasn't standing there directly next to her when she filled out the form, so she simply doesn't remember. It's not that she was trying to hide the affair, despite already admitting trying to hide the affair earlier.
Anything else you want to tell the jury before my next question?
No, that's about it.
Okay.
Excuse me, let me mark.
Were you under oath when you testified at that court proceeding and said, let me give you the direct quote so you know exactly what you said. Okay, who was operating the vehicle? I was. And did you have some friends with you? Yes. Who were they?
Your Honor, she's already answered and said she left off the name. He's just putting in some other transfer at this point.
It's admission, Your Honor.
She's already admitted it. What's the point of it?
She hasn't admitted it, but I think it's cross-examination.
Thank you. The attorney, who were they? Tracy and Cecilia. Now, is that a pretty accurate, direct quote of what you were testifying to?
Yes, and Tracy and Cecilia were standing there right in the courtroom with me.
Is this another version of your God's honest truth, what you decide to tell people or not tell people?
It was more of an intentional avoidance of a bigger problem.
Okay, because I mean at that time, if you would have mentioned Bill Flynn, you might have had to start answering a few more questions about your relationship with Bill Flynn, correct?
No, I didn't think of that at the time. I thought they would probably ask me where he was and why he wasn't testifying.
Pausing just for a moment, because what the prosecution just said is damning, and I personally believe it should have been emphasized a bit more. He brings up her deliberately omitting Bill from the story of the car crash while under oath. She swore, in a court similar to the one she is in now, that only 2 other people were in the car and purposely left Bill out of the list. That is a lie by omission, but still a lie nonetheless. That definitively proves that she is willing to lie on the stand, which calls into question everything she has already said in this case. Why should the men and the women of the jury believe her this go-round, when the last time she was on the stand, she also lied? Her credibility was already shot, given that within the first 10 minutes of her testimony, she flip-flopped like a fish on dry land, but this only proves that further.
I thought of that as a possibility. If you would tell the police about your affair with Bill Flynn, they would have started asking all sorts of questions, right?
Well, most certainly.
Okay, so, I mean, it was a conscious decision not to mention him there. It was a conscious decision not to mention to the police. And you sort of make decisions as you go all the time, what to tell people, what not to tell people, based on the circumstances you're in, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and here you are in this courtroom, now testifying in a first-degree murder trial, and you're under different circumstances, right?
Yes?
And now you've decided you're going to tell all and come clean.
Yes, this is a much more serious matter than someone backing up into my car.
All right, so truth to you depends on what's at stake and what you're willing to say.
No, not at all.
Well, you just said a second ago that didn't mean so much because it was only about a guy backing up and hitting your car.
Right.
So if you can't be honest on little things like that, when no one's even pointing a finger at you, why should the jury believe you're going to be truthful now when all these witnesses have testified against you?
I didn't say that I wasn't being honest. If they would have said, was Bill Flynn inside your car the night of the accident, I would have said yes.
Again, it is not her fault for lying and then not telling anyone about Bill being in the car. It's the lawyer's fault for not asking her specifically and directly if Bill was in the car. The same way the police didn't ask her directly, the same way the police didn't tell her to put Bill down in her statement. If someone calls her out in just the right way, then she would have to be honest. But to expect her to be honest all the time, that's too much. This is such a poor excuse that it's insane that she is so adamant that she's in the right. Again, everyone else is lying but her, but also she is lying, but only because people aren't using the precise wording to ask her questions. If she lied on the stand this time, she only did it because the lawyers in this case aren't questioning her right. Nothing is ever her fault, and when it is, it also isn't, which is obviously so fucking absurd that it's unbelievable. How do you even get through to someone who thinks like this?
It's just like if the police would have said,
exactly.
Were you having an affair with Bill Flynn, you would have said yes.
Yes.
But if they don't ring the bell or pull the string, no one's ever going to know about it, right?
I don't guess not.
The fact that she doesn't see what's wrong with what she is saying is frankly still unbelievable. She thinks that this is a good defense, or at least somewhat reasonable, when it's just nonsense.
All right, now, you started to tell us how Cecilia Pierce, right, started talking like she might have some information about this.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And when's the first time she does it? Why should it be exact as you possibly can?
The day after the kids were arrested.
The day after. So the kids were arrested what day?
It was a Monday night.
Monday night?
I think.
June 11th?
10th or 11th, yeah.
Okay. So after June 11th, what does she say at that time that makes you think she knows something about it?
Basically, it was her tone of voice and her excitement about what was going on and how could they have gotten arrested and things like that.
And what happened after that night? When was the next time?
I saw her, I believe the next day, I saw her in school that night, or I talked to her on the phone, I'm not sure.
And what did she say at that time to make you think more likely that she was involved?
Just because she was so worried about everything.
Mm-hmm. And, well, let me ask you something. Did you ever have any real fear that your phone was tapped?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, why did you think your phone was tapped?
Because of all the rumors I had heard.
All right, so when you were talking to Cecilia Pierce on the phone on June 19th, you were purposely saying things to avoid any involvement in this Bill Flynn, or in this case, because you thought your phone was tapped.
Exactly.
Okay. So the phone conversations of June 19th, Cecilia's saying all sorts of things to you, right?
Right.
I mean, Cecilia's saying, what kind of things do you recall Cecilia saying to you that gave you the indication she might be involved? Or having more information?
Nothing. That indication came way before those phone conversations.
Okay, so I mean, even before those phone call conversations, you have an indication that Cecilia Pierce is acting a little funny.
Right, immediately after the arrest, so that would have been the 11th, the 12th, the 13th.
All right, so these phone calls were made when?
The 18th and 19th.
Okay, does anything change on the 18th and 19th to change your
Yes,
mind?
on the 13th, I told her that I had known about the murder beforehand, on the 13th.
You told Cecilia Pierce on the 13th?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she said that she did too.
All right, so now what you want this jury to understand is that on June 13th, you told Cecilia Pierce, I knew about the murder beforehand, right? And prior to June 13th, you're under the impression Cecilia must know more about the murder than she's telling you, right?
Right.
Okay, now if Cecilia knew more about the murder than you were telling her, wouldn't she know whether or not you were involved?
That's what she said to me. That's what she said to me. She said, how come Bill never told me that you knew?
Okay, and when you said that to her on June...
she said that to me.
When you said that to her on June 13th that you knew about the murder, right? Didn't you say that a few months ago? That was just a trick.
Exactly.
Just to get more information from her.
Exactly, and I did get information.
Okay, you got information on June 13th,
I
right?
certainly did.
Okay, so tell the members of the jury how soon you went to the police and said, hey, you better talk to Cecilia Pierce because she knows more than she's telling.
I didn't, because I didn't believe her at first.
Just like you couldn't have believed Bill did it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, weren't you just telling us a second ago that the whole reason you said that to Cecilia Pierce was because you thought she had more information? So when she confirms that she does, you now tell this jury you don't believe that, you don't go to the police?
Because of the information that she gave me. She told me there had been a previous attempt on Greg's life, and I just couldn't believe that at the time. That was the first time I had heard of that. I did not believe what she was saying, and I wanted to try and get a hold of Bill because I thought if I talked to Bill about it, that Bill, and I confronted him with what Cecilia had told me, then I would be able to know if he was lying or if he was telling the truth.
So, in case you have a hard time following this amazing story, after Bill and his friends were arrested for the murders, Pamela didn't think that he had anything to do with them, and had been falsely set up because they had been having an affair. So instead of telling the police about the affair, or how she had lent Bill and his friends her car that night, she instead decided to talk to Cecilia Pierce, who less than 20 minutes ago she claimed was not good friends with Bill and his friends. For some reason, she believed that Cecilia knew about the murder plot, and that if she pretended to know about it too, she could get more information. This is in spite of the fact that she didn't believe that Bill and his friends were behind the murders, and would not trust Cecilia enough to tell her about the plot. But wait, there's more. When she talked to Cecilia, she told the 15-year-old girl that she knew about the murders, and in fact helped plan them, as a ruse to get her to open up about what happened. She thought that if she pretended to know what happened to someone who did know, they would tell her, and this, according to Pamela, worked. Cecilia then told her this was the second attempt the boys had made on George's life, and Pamela, who didn't believe the boys actually killed her husband, once again did not believe they were involved, and thought Cecilia was lying. But then in the following days, when Cecilia was wearing a wire, she continued to state that she knew about the plot. Just for fun, I guess. This is a worse excuse than Tony Todd or Diane Downs. This is so fucking stupid and nonsensical, I don't even know what to say. Our job technically is to commentate on this, to explain the rationale and logic behind why people like Pamela say and do the things that they do. But this is so poorly thought out, I don't know. It's just nonsense.
This was June 13th, 2 days after Bill's arrest. So what were you going to do? Go visit him at ABC?
Yeah, the thought crossed my mind, if you want to know the truth.
So let's get this straight with the jury. This is another indication where you make a conscious decision, where you have information which might help solve the murder of your husband, which might tell the Smarts how their kid was killed, which might tell the Wojciech's how their son-in-law was killed, which might explain the senseless thing that everybody's been trying to understand from May 1st. You decide to make a conscious decision, I'm not going to tell the police.
Right, because if I told the police, then they would find out about the affair, and they would know about the affair and how I would have to go through all that. Plus, I knew that the police were completely shutting me out of the investigation, and I figured that if I gave them more information, they would take it, they would run with it, and I would be back to square one, knowing nothing about who murdered my husband.
That is unless the police asked about the affair in just the right manner. Then she would have told them. Because, as she said, an affair is not enough of a motive for murder. She says so many conflicting things that when she says a definitive reason like this, it conflicts with everything else she has said before.
So you're going to do your own little investigation?
Yes, I was. At the time, I was not exactly thinking rationally.
Judge, can I don't mind her explaining her answer, but she clearly just wants to say what she feels like, not responsive to questions. There will be redirect after I'm done.
All I want her to do is to be allowed to finish her answers, that's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, anything else you want to say?
Yeah, this is part of my, you asked me if I made a conscious decision, and my feelings at that time were part of the conscious decision. I was not acting rationally at all.
All right, so now this is not a rational thing. You're sort of like off in the...
Yeah, my husband was murdered.
Right, and the last thing you want to do is tell the police some good information to help solve it, right? Because your husband was murdered.
No.
No, okay. So you do want to tell the police some information to help them solve it, but you don't.
I was confused. I wasn't sure. I was bouncing that idea off both ends.
Okay. Well, why don't you tell us how many of your friends, okay, you went up to around June 13th, okay, and said, let's talk about Cecilia Pierce. I think she must know some stuff about this.
I made mention of the fact that Cecilia might have known some more than she was saying.
Around June 13th?
I don't remember what the exact day was.
And after June 13th, what else happened?
Well, every time I told my friends anything about Cecilia's possible involvement or anything about all of the irrational ideas I was having at the time, they told me that I was crazy and that I should stop thinking and doing things like that. So I didn't really discuss it with people because everyone told me not to do it.
No one in Pamela's life would affirm these statements, meaning that they are, and this is probably going to shock you, lies.
After June 13th, and all these people told you this around June 13th?
I don't know the exact date.
Well, give me within the exact week.
I don't know. I saw my mother then, I saw my sister, I saw Sonia.
And you told them all around June 13th
Tracy.
what you're telling this jury now?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so after June 13th, and she gives you the stuff which you again decide you're not going to believe, and you don't tell the police. Do you have any
I said I didn't know what to believe, not that I decided not to believe it.
I mean, come on. I mean, this is...
Come on.
You're not telling the police about the affair. You're not telling about Cecilia Pierce. What happens after June 13th? What's the next time you talk to Cecilia Pierce about it?
I might have seen her before the phone call on June 18th, I'm not sure. I saw her at Papagino's one day, I don't know what day it was.
Okay, so then you talked to her on June 19th, right?
Right, and I thought my phone was tapped because I didn't know anything about wiretapping, and I thought the police could just tap a phone if they wanted to, and I thought my phone was tapped.
And you were worried about your phone being tapped because you thought the police thought you were involved.
I had heard a rumor, yes.
Okay. And you were afraid that the police might listen to your phone.
Right, and I didn't want to be on the phone saying that I knew about a murder that I didn't really know about.
Right, because the most important thing in your life at that time was solving this murder, right?
Yeah, because I didn't think anybody else was doing too much about it.
But why would she think that when people had been arrested? Why would she think the police weren't looking into the case when they were actively arresting these suspects? And she believed apparently that they could be tapping into her phone. That doesn't align with anything else she has said. So these two things cannot be true. When the police don't care about solving a murder, it's obvious. Take the case of Lavina Johnson, or the case of Vanessa Guillen, when the families have had to spearhead movements in the public eye in order to get the proper authorities to take the case seriously. Those cases are markedly different to this one, where the police made active statements about the case and continued to investigate, even when their leads dried up.
So, when you talked to Cecilia Pierce on June 19th, what impression do you get from your conversation with her then?
Well, I didn't finish what happened on the 13th. On the 13th, she told...
I'm asking you now about the 19th.
But this is in connection with that.
Okay, well, let me ask you about the 19th, then your lawyer can get you to say whatever you want
Okay.
after that, okay?
On the 19th, the impression I got was that she was trying to talk to me about it and that I didn't want to talk to her about it.
So, is that why on the 19th you said to her, this is page 3 of the transcript, you want to copy it? You say to her, see, I don't know if I were you, I would answer any questions.
Right.
And then she says, what? If they make you feel uncomfortable. She goes, yeah. And you say, tell me that you don't want to answer any more questions without your mom. She goes, all right, okay. You say, like if they try and press you like they did before, yeah. Who's coming over, do you know? She says, yeah. And you go, which one? She goes, yeah, again. You go, are they there? And Cecilia says, no. What I can barely hear you. What are you saying? He says, I just said, you know who's coming over. Pelletier or whatever. Now, you said that to her at that time, right?
Apparently.
And at that time, Why were you afraid of her answering any questions? I mean, if you thought at the time she really knew about this, and if you thought at the time she might have information to help, why weren't you telling Cecilia Pierce, hey, don't worry about it, just tell the police whatever they ask, and nothing will happen. You didn't do anything wrong.
That's why I just wanted to say something before this, because on June 13th, she told me that she was going to go to the police and tell them I knew about the murder beforehand.
Why was she going to do that?
Because she said that she was scared.
Because you told her about the murder before.
Right.
So, I mean, obviously you were thinking, wait a minute, here I am, I'm having an affair with this guy that nobody knows about. I have a girl now that I've convinced that I'm involved with this crime. She's going to go to the police. Holy moly, I better straighten out this mess. It's really getting murky. So obviously you ran right down to the police to straighten it out, right?
No, it's pretty confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. It's pretty confusing. And you didn't do a damn thing to try and straighten it out, did you?
Take the action recess.
All right.
So that was it for her first day on the stand. So let's get into day 2. If you've made it to this portion in the video, let me know if you believe her story. Do you think the prosecution and myself are just being too hard on Pam? Let us know in the comments down below.
Yesterday we were talking about how you went to Drew Holloway on May 31st.
Yes.
And that was the boy's idea?
I don't remember specifically whose idea it was. It was just a general idea.
Were you looking for a car at that time?
At that time, yes.
And besides going to Drew Holloway, you made other attempts to look for a car?
Yes, but I never had a specific car in mind or made any financing arrangements on a car.
You went to Coast Pontiac 6 days later, did you not?
I don't remember. Maybe.
You don't remember if you went, or you don't remember it was 6 days later?
Where's Coast Pontiac?
Portsmouth.
Yes, I did do that with Tracy Collins, I believe.
And you went with Tracy Collins?
I think so.
And you had your car appraised?
I might have, yes.
And you told them you didn't have to make any financing arrangements because you were going to pay cash?
I don't know, maybe.
And at that time, you'd already gotten insurance money, to some extent in this case, correct?
Some, yes.
$90,000?
Yes.
And you were still waiting for the $50,000 policy to come in?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's damning. Her husband was brutally murdered by her high school abuse victim, and one of the first things she decides to do was to get a new car.
Now, yesterday, we talked a little bit about divorce. You were asked by Mr. Toomey that if you were to get divorced, what action would you lose? I think you said you shared furniture, $4,000 to $6,000 in savings, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And you each had your own car, correct?
Yes, we did.
Now, if in the spring of 1990, you had gotten a divorce from Greg Smart, the affair might have become public, right?
If I had gotten a divorce?
Yeah.
If I made it public, I suppose.
Or if Greg made it public.
Yeah.
And if your affair had become public, what do you think would have happened at Whitacombe High School? Or, I'm sorry, at SAU 21, where you were?
I would assume that I wouldn't be working there anymore.
You had lost your job, right?
Probably.
And how do you think it would have affected your opportunity to look for additional jobs in school districts, knowing that you had an affair with a 15, 16-year-old boy?
I doubt that I would apply to another school district, but that wouldn't mean that I couldn't get a job anywhere else, ever.
This is one of the most infuriating sentences we've ever had the displeasure of listening to. Again, we have talked about female predators in the past. They seem to be under the impression that what they are doing is different to what male predators do. They say things like their victim pursued them, that it wasn't rape, and that they aren't pedophiles, because it was true love. But to say that her sexually exploiting and abusing Billy would not have prevented her from getting another job is ridiculous, because it would have, or at least it should have. Had the affair been made public, she certainly would have been fired, and most high schools in the area would not hire her. She would have been arrested, and she would have been completely unemployable, as she should be. She used her position of power and authority over a minor to sexually abuse and exploit them, so no person would ever hand her another position of authority. But she doesn't see it that way. Sure, she would have been fired, but she didn't really want that job. She could change professions, go into broadcasting like she dreamt she would. She could try out radio again. The world is her oyster, because no one would care that she sexually abused a minor. That is her honest belief.
Do you think this would have helped or hurt your professional reputation at that time?
Hurt.
How do you think your family and friends would think about you essentially taking part in ruining the marriage that you had for less than a year by having a sexual affair with a 15, 16-year-old boy?
I don't know how my family and friends would feel.
Do you think your family or friends would approve?
Probably not.
You seem unsure.
I mean, I don't think that they would stop being my friends and never talk to me again, but...
No, but the question was whether or not they'd approve, and you say probably not. Do you have any doubt in your mind that they would look upon this as quite inappropriate behavior for you?
Well, I'm not the first person in America that ever had an affair.
But the affair was with a minor, so it's kind of different, meaning it's patently different. If you're an adult and you have an affair, you're probably a bad partner and maybe a prick. But most friends and family members can overlook that. They won't set their friends up with you, but you didn't do anything directly to them, so they can move past that. But Pamela, you had an affair with a minor, a person who could not drive, who had to ask his mother's permission to stay over at your house, who couldn't drink and make their own medical decisions. This is a person you had direct authority over, who wasn't psychologically mature enough to see an adult being romantically interested in them as being strange and inappropriate. So that's not the same fucking thing. And the fact that that has not occurred to her is truly shocking. When we've covered other predators, specifically male predators, most are well aware that what they are doing is harmful to their victims. They know that if they are caught, their friends and family will disown them, that they will become scourges of society, and that their lives will be irrevocably ruined. But not Pamela. Pamela believes that her friends and family will just brush off her sexually abusing a minor as just a weird, morally ambiguous thing that she did. Don't bring your teens around Pamela, they will joke. She might start dating them. Ah ha ha ha. But what she did is horrific. It doesn't matter that she thinks it was mutual and loving. This is truly one of the most disturbing things we've seen a predator say. And I had to read Nathan Larson's stupid fucking Predator Manifesto. Think about that shit.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, don't you think they would look at you and say this is quite inappropriate behavior?
Yes.
But if Greg was dead, you wouldn't have to expose the affair, would you?
No. Unless, like, this happened.
And you could keep the affair secret, as long as you chose, right?
I don't know that. I don't know that Bill wouldn't have exposed it, or Cecilia wouldn't have, or...
And Bill and Cecilia were the only people who were part of your inner circle at this time who knew about the affair.
Apparently not. According to Bill's testimony, JR knew, Pete knew, Frank Daly knew, Sarah Thomas knew.
And then you've come into court and now admitted it because all those people know, right?
No. I've admitted this affair because it's the truth, and that's what I'm telling right now.
And now you've decided to tell the truth.
Yes.
No, she admitted to the affair because it became so obvious that it was pointless to deny. He had photos of her in lingerie. Multiple eyewitnesses had seen them kiss and act inappropriately with each other, so she had no choice but to admit it. Her saying she admitted it because it was the truth is her attempting to place herself in a good moral standing with the jury. Sure, she's a fucking pedophile who engaged in a sexual relationship with a minor, but at least she's honest. But that isn't what happened. She denied the relationship until she realized it was an impossible task to keep denying, the same way she had denied any sort of responsibility for her husband's murder to this day. But we're not quite there yet.
Let's go back to where we left off yesterday. I think one of the last questions I had asked you yesterday was, you said that you told Cecilia Pierce on June 13th, 1990, that you knew about the murder.
Yes.
And that was a total fabrication on your part in order to try and get Cecilia Pierce to talk, correct?
I told her that I had known about it beforehand, which was a fabrication.
And that's what you wanted her to know so you might be able to get information from Cecilia Pierce.
Yes.
And you now know, testifying, that Cecilia Pierce went to the police on June 14th, June 15th, and gave them all sorts of information on this case, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you know that the information Cecilia Pierce gave to the police on June 14th and June 15th inculpated you in this crime.
Yes.
So now, testifying before this jury, you say to us, the day before, I told Cecilia Pierce I was involved, or I knew about the murder before, right?
Right.
And is that the first time you ever told Cecilia Pierce that you had anything to do with the murder?
I didn't tell her that I had something to do with it. I told her that I had known about it.
Okay, so why don't you tell the members of the jury everything you told Cecilia Pierce that you knew about the murder?
I just told her that I had I had known about the murder before it was going to happen.
So that's the only thing you told her?
Yes.
Only knew about
Well,
it?
there was a conversation afterwards.
Okay, what's the conversation afterwards?
I told her that, and she said, how come Bill didn't tell me that you knew about it? And I said, why, you knew about it? And she said, yes. And then she went on to talk about a couple things that I had never heard about beforehand.
Okay, so why don't you tell us what Cecilia Pierce told you that you had never heard about beforehand?
That there was a prior attempt on Greg's life.
Okay, so you're saying June 13th.
There's a couple things. Do you want me to go through all?
Yes, I'm asking you. Prior attempt, what else?
She had told me that there had been a time that she had gone to look for a gun with Bill at Papagino's. And she had told me that Raymond was with Bill the first time. And
else?
that they had taken my car.
Anything else?
That Bill had done it, and that Pete and JR were with him. But see, I can't really remember because there was a lot of things going around in the newspapers at the same time too, and some of the things she was telling me were also in the paper, so I'm not sure what exactly came out when.
What's somewhat infuriating about Pamela's statements is that sometimes her memory is perfectly clear. So clear, in fact, that she needs to correct her lawyer in the prosecution because she knows exactly where and when she said something, as well as why she said it, and why it conflicts with other statements. But in times like this, when she's talking about her super secret, totally real plan to get more information about her husband's murder, even though she didn't believe Billy was involved, she doesn't fully remember what occurred. Sure, she knows the exact date that she told Cecilia that she knew about the murder, but she doesn't fully remember what Cecilia said, even though she testified to that fact the day prior, and remembers enough to know that her teenage friend is lying.
And this is all the information you got from Cecilia Pierce before?
Oh, and she told me that they had dropped gloves at the scene. She said gloves, more than one.
Where was she getting all this information?
I had assumed that Bill had told her.
So what you're telling this jury today is that Cecilia Pierce and Bill Flynn are having all these conversations about the murder of your husband, which you know absolutely nothing about. Is that it?
Yes, they testified to that also.
Right. They also testified that you knew all about it and were part of it.
Right.
That's the part you're saying no.
Right.
Okay. And you're telling this jury that the murder of your husband's occurs, and Cecilia Pierce, who's a good friend of yours, for the whole year and a half and all through that summer, never says anything to you about it until 2 days after the boy's arrested.
I didn't say she's never said anything to me about it. She said we talked about it almost every day, like I talked to everybody about this.
And you talked about it every day. She never once told you, hey, you know, I'm really sorry your husband's dead, but I think I can help you here figuring out who it was.
No. Well,
Okay,
she
so
did say that she was sorry Greg was dead.
Okay, so what you're telling this jury is that Cecilia Pierce intentionally withheld information from you concerning the murder of your husband.
Probably because she had some involvement herself.
Okay, so what you're telling this jury is Cecilia Pierce wanted your husband dead.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, you just said she had some involvement. I mean,
well, in procuring a firearm.
Okay, and then you can answer. Why do you think Cecilia Pierce had involvement in the death of your husband.
I didn't think she had any direct involvement as far as I didn't believe that she was there on the night of the murder, but I believe she had some knowledge of it.
Okay. And you think Cecilia Pierce would intentionally withhold this information from you and from the police and never clue you in?
Yes,
And why would she do that?
that's what I was trying to figure out.
And you have no idea as you sit here today. I mean, you had no...
I have an idea now.
And, oh, that's what you told us yesterday, that she wanted to be the center of attention.
No, my idea now is that she had her own involvement in this in procuring a firearm with Bill, therefore she was trying to protect herself.
To be clear, that is not a crime. It's not a reasonable excuse for why she is saying that Pam was involved with the murders. Pam is not being thrown under the bus because Cecilia was to ignore her part in the crime, because she was not involved in the crime. Pam was, but she is trying to use the 15-year-old she emotionally manipulated as a sort of scapegoat. Remember, it is never Pamela's fault. Things happen to her, but she never does anything. And, just so we are clear, Cecilia did talk to the other adult about the plot to kill Greg, and that adult said she was being dramatic. Had her warning been heeded, things might have been different.
The way that Cecilia Pierce was going to protect herself was not going to come in and tell the police, hey, I tried to get a firearm, let me tell you about Bill Flynn who did this murder and all that stuff. Her way of protecting herself was to come in and make up this entire fabrication about your involvement to save her skin about a firearm.
It wasn't an entire fabrication.
Ms. Smart, I'll let you answer the question. I want to interrupt you. Please don't interrupt my question, okay?
I'm sorry.
It's difficult for Bill.
Did you
He
finish?
came in with this entire fabrication just to get you in trouble, to wrongly send you to jail, to wrongly accuse you of murder, to falsely accuse you of everything, match her wits against yours because she tried to get a firearm in Pop Jeans.
No, everything she said was not an entire fabrication because she did tell the police that I had known about the murder beforehand, and I did tell her that.
How do you know she told that to the police?
How do I know that? Because she just said that on the stand, and plus I read it in the paper
When did you read the paper?
after I was arrested.
So after you were arrested, now you're starting to put together what Cecilia Pierce had done, right?
I was trying to put this case together from the day Greg was murdered.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday and how you were trying to put it together and how you helped the police put it together, right?
No, I don't know that
you called the police over to your house to talk about a chip on the wall. You
Yes.
pointed out to the police a dented candlestick.
Yes.
You did all those things, right?
Yes, I
You're really
did.
going out of your way to tell the police everything they should need to know to try and solve this, right?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, except for the affair.
Except for the affair, right?
Right, I was ashamed of the affair. I still am today.
Let's now, on 6/19, you talk to Cecilia Pierce, right?
On the telephone, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you were talking to Cecilia Pierce. Your plan now is to try and get more information, right?
Not over the phone, it wasn't.
Okay, so let me translate for those who are having a hard time following along, because her lies are ridiculous. The reason that the phone calls between Cecilia and herself are so damning, and make it appear that Pamela knew about the murder plot about her husband, is because she told the minor that she did. And the reason that those calls don't contain any of her probing or questioning of the minor in order to solve the murders is because she deliberately did not talk to her about that on the phone. It's the, I have a girlfriend but she doesn't go to this school and doesn't live in this city and you wouldn't know her, but trust me, she's real excuse. Sure, there is a bevy of evidence that shows that Pamela took part in the murder, but that's only because she was pretending to take part in the murder. You heard me. We just need to trust and believe her when she says she would never actually do that, even though she had already admitted to lying to the police and lying on the stand. Excellent play. And God, she's just so dynamic and electric on the stand, I can't imagine it not working.
Just in general, Cecilia Pierce, correct?
No, not at June 19th. My plan was to try and stop her from going to the police.
Also, again, let me just point out how she doesn't seem to remember things that she said in this very real investigation. She can't recall the details that were oh so important to her, but she can remember what her exact motivations were on specific dates and times.
And turning me in.
Okay, that's only because it was on the phone.
No, that was my plan everywhere. That was my plan during the body wire conversations also.
All right, so your plan switches.
I told you my plan switched on June 13th. When
Okay, so June 13th, what's your plan?
My plan was originally, when the day started, to get more information from her. And by the time the day was over, she had told me that she was scared and that she was going to go to the police. And she was...
Told you Bill had done it?
Objection, Your Honor, you interrupted her.
Right. And I'm almost finished. And she had told me that she was going to the police and she was going to tell them that we, meaning she and I, knew about the murder beforehand. And of course, I automatically panicked because I didn't want her to do that. So my intention from there on out was to try and talk her out of going to the police.
So why didn't you go to the police before her and straighten the whole mess out? Why didn't you go to the police and say, hey, you know, I was just talking to Cecilia, oh my God, she knows Bill, this kid did it. I was wrong from the beginning. I'm really embarrassed about my affair. Please don't tell anybody about it. But now you can solve the murder of my husband. And now you can tell the smarts how their son died. Now you can tell the world how this senseless thing has a sense to it. But you didn't go to the police on June 13th after talking to Cecilia, correct?
Because I was scared, I was afraid, and I had heard rumors that I was going to be arrested, and I was afraid, yes.
All right. Now, I didn't really ask you why, but I'll gladly have you tell us
When
why.
the questions...
Your Honor, this question started with...
This started with what?
Oh, I thought it was a yes or no, but okay. You didn't go, no, and then the reason was why?
Because I was scared and I was afraid.
Scared and afraid of this 15-year-old girl.
No, I was scared and afraid of this entire murder. And I was scared and afraid and confused of everything that was going on and all the rumors that I was hearing.
And you thought the best way to solve that, the best way to deal with this fear, the best way to handle this confusion and all your fears is not honesty is the best policy, go to the police and tell them everything and let them sort it out, because in the end, you know you're only telling the truth and nothing will happen. Your decision is to withhold information and to start playing mind games with Cecilia.
Yes, at the time that was my conclusion.
Okay. Now, on June 19th, you had phone call conversations with Cecilia Pierce, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now you tell Cecilia Pierce, if they ask you to get a lie detector test, which I doubt they will, then you just say you're going to get yourself a lawyer first. And any lawyer will tell you not to.
Right.
Okay. Did it ever occur to you to encourage Cecilia Pierce to take a lie detector test, to say something to Cecilia Pierce like, hey, just go talk to them. Don't worry about the lie detector test. You can handle that thing. Just give them a statement. Because then you would know, of course, that the police would find something out about the murder. Right? I mean, if you encourage her to take the lie detector test,
Right.
the police might know who killed your husband.
Right, but should be on the lie detector test saying that I was having an affair and that I knew about it beforehand and all those things, which I didn't want her to say.
So why don't you just be honest with the jury and tell us it was more important to you that this affair, which would link you to Bill, which would link you to the murder, not come out over all this expression on your part that I'm obsessed with solving this crime. I'm obsessed with finding out who murdered my husband. But you're not so obsessed that you're willing to tell the police what you know, are you?
I wanted to solve it in my own mind, in my own life, first.
Okay, and then what were you going to do, make a citizen's arrest?
No, I wasn't. At some point, obviously, I would have gone to the police with it.
So Pam Tamar, the 23-year-old student teacher, was going to use her own investigation skills, do her own investigation, not tell the police what she knows, talk to Cecilia Pierce, go out and talk to whoever else she knows, and then, of course, write a report, mail it in, and what were you going to do?
I'm going to object to the form of these questions. If they're multi-part questions, that they can't be answered yes and no. Numerous assumptions. It's essentially speeches.
Cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
First of all, I'm not a teacher. And second of all, yes, that was my intention, to figure it out on my own. My husband was murdered. I was not thinking rationally at the time. And unless you've gone through something like this, then maybe you can't understand.
This is what is known as a cop-out, and it's like when you're watching a movie, and by the end of it they say, well, it was all just a dream, or it was all a delusion. Sure, it's an ending, but the ending is meant to somewhat obfuscate any plot holes or weirdness that happened during the plot. It doesn't have to make sense. The person is just crazy, or they were dreaming, or my personal favorite, it was all a delusion they were having before they died. That plotline was dropped, so it doesn't matter, because it never mattered. And also, fuck you for caring about where the plot was going in the first place, you stupid viewer of the movie. Pamela is stating that unless someone close to you was murdered, you can't properly understand her reasoning. I've lost people close to me, but I still don't understand why she's saying the things that she is, because most of this is nonsense and she's clearly lying, and she even admitted to lying. She claims that she felt the police weren't doing their job, despite the fact that she was paranoid that they would bug her phones during the investigation. She claimed they weren't taking her fears seriously when they routinely checked in on her and gave her updates when they felt they were appropriate. So her story doesn't make sense, not because she was bereft in dealing with the trauma of her husband being murdered, but because it doesn't make sense that she's lying.
So in other words, now what you're saying is this talk with Cecilia is the product of some irrational behavior on your part?
I'd say.
So it's not a conscious decision to find out information from her.
It was both. It was a very confused state.
Now, so later on in the same phone call conversation, you say to Cecilia Pierce, you're talking about the OJ video. She says she's looking for her copy. And you say, well, the Department of Citrus doesn't like the video anyways, you know? And Cecilia says, but I told her that the superintendent had all the copies. Talking about somebody in the press who wanted a copy. And you say, but according to JR, Raymond and Ralph said, it doesn't come out on the tape, and you say, well, that's Raymond and Ralph. You know what I mean? Just say you don't, and that's it, you know? Cecilia says, yep. And you say, I mean, they can't convict him and arrest him on the word of another person. And Cecilia says, well, like you said, they can always switch it around and say that Raymond and Ralph did it. And you say, right, and that's it, you know? Raymond. How would Raymond and Ralph know anything, you know? Because maybe somebody told them that, or that somebody else said that they did.
Your Honor, is this a question, or is he reading in the evidence?
I'm getting to the question, Your Honor. It's the foundation.
It appears to me what he's doing is putting in a transcript. If he wants to put in a transcript, he should do it through a witness.
Judge, I have specific questions because I have a statement that she says on the stand.
Objection is overruled.
I don't want to give it out of context, trying to give the jury the full context. The last statement you said, and I'll repeat, is right. And that's it, you know? Raymond. How would Raymond and Ralph know anything, you know? Because maybe somebody told them that, or somebody else said that they did, you know what I mean? They can't, you're not going to get convicted of murder on someone else's opinion. You know what I mean? Like if you were missing that night or something like that. How do you know what is according to JR?
What was the statement that I said about JR?
You said, but according to JR, Raymond and Ralph said.
Right.
And then you say, well, that's Raymond and Ralph. You know what I mean? Just say you don't, and that's it. You know. I mean, didn't you tell us yesterday that when JR and Pete and Bill were at your house, you went upstairs because Bill said he was alone. And you stayed upstairs for 45 minutes, right?
Right, and according to JR meant according to what I had heard that JR was saying, because I had also heard what Ralph and Raymond were saying, and I had heard what the entire town of Seabrook was saying, and what the police were saying, and what the newspapers were saying.
And what did you hear was what JR saying?
I heard that JR was saying that Ralph and Raymond had done the murder.
You heard this from JR?
No, I heard it from Cecilia. Cecilia said, I heard JR was saying up in ADC that Ralph and Raymond had done the murder.
So on June 13th, what time of day? I mean, on June 19th, right?
Right.
Right. JR has been in ADC for 3-4 days, and you're saying rumors have gone
On
back?
June 19th, he's been there for 9 days.
All right, so 9 days. I think that's June 11th, so it's 8 days, right?
Right.
You're saying rumors have already gotten back to you, what JR is saying in ADC.
Absolutely, rumors were getting around about everything.
And you're saying that JR was saying what about Raymond and Ralph?
Like I said, JR never said this directly to me, but I had heard that JR was saying that Raymond and Ralph had committed the murder themselves and were blaming it on Bill, Pete, and JR.
I'm sorry?
Raymond
So
and
why would you say to Cecilia, just say you don't, and that's it, you know? I mean, why are you telling?
Because I'm telling her to say that she doesn't know anything.
Okay, and then later on, when Cecilia says to you, well, like you said, they can always switch it around and say that Raymond and Ralph did it.
Right, because that's what I had said. JR can say whatever he wants up in ADC. I don't know what he's saying. They can always switch it around and say Raymond and Ralph did it.
Why are you telling this to Cecilia Pierce?
Because we had had discussions previous to this about it.
About what?
About the possibility of Raymond and Ralph doing the murder.
And so now, this time, after Cecilia Pierce has told you on June 13th that Bill Flynn has done the murder, which is news to you, 5-6 days later, you're now saying that you're talking about somebody else may have done the murder?
Yes, I did not want to believe Bill Flynn committed this murder.
So there's nothing anybody could have done to convince you that Bill Flynn had committed this murder?
At that point, no.
And
I still, even after his arrest, didn't believe that he had done it.
Because Bill Flynn's not the kind of guy who's going to go off and mastermind a murder, is he?
I don't know.
Sorry?
Apparently, yes, he pleaded guilty to the crime.
But you never thought that, right? I mean, your opinion of Bill Flynn, you couldn't do that.
Murder someone?
Right.
No, I didn't think so.
So this jury, you're going to say, well, yes, now he did that.
He said he did it. I don't think he'd plead guilty to a crime if he wasn't guilty.
Now, when you say to Cecilia Pierce, they can't, you're not going to get convicted of murder on someone else's opinion. Who are you talking about? Who's the they? Police?
She said, I believe Bill, Pete, and JR were possibly going to say that she had known about the murder beforehand and that she was worried that if they said that, the police would arrest her.
So you're giving her comfort at this point.
Right, I told you I was doing everything I could to try and get her not to go to the police.
And at this point, it was strictly because of the affair.
No, I said earlier that it was also because I had told her that I had known about the murder beforehand, that I didn't want her to say that.
I mean, was your biggest fear you were get wrongly accused that Cecilia Pierce went to the police?
That's what happened. That's why I'm sitting here today.
Yes, you were wrongly accused. She is directly telling the men and women of the jury that they need to overlook all the direct physical evidence, as well as all the confessions to the crimes, and everything she has done that makes her look guilty, including admitting to being involved in the crime on a recorded line. All of that can be easily explained and hand-waved away, because she is innocent. She is just a grieving widow who had an affair with a minor, and anyone who doesn't see that is obviously just out to get her. I find this kind of answer to be somewhat insulting, because it just tells you exactly what she thinks of your intelligence. In order to believe her story, you have to ignore so much direct evidence that you would have to be stupid. Even her supporters, which we will get to later, don't believe that she is fully innocent. So what does that tell you?
Right, so you don't think it was more important back then to go to the police and straighten out first, put your embarrassment aside, and say, hey, before this goes any further, let me tell you what happened. You don't think that was important to do you?
I wish I would have made that decision way back then and none of us would be here today.
Is that what you want this jury to believe?
Yes, I want this jury to believe the truth.
And they will make that decision, right?
I hope so.
And that would be based upon all the different times you said you were telling the truth, but in fact, you kept things to yourself, right?
I have said to this jury that I did keep things from the police. I have not denied that. I have not denied that I was trying to hide an affair. You're absolutely right. I did not want the whole United States of America to know that I had had an affair.
But you were willing to risk being wrongly accused. In your version of what's happening, you would risk the murderer go free. You would risk you being wrongly accused. You even said yesterday that you thought Bill Flynn was wrongly arrested because they heard the affair, and you were willing to risk that.
I wasn't willing to risk that. I was scared, and I was trying to make decisions, and I was 22 years old, and I made the wrong decisions.
I mean, isn't it possible?
So Pamela is trying to appeal to her youth as being the reason why her decisions have made so little sense in this case. And that would be something to ponder, were she not simultaneously stating that the 16-year-old she was having an affair with should be tried as an adult, and the 15-year-old that she was best friends with craved so much attention she lied about her being involved with the murder. Why is she allowed to play the "I was so young I didn't know any better" card? But that card does not apply to people who are far younger than she is. Moreover, she was willing to risk Billy and the boys going to prison. That's why the boys don't initially open up to the police after they were arrested for the murder. They were told by Pamela that in the worst case scenario, even if they were apprehended and convicted of the murder, they would just go to juvie until they were 18, then be released. She obviously didn't want that to happen, because that would give them the opportunity to turn on her. But she believed that even if that did happen, she would be in the clear.
The other side of the coin, what's really happening here is, if Cecilia Pierce does go to the police, Cecilia Pierce might tell what she really knows, and Cecilia Pierce might be telling exactly what she told this jury when she testified, that you knew about it from the beginning and were all part of it, right?
Because that would be a lie,
In your opinion.
in my opinion.
And that's what you want this jury to believe, right?
Yes.
Now, Cecilia Pierce hangs up the phone. She tells you that the police are coming over, right?
I guess.
And then you call her back a few
Right.
moments later, right?
Right.
And you call her back, and one of the things you say to her, you say, they're on trial, and that's it. So you just, answer the question, and that's it. We're going to try and get you to talk and to confess, and they're going to say, we know you know, and all that. Try and make you nervous, but all you have to do is just maintain the same story, and that's it. You don't know, and that's it, And as far as where you were that night, I would get the story straight, so that they don't get suspicious and wonder where you were and all that, But just answer their question, and don't offer any information, She says, yeah, I know that. I don't know. I'm nervous because, the TV keeps saying they're going to arrest the girl for driving them up.
Right.
You say all this, you call Cecilia Pierce back to tell her, don't confess.
Right.
You call them back, just answer the questions, don't offer any information.
Right.
Did you ever think to say to Cecilia Pierce, look, don't tell them about the affair, but tell them what you know about Bill?
No.
Never entered your mind.
No, because then she would have said that I had known about the murder beforehand. And what I was talking about, getting her story straight, was when she had originally gone to the police, and they had come to her, I guess, and they asked her where she was the night of the murder. And she had told them that she was at work at Papagino's, and she found out later that she was really at her aunt's house. And I told her that she better get the story straight, because it was the truth. That wasn't a lie.
When did she tell you this?
Shortly after the murder sometime. I think she said her mother had told the police that she was at Papagino's that night, and she wasn't really, and she wasn't trying to lie. Her mother wasn't trying to lie either, but I just figured that if she got that straightened out, then they wouldn't call Papagino's and find out she wasn't there, and then think she was involved, like at the murder scene or something.
And on the very few moments later, page 3, Q2, you say to Cecilia, she's worried about being arrested because the paper said the girl is going to be arrested.
Right.
You remember you tell her she didn't even have a car, it's not going to be her? Remember telling her that?
Right. I was trying to calm her down.
And you say, or wherever it was. But you have to realize that if the police were going to arrest someone, it would probably have happened already. So obviously that was just a false report. Because by the time that they heard about Bill and all then, and the time that they arrested them, it was like friggin' 2 hours. You know what I mean? Or whatever it was, in a long 5-day period. You know what I'm saying? She said, yeah. You say, so that's it, And then she said, well, obviously Bill and them must not be saying anything, or we would have been arrested already. You say, well, I don't know what they're saying. Cecilia said, yeah. And you say that's the thing. If they're saying that we knew, then the police can bust us because we're saying that we didn't know.
Right.
And that's it. You know what I mean?
Is this a question?
Yeah, the question is she's saying if Bill and them were talking, you'd be arrested, right?
Exactly.
Now, how would Cecilia know that if Bill and them were talking, that you would be arrested?
Because I told her that Bill knew that I knew about the murder.
Oh, now you're telling us that you told her that Bill knew that you knew about the murder.
Exactly. I told her I knew about the murder beforehand, and if Bill committed the murder, then obviously I would have known, and Bill would have known that I knew.
But knowing about the murder beforehand doesn't necessarily make you involved.
I think it does.
Okay. So what you're saying is now, you're saying to Cecilia that you not only told her that you knew, but you also told her that Bill knew you knew, and then when Cecilia was saying this, you're saying to her, or she's saying to you that if Bill talks, he can inculpate you.
Exactly.
I mean, it's really well the way this works. I mean, that no matter what Cecilia Pierce says, you're able to talk about it in such a way that the two of you know exactly what you're talking about, but you never really had any detailed conversations about what you actually knew, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you only told Cecilia Pierce that you knew about the murder, and that you told Bill you knew about the murder, and nothing more.
Right. If you notice on the tapes, she's the one talking about all the details of the murder, and I'm sitting there agreeing.
Okay, the jury heard the tapes, and they'll make that decision of what is actually said, and who's doing all the talking, and who is just sitting there answering questions. And they'll listen to that, right?
Yes, they will.
Okay, are you afraid to let the jury do that for themselves?
Absolutely not.
So now, Cecilia Pierce is telling you, if they're talking, we would be arrested, right?
Right.
Okay, so obviously Cecilia Pierce, in your mind, must have an incredible fear that Bill and them have detailed information about her involvement.
You'd have to ask Cecilia. I don't know what her feelings were. I can only comment on what mine were.
All right, will you tell me what you think it meant when Cecilia said if Bill and them were talking, she was going to be arrested?
I'm going to check you on false speculation.
Explains her actions and tapes, on the tapes and her conduct afterwards. Tell us what you thought it meant.
Specifically what, again?
Specifically?
Yeah, what?
A person tells you that if a guy in jail starts talking, I'm going to be arrested. What does that mean to you?
That she had some involvement.
Okay, she had some involvement. She knows probably a lot more about this murder than you thought of before, right?
Right, I didn't know how much involvement, but...
Okay, so after June 19th, you don't go and tell the police that night, my lord, I can solve the murder. Let me tell you what Cecilia just told me, right?
No, I was thinking about trying to get a hold of Bill because I wanted to confront Bill with the information Cecilia had given me and see if he would tell me whether or not he had done it.
I mean, didn't you think that would be very suspicious? I mean, here you are worried about the affair coming out, and you're telling this jury what you were going to do is go see your ex-lover who's in jail, arrested for the murder of your husband, and have a visit with him?
That's exactly why I didn't go there, and I was trying to think of a way to contact him without being that obvious.
Okay, so you were going to, how are you going to do that?
I was thinking of ways to do it, and I did do it by sending a tape over to him.
So that tape that Bill referred to with that letter was from you, right?
Yes, it was. And I knew when he got it and he played it, he would know that it was from me, and I was hoping that he would call me so that I could talk to him, but he never did.
So your ex-lover, who killed your husband, who's now in jail, it was testified he got the tape from you. You can't dispute that because the letter exists. You're now saying, oh yeah, I sent that, but clearly for innocuous reasons.
So once again, Pamela is caught in a lie. This time it's about whether or not she had sent Bill a tape while he was in prison. Originally, she claimed that she hadn't, and she would never, because he had killed her husband. But now, while on the stand, after already lying about this while under oath, she changes her story. This is the issue with Pamela. She will say whatever benefits her in the moment, despite the fact that she already said something entirely different minutes earlier. If the prosecution were to provide her with a slam-dunk defense, a scenario that clearly didn't happen but would make her look good and innocent, she would immediately agree, even if it makes no sense with her original stories.
I mean, right?
The reason being what I just said.
Yeah. I mean, when does your loyalty switch? When does your loyalty switch away from your embarrassment, away from your affair, away from keeping this quiet from everybody and letting the world decide what really go on here? And when does it switch to solving the murder of your husband, which you said and professed many millions of times was the number one thing on your mind? When does it switch?
That was part of the whole thing.
The only time it switched is when you came into this court.
No.
I mean, you didn't tell any of the police prior to your arrest about it, right?
Greg was dead. I didn't feel like dragging either one of us through the mud.
I see. Greg was dead, so no longer mattered. Is that it?
No, that's what mattered.
That mattered more than anything that Greg was dead, but not that much, though, really.
That mattered more to me than anything.
Again, the prosecution is being a dick. Had Pamela garnered any sort of sympathy while on the stand, him directly telling her that her husband's death didn't matter to her would be seen as incredibly inappropriate. She could actively be upset about this assertion, and no one would blame her. But again, she doesn't react. She barely cares, based solely on her tone and expressions. It's almost laughable how she says that his death mattered more than anything, because that's obviously not the case.
Okay. It mattered more to you than anything, so explain to us, again, why you're worried about embarrassment and you're worried about being exposed about having an affair took precedence over you telling the truth.
Because I was confused and I was stressed out. I had no information at all. And when something like this happens, people don't always act correctly. They don't always act rationally. And I used very poor judgment. And I'm sorry for that, but I did not have anything to do with the murder of my husband.
Again, this is the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card that Pamela is playing. Most people have not had someone close to them murdered, so they would be more or less inclined to give her the benefit of the doubt. The issue is that none of her behavior after the murder is out of line with her behavior before the murder. She acted relatively the same, save for the parts she wants to excuse. She had already slept with a minor, her best friend was a 15-year-old, and she continued to emotionally manipulate them in the weeks following. She is not trying to excuse not showing up to work after he died, or excessive drinking, or anything that her grief would explain. She's trying to explain away why all the evidence points to her involvement, and it's a bad explanation.
And honesty is the best policy in your book, right?
Apparently not always.
Now, very next day, you have a full opportunity to talk to the police, right?
Contact that I initiated, yes.
You initiated?
Yes, I did.
Okay, they wanted to talk to you about the certification hearings coming up, correct?
I called them up and asked them why no one was talking to me about anything since the kids had been arrested, and how come I had no information once again.
But June 20th is when they came to you and talked to you about maybe having to testify at a certification hearing, right?
Because I said I wanted to help in any way in getting them certified as adults.
Right, because now you want to get Bill Flynn, right? And then we just said you wanted to do anything you can to get them certified as adults, right?
If he murdered Greg, I wanted him in jail.
Right. And if he was going to be certified as adults, the full thrust of the criminal justice system would be thrust upon Bill Flynn, right?
Yes.
And that's the same conversation we talked about yesterday. When they said, we need a little help on the motive here, you said, beats me, guys.
Right, because I did not think that an affair was a motive for murder.
I mean, so you now, not only are you talking two different things to Cecilia about pretending you were involved, but telling her not to go to the police to save the affair, you're also telling this jury that you really wanted to get them certified and you wanted to help in any way that you can, and you keep saying that you want to go to the police and tell them and be helpful. At the same time, you're telling this jury you're not going to tell them what they need to know. I mean, you're making that decision.
Right.
Because if you told them what they knew, what you knew, they'd find out the connection to the murder, wouldn't they?
They had pretty much established that.
They had already pretty much established your connection to the murder?
They had established that I had an affair.
Sorry?
They had established that I had had an affair.
So on June 20th, they already know. Is that what you're telling me?
I think they did.
So did you ever say to them, hey, you know about my affair, I'm really making some mistakes here, I'm really screwing up, let me come clean with you? Did you ever tell them on June 20th? Yes or no?
No.
In fact, they asked you about Cecilia. In fact, they didn't even ask you about Cecilia. You went out of your way to talk about it.
Right, I wanted to try and throw them off the track of her.
And the reason you want to throw them off the track because you haven't quite finished your own little investigation yet, right?
Exactly.
It's now a month and a half that Greg has been murdered, and you, Pamela Smart, your own investigation is just getting underway and you need more time.
Exactly.
Did you think you could do it better than the police?
I didn't care.
So what were you going to do if you finished your investigation? Cecilia told you she was involved. Bill Flynn tells you he's involved. He says straight to your face, Pam, I loved you, so I killed him. What were you going to do then?
I would have gone to the police.
Only then would you have gone to the police, right?
Right. I wouldn't have believed it unless I heard it from Bill's mouth.
All right, so your excuse to this jury of having never helped the police with this information is strictly because you hadn't finished your own investigation, right?
And I told this jury that I didn't want the affair to come out.
I know, and that's obviously given the choice between telling what you know. You know, let me rephrase this. In every circumstance we've seen over the past 2 days, when it's come to a choice between exposing you in embarrassment with this affair, helping anybody, families understand this murder, the police investigate and start putting the pieces together, the affair always is won out.
I was not convinced that Bill did the murder, so that's not even a choice that I made.
Yeah.
Because if I was convinced that he did it and then I didn't talk about the affair, then that would be different than the fact that I wasn't convinced that he did it.
You done? Now, the question is, did the affair always win out? Yes
No.
or no?
That was a constant struggle in my head. Not always.
Okay, so tell us when you decided to tell what you knew instead of keeping the affair secret up until June 20th.
No,
you
I
said the
didn't.
affair didn't always win out. You tell us.
I didn't. There wasn't
Sorry?
a time. There wasn't a time.
Okay, so going back to the question, when the choice came down to whether telling of the affair or giving the police information, up to this point, the affair always won out.
Yes.
So now you're talking to the police, June 20th, day after you talk to Cecilia Pierce on the phone, a few days after she first tells you all the information she has, and this is what you say to her. Page 45. Yeah, well, the only concern I really have, honestly, is I don't know if I agree with how poor Cecilia is being treated in all this. I really don't know that I agree with that. I mean, Cecilia, I highly doubt had anything to do with anything about this. She's not even friends with those guys, with the exception of knowing them in school. I mean, she never went out with them on the weekends or, Dr. Pelletier said, yeah, you continue, anything like that. And I mean, this is all just way too hardcore for someone like her to be involved with. I think, and she keeps feeling like she's being, I haven't talked to her a lot, but I've talked to her a couple of times that she's, being accused of all these things that she doesn't know. And now her parents are like, well, maybe you shouldn't talk to Pam, until this is over and all that. And I kind of resent that because, I mean, she's my intern. And yeah, school's over now, but... And then Danny Pelletier goes on to her being your intern.
Right. I just told you that I was trying to keep the police away from her.
Right, so now not only are you lying to the police by omission, by not telling them about the affair,
right.
You are also consciously making an intentional decision not to be truthful with the police about what you know about Cecilia Pierce.
Exactly. The police weren't truthful with me.
So on one hand, okay.
Pausing once again, the police were truthful with her. She is just upset that she wasn't given warning about being a suspect in the murder, which we've seen with Nancy Brophy, Diane Downs, and other criminals who believe they can outsmart and manipulate the police.
Not truthful with you?
They weren't.
I mean, why don't you tell the jury what the police asked you to do about talking to the press shortly after you murdered your husband?
About the press?
Yeah, what did the police tell you? Any one of them?
I believe Lauren Jackson told me that it wasn't a good idea to talk to the press and that as one specific person.
And did they specifically tell you not to reveal details of the homicide because that would impinge on the investigation?
Right.
And within 3 days of your husband's death, you're on TV with Bill Spencer saying, this is a burglary, not a drug case.
Right, because everyone was saying that Greg was a drug dealer. And Greg was not a drug dealer. Greg was a good person. And I did not want him buried with people on the news saying that this must be a mafia killing and drug related and all these things.
So that was more important to you than letting the police do their job and figuring out who committed this crime?
Giving Greg some dignity? Yes, that was more important to me.
So the press potentially running with the story that Greg could have been a drug dealer or in debt from a mob boss in Atlantic City was somehow worse than her having cheated on him with a minor for months. Never mind the fact that she also stated he cheated on her, which forced her into the arms of said minor, a story that has never been corroborated. Moreover, there is no evidence that that story was going to be run. The reporter she spoke with has stated that they were never going to state that definitively, but instead, she said when they wrote about the case, they mentioned potential motives for the crime, because that is what their job was.
You were afraid that if the police did their investigation, the dignity wouldn't come out?
Not then. You should have heard what the news was saying.
It was important to you at that time to make sure that you got your version out as soon as possible that this was a burglary.
That's what I was told by the police
And
it
you
was.
talked to Bill Spencer not only before Greg was buried, but you did a full 15-minute interview with him in your house 4 or 5 days after that, right?
Right, and I talked about Greg.
Yeah. And you also talked to the union leader, the Dairy News.
I sure did.
You talked to them all.
Yep.
And the police have been telling you not to talk to the press, correct?
They didn't say don't talk to the press. They said that sometimes the press mixes your words up, which I definitely learned that
And you
lesson.
disregarded all that.
Yeah.
Yes. No? You
Yes,
didn't talk
I
to the press?
said. I said yes.
Okay, so at some point after that, the press started saying, we're not going to give you any more information at this point.
press?
You couldn't be trusted.
The press.
Please, I'm sorry.
Did they say those words to me? Is that what you're asking? They never said
No,
those.
they didn't tell you, but I'm saying they stopped giving you information shortly after that, right?
They never gave me information before that. I found out, they didn't even tell me Greg was shot. I found out on the radio while I was driving down the road.
And that was what, the very next day?
Yes, that's how
When
I
the
found out.
autopsy report was released, right?
Right. And I'm the victim's widow, and I find out on the radio.
But they
You're the victim's murderer, and you find out on the radio. Sorry, had to make the correction.
told you about their investigation in New Jersey, didn't they?
They mentioned something about being in New
And
Jersey.
they were looking at leads in New Jersey, right?
I think they said something about a gun ring or something.
And they also told you about investigating some people in Greg's past, Kim Silver.
Yes,
Okay, so they told you about that, right?
I told them about that.
They came to you, though, and asked you about it and told you what their investigation showed, right?
No, they never told me what their investigation showed. They just asked questions.
And they came to you and told you about it.
They asked me about it.
And did you ever go to the police and say to them after June 19th or during this interview on June 20th and say, look, I know you guys are a little annoyed at me. I know you guys haven't been giving me stuff, but let's make some trades here. I got some great information. I'll give you my great information if you give me your information. Did you ever say to them on June 20th?
They didn't seem too concerned with anything I had to say.
They didn't? I mean, they talked to you for 45 minutes on tape. They didn't seem too concerned?
About certification.
So you tried to tell them. Is that what you're telling this jury? You tried to tell them but they
No.
wouldn't hear?
No.
Okay. You're telling this jury they didn't seem too interested in information about who might have killed your husband. Is that what you're telling this jury?
They didn't seem too interested in my opinions or my theories on.
Did you offer the opinion that Cecilia Pierce knows about this crime?
No, I didn't.
Again, for those following along at home, Pamela is upset that the police didn't seem interested in her theories or opinions on her husband's murder, but also she didn't share her theories or opinions on her husband's murder with the police at any point, and she also admitted to purposely misleading and misdirecting the police because she wanted to solve the case herself. So she is mad that the police didn't accept her lies and misdirections wholesale. Sure, if they had listened to her, they would have been pointed in the wrong direction and her husband's murder would have never been solved. But it was more important to her that they just believed her.
You did just the opposite. I read it a second ago. You
Right.
did just the opposite.
Right, and I just said that.
Okay. And you have to admit that because it's on tape, right?
I have to admit that because
And
that's
you
the
have
truth.
to admit to this.
Her stating that she has to admit it because it's the truth is laughable, given the amount of lies she has said in this case. Like, what do you mean you have to admit it because it's the truth? You just told the jury that you have no problem lying on the stand and then lied on the stand multiple times. It's like watching a grown child because they can't grasp what they've said or done. She has no object permanence.
jury that you are hiding the information about Cecilia Pierce from the police because it's right there on the tape. There's no way you could ever deny that, could you?
If I was guilty, I would have pleaded guilty and plea bargained with the rest of them.
Oh, just strike it down, Ms. Thompson.
Jury will disregard that statement.
Your Honor, who is recommended? Now, your attempts to distract the police from Cecilia Pierce go way beyond your saying just that she's scared and I think she's being poorly treated, right?
Well, are you talking about a specific
Well, I mean, when you talk to the police on June 20th, the very next day, you not only say that Cecilia Pierce is not connected to the crime, but you say that you counseled her to tell the absolute truth, right?
I said that to the police.
Well, let me read it to you. Page 48. Danny Pelletier says to you, but Cecilia's mother, getting back to that, thinks that we're treating her poorly, or thinks the police are. You say yes. Yeah, Cecilia does too, I think. Danny Pelletier says, should leave her alone, or, it's inaudible, and then you say, she feels like she's being accused and that she didn't do anything. And then I mean for a 15 or 16-year-old kid, I guess, if you're accused of something that you didn't do, even me, I'm 22, I don't want to be accused of something I didn't do. But for a young person, I would think that would be awful, especially if you see other people getting arrested, that we're around you or whatever. I mean, it's probably would have to be scary, I would think. And the detective says, You say, even if you're not guilty. And Danny says, well, she's just one of probably over 100 people we've talked to since, and you interject, right, I'll tell her that. And Danny says, since May 1st. And you say, I say they're just doing their job. And just tell them the truth. And that's it. You just answer the questions and whatever. And she says, but I tell them the truth, and they tell me they think I'm lying. And and I don't know what to tell you, Cecilia, I can't control the police. I'm very sorry that this has happened to you. I mean, as far as the press goes, they're bothering me and calling my secretary. Now, you tell the police on that day that you counseled Cecilia Pierce, tell the truth, just answer the questions.
Right.
That's a bold-faced lie.
Right.
Just as the other thing about your information of Cecilia Pierce's involvement is a bold-faced lie.
Yes.
And you know that this is on tape. It has been on tape since June 20th, 1990, correct?
To audio tape?
Yeah, audio tape.
I guess, if you say.
Well, I can play it for you right now. You hear it, right?
I believe it.
Sorry?
I believe it. If you
Danny Pelletier could come in and testify about what went on that day, right?
Right.
And on June 20th, you trying to impress the police with your own honesty?
Was I trying to impress them?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, wasn't that the same day you said, my honest to God's truth? I'm just going to tell you my honest to God's truth in this case.
Which is that I didn't think the 3 kids did it.
Okay, but then when it came to Cecilia Pierce, is your honest to God's truth something you decided you no longer needed at the moment?
I get a page reference to that.
Right.
It's 32, 35, 37, your honest to God's truth. So, your honest to God's truth just switches as we go along.
Right then and there it did.
Okay. Now, police, didn't want you really to talk about the investigation, right?
I don't know what the police wanted from me.
What is she talking about? You don't know what the police wanted. They wanted you to be honest so they could solve the murder of your husband. They wanted you to cooperate in the investigation because, and I cannot emphasize this enough, it was their job to solve the murder. and they knew that you were lying to them. I mean, she's not a very skilled liar, so they didn't have a hard time figuring that out. Her flippantly saying that just makes her look silly. Again, there are cases where the police drop the ball entirely. They make mistakes, they fuck up investigations, they falsely imprison people. We've discussed this plenty of times, but this case is not an example of that. If anything, the police went above and beyond, given the fact that they had to dodge all of Pamela's scheming.
How about some answers? Do you think the police wanted some answers from you?
After the arrest, no, because they didn't contact me till June 20th or something.
Oh, so because they didn't contact you right away, you decided the police must not want to answer, so I guess I don't have to tell them about my affair with Bill Flynn or what Cecilia Pierce knows.
Yes, I contacted them and I contacted the Attorney General's office. I believe I spoke with Diane.
And that gives you the right not to tell the truth. Is that it?
That does
because
not.
you contacted the AG and you contacted the police, that gives you the right to say what's the truth and what's not.
No, I made a mistake.
You made a lot of mistakes so far in this case.
I sure have. Yes, I have.
Was killing your husband one of those mistakes?
No, it wasn't.
You got getting a divorce, maybe that was one of the mistakes? You should have gotten a divorce, but you didn't?
No, I didn't want to get divorced.
I mean, it sure looks, you agree, you're trying to cover up what Cecilia knows from the police, doesn't it?
Right, because I told her that I knew something which I didn't really know.
You're playing a double entendre or something with Cecilia Pierce's mind, right?
I didn't know what I was doing at the time. It doesn't make sense to me now.
You know what you're doing now?
Right this minute?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm telling the truth.
And you know that you're testifying at your trial in front of this jury, right?
Right, and
you know this stuff is on tape and has to be responded to, right?
I've been asked that at least 4 times already, Just been asking that.
And you know that the other tapes that we haven't talked about yet, exist, and that's your voice on the tapes, right?
It sure is, and I don't begin to say to this jury that I can explain every action that I took between May 1st and now.
Right. And you didn't know at the time you were talking to Cecilia Pierce, she was wired, right?
The thought crossed my mind, but no.
The thought not only crossed her mind, but she is recorded telling Cecilia that she is nervous she is wired.
And sometime after that, you found out she was wired.
Yeah, when I was arrested.
The court footage ends there, so let's properly wrap this up. After the trial ended, the jury spent little time deliberating the verdict, and Pamela was found guilty of being an accomplice to first-degree murder, as well as conspiracy to commit murder and witness tampering. She was given the mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Notably, she faced no charges for the sexual abuse of Billy Flynn. She recently made headlines in 2024 as her legal team put out a video where she supposedly accepted full responsibility for her husband's death for the first time. This video came after years of proclaiming her innocence, to the point to where her supporters made the website PamelaSmart.org. The website was dedicated to communicating how Pamela's sentencing was unfair, as she was given a life sentence for her part in the plot to kill her husband, while the 16-year-olds who actually killed him were given lighter sentences. The following is a quote from her website as it stands today. Pamela's life without parole sentence is excessive and inhumane, as well as disproportionate to the sentences of the actual killers. The 4 young men who killed Greg Smart have been free for years. The website also documents all that she has done with her time in prison, where she has received a doctorate in biblical studies, a Master of Fine Arts in English literature, and much more. However, up until 2024, she continued to declare her innocence, stating that only the boy she abused sexually can free her. But he refuses to, which again is an ungodly amount of pressure to place on the minor she abused. But that's par for the course. Normally at this point, I would play the video of her taking responsibility for her role in Greg's murder. However, it continues to get this video copyright claimed, so I will leave it linked in the description box down below. However, she doesn't take responsibility in the video. She doesn't say she instructed the boys and she worked out the plot, or give any specifics into what she did and why it's wrong. Instead, she talks about how she struggled to come to terms with her own actions, but now acknowledges that she did play a role in the murder. What role? She doesn't say, but she is asking for a reduced sentence from the governor of New Hampshire. The entire statement is a bid for her freedom, in hopes that her sentence will be reduced. Pretend that you are, for whatever reason, wrongfully accused of a heinous crime. The details of the crime do not matter. All that matters is that you are innocent. The evidence will exonerate you, but the justice system seems determined to pin you down, and you've scraped together enough money to put together an amazing legal team. So, you feel confident that you will be a free man soon enough, but you still feel impotent. They continue to tell you to not talk to the press, or to say anything while in the courtroom, and to sit back so they can properly do their job. They remind you that they are the professionals, they know how the legal system works, and they are the best equipped to create a robust argument in your defense. All you want to do is to declare your innocence, to speak out about the injustice that is being done to you. But they say no, now is not the time for that. Now is the time that you shut up. As the trial date moves closer, closer, and closer, they give you hints at what their defense will be, and you don't like it. To be clear, their defense is good, and very near to the truth, but they make repeated assertions about your character that makes you feel bad. They bring up how you cheated on your wife, or have an unhealthy attachment to online gambling. Their story makes you look like a flawed person who was struggling with his or her inner demons, not the aggrieved party in the conflict. Sure, the things they are saying are true, but they're supposed to be your defense team, and they're supposed to be on your side. So why are they airing out all of your flaws? Don't they know that you are the innocent party in this case? You begin to push back on their advice and tell them that you don't want to use their argument at all. If they are going to insist on going in front of the court and telling them about all of your struggles, you'd rather not listen to their advice. You'd rather do things your way, even if it's not what they would recommend. Your lawyers try to dissuade you, reminding you that even if cheating on your wife makes you look bad, that it's better than the crime that you're being accused of. That presenting that one flaw will establish that you make mistakes and humanize you in the eyes of the jury. But all of their advice suddenly feels like an attack. They don't believe that you're innocent, and they don't want to help you. They're trying to make you look bad, so you decide to shirk their advice and stand up for yourself. You aren't going to allow the men and women who you've hired to dictate your decisions. This is your life, and you're going to stand up for yourself, even if every professional tells you otherwise. They don't know you. They don't know the truth. But you do, and you're going to take the stand in your own defense. And in doing so, you seal your own fate. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be returning to the case of Robert Tellis, the politician who was so incensed by a journalist writing about the hostile work environment that he created during his time in office that he resorted to murdering the storied reporter. We have covered this case since it occurred, going over Robert's antics prior to being caught, then in the courtroom. And, to be frank, he's by far one of the strangest people we have discussed on this channel. His inability to see his own faults, his refusal to acknowledge any of the facts that make him look bad, and his sincere belief that he can successfully sell the narrative that there is a government-wide conspiracy against him to essentially make him look guilty, all make him endlessly fascinating, but also incredibly dangerous. But while this case is fascinating to watch, simply from a psychological perspective, it's also important that we remember that a very real person was lost. Jeff German's life should not have come to an end, simply because he did his job. In researching this case, I had to read the majority of Jeff's articles with the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and I can honestly say that his writing is some of the best that we've had the pleasure of reading while doing this job. I'll leave a link to his articles down below, and I encourage you to read some of them, if you get the chance. Specifically, his articles on Robert Tellis are informative and interesting, as Jeff continues to keep his professionalism at the forefront of his reporting, even when Robert was harassing him behind the scenes. I will also leave a link to his book, Murder in Sin City, and his podcast, Mobbed Up, in the description box down below, should you be interested in checking out his other works. It's upsetting that we are only finding these works after his demise, but I feel inclined to share them, as they are that good. Today, we will be reviewing Robert Tellis' time on the stand, and how the politician did something that we have never seen before. As always, if there is a video you would like to see on this channel, or a case you would like more attention brought to, email me at dreading.official@gmail.com. I'm constantly sorting through emails and adding suggestions to your list, with the ultimate goal of covering all of our viewer suggestions. Please be mindful though, as we do have thousands of emails in our inbox, and as such, cannot give a specific time frame of when the stories will be covered. Now, with all of that out of the way, let us begin. For the full, detailed review of the case, watch our previous videos on the subject, which will be linked below. For now, we will be giving you the essential details in order to understand where we are now. In May of 2022, Jeff German of the Las Vegas Review-Journal wrote an article chronicling the alleged mismanagement occurring at the Clark County Administrator's Office. He had been contacted anonymously by multiple employees who alleged that their boss, Robert Tellis, had created a hostile work environment for the employees there and was actively trying to push longtime workers out of their positions. Jeff's article was comprehensive, and even went so far as to include the fact that Tellis was seemingly having an affair with one of his favorite employees, as evidenced by a video of the two coming out of the back seat of his car after engaging in some sexual act. Jeff did his due diligence and contacted the elected official before publication to get his side of the story, but Robert responded strangely. He denied all the accusations, and then accused disgruntled staffers of deliberately trying to push him out of office, not because he was a bad boss, but because they were all corrupt. He claimed that all of the employees that had spoken out against him were only doing so because they had spent decades stealing from the public administrator's office, and he could prove it, which he never did. He also asserted that they were the ones who had made the work environment hostile, not him, and that he wanted to clear house in order to bring in new employees. Many of the men and women he was speaking about had worked for the office for decades and were nearing retirement, but Tellis seemed unfazed by that fact. Tellis stated that his employees coming forward against him was just a side effect of their obvious corruption, and went further to claim that because he was up for re-election, the timing of their complaints was suspicious. They didn't want to remove him from office because he was a bad boss. Rather, they wanted to supplant him with another corrupt politician who would let them steal without consequence. His defense mostly fell on deaf ears, as many who read the article and watched the video felt as if the evidence spoke for itself. Tellis hadn't denied that there was a hostile work environment. He had simply shifted the blame. And, as he was the boss, they felt he was ultimately responsible for how the office operated. Moreover, the video on him climbing out of his family car with his employee, fussing with his pants after seemingly receiving some sexual favors, spoke for itself, despite him saying that they had simply been in the back seat of his car just to talk. Because the public's response to the article was negative towards Tellis, he seemed to feel that German had falsely represented his statements in order to make him look bad, and began to go on the offensive. He accused the reporter of twisting his words and deliberately trying to ruin his life, and began to use his campaign website and his newly formed YouTube channel to defend himself. He posted a video, vehemently denying all the accusations that had been made against him, and asserting that he was a wonderful boss, who would never do the things he was accused of. He also doubled down on the corruption and ineptitude of the office prior to his time as their boss, stating that the employees who had complained about him had been doing such a poor job that it had taken his entire term in office to correct their mistakes. He provided no evidence of any of his statements, and stared intently at the camera throughout the video, which left anyone who watched it feeling deeply uncomfortable. He posted multiple angry rants on his campaign website, decrying German and his employees, but essentially confirming that what they had said about him was true to the public. They had repeated their statements that they felt threatened by the politician, and that they were worried that if he was re-elected, he would make their lives a living hell, and he boldly said as much himself. Robert's strange antics resulted in Jeff writing more articles about him, which only made the politician angrier. He began to directly accuse Jeff of corruption, alleging that when the reporter had reached out to him for comment, he had threatened him. Let me know if you can find the threat in this text message. Rob, I'm putting together another story on your office. This has to do with the letter you posted on your campaign website addressing the hostile work allegations. Employees view that as a threat of retaliation and have reported it to Human Resources. I would like to get your comments on that, as well as your take on the election results so far. I would need something from you this afternoon. Tellis seemed to view every negative statement made about his management style as a direct attack on him as a person. He felt strongly that the men and women working under him were trying to destroy his life, and that Jeff German was leading the attack. If they said they felt like he was a bad boss, it was akin to saying that they wanted to hurt him, and Tellis would not take that lying down. After a month, he would concede the election, and state that he planned on moving on from public office. But his repeated posts on social media showed how angry and bitter he actually was. He repeatedly tried attacking German, attempting to provoke the seasoned reporter into an online back and forth, which German never took part in. But as time went on, Tellis only got angrier. That is until September 2nd, 2022. That morning, Robert Tellis got into the same car he had been seen having sex with his employee, and drove a block away from Jeff German's home. He was dressed like a gardener, wearing a neon orange shirt and an oversized straw hat. seemingly to disguise his appearance. He then traveled the block to German's home and hid at the side of the house, where he waited until the reporter eventually came outside. He then savagely attacked the man, stabbing him repeatedly until he was certain his foe was dead. He then calmly walked back to his car and drove back up to the reporter's home. Then he scampered out of his vehicle, attempted to conceal the body, and left. The attack was caught on a security camera owned by German's neighbors, and Tellis's car was caught traveling to and from the scene. The clothing he was wearing during the attack, which had the reporter's blood on it, was later found inside Tellis's home, though the man had tried to destroy the evidence by cutting the items up. The politician was also found to have a significant cut on his hand, one that would not be out of the ordinary had he been in an altercation with a knife. After the search warrant was executed and Tellis was made aware of the investigation into himself, he would make an attempt on his own life and be taken to the hospital. The police continued to search Tellis's home and electronics, and found that in the days leading up to the murder, he had searched Jeff German's home on Google Maps, but attempted to delete the history from his phone. The evidence in this case is concrete and damning. Someone matching Tellis's height and weight drove his car to the crime scene and was caught on camera attacking the older reporter, and the outfit worn during the attack, with German's blood found on them, were all discovered in his home. But most significantly, Tellis's own DNA was found under the reporter's nails. Very rarely is a murder case as cut and dry as this one, but according to Tellis, there was more to the story. Robert viewed any criticism of anything that he did as a direct and inappropriate affront to him as a person. He was always the aggrieved party, even when he was objectively the one in the wrong. When someone claimed that he did a poor job managing his workplace, he took that as them trying to say that he was a bad person. When the police arrested him after drunkenly attacking his wife and children, he loudly repeated that they were only arresting him because he was a public official.
This is totally you guys just want to take me down because I'm a public official. No, we don't. I didn't hit anybody. I didn't touch anybody. You guys just want to take me down because I am a public official.
Nothing was ever his fault, and the idea that something would be was absolutely inconceivable. With that in mind, there was no way that Tellis was going to allow his defense to be in the hands of anyone but himself. After he was initially charged, Tellis made the decision that he was going to represent himself, as he declared that he was the only person who was capable of doing the job. When defendants opt to represent themselves, the judge has to verify that they are aware of the risk they are taking. The judge's job is not only to make sure justice is served, but to ensure that the defendant gets a fair trial. So when someone makes the objectively poor decision to represent themselves, the judge is obligated to warn them of the consequences of their actions. Again, lawyers go to school for years, and some still fall short of representing their clients well. Tellis has gone to law school, but he had never worked on a criminal case, making his assertion that he could handle his own defense questionable at best. So when Tellis tells the court he would be representing himself, it was Judge Levitz's job to question his decision in order to make sure that he was aware of the path he wanted to go down. But, as mentioned, any perceived criticism or questioning of Tellis's decision-making was seen as a direct affront. So, after his first hearing acting as his own representation, Tellis demanded that Levitt be removed from the case, as she was clearly biased against him. His motion would be denied twice. Tellis alleged that he was innocent, and that the reason that all the evidence in the case pointed directly to him was because he was being framed by the Compass Realty Company and the justice system at large. He claimed that his time working as the public administrator had put him at odds with the realty company, and in an effort to get him out of their way, they had framed him for murder. He stated that they had killed German after watching the reporter deliberately antagonize the public official. They somehow planted Tellis's DNA under the reporter's fingernails and brought a car that was nearly exactly the make and model of his own to German's house, as the car had been caught on multiple CCTV cameras while en route. The attacker, who perfectly matched Tellis's height and weight, killed the reporter, then went to Tellis's home to somewhat hide and destroy the evidence. Tellis's evidence, his word. With a plethora of direct evidence against him, Tellis's only defense amounted to, "Trust me, bro, I wouldn't do this," and he would eventually get his day in court to say pretty much that. As the trial date neared, Tellis made the decision to hire a defense attorney to work alongside him. The defense was still being directed by him, as evidenced by the nonsensical claims being made to the court.
Your Honor, our final witness is Mr. Robert Tellis. I've confirmed with Rob Baer, and we're going to ask the court's permission to allow him to testify by narrative.
In our previous coverage of those who take the stand in their own defense, we have noted that those who do so are going against their lawyer's advice. They believe that they know better than their high-paid attorneys, and maintain that they can get the men and women on the jury on their side, usually delusionally. Most of these people have an unprecedented belief in themselves, which comes across as narcissistic at best, but they still allow their lawyers to lead the direct examination, conceding that the lawyer's questions will help them get through their own testimony easier. But that is not the case here. Tellus believes that the only way, the best way, for him to get his point across to the jury is for him and him alone to monologue at them about why he is innocent. He is rejecting any advice or help that his lawyers can provide him, and saying that this is the most effective way to communicate his innocence. This is obviously a patently stupid idea. Even if Tellus was innocent, which he is most certainly not, even if everything he is saying is true, not allowing a lawyer to structure your testimony will only ensure that key facts and arguments are left out of your retelling. It means that your statements will no doubt meander, and the points you're trying to emphasize will not be as impactful as you want them to be. Lawyers know how to structure their questions, so by the time they get to the conclusion, the jury is still engaged. They know how to build on an idea, and take an outlandish claim and morph it into something somewhat believable. In our time covering court cases, we've watched defense attorneys take their clients' frankly ridiculous stories and try and shape them into a credible version of events. But Tellus thinks he knows better. He believes in his heart that no one else can get him off but himself. So, let's see if he's right.
Okay, that is fine. Anything else before we bring the jury panel in?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Tellus can take the stand.
Behind this.
No jury panel. Right, we'll swear me. We'll swear me in front of the panel.
Hey, may I get a copy of the paper so I can look at it while I'm...
Something that we should note off the bat about Tellus is his exaggerated facial expressions. He has a tendency to emote like a cartoon character, likely due to his dark eyebrows being starkly contrasted by his pale skin and bald head. When he's confused, his eyes furrow in a manner that wrinkles his entire head. When he is irritated, his whole face contorts. Kind of like Elmer Fudd or Invader Zim or the Super Mario 64 start screen where you can stretch Mario's face all over the place, and so on. His reactions are so over the top that they're unbelievable and feel more farcical than anything. That is not us saying that these reactions are false, because we can't say what's really inside of his head, but it's not hard to see why people think that they are. There is nothing subtle about Robert, and he tends to lead people to feel uncomfortable at best. Even if he isn't lying, his facial expressions are so extreme that it comes across as being fake.
He wants
Did you guys,
all the
can I
exhibits?
copy that? Or...
This is our copy of them.
Then never mind.
State have.
As far as
Does he
the
have-
exhibits go, I mean, if he needs to use the exhibits that we've admitted by stipulation, I don't have an objection to him using those exhibits. It seems like he may have notes, though, in front of him. So if he's using those notes, we're gonna need it.
And just so the record's clear, Mr. Tellus, are you intending on referring to your notes through the course of your testimony?
Yes, I am.
Then I'm gonna need a copy of those.
I'm providing the state a copy of
Oh, well, Mr.
Tellus'
Draskovich
notes.
was ready.
Does Mr. Draskovich have a copy of the defendant's exhibit list with him that I provided earlier? Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I
Okay,
appreciate
Mr.
it.
Tellus, you have a copy of the exhibit list?
I've written those exhibit numbers next to my,
Perfect.
so I'm good on that end, I think, as long as I can read my writing.
When he's ready for them, I will pull them.
And Your Honor, in order for this to proceed smoothly, when he refers to it, when Mr. Tellus refers to an exhibit, shall either myself or even...
Here, Haley told me that she will make sure the record's clear. Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Mr. Draskovich?
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll stipulate?
We'll stipulate.
All right, Mr. Draskovich, you're gonna call Mr. Tellis?
Your Honor, the defense calls for Mr. Robert Tellis.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Deis. The first name is R-O-B-E-R-T. The last name is T-E-L-L-E-S.
Mr. Tellis, the state is going to allow you, or I think the court is going to allow you to testify by way of narration. So please tell us. Begin with your story, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So this is what we are talking about when we say exaggerated facial expressions. Tellis is simply thanking his lawyer, but he's trying his best to come across as humble and contrite at this moment. His head is angled down and he's just looking outwards to his lawyer, and his eyebrows are raised and curved so excessively as if he is acting in a stage production.
So, first of all, and excuse me, I'm obviously a little nervous. This is it's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. You know, this thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. And again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now, I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And I've got a lot to share with you all. There's been a lot of testimony, and my concern is making sure that you hear what I think about all these things, and you know what would, you know, the concerns that I have with some of these things that have been brought up.
And this is why you never want to testify via narrative, because it makes you look foolish. It fundamentally doesn't matter what Tellis thinks of the things that have been brought up. It doesn't matter how he is affected by this case. What matters is the facts and the evidence. It doesn't matter if Tellis feels really badly about being accused of murder. If the evidence shows that he is the only one who could have committed the crime, then it doesn't matter what he thinks. It doesn't matter if he thinks there's a grand conspiracy against him if he can't prove it. The evidence against Robert is the main thing that needs to be refuted and debunked. That is usually done through expert testimony. But barring that, him taking the stand would be his opportunity to do so. A good defense attorney would walk their client through the facts, providing alternative theories when they could, and addressing all the evidence against them. Take Ezra McCandless. As poorly as she did on the stand, her legal team walked her through the relationship that she had with Jason, John, and Alex, and provided alternative theories to all the evidence against her. They addressed the prosecution's version of events and provided their own, with their own supplemental evidence. They were still unsuccessful, given the evidence against her was so overwhelming, but they structured her testimony in a way that gave her a fighting chance. Same with every other man and woman who has taken the stand in their own defense. It was still a terrible decision, and in most cases, hurt their defense immeasurably. Yet Tellis just said he will not be doing that. He wants to tell the jury about his feelings on the case, about his evidence-free assertions about what could have happened. A man is dead. You are, based solely on evidence, the person who killed him. Absolutely no one in the jury would care at this point about how he feels on the matter. The only thing that would possibly make them overlook the sheer breadth of evidence against him would be if his lawyers were to guide him through his version of events, and if he could provide hard evidence that his theory of what occurred is in fact true.
So during my testimony, I'm going to be sharing opinions. I know that, you know, folks like Zach Schilling and Mr. Mogg shared their opinions with you. And these opinions were, you know, almost, I guess you could say, argumentative in a sense, right? Basically, Zach Schilling said, well, you know, I'm an expert on shoes, and, you know, I think that those shoes that the killer was wearing are the same ones that I've seen the Shay's wearing all the time, right? So he's arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him.
He's not arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him. He is an expert. And if they don't believe him, maybe they would believe their own eyes, because on screen now are the shoes that the killer was wearing, and the shoes found in Robert's home that had Jeff's blood on them. You don't need to be a shoe expert to see that these are the same brand of shoe, at the very least. Moreover, Robert's argument is that those shoes were planted, so logically, he should have concluded that yes, these are the exact same shoes that were seen on the killer. but they weren't his shoes. Tellus is very obviously trying to undermine the previous testimony by implying, firstly, that the idea of a shoe expert is stupid, and secondly, by trying to assert that those who have testified against him are being argumentative. This perfectly aligns with Tellus's behavior prior to the murder, where any bit of perceived criticism is taken as an act of hostility. I watched the entire trial. I watched every single person take the stand and give their testimony, and no one person was aggressive towards Robert or argumentative. They answered the questions that the prosecution and the defense put forward without any sort of emotional outburst or aggression. But the fact that someone does not agree with Rob's version of events is enough for him to state that they are being aggressive and argumentative towards him. The jury would no doubt pick up on that fact, having had to physically sit in court and watch the trial themselves. They know that no one has been argumentative. They know that none of the experts have attacked Tellus unceremoniously, so him criticizing the previous testimony in this way would only add credence to the prosecution's characterization of him.
And I think the same goes for Mr. Mogg. Right, so I think that when I share an opinion with you, someone might say it's argumentative, and when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state. But I think that when I share an opinion with you, that's my right, and it's your right to decide whether or not you agree with my opinion or not, whether you want to adopt my opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that I'm not stopped from sharing with you what I have to say.
Robert is trying to indicate that if the prosecution tries to object to his testimony at any point, that he is being unfairly penalized. He's going through great pains to make sure he comes across as reasonable here, adopting a softer tone of voice, nodding his head and maintaining his repentant expression from before. Again, in his version of events, it's everyone else against him. Sure, Jeff is dead, but he is the one who had to sit in jail for 2 years on a false murder charge, so feel bad for him.
And I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gurman was murdered. And, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body, in preparation for the case. And it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered.
Bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. Robert was acting as his own representation for a significant period of time leading up to the trial. He would have been supplied with all of the state's evidence, including the autopsy report, which would have stated how Gurman was killed. Moreover, we knew how Gurman was killed because we reported on it, and it wasn't as if his cause of death was kept hidden from the public. This is an obvious lie, to the point where it's insulting that this is one of the first things that Tellus is trying to put forward. We know this can't be true. Evidence in this very case shows that this cannot be factual, but Tellus is trying to earnestly put this narrative forward. Add to the fact that he is attempting to establish how hard it was for him to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body because it was, quote, ugly. We are less than 5 minutes into his testimony, and he has already insulted the victim's appearance.
I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. The idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. I think I don't know if anybody could just do that, right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, and I'm personally not combat trained. I've, none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, my God. So that's, I guess, one example of the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you.
So, this was Robert trying to compliment himself on how he killed Jeff, by saying that only someone who is combat trained could slash a man's throat and stab him in the heart is completely idiotic and false. But he simply can't help but flatter himself on a job well done. But more importantly, who the fuck cares? Why should the jury care about Robert's opinion on the skills that the killer had? He's not an expert in assault, combat, or murder, as he just said, so why should his opinion be given the same significance as someone who is an expert in those things? Because, to be clear, the experts in this case would agree that Tellus could have been the killer. They testified to that throughout the trial. He was physically fit enough. He has the exact same build as the man seen attacking the reporter, and there is no evidence that the man who killed Gehrman was combat trained. So why should we take his word for it over theirs? What, because Tellus told us not to take the previous witnesses' statements to heart because they were argumentative and mean? Mind you, there is a way to put this exact argument forward that his counsel could have done in a more significantly efficient way. They want to say that the hit could have only been done by someone physically able, establishing that Tellus was unable to do it. They could allege that a prior car accident left him unable to stand for long periods of time, and showcase a medical issue like a knee or back injury. Had his lawyers been guiding his testimony, they could have started there, with a years-old car injury causing him endless amounts of pain. If they had no medical history to rely on, they could have friends and family testify to knowing about the injury, and how he had let it go medically untreated for years, resulting in him being unable to kill the reporter effectively. That would be a reasonable defense. But instead, Tellus boasts about how the murder he committed could have only been done by someone who was skilled enough to carry out the attack without error. This is, of course, despite the fact that thousands of errors were made. He then discounts his own testimony by saying it's just an opinion that he's sharing. But let's continue on. We're not even 10 minutes into this.
And I want to also provide relevant facts, the truth, and things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well. First, I want to kind of go into my background a little bit. So, out of high school, I got a job at a small computer store, and building computers, that type of thing. And then I got an opportunity to work in IT, right? Information technology, working as a network technician. The .com crash occurred, and from there I ended up going into property management. And I enjoyed that. I became a leasing agent, then an assistant manager, then a manager. Then I took a strange turn and got into maintenance, fixing stuff inside apartments, that type of thing. And from there, started to get involved in air conditioners. So then I became an HVAC technician, an air conditioning technician. And it was all, self-study. Right? I took a course for the EPA certification, which is, the license that you're required in order to handle like refrigerant, like Freon, those types of things. I kind of learned like the basics of air conditioning on my own. And the only reason I say it is, like going along is like I've kind of developed this analytical mind, right? And so that led to me becoming an attorney. And so then that even built more on that analytical mind, where I think about, all the things, like all the things wrong in this case. And you add on top of that the fact that I've been sitting in a cell for close to 2 years. So I've had a lot of time to think about a lot of these issues. So again, I think I'm going to point out some strange things about this case.
First of all, that was a stupid tangent to go on, but at least we know that he worked as an HVAC technician. I am sure that was all very important and relevant to the murder of Jeff Gehrman. Secondly, his assertion that his entire life and work experience has given him a supremely analytical mind, in theory, should mean that his argument towards his innocence is going to be superb. He is so smart and so factual, and has had so much time to create the most robust argument in his defense, that whatever we are about to hear is going to change our minds entirely. Sure, he started by trying to say that every other person who has testified has been seen as argumentative because they think he is guilty and therefore shouldn't be listened to, and claimed that no one ever told him how Jeff Gehrman died. But everything from this point on, we're probably going to get the best argument ever put forward in the history of law. I'm going to try and space out my interjections a bit more, because we're not even 10 minutes in and I have 7 pages of notes, so I apologize for the length of this video.
But anyway, going back to to my background. So became an HVAC technician. I started working at the College of Southern Nevada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to name check I was going to say local community college. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Excuse me. So I started working at CSN, managing a team, and I was doing that by day. And I went to law school at night. They have a part-time program at Boyd School of Law, or they did then anyway. I don't know if they still have it, but I went through law school at night. But before I got into law school, I met my wife online, we started dating. I got into law school. We got married. We had our daughter together. So by this point, I had a stepson. I had my daughter from a previous marriage, and then my wife and I had our daughter together. When I got out of law school, I opened my own probate firm, or my own law firm, and I focused on probate law. Now, you heard this term earlier from Detective Jappy, probate, and also, of course, a couple of other witnesses. And, I do have a correction for, I guess, the way that Detective Jappy characterized probate law, but I'll get into that as we discuss further Compass Realty. So I want to go from here, from my probate work, into how I became the public administrator. I was, again, a probate attorney, working cases for families, and John Cahill, the public administrator at the time, he saw me in court, and saw that I was kind of a new face, and so he started giving me a couple of cases here and there. He worked with various attorneys throughout town. So I started doing some work for him, and I can't remember exactly how long I've been working for him. At least a few months, maybe 6 months. But I was part of this volunteer group. And we had these weekly meetings where we would bring people in to speak, right? And the group was very interested in learning about things happening in Vegas, right? So I thought, well, gosh, getting the Clark County Public Administrator in to speak would be really great, because nobody knows what this guy does. When you hear the title Clark County Public Administrator, a lot of people think that we're talking about the guy who runs the whole county or something, right? I mean, that's oftentimes when I was in the office, I had these emails from people telling me to fix this on that side of town, or this, that, whatever issue, right? So it's the public administrator, it's the probate administrator for the county. And again, it's basically the office that safeguards property until family can step in. Because, again, when the coroner got there, the coroner couldn't find the family. So it's our job to do the safeguarding. And if for some reason the family can't or does not want to do the administration, our office takes over and does that administration. So, I got in there, hit the ground running, we're working. I find out at a certain point, as I'm going to court, that there's a situation with some of these private administrators. Now, a private administrator is, when we talk about them, is anybody who is handling administrations, or really, I'd say private corporate administrators, because any family member could be a private administrator, right?
I want to take a moment to note that he is using a lot of words to say very little. If you don't already know what a private or public administrator is, you would likely be extremely lost, given that his definition of a private administrator was someone who handles administration privately. It almost sounds like he doesn't even know what he was elected to do. It's also a bit funny given the fact that he took issue with how another witness defined public administration, even though you can be certain that that definition made more sense than Robert's.
The probate commissioner, who is basically an appointee of the probate judges, he had these concerns with some of these folks.
Pausing to point out that had Robert been led by his legal team, now would be the part of the testimony where evidence of these concerns that this other party had would be shown to the court. Let's say that Robert is being honest. Someone else brought these concerns up. Did they do this via email, text, or call? Did they testify? Did they affirm his story? We don't know, because so far all he has done was monologue at us and tell us that we cannot keep up with his supremely analytical mind. Even if this detail isn't important to the overall narrative or to the murder of Jeff German, if he were to present evidence confirming this happened, this would validate that he was telling the truth, which will make the jury view him as honest. So it's almost like having legal representation can help your case.
And I was in a hearing one day where he asked me to take a look at a case. And, the attorney for one of these guys, or one of these firms, was there, and, we were talking. And, he told me that, that his client had been doing these things for so much time. And that the prior public administrator didn't have a concern with it. And I asked him, where are the, this is the first I'm hearing about this, He said, well, we've been mailing your office notices every time that we come to court. And so just FYI, the fact that these folks were required to send me notices was ordered by the probate commissioner because he was very troubled by what he saw going on with this firm.
You've probably already caught on, but Robert hasn't told us what's going wrong with this firm, or what they're doing wrong, or even really why he was even becoming involved. He just established that he was the public administrator, someone who, of course, administrates publicly, and he hit the ground running. A private firm was doing something wrong, and he was being told about it. All of this is incredibly vague and comes across as rambling nonsense. When I watched the live stream of the trial, the live chat was filled with people having no idea what the fuck was being established, beyond that something was happening, which is a lot to take in and makes him sound like a real Nostradamus. But how did that affect him? What does that have to do with Jeff German's murder? Why are we talking about this instead of debunking the mountain of physical evidence against him? Again, had a lawyer been allowed to guide Tellis, they would have better established what public and private administration is and how he uncovered corruption in his office and provided evidence to that point. But as it stands now, unless you already know what he's talking about, you're unlikely to grasp what he's trying to say. And even if you are apprised of almost every detail in this case like I am, you're probably still confused, right? Imagine, I'm a YouTuber. I am someone who tubes with you. Tell that stupid shit to someone's face and see how they look at you afterwards, after you say it with conviction, like you're trying to convince them of some shit.
And so I told him, no, I've been at this for maybe 7-8 months, and this is the first time hearing of it. He said, oh, no, I promise we're sending you every notice. So I get to the office, and I find out that, at the direction of the prior public administrator, the office had been throwing away all of those documents. And they just basically continued on with that process of just throwing the documents away. And I told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. I need to look at these. I need to see why the probate commissioner was so concerned. So I did an analysis, and I found that there were some troubling concerns. I created a spreadsheet, and I guess at this point I want to see if I could share X2.
So we are finally getting to see some evidence in this case. Great. It has nothing to do with the murder, but at least he is going to use this opportunity to showcase that something he is saying is true.
I don't have names, it's coded with the numbers.
All right. If you need a building foundation, I can do that.
Yay, good day.
Is it fitted or? So then,
But I assume you're going to lay some foundation.
yeah, of course, absolutely, Your Honor. And again, this goes to the theory of my case, right? You know, somebody framed me for this, and I believe that it's compass realty.
Okay, so this is objectively one of the funniest things I've heard while doing this job. However, there are too many degrees of separation here. If you recall the Chris Coleman case, Chris wanted to kill his wife and kids in order to be with his mistress, so he sent death threats to his employer, posing as a stalker. Those threats then started coming his way, because the stalker claimed they wanted to hurt his employer, but would settle for him. But then the stalker changed his target, and instead of killing the woman he really took issue with, or Chris, who was tangentially related to her, the stalker killed his wife and kids, which wouldn't affect his employer at all. If a person is deranged enough to stalk and murder a person, they aren't going to go after a friend of a friend. They are going to go after the person that they are stalking. And in regards to Robert Tellis, if someone wanted him out of the picture and was willing to hire a hitman, why would they set him up for murder when they could just kill him themselves? If he was important enough to frame, they would have just killed him to save them the hassle. But that's his entire argument summed up in a sentence. He believes this realty company is framing him, so the rest of his testimony is going to be dedicated to proving that fact. So let's establish what would be needed to prove that. First, he said the person who killed Jeff German would need to have some kind of combat training, or more likely, be a professional hitman. This hitman would need to have purchased, rented, or have already owned Tellis's exact make and model of a car, be roughly the same height and weight as he is, and would have had to have been able to get enough of his DNA to place under the deceased fingernails. Now let's say that maybe the hitman covered his tracks incredibly well. Maybe they left no sign of their involvement in the crime, but Tellis is certain that the man behind the murder was hired by the realty company. He could pore over their financial records and point out suspicious activity. Hits cost a considerable amount of money, and if he could find those funds, either from personal or private account, he could make the assertion that they were used to kill Jeff. They could also use those funds to track down the hitman and even find more evidence. If a hit was put out on German and meant to frame Robert, there would be evidence of that. And since he is talking so conclusively, we can expect to see some portion of evidence. So let's watch.
And I believe it's for the work that I've done against them. And this document here shows the start of the work that I began against them. You're going to hear much more about the things that I did and the things that they did. And so, again, this spreadsheet, I think really, it's the beginning. And so I'd ask if I could please have it admitted.
X2 is being proposed. Is there any further objection?
I stand by my prior argument.
It's admitted.
So when you view this exhibit, or X2, you'll see that there's a spreadsheet attached to it. And I just want to go over a few of the cases with you. And well, generally, first I'll tell you that, you know, again, it was about 60 cases. And let's see here. And there was, for about 60 cases, there's about a $6 million difference between, and this is total, this is not each, but, you know, obviously. For those cases, there's about a $6 million total between the time that the estate sold the property to the time that the person who purchased it sold it to another person, right? And so that's quite a bit of money for that. I'll say that originally, the estates in total sold the properties for $8.5 million. And later, the people who sold it after, they sold it for about $14.5 million. Right, so when you're talking about $8.5 million and then making $6 million, I mean, it's nearly double, right, from one sale to the next sale. And if you look at some of the homes on here, you'll see, for example, there's this one, Prince, Bobby. So the deceased's name is Bobby Prince. The estate sold the home on December 31st of 2018 for $232,000, and the next sale was done the same day. So the person who bought it resold it the same day for $50,000 more. Now, as administrators have a fiduciary duty to get the maximum value that they can for the estate. When I see a situation, and again, this is the most extreme one. I mean, I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but you know, all of them are, there's a significant difference between the one price and the other price. But this is just the most extreme one is, you know, for someone to be able to resell a property the same day for $50,000 more, it's just not right.
Wow. Well, that certainly debunks all the evidence. Everybody go home. I regret all of my coverage of this. I'm totally done. These are the jokes, but the way he presents this information is as if it's a smoking gun. You see, men and women of the jury, this discrepancy is so massive that, of course, when I began to look into it, someone else got murdered. Not me, the person looking into it, but this separate person who I also had issues with. And sure, their death would benefit me, but the real killer knew that, and only chose them to frame me. That way I could continue to look into their corruption and bring it up in a nationally broadcasted murder trial. Which makes a lot of sense.
And again, you'll see that, again, anywhere from 30 to 50% between the two sales when you review this exhibit. And so this floored me, right, to see that this is going on. And immediately, you know, all I knew was that there was something funny going on here. And what troubled me too is that the prior public administrator said, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything about it. Throw them in the trash. And I think that disturbs me because that's really the role of the Clark County Public Administrator, right? I think Compass Realty has made this argument that, oh, you know, that's not the jurisdiction of the public administrator. But if you think about it, you know, whether we are trying to secure property so someone can't jump through the window and steal everything in the house, or we're trying to stop somebody from stealing equity, I believe it's the same thing. And so that's, you know, I absolutely disagree with John Cahill. So we've got a duty to protect these estates, right? Whether it's, again, stopping criminals from getting into the houses and stealing stuff, or unscrupulous real estate agents from trying to work the system. So I started to object to all of these petitions. And as I told you before, it was the probate commissioner who told me, look, I need to start looking at this. This doesn't seem right. And I asked him, I said, well, why can't you stop these? You know, I mean, not that I was saying, like, I don't want to do it, but out of curiosity, why can't you? And he told me that that the law, and so I'll tell you right now that, sorry, just going backwards a bit, this, because I think it's now is a good time to talk about this independent administration.
Again, this is why you want to have a lawyer guide your testimony, because he just dropped a thought partway through this, and the way he set up the next statement made whatever he was about to say seem important. As people, we have a tendency to lose track of our thoughts. Most of the time, when we think we are telling a clean and concise story, we get sidetracked, we lose our place, and we bring up something irrelevant and forget our main purpose in telling the story in the first place. Tellus has notes up there, but he is essentially doing a one-man improv routine, which is going about as good as you would expect. Having just one other person there to focus him in on pertinent details would make his testimony not only easier to follow, but also more impactful.
So independent administration is not a generally used form of probate. It's, you know, rarely used. What independent administration allows somebody to do is to sell houses without going through the regular court process. You basically circumvent the whole process. And so the reason that I didn't, you know, really look into it is I never had a need to use it. Because normally during the probate process, when somebody's selling a house, you've got to ask the court for permission. You give everybody notice. And you allow, when you do this, for the estate to get the best value. Because what happens is, all of these folks out there who are interested in buying and flipping properties, whatever, they scour all of these listings. So if you ever go to probate court on a Friday, you'll see that, you know, there are real estate investors just all over the place, right? But so by publishing it, you ensure that you're going to get the best value possible. These people are watching and they're going to say, oh, you know what? Maybe there's an extra 20 grand I can squeeze out of that. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to go after it, right? And so like I said, it's good for the families, and it's transparent. So when somebody uses this Independent Administration Act, and they're a corporate probate administrator, that's concerning. Because basically what they're trying to say is, well, I want to sell this property out of this estate, but I don't want it to go through the regular process. I want to be able to sell it to this guy at this price, and that's it. And when they would use this type of law, the law says that if nobody objects, then the probate commissioner has to grant the petition. Right, so his hands were tied. So one of the things I did do later was I actually went to the legislature and raised my concerns. And there were folks in the legislature that agreed. And so we were able to change the laws so that I had greater watchdog capabilities in these situations, which I think only made this situation more dire for certain folks. And again, I'll get further into that.
He hand-waves the potential motives for framing him, which is the complete crux of his argument. He is incredibly flippant about the most important factor in this case. But don't worry, he'll get into the minutia of all this irrelevant information. Who cares about going over the direct evidence showcasing that you were involved? This is more relevant.
But so, I began to go ahead and file objections to these petitions. And the probate commissioner pretty much granted my objections just about every time. Because in the regular law, again, not independent administration, just generally, the public administrator has higher priority than all other people, except for family, right? And we would never step in the way of family. Family member wants to handle the estate, great. If we're in the middle of getting ready to handle a probate estate, and I'm sorry, I know I'm talking as though I'm still there, but I think for the purposes of what I'm sharing with you, I'm just going to continue to do that. We would say, okay, you know what, great, maybe we have this fee or that fee that you got to pay. Could be a couple $100, but we don't want to, we're not here to take away anything from you. Happy to transfer it, right? And we got to, per the county's codes, or we've got to charge the fee, right? It's not something we just say, well, we're going to waive it and you can go. But like I said, it was never any real burden to pay the $150 to take over, especially when they're done liquidating, they're looking at thousands of dollars in the family's pocket. But again, it's their money, right? But when it came to, again, third-party administrators, if I saw that there was something strange going on, I stepped in. Now, if there's a third-party administrator who was, when I reviewed the petition, appeared to be above board, wasn't doing anything fishy, I didn't get involved, right? If they were utilizing the regular court process, they weren't, again, trying to hide anything, then great, more power to you. But the one company that was doing this over and over again, more than anybody else, was Compass Realty, and they were doing it through Thomas Moore. And so anytime one of Thomas Moore's petitions came through, the probate commissioner said, you've got to give it to the public administrator's office. And I think that's where that whole thing started way back, right? So as they were, as I was going at this and filing the objections, they started to fight back in various ways. First, they started to threaten to sue me. They said, well, you're messing with our business. Right? And I wasn't afraid of them because, what they were doing was not right.
You hear that, everybody? Robert Tellis is a bad boy. He wasn't afraid of bogus lawsuits coming his way, and he wasn't going to back down to corruption. So suck it, Yusuke Urameshi. There's a new protagonist in town, and his name is Robert Tellis. Bad boy. But again, this is part of the testimony in which he should be showing some supporting evidence. He said they tried to intimidate him into silence, specifically by using legal threats, meaning that there should be some kind of paper trail. He should be showcasing the cease and desist he received, or showing proof of harassing phone calls, emails, and texts. It's not enough to just say that these things happened. This is a criminal procedure. He went to law school. He knows that he needs to provide evidence, and his refusal to do so only speaks to the validity of his claims.
They started making complaints to my assistant county manager, or, county management. Trying to get my assistant county manager to stop me. And, we had meetings, he and I said, you know what, this is not okay. I'm not gonna, I can't agree to that, no, So, despite their complaints over and over again in the county, my assistant county manager said, you know what, I can't do anything, he's the guy in charge, sorry. Then they started filing these false claims about me in court pleadings, saying that, I was trying to steal their business, that I was trying to steal it for myself. Now, at the time I was a salaried employee. Like some of the smaller counties, they have a setup where the public administrators, all they earn is a commission based on the estates they put through the process. Okay, but not so with Clark County. With Clark County, you get a paycheck and that's it. So I never received a commission off of any of the estates that we administered, ever. So to say that, I was trying to do this to get something out of it was just false. Again, just trying to sling mud to see if they couldn't scare me off or do it. I don't know. Then in early 2022, about March 2022, I approached Steve Wolfson. Now, he and I and other elected department heads, we would have regular meetings and we would coordinate, and elections were around the corner, so we started talking about what ideas do you have, that type of thing, right? And during one of our meetings, I had mentioned that I had this concern with this company. About a year before, I had raised the issue with the Attorney General's office, and apparently they didn't see where the wrong was. But the weird thing about that was that they took less than a month for the investigation, and so I don't know if the Attorney General thought, well, we don't get it, we don't see how this is crime or what. But I think about a month later, Compass Realty had a letter in hand saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing.
Again, no evidence has been shown so far in this testimony that proves actual wrongdoing on the part of the realty company. What we did get is a spreadsheet that Robert made that we have to trust is accurate, and the vague notion of threats being leveled at him afterwards. We don't see proof of their threats. We don't get to see this apparently illegitimate document that they say disproves any wrongdoing on their part. We just have to take his word for it. Had a lawyer been leading this testimony, these pieces of evidence would be entered into the court. The jury could take over the documents and affirm his story. But Robert is better than most people. He has a supremely analytical mind because he worked at a computer store, then as an HVAC technician. So we can believe that everything he is saying is good and accurate.
Like I said, to me, that was just weird. And again, I will get into why this is not just about mail. I think Detective Jappy said, "Oh, this is about mailings." No, it's way worse than that, in my opinion. So I told Mr. Wolfson about the situation. He's got these guys who are again from one sale to the next. I mean, we're looking at anywhere, again, close to 50%. He's like, well, okay. Like, and I asked him, well, can you do an investigation? He said, well, that's not our department. I mean, we don't do investigations. Because, I thought, well, the AG does investigations. Maybe the DA does too. He said, no, we don't do that, but I know someone who can help you. There's this guy I know in public corruption, Derek Jett, and I'll put you in touch with him. Mr. Jappy, I don't know if it was a day or two later, calls me. We discuss the case on the phone. We set up a meeting. I go down there with a package with all of my materials, and I actually included a letter to him with that, a letter to him that kind of highlighted some of the concerns. And so I'd like to share J1.
So now we have two pieces of evidence. But again, this piece of evidence is something that he wrote himself, doesn't fully validate his full version of events, and has nothing to do with the murders. But at least something is being presented. Moreover, I should mention how he presents his exhibits is fairly timid. He never seems sure of himself, which is bad, because he is the only person the jury can refer to during this portion of the trial. He should be overly confident and self-possessed, as if he is going to absolutely demolish the case made against him. If he portrayed himself with some confidence, even if what he is saying was total garbage, he'd be more likely to get someone on the jury on board with him. Take those incredibly charismatic scammers. They are so confident in themselves and their products, most of which do not work or hold any sort of value, but they can still get men and women of all ages to buy into their ideas without paying attention to the obvious red flags. But not Tellis. He doesn't need to do that. I guess he's just that good.
There's a letter to Detective Jappy.
J1 has been admitted.
Thank you. And so one of the things that I had noted in this letter, and again, it's a 4-page letter, like I said, getting into detail about what had been going on and what, I guess you'll see it. But one of the issues I noted was this estate of James Clark. And I noted that in this case, we found that Thomas Moore had removed everything from the kitchen before any sale of the home. Removing the kitchen, and of course this also involved the flooring, but it didn't say that here, but removing the kitchen before the sale would devalue the property in a way that would allow Moore to get a lower appraisal value before making the sale. There are photos that we took on 5/1/2019 showing that the kitchen was in place at the time that the decedent died. So what had happened was that we had taken over because family wasn't found. Family came in, they took over, but apparently something happened where they couldn't administer it, and in the meantime, Thomas Moore stepped in. So we came into the picture, got out of the picture, family stepped in, then Thomas Moore stepped in, because I think a notice of default was filed with the recorder's office, because the mortgage had gone into arrears. And so maybe I'll explain that just a little bit. So when somebody dies, oftentimes, the way that these private administrators get word, I mean, and I think these guys have a different method, but one of the ways that they typically do is they watch for these public notices that the homes have gone into default. Because the mortgages have lapsed, like somebody stopped paying the mortgage, right? And so now at this point, the mortgage company is getting ready to do a foreclosure, right? So they do this, thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. They do this notice of intent to default, right? And this is the signal to some of these folks, okay, well, I should go check this out and see why this is a default. Maybe I'll go knock on the door and see if anybody's home. I'll look through the window, see if it looks like it's lived in. Then they might do more research and try to find out who it was that was there and whether they died or not, right? So then based on that, they'll file a petition in court to take over, to get this administration so they could sell the real property. So when they had taken control of this property, from that point to the point that family notified us again that, this estate had been taken from them, we stepped in. I filed an objection. We got into the house and found out that Thomas Moore had ripped out the flooring in the kitchen before a sale that he was preparing for. And so that was in this first note to Detective Jappy. Early on, this was March 6th of 2022, that I raised that particular concern with Detective Jappy. So about 2 weeks later, Detective Jappy told me, hey, you know what, I learned from Detective Jappy that they discovered that Compass Realty or Thomas Moore, they were not reporting on the closing documents for the estates, any personal property at all. So, when somebody dies and they have a house, you've got stuff in the house, right? Given that Vegas is a commuter city, most people have a car, right? At least one car. So, for someone to die with a house, but zero property of any value inside the house or any car, Detective Jappy thought that was really odd. He's like, no, there's something wrong here. So we're going to, it is my understanding that they were going to go ahead and do stakeouts. Now, I don't know if this was supposed to be with some type of static car that just sits there empty with a video camera, but basically my understanding was they were going to do observation on some of these homes when they still had property inside them, vehicles in front of them, and see what exactly happened with all that stuff. Because again, if you've got a house that's worth $500,000, you should probably have property inside the house that's kind of commensurate with that, right? You might have $5,000, $10,000 worth of property that can be sold. For the public administrator's office, oftentimes there was personal property to be sold, recovered and sold in apartments.
Okay, Robert, so a man is dead. Please explain how your car was seen driving to the scene and how evidence was found in your home. None of this is important.
Right? I mean, there's very, very often stuff that's worth, at least $3,000, $4,000. Right? And it's the probate administrator's duty, whether you're the public administrator or a private administrator, to ensure that those items are sold and the benefit is provided to the estate, right? So when, these guys have done hundreds of estates and no personal property has been reported and no vehicles have been reported, it seemed that was a concern for Mr. Jappy. But after that, I really didn't hear much more. And I understand that he said that he and I were buddies and we talked often, but that wasn't the case. That was kind of strange. I never considered him like a friend per se. Not that I'm, trying to say anything about that, but for him to say that he thought we were good friends, I couldn't understand how you'd characterize it that way.
Again, this point is absolutely not necessary and only works to make Robert look like an asshole, which he is, but that's the opposite of how he wants to come across. He's trying to assert that the other party was being dishonest in their testimony, and that their interpretation of events should be discounted on the basis that he didn't think they were close enough to be called friends. But that's not a damning statement. As we established, everything he is saying is meant to paint him in the best light, and everyone else in the worst. He is the innocent party who is being framed for a crime that he didn't commit, and it's everyone else who is in the wrong. But when he's given full rein to talk about why, his statements are vague and stupid. Don't trust the expert's statements because they were argumentative. Don't trust the shoe expert because, well, that's stupid too. Don't trust this testimony because I don't think we were as close of friends as he did. That has nothing to do with debunking the tangible physical evidence that cannot be faked. Just to emphasize this point, Jeff Garriman had Tellis's DNA under his fingernails because he fought back against his attacker. Now give yourself a moment to ponder how that could be faked. Did someone steal Tellis's DNA? How? And when? And how did that happen without him knowing?
I guess when he was claiming that, we'll get to the ambulance situation later. But so he said again that we're going to do these stings and then we're going to do title research, and again, still I didn't hear anything about the concerns with the James Clark situation or even the Recep Abdul situation, and I'll get into that situation here in a little bit. But that same month, Rita Reed, my assistant public administrator, who's now the current public administrator, she filed for the position, and also a Compass Realty realtor filed to run for the position as well. So again, to this point, Compass Realty seems like doing everything they could to try to stop me, even running one of their own employees to try to take the seat from me. It was in the end of April. Now, again, I'd like to, at the end of April, I guess I'm not sure how the conversation went or how this interaction went between Rita Reed and one of the folks from Compass Realty, but Rita Reed, for her campaign, received $10,000. $10,000 from, $5,000 from Adam Fenn and $5,000 from Compass Realty. And I would like to, if I could, share L1.
So we are getting another piece of evidence, which is the first piece of evidence that wasn't directly created by him. But in case you're having a hard time following along, he is alleging that Compass Realty was breaking the law and he called it out. And this evil, corrupt organization decided that they were going to oust him from his position by funding two separate people to run against him. One was one of their workers, and the other was Rita Reed, one of the women who, in Tellis's estimation, accused him of creating a hostile work environment in their offices and having an affair with one of the workers.
Of course.
Thank you.
Do you want to, are you offering it?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, L1 is admitted.
Thank you. And so the document here again is Rita Reed's campaign contribution report from the Nevada Secretary of State. And I'm turning to, oh, you know what? I think we might have to admit a different exhibit for another day. My apologies, but this is report number 1, and the contributions from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn are on report number 2. So my apologies. So,
I mean, it's
so
admitted. That's just not the document you want.
That's correct. So if you would note that we're going to be looking at, when I bring that back tomorrow, we'll be looking at report number 2 that has those contributions. So I end up, I guess after this happens, about 2 weeks later, Mr. Gurman's article, his first article comes out. And, I think we had those text messages from me from the day that I saw the article where I was upset. And I think, anybody who's the subject of an article that says certain things about you, could reasonably feel upset about it, right? I'll note that later, as we go through my tweets, you'll see that, that same demeanor from that day is not exhibited in any of my tweets later. And again, we'll go over that later. But
yes, it is. What is he even talking about? For reference, this is the text that Tellis sent to Gurman after the article was run. I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who were being harassed by these people, provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote your article that makes it sound like I'm the guilty one. That is not fair or balanced. But if you read the article, it was. It presented both sides of the story. In the public administrator's office, there were 2 sets of employees, those who were favored and those who were not. Those who weren't favored by Tellis felt excluded and bullied by those who were, and those who were favored felt like the other side was being unreasonable. Meanwhile, Tellis blamed the employees who came to Gurman for complaining and stated that they were the main issue in the office, which he didn't realize validated their complaint. The amount of turmoil in the office was his fault, even if you wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. The tone of the text is accusatory, as if Gurman had tarnished his good name with fabrications and by not simply writing a puff piece about what a good boss he was. But the article featured plenty of quotes from the elected official, and the corresponding video included an interview. He was given a fair shake. He just didn't like that it made him look bad. His tweets were also accusatory, labeling Gurman as a bully and antagonizing him for doing follow-up reporting. He tried to make it appear as if his antics were not newsworthy, when a public official using the campaign website to threaten their employees and attack the media is exactly that.
so the articles come out and all that, and Rita Reed, and I'll show you in the campaign report, or you'll be able to review the campaign report, she didn't get too many contributions other than this $10,000 from Adam Fenn and Compass Realty. She ended up running 2 different text message campaigns, publicizing to voters the articles, right? And that cost about, I think, $9,000 or so. That'll be on later campaign reports how much was spent. So you'll see that this $10,000 that was given by Compass Realty and Adam Fenn went directly to this text message campaign, and I lost the primary. You know, it was a bummer. I mean, sorry, I don't know what, you know, it was unfortunate.
He's greatly underselling how angry losing the primary made him. In our initial look into this case, we took the time and read out each scathing letter he wrote on his website, discussing how he felt about losing the position, and how he felt he had been unfairly targeted by Gehrman and his employees. Being an elected official meant a lot to Tellis. He felt well-connected and untouchable, so much so that he was arrested for drunkenly attacking his wife and kids. He continued to yell that he was one, if that mattered. Him trying to play the loss off as being a non-issue doesn't align with the evidence in this case, which the jury has already been apprised of. This only further ruins his credibility in the eyes of the people who would be deciding his fate. Had he trusted his legal representation, he could have used this as an opportunity to appear humble and contrite on the stand. He could have acknowledged that during this time he was under a lot of stress. His employees had tried to remove him from office, and he could acknowledge that he didn't handle any of their complaints or actions well. He could say he took out his frustration on Gehrman, a man who he now acknowledges was just doing his job. But he stands by his actions, sure. He was a bit hurt by the article, but he stands by telling the storied reporter that he essentially made a hit piece on him, which made him look unprofessional and pissy. We're about an hour into his testimony, and so far nothing substantial has been shown that disproves his part in the crime, or proves that he was framed. All he has done has talked about a realty company that may or may not have been breaking the law, and discussed how that company funded his political opponents. Did Compass Realty fund Rita Reid's campaign because they wanted him out of office? Probably. Does that prove that they tried to frame him for murder? No. Does that prove that the allegations of a toxic work environment were false? Also no. But even Tellis admitted that the environment was toxic. He just said it wasn't his fault. So what are we even doing here? Nothing of value or substance has been said. A man has been killed, and this guy wants to talk about how it's unfair that he was ousted from his political position, which is one of the most politician things I've ever heard. Usually, I would fast forward and skip the next portion of the testimony, because frankly, there is not a lot to be said about it, and I don't like to play longer clips without providing any relevant commentary. However, because virtually nothing Tellis has said has been relevant to the case at hand, and I don't want to be accused of cutting out his amazing defense, I will simply let it play.
Yeah, but I continued the fight against Compass Realty, and I think that that's something that they didn't expect. Right? And I did it just because I thought it was the right thing to do. Right? I didn't, you know, I could have just gone home and put up my feet and done no work at all anymore. But I continued that particular battle. I had nothing to gain from it because, you know, in 7 months I was out anyway, right? So there was nothing for me to gain other than just doing what doing the job, right? And then, you know, as I mentioned earlier, there's a state of Recep Abdul where we got some headway on something. I had been discussing with one of the heirs what Compass Realty was doing in that case. And so we were, you know, she was concerned and she asked us to intervene. So I filed a petition and we had a hearing, I believe it was on June 29th of 2022. And I'd like to see if we could play the hearing video from that hearing. And this is
Maybe approach on this one.
Sure. The district attorney wants an opportunity to review it, and so I'm going to reserve on that. And you can probably talk about it maybe tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I would certainly, I'd like to have the jury see that video. I guess I'd like to go ahead and then, if I may, share the Rajab Abdul inventory. And that is, excuse me, M1, sorry. And this is, and this document is an inventory filed in the estate of Rajab Abdul, for which I filed an objection. On the Almo, or is that?
This right now has been admitted.
Okay, is it possible to put it? Can we put it on the Almo?
Court's permission, upon court's permission, after he explains it, I'm going to put it on.
Sure, no problem.
So again, this is so basically when somebody's doing a probate case, by the end of the case, they've got to report everything that was found on the date of death of the person. If they have a house, they put that, they put the house on the appraisal, on the inventory, and they attach an appraisal for the house. Vehicles, they'll list vehicles, bank accounts. If there's personal property and they have appraised the property, that'll be listed on the inventory. So I have here the inventory that was filed by Cynthia Sauerland, who was the probate administrator for this case, who ended up taking over for Thomas Moore. So he had been the administrator for them for some time, and then she stepped in and continued their practices for them. As it turns out, she was also a real estate agent for them, whereas I don't think Thomas Moore was both an agent and the administrator. But there's the appraisal attached to this was something that was of concern to the heirs, and that I found concerning as well. Mr. Eskowitz, do you mind?
Is there a particular page?
And unfortunately, they on the appraisal, they didn't mark the pages, but I guess, you can see, I don't know why the appraiser didn't actually do page numbers on his appraisal, but it would be certainly this page. I'd like to show that, and then the following page.
Okay, so I'll show these two pages.
Yes, sir, please, thank you. Yes, sir.
Just why don't you flip it over?
Okay. Thank you, sir. And so when you do an inventory, it's supposed to be the state of... Yes, sir.
Is that... Everybody see that? Okay.
This is supposed to be the state of the home on the date of the person's death. So when you see here, the appraisal that they got for their inventory shows a kitchen that has no cabinets, I hope you can see that. If not, certainly when we review the exhibit later, you'll see there are no cabinets, no sink, no counter. It's the bare walls in the kitchen. And the floor is missing. So, and you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, same thing. The picture's not great, but you'll see the floor is missing there too. And sir, may we go to the next page? And in the hallway, missing flooring. In the bedroom, missing flooring. And so it costs money to do this process, right, to rip these things out. So it's interesting that, I guess, I'm not providing that document for you, so the fact that they didn't show that they paid for these services, to me, seems strange. But this is apparently what they were claiming as to how they found the home. And you'll, thank you, sir, very much. Thank you. And you'll find that again, like I said before, James Clark was in a similar condition. So, and later, after this property, oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm fidgeting. Later, when this property was resold, it was sold by the, well, and I'm sorry, like I said, I'm a little nervous, but if you look at that appraisal, you'll see that the appraiser said that he believed that it would take about $20,000 in repair costs to bring the home up to fair market value. It was about 3 months later that the buyer resold the home for $70,000. So as far as I'm concerned, that extra $50,000 should have gone to the family, not these other guys. And so right there, I thought, you know, when somebody is ripping property out of a house to sell it to another individual with whom they've had these purchases or these transactions over and over again, that should be looked into seriously, because to me, I believe that's theft, right? I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. So, an interesting thing. I wrote Jappy an email after the hearing that we had, and I really want you guys to see, want you folks to see the hearing, because I think it certainly put Compass Realty on notice. The judge was very concerned, and so you'll see that tomorrow, I hope. Jappy, I ended up, it was that same day, I believe, writing Detective Jappy an email saying that we went to court and there were these issues with this house as well, just like with James Clark. I don't know that I said that as like James Clark, but I certainly noticed those issues. May I share V2? This is an email from me to Detective Jappy. I can't recall the date, but it was in regard to the estate of Recep Abdul.
I'll approach you with this.
It's been admitted, V2 is admitted.
Thank you. And so this is actually to Derek Jappy and one of the other folks that was on his detail. This is hello gentlemen, I'm not sure if you all had a chance to catch the hearing. I will get the video for you. Also, I'm not sure if you had a chance to view the response. It had an appraisal with the kitchen torn out. Today, Deborah Erbach testified that the photos of the house in the appraisal were not representative of how she had left the house. She had cleaned the house before she had returned home. She also said, and again, I'm sorry that, you know, I guess this is hearsay, but also the kitchen was intact when she left the home. It seems that the kitchen in this case was also potentially ripped out to reduce the value of the real property before the appraisal. So Detective Jappy was on notice of this concern as well, you know. But and so despite all that, Detective Jappy, I'll tell you that at a certain point, I was, during the course of this case, you probably were aware that you may be aware that I was representing myself, and I was fighting for certain evidence. And I requested the case file for the case that Detective Jappy had built against me. When they gave me that case file, they also gave me the case file against Compass Realty as well. And so I was able to observe what was done in the investigation. So despite the fact that Detective Jappy had said that there would be these stakeouts, there were no stakeouts. There were no vehicle title searches to see what was going on with these vehicles. Despite the fact that I had raised concerns about what we found in the appraisals, or at least the one appraisal, Detective Jappy didn't seek appraisals from any of the other cases. Right, so it seemed odd to me that he would get up here and say that this was all about mail, right? He said, oh, well, this is just...
Objection, and this states the testimony.
Yeah, I guess, I can't recall what the to my knowledge, the issue that was raised, according to Detective Jeppy, was that this is about certified mailing. I can't recall what the other issue was.
His opinion is proper.
So, but I guess you can go back to your notes and see what Detective Jeppy said to you, what this was about. Because that's, in my opinion, that's clearly not what this was about.
Objection.
This is my opinion.
Despite being objected to 3 separate times, and the judge sustaining the objection, Robert continues to repeat his statement as if what the judge and the prosecuting attorney said was irrelevant. So far in his time on the stand, we haven't seen him react to an objection, so watching him disregard it in real time was extremely telling. Tellis had tried to assert multiple times in the lead up to the trial that the judge was biased against him, that the police and the justice system at large was instrumental in framing him, and he is displaying how little he thinks or cares for them at that moment. What they say doesn't matter, not really, because he's in the right. He doesn't care if they object and that the objection is sustained. He's not going to listen to them because he doesn't need to. His response after the second objection is incredibly patronizing as well, as he sits back, puts his hand on his chin, and adopts a softer voice, as if he's talking to a group of preschoolers, before telling the jury to refer to the notes to validate what he is saying. He doesn't change his statement, he just passive-aggressively reaffirms them.
So personally, I believe it's likely that, well, based on what I'm going to discuss later about what Detective Jeppy did, I believe there's some type of compensation to him for all this.
You can't just make an allegation like this one on the stand and expect the jury to follow you down the rabbit hole. He has shown no proof of corruption of any kind, even from Compass Realty. He's arguing the case, but has shown nothing definitive either way. And now he is just alleging, with absolutely no evidence, that this detective took a bribe without providing anything to back up the claim. Let's say that he is right. This detective is corrupt and took a sizable sum from Compass Realty. There would be a paper trail. His legal team could have subpoenaed financial records, or he could have scoured social media and found that during this time, the detective bought some high-ticket item, but he doesn't. He just throws the allegation out, expecting us all to believe it without question. The direct evidence of him killing Gehrman is nonsense, but this unproven allegation, this is where the real story is.
So, I'm a witness.
I would just ask you to move on.
Sure, absolutely. And again, like I said before, I can have my opinions, right? And it's up to you to decide. I'm not the lawyer up here.
Robert has a hard time understanding that he can't simply say whatever he wants without consequence, and clearly has a hard time with the word no. When each of the objections is sustained, and the judge goes out of her way to tell him to move on, instead of actually doing that, he returns to his point and states that he is allowed to have his opinions, which, sure, but you can't say anything you want on the stand without consequence. But that makes sense. We know Robert had a hard time hearing no due to the claims of sexual harassment against him that started in college. Again, we covered that in our initial coverage of this case, which can be found linked below.
You to limit your testimony to your personal knowledge and the facts, because your opinions are not really relevant. And so I would ask you your personal knowledge and things that you observed, and any inferences and arguments that can be made, your attorneys will be able to make those at the end.
There goes the majority of his testimony. His main statement at the beginning was that he was here to share his opinion of what happened, and said nothing of the facts. So this should be over pretty quickly.
If Your Honor, if you don't mind, for clarification's sake, again, when Zach Schilling was giving his opinion about circumstances.
But if you want to have a hearing at the end of the day, that's fine too. But again, I would just ask that you limit it to the facts and your personal knowledge and any of your observations.
So if I have a particular opinion on some of the testimony, can I share that?
Your opinions are not relevant at this time. So again, I would ask you to limit your testimony to facts and observations that you made.
And then according to the judge's counsel, those are matters that can be argued in closing.
Okay.
So Robert feels that this is unfair. Every other person who has taken a stand against him hasn't presented the case factually, but has simply given their opinion on what happened. Sure, their statements were accompanied by timelines and direct evidence, and they were guided by both the defense and the prosecution, but it doesn't align with Robert's beliefs, so they weren't accurate assessments of what happened at all. This assertion that he is now not allowed to give his opinion is a direct affront, the same way his employees' correct assessment of his negative leadership abilities was an attack on his person. He already is of the belief that the judge is biased against him, so we can expect to hear about this more in the future, I am sure. His over-the-top sigh, eye roll, and shrug displays how much contempt he has for these proceedings. Everyone is out to get him, not because there is direct evidence of his guilt, but because he is being forced to adhere to a different standard than everyone else, and they are all jealous, probably, or paid off by Compass Realty.
So the attorney for Compass Realty began to stonewall me after the hearing, because what happened during the hearing is that I was granted this authority to engage in investigations against them. The judge, you'll see what the judge decided about the situation. Yeah, I think that they had a lot to worry about. And that was June 29th that hearing occurred. So, but after that hearing, there still has to be a paper order that is entered, that is filed, in order to grant the power that was actually given during the hearing, right? So you got to have that written order in hand in order to act. I had to basically, as part of the process, you have to send the order to the other attorney, and you all have to try to agree to the terms of the order, and both sides sign it if they agree upon it. The attorney for Compass Realty just would not, and things got delayed, and then finally the order got filed. It was on, I believe, August 29th. My apologies, but I do have the order that I drafted in the estate of Rajab Abdul that I'd like to share as N1.
And is Nancy?
N as in Nancy. That's correct.
Court's indulgence.
Thank you. My apologies. It was actually filed on August 31st, 2022. And as you all know, Mr. Gurman was murdered on September 2nd, 2022. But I guess well, I also want to mention at the same time that I was fighting Compass Realty in probate court, and also beyond trying to work with Detective Jappy on that criminal investigation. I had also filed a complaint with the Nevada Real Estate Division as well. And I'd raised the issues that I've discussed already, and also I raised issues about some of the other codes related to real estate that were being broken, because Compass Realty was selling properties to Adam Fenn, one of their own agents, using the same, it appears, using the same scheme. And when Mr. Gurman was murdered, a couple of things happened. One, the new public administrator did not finish acting on any of the investigation in Rajab Abdul. There's been no activity. So any of the investigating that I was going to do is not being done at this point. And the complaint I made with the Nevada Real Estate Division, I got documentation that it closed in November of 2022. And so, you know, I believe that this was, I mean, it'd be quite a coincidence if, you know, the fact that Mr. Irma was killed and was put on me, that they just had a serendipitous benefit from that. That all these things that were coming to a head for them, just, it's done.
So this is an obvious false equivalency. Just because Robert was investigating a potentially corrupt company before getting arrested for an unrelated murder, that does not mean they framed him. Just because they benefited from his arrest does not mean they caused the arrest. If the company wanted him off their tail and to continue getting away with their crimes, they would have killed him and have been done with it. Why risk him going on the stand and broadcasting his theories publicly when they can silence him forever? He's still shown absolutely zero proof that they framed him, beyond that they benefited from him being put in prison. Show the legal threats. Show any proof of harassment, a tweet, an email, something. We are expected to just take his word for it when within the first 5 minutes of his testimony, he claimed that no one ever told him how Jeff was murdered.
No repercussions, no nothing. So, you know, that's, I'll leave it to you, you know, to think about that. And then in early August, and you heard Detective Jeppy saying in early August that Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin approached him, and that, you know, after they approached him, that Kimberly McMahon approached him, and you heard that Kimberly McMahon was somebody who worked as a real estate agent for me at the public administrator's office, and she again was a lieutenant at Metro, and that she had raised these allegations of a bribery scheme. And you know, I can't recall the date. I think it was August 7th or so. But and I'm gonna get that information for you here soon. But later, it was August 17th that Detective Jeppy had an interview with Kimberly McMahon at, I guess, the Department of Homeland Security, I believe. And the statement from that is, oh, one, I don't know if we want to do two, I mean, I got one document coming right after the other. I don't know. I'd like to try to also, because I would like to show you that, you know, the facts that are embedded within Detective Jeppy's, or I should say the probable cause statements embedded within his statement that don't match up to the statement from her interview. And that's what I would like to share with you. So we'll see if I can get that done. I believe it's 01 and the search one, I believe, yeah, I'm working with a grease pen. The writing's kind of thick. I don't know if it's S1. I'm so sorry. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. It was the search warrant that Detective Jeppy had done. My apologies. Yeah, because unfortunately it could be. It could be.
Is it either P2 or Q2 application affidavit for search warrant?
If it's by Derek Jeppy, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this time 01 is not admitted, and we can't find the other document, but I think at the end of the day, after the jury is excused, we can go further into that.
Okay. So Kimberly McMahon had provided again, an interview, and in it, I guess I can speak to it. I'm hoping I can speak to my personal knowledge at least on it. I understand that she had alleged that.
Objection, hearsay.
You're not gonna, you can't go into any hearsay or what somebody else said.
Okay, well, supposedly I had requested a commission from Kimberly, and
Objection, hearsay?
I believe he's referring to the testimony that had been elicited from Detective Jaffe in his cross-examination.
Okay, so you can, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, you can just offer whatever relevant testimony you have.
so, it was claimed by, that I asked her for commissions and, or for a referral fee, which would have allegedly been in March of 2019. But she ended up making a claim that so she was interviewed. I guess you can do the math. She was interviewed by Detective Jaffe 3.5 years later on that supposed issue. So, I think that, and also at the time I only had 4 months left on my office, right? So why would, personally I'm not sure why someone would wait 3.5 years to make a claim.
Proper opinion.
Okay, sure, okay, Your Honor, that's okay. I'll
Again, this is why you have a defense attorney to guide the defendant. When there is an objection and he is forced to move on from a topic, Tellis has no idea what to do. In his mind, every single one of the points that he's made so far is vitally important, so being told that he can't say something or has to move on is a kick in the shins. He doesn't know how to move forward without saying the exact point he was trying to make, and so he will simply repeat it to try and get away with saying the same thing slightly differently. It's absurd that he thinks anything he is currently saying is relevant to the murder, but nonetheless, a competent defense attorney will be able to navigate through the objections, or rephrase the questions and guide their client to answering the question in a manner that wouldn't be objected to, or to move on without getting lost. What is strange in my opinion is that he believes that what he is putting forward not only makes sense, but is a strong enough case for him to be released from prison. He doesn't think that he's doing a bad job, and should the jury find him guilty, he will no doubt blame the prosecution and the judge, who he will claim was unfairly biased against him the entire time. But let me pose the question to you. What has Robert stated in his testimony that has discredited any of the evidence against him? What has he said? What points has he made that prove that he was not the one responsible for Jeff's death? The only real relevant statement came from early on in the testimony, that being his belief that whoever killed the reporter had to have been trained in combat, but that's not even remotely true.
I'll go on. So, Detective Jaffe obtained the search warrant into me, being able to now, from that point forward, track me starting August 17th. And it seems to, at least until September 7th, right? I had requested all the surveillance logs when I was representing myself. And originally I'd received only 3 from that whole time.
Objection.
Sure.
I'm not sure why that would be relevant, so I'm going to sustain the relevance objection at this point.
Sure. Oh, and I guess this goes to a comment that Detective Jaffe had made, Your Honor. Detective Jaffe had said that they performed...
The objection was sustained.
Oh, okay, but...
But if you want to take it up at the end of the day, I'd be happy to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just going to explain. Okay. So can I speak about what he had said? I mean, as far as... Okay, well... I mean, I thought that if it was testified in court that I could repeat his testimony in court. Is that still hearsay?
Well, generally, I don't like witnesses to say, this is what another witness said.
Sure,
I mean, the jury will be the ones to determine what the testimony was, but if you have something to add based on his testimony.
Exactly right. So in order to provide context for what I provide next, I just have to remind them of what his testimony was. That's all. Is that okay?
Well, that's exactly what I don't allow witnesses to do, is tell the jury what another witness testified to. You can say generally, but it's not appropriate to inform the jury what another witness testified to. unless you have a transcript of that testimony.
All right, so what I'll do then is I will ask if we could share now. So it came to my attention that from reviewing the file into the investigation into Compass Realty, that Cynthia Sauerland was surveilled 2 days in a row. And so hopefully you can remember why that is important. And so I would like to introduce, if I may, M2.
At this time, the objection is going to be sustained. However, if Mr. Draskowitz wants to call Detective Jappy back and go into this, that is fine as well.
Thank you.
And so, because I've got other items I want to review in advance of, certain exhibits to make sure that I can get them in for what occurred on 9/2. I'm going to go ahead and go forward, and then I'll save that discussion for later. So, the Sunday after Mr. Gurman was murdered, I learned, and I was shocked. I think that, it was unreal. Then, the following day, I know there was testimony about, I'd like to see if, I know there's been an exhibit that's been admitted, and it's regarding a discussion between me and Roberta Lee. I don't know if we can publish that. That would have been a discussion, a text message discussion we had regarding the killer's SUV. It's a state exhibit.
That would have been a state's exhibit?
Correct.
It was listed during, right? We could.
Something else, and then when we have find the exhibit.
The state's exhibit, okay.
I'll keep looking.
All right, thank you.
So, when we were having that conversation, you might have, she had shared a picture of this SUV, and in the picture, in the comment above it, it said something along the lines of, the front rims don't match the back rims. And I looked at the picture and thought, oh, well, you know what, that's not, that's clearly not my vehicle. And so that's what I was, that's what I conveyed in the text messages that have been admitted.
The following is the text message exchange between Robert and one of his employees, more specifically, the one he was sleeping with. She sends over a tweet that stated that Jeff German had died. Robert responded in shock, and she responded that it was all over Twitter. Later on, she sends him a new article where the image of the killer was circulated alongside the image of the red Yukon. She then said, "Rob, what the fuck? Please do not be driving your Yukon around for a while." In response to his coworker and lover clearly thinking he murdered his adversary, he writes, "Whoa, that's crazy," which is a really good defense. She then texted him, "Please tell me your Yukon is not that color," to which he writes, "It's similar, if not the same." She responds, "Do you have racks on yours too? Please tell me you don't. I'm freaking out, Rob." He replied, "Yeah, I think so, but it's fine. I didn't do it." She responds, "You don't have special rims, do you? I am very worried. It's not you, but they could try and use the vehicle as a way to suspect you." He replies, "My car has all matching wheel patterns," which was not what she asked. But continuing on, she says, "I don't understand. Your rims look like the photo," to which he states, "I think they are saying that the front does not match the back," and she says, "Fuck, your car is identical." The issue with him saying that the front wheels don't match the back is the fact that they do match. They match perfectly, so his point is mute. It's like his point about the shoes not matching. If you have the ability to see, you can see they are the same brand of shoe, so the idea that he disapproved is laughable.
So I don't know if it's...
This is the exhibit that you're referring to.
Correct, which I would think you'd normally call it hearsay, but but they've been admitted, so.
Rob cannot stop himself from being needlessly bitchy, which only makes him look worse. At the beginning of his testimony, he went overboard trying to appear well-meaning and contrite. He adopted a softer voice, sat forward in his seat, and did the best to make it seem like everyone else was at fault, and not him. But now he is pissy and smug. He is annoyed at the prosecution and the judge for repeatedly cutting him off and not allowing him to say and do whatever he wants. He is sitting back in his chair, comfortable but clearly perturbed, and he is still under the impression that by sassing the court, he is going to get the jury on his side.
For the record, this is states Exhibit 343 that's been...
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir, I'm sorry, did I? Can I ask you to, So, here, this General Bob Custer, I'm not sure who the gentleman is, but he says that the Las Vegas murder suspect vehicles have a different spoke pattern. Most vehicles have wheels with matching patterns. So when I saw that, I thought, oh, okay, well, obviously it's not my car because my rims all match. And so that was the substance of that conversation. But later, I thought, well, holy crap, excuse me, sorry. I thought, my gosh, it still can't be a coincidence that the killer is driving a vehicle that's like mine. So I started to get really scared. Right? It couldn't seem to be any kind of coincidence that this person was driving a vehicle that was just like mine. Thank you, sir. And so I went outside, just double checked, make sure I'm not losing my mind. I looked, I'm like, okay, well, my rims match, okay. And so I went ahead and started washing the cars, trying to just take my mind off things, And I watched the 3 cars, but there's been a debate about whether or not law enforcement knew 1 or 3, and that is what it is. Then at night, after dinner, I started making, cooking for my daughter's lunches. My one particular daughter, she won't eat the school lunch, or she didn't at the time. So I'd make her chicken fried rice off of a Google recipe. I was distracted, and while I was distracted, I inadvertently cut my finger, and I cut it across the tip of the finger, right? And if you look at the picture, it was, I don't know if we need to bring the picture up or not, but is that something we should do, or? So basically, you'll see that it may be difficult to see, but the way that I cut it was as I was chopping right across the tip. And so, I don't know what
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, sure.
We do have a photo that was a state.
Oh, okay. Sure, please. Now, tell you about this other related situation. So while I was being self-represented, I attempted to seek these surveillance videos that included the video of me washing my car, or videos of me washing my cars. The judge granted the production of that. However, I never received the videos. Oh, okay. So
The motion to strike is granted.
I believe the videos show that I didn't have the finger injury. If you think about it, if somebody has a serious finger injury, would they be washing?
Objection argumentative.
I mean, I would not be washing.
Testify about your own
Sure.
experience.
Oh, sure, Your Honor. I believe I would not be washing my 3 vehicles if I had a serious finger injury.
Maybe not under normal circumstances. But if you were washing your vehicle to destroy evidence that you had used your vehicle in the commission of a homicide, I think that would supersede you not wanting to get a little bit of soap in the cut. I'm going to be honest, when I watched this live, I burst out laughing at this point, because he says this line is a slam dunk on the prosecution. You see, people, he couldn't have been behind the murder, because he wouldn't have washed his car with a cut on his finger. Never mind the blood-stained clothing found in his home, never mind the car he drove, matching the car that the killer was in, or that his DNA was found under the victim's fingernails. He wouldn't have washed his car with a cut on his hand. Therefore, he is obviously innocent. It's a rock-solid defense, really.
And as you've probably already gathered, you're going to hear about the fact that I was at the gym at around noon, and I believe I would not be working out with a serious finger injury. Sir, you have that?
Yes, I'm, with court's permission, I'm going to publish. State's exhibit. It's been admitted 185.
So, I mean, it may be tough to see that again. Like I said, it was a lateral cut, or, you know, it went across the tip. Okay, please. So you can see I still have the tip of my finger, if you can see it there. I had put super glue on it, and they pulled the super glue plug out of my finger, and so that's, you know, and the reason it's all gunky like that is because, again, the super glue mixed with blood. So, thank you, sir. But so when I cut my finger that night, I had used scissors to cut, you know, the super glue bottle had actually, the tip had dried. Sometimes when I have an open super glue bottle, the tip dries and I have to cut the tip. Right? So I had to grab scissors in order to do that. And I inadvertently left blood on the scissors that I forgot to clean off. But once I cut the tip off the super glue bottle, I super glued the tip of my finger together. I believe my healing process is such that I would not have had such a nasty injury for 5 days. Again, I can't speak to anyone else's healing process, but you know, that is what it is. I think we're going to discuss the situation of the surveillance log later, is that right? Okay.
That is correct, based upon the judge's ruling.
Okay. So you heard that a search warrant was obtained, and I got pulled over early in the morning on September 7th, 2022. The officers came at me with their guns drawn, yelling at me, and I was basically coming from dropping off my stepson at school, getting ready to go home to pick up one of my other daughters and then take her to school. And so they just, out of nowhere, 3 police cars just run up on me from the back, and I just scared. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, yeah, they basically yell at me to just stand. I can't remember exactly what they said, but you know, they're yelling at me. They patted me down. They handcuffed me. They threw me in the back of a patrol car. I asked them what I did. I asked them, you know, can I call somebody? Can I do anything? I mean, I did this for over an hour and a half. Just tell me what's going on. Tell me what's, you know. I mean, obviously at this point, I had my suspicions because of like the whole, you know, all that thing.
This is one of the more unbelievable portions of his testimony, because he is expecting us to believe that after the text message exchange that he had with his coworker, where they both acknowledge that the vehicle he drives is similar to the one driven by the murderer, that when the police arrested him, he had no idea why.
But they wouldn't tell me what was going on. They just left me there. And the whole time my family didn't know where I was. As far as I know, my daughter was expecting for me to come home and take her to school. I was distraught already by that point. I believe you've heard how distraught I was about my family and, you know, what they were going through at that moment that I could imagine. It was my understanding that if I went to the Summerlin Area Command for them to just take this DNA and to take photographs of me, that I would be allowed to just come right back to my vehicle and go on my way. That was what I was led to believe. And then can I get, and I was led to believe that, and later I found out that 5 minutes after that, my vehicle was towed away. May I get YouTube? Yes, that should be a CAD log from a traffic stop.
You two is admitted.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And throughout this, you can see how they're mentioning that I'm going to Palo Verde to drop my stepson off at the bus stop for LVA. On page 9 of this CAD log, it's about the 6. The 6th line down says on September 7th, 2022 at 8:09 a.m. request tow. So I was led to believe that I'd be able to come right back home, but you know, when the tow was called in, or when you see a tow in that report a few minutes later, I don't know that was really what was intended.
So instead of showing proof that the police officers made false promises, either through their body cams or through their own statements, his evidence that the police lied to him is that they requested his car to be towed because they wanted to search it properly. That's not the same as proving that you were misled or coerced, which is what he is attempting to imply. Every time he is made to prove something, he instead shows evidence of something unrelated.
So then I was held there at the Summerlin Area Command. You know, they did the swab, they did the photos, and then they took my jeans. I don't know how we're doing for time, but we show with my jeans and.
Sure. Mark and admitted.
And also there's a photo as well.
Let me make sure what they have up there.
Do you want Mr. Draskovich to hold up the jeans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Draskovich, here's a bigger glove if you want.
Could we also publish that? Is that photo good?
Yes. We have the
Oh,
photo.
There should be, I'm sorry, go on.
Is this the photo that you like?
No, sir, it's one that shows the front of the pants.
Gentleman on 92, yes, he wants me to show these pants and then the photograph that has a capture apparently.
Actually, it may take a few more minutes, Your Honor, so I don't know if you want to just end it?
All right, so it's probably a good time
This
to
would be a good time to break.
conclude. All right, so at this time, we are going to end for the
So that was the first day of his testimony. Let's establish what he was able to do with the first hour and 30 minutes on the stand. He showcased that a company was potentially corrupt, and he was investigating them. That being said, his explanation was so poorly handled, and he repeatedly made huge leaps in logic that would lead most people to be skeptical of his claims. He accused a detective of being corrupt multiple times, despite being told not to do that repeatedly. He said whoever was responsible for the homicide would have to be trained in combat, essentially praising the killer, and he claimed that he couldn't have been behind the murder because he wouldn't have washed his car or gone to the gym with a finger injury. So let's see if he can really pull it together for day 2.
the state has withdrawn any objections, so it will be admitted. It will go back with the jury panel. However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
So when you do go back, if you could please review that video. I would like to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please share, well, first of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer's pants. I believe it is a zoomed in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
We left off yesterday with Robert talking about his initial detaining by the police and how they, in his estimation, misled him by telling him they just needed to look at his car for a bit. He stated that the police lied to him as they immediately impounded the Yukon, believing it was the same car that the murderer was seen driving. His only corroborating evidence of this was the document that showed the police immediately called for the vehicle to be impounded after pulling him over, which, like all of the other evidence he presented in this case, did not actually confirm his statements. Stupidly, I had hoped that his legal team would have told him that after court let out for the day, and he would present further evidence. But no, he was on to a new topic.
You have it?
Yeah, we have the photo, we have the thumb drives, better representation.
I have it on my computer as well. It's clearer if we do it this way.
Okay, and it's exhibit,
Yes.
it states exhibit, just for the record.
What are they trying to show?
It's
The state exhibit that's been admitted, I just, before you publish?
Yes.
What was the number of flash drive?
It's
Oh,
a-
the flash drive?
Correct, we addressed it yesterday.
Okay,
It's also the flash drive that I gave you, that I gave this month as well.
that's going to be court's indulgence, state's exhibits, 338.
Okay,
There's 338.
338, and you may publish.
Yes.
Chris. You guys are in here every day, so
What are we trying to do?
just that picture. I
I'm
don't
just zooming in.
I don't even know where that's coming from.
Well, my guess would be you have this item. It's like, so let's just close it. Don't know why that's. Yeah.
Thanks, Shannon.
You're welcome.
If I may, I'd like to publish Exhibit A.
That microphone
get it in there. Thank you, sir.
The defense is publishing to the jury Exhibit A.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
Sustained.
Okay, so just as a reminder, Tellis was not arrested the same day as the murder. A day passed before Gurman's body was discovered by his neighbors, and the police conducted a thorough investigation. Though he was arrested promptly, days had passed, meaning the pants he was wearing at the time of the arrest might not have been the same pants the killer was wearing on the security footage. Unless he is trying to tell the court that he only has one pair of jeans and has only ever had one pair of jeans, then the fact that they do not match with the pair he was arrested in is irrelevant. But to amplify that point, he's just wrong. Here's the image of the murderer that was captured on security footage. Look at the pants. Now look at the jeans that the defense attorney is holding. Both of them are navy dark wash blue jeans. To borrow a line from Tellis's text messages, they are similar if not the same, so he's just fucking wrong here.
And I'd like to also note that none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search. As a result of my jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit. And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, well, when I attempted to have the temperature adjusted, there was no help there.
I am sure that we have all gathered that Mr. Tellis is a vain man. His appearance and his social media standing mean a great deal to him. That's why any dissenting opinion about him or his ideas, no matter how kindly presented, are treated as a great sign of disrespect. The image in the video of him walking into his garage in a thin white paper suit was plastered everywhere on the news after his arrest was made public, namely because he looked rather ridiculous in it. He looked like he was poorly cosplaying Walter White, which most people didn't know that he was wearing a suit because his clothing had been taken by police. So, when he should be discrediting the direct evidence against him, or providing his own evidence showing that he was framed, and creating enough reasonable doubt to get off on all of the charges against him, he feels the need to clarify why he was wearing that fucking suit. That takes priority at this moment, because he cannot allow anyone to think he would willingly make himself look that stupid. But this is fine. He goes further to complain about the temperature in the room that he was held in, as if being kind of chilly is the same as being tortured by the police. He then states that he tried to get the temperature adjusted, but none of the remaining officers would consider how chilly he was, which, of course, they didn't. You've been detained by the police, not taken to a fancy restaurant that's meant to cater to your every whim. We've covered cases where the police actually torture and abuse their power, and this is not one of them.
I spent the day freezing in that paper suit. There were various things that were done to, I believe, break me. I had conveyed concern all along about my family, and as time went on during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit. I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away.
Okay, so that's not the police trying to break you. That's the police informing you that the investigation has led to you being a suspect, and that they are taking the next obvious step to solve the murder. Were you innocent, they would have found nothing and moved on to the next suspect. As we previously stated, everything that happens to Robert that he doesn't like is an attack on him and his liberties. The police searching his car because it's the exact same make and model of the car that the killer was seen driving, and he was one of the only people to have enough malice directed at the reporter for doing his job, is not a personal attack meant to destroy his morale. Being placed in that room, at the very worst, was 65 degrees. This is not physical torture, and the assertion that it is laughable. His unyielding use of hyperbole does the opposite of what he's intending to do here as well, because the men and the women of the jury would have no doubt come into contact with actual cases of police misusing their authority prior to this case. Seeing someone like Robert try to compare being told to wear a paper suit and sit in a cold room to actual acts of torture and abuse would only irritate them.
Which made no sense to me. When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. When I wanted to speak to an attorney, I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney. It was my understanding that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested, I was just being detained. Later again, detectives took advantage, I believe, of my feelings for my family by referring to them over and over. And, it was a lot.
Once again, Tellus wants us to simply take his word for it that all this occurred. No police body cam footage is shown, displaying the poor conditions he was kept in or the abuse he suffered. No security camera footage is produced where Tellus is being denied his right to an attorney, and the police refuse to allow him to use his rights. There's always ways to validate a story, methods that he could use to prove that he is in the right, and affirm all the claims he has made, but he never uses them.
Then all that finished. They were finished with the search, and they took me back home. And the media was outside my house, and somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. I don't know if I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And well, that was, I'm sure, her right. I wasn't. It didn't help the situation.
So this is the footage that he's talking about, and it's pretty funny, but she isn't chasing him into his home. She's not hot on his heels or pursuing him with any sort of gusto. Again, his overinflation of events only makes him look dishonest.
To know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. I'd like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
That's going to be A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted into evidence and.
And Mr. Dreskich? Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you want to publish?
I would, if you would mind, could you take maybe 10 seconds of photo and flip them for me? Thank you, sir.
You want to see the photos? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I guess maybe, but when we publish them, if you could publish them for about 10 seconds if you would. And then what I'm concerned about publishing are the photos of the inside of my home and.
They are.
And what.
Yes.
So, thank you, sir.
This is A2.
So this is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2, A1.
All right.
Okay, I know the similar looking photo?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is B2.
coincidentally, I was led to believe that they were not going to make a mess of my house.
You hear that? When the police told Tellis when they searched his home they wouldn't make a mess, while he was being, in his estimation, unlawfully detained and tortured by the police. But despite all of that torture, they were still kind enough to say they would make sure his house was left spick and span, even though they would need to search the home thoroughly. So, the police are both heinously cruel individuals who wanted to break his spirit and embarrass him, but also kind enough to assure him they would clean up after their search. Does that make sense to anybody? I'm genuinely asking, because those things seem to be in conflict. There's almost a humorous element to what Robert chooses to provide evidence for and what he doesn't. His massive claims, like being unlawfully detained and being denied his rights by police, Compass Realty sending him legal threats and harassment, and detectives being given bribes, all of that we have to take his word for. Meanwhile, things like his home being left in disarray after the police conducted a search gets a whole slideshow of evidence, because this is supposed to be compelling.
This is C2. This is D2. This is E2. This is F2. This is G2. This is H2. This is I2.
And now he's crying. Great. We're watching a fairly uninteresting display of photos of his house being messy. And this is where he chooses to express deep sorrow and sadness. Not at him being kicked out of office by a corrupt company, not him being harassed and threatened by that company, not when he was being tortured by police and having to sit in a chilly room, but here, at photos of a messy home. We have established that Tellis is a manipulative person, but what is striking is that he's really bad at it. He's not able to properly gauge where this kind of display is appropriate for maximum impact, and it's not even acted well. His exaggerated expression of sorrow feels entirely out of place, and he shuts his eyes so hard that it feels more like he's trying to force his eyes to water. However the fuck that would work. It doesn't help that the entire time he's been on the stand, he's been so overexpressive, it's like he's auditioning for Looney Tunes or a kid's show.
And this is J2.
So I found my wife sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess. And so this for me was, the thing that just broke me. I'm sorry. I knew I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claim to have this evidence. Did what they did to me, and I have $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't want my family to have to go through more torture, and so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole circus, and put some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was me never. I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. Gorman.
That is not a defense. Simply saying, "I didn't do this," is not enough when direct evidence was found in your home, and your car was captured on video as the car being driven by the killer, and all of the direct evidence points to you. He shakes his head dismissively when he says the police claims to have evidence, as if they are lying, because the jury has been apprised of the evidence. They've seen the shoes in court. They watched the video of the murder. They know it's real. You can't just make that go away by saying no. In the 2 hours now he's been on the stand, he has shown no evidence that he was framed. He hasn't presented any concrete evidence, and he barely presented any alternative theory of events.
But as you can see, I attempted suicide. And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance. Detective Jappy came into the ambulance, and when he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Sustained.
And in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I don't want my family to go through this. This thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain. And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist. I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's, the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to, or that they were going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're a motive for murder.
Okay, it's my understanding, based on the representations, that exhibit will be created and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's going to put all those, I guess, communications onto a drive and it will be admitted.
Thank you. And it's my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing is.
It will be provided to you shortly. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You'll
Okay.
be able to review it.
I would like to now share a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
We can move for a submission, or I believe it's being admitted by stipulation.
It's admitted.
Thank you. And if we may publish it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is a photo of my Yukon that, again, was taken by the police at the garage. If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am in jail. I don't have access to Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint.
The cars seen on the security cameras around the area do not show worn paint around the windshield. My best guess is the fact that in the images, there was a glare on the paint around the windshield because it was a sunny day in Las Vegas, and that's what happens when the sun hits any vehicle. But Tellis is attempting to confuse the jury by asserting that the glare is actually worn paint, and that fact alone should be used to discredit all other evidence, which is stupid and obviously bullshit. This is essentially the same thing he did when his argument that the pants he was arrested wearing were not the same ones the killer wore, even though they were remarkably similar.
Worn paint. I don't also have Photoshop to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because, the way that courts work and building records, that the doors on my car do lock and unlock, they do open, they do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up, it flips down. So at any point, at any time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos. And so that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much. The cameras that are in the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th, after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. And I think that it'd be pretty easy to, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview, and also it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd, for the 3rd, for the 4th. Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so. No problem.
Regarding your observations.
Of course, Your Honor. Like that, sir? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. And so, I believe both, well, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that that day, on September 2nd, at 8:50 a.m., I did make a text message from my house. And I did not leave my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly. Through 9:10 a.m. at the very earliest. Okay. As I testify later, it was much later that I left my home, but that's, I believe, an important point. So 8:50 sent a text message, 9:10 I was still home. Now, I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe, I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
It's not yet been admitted.
It's marked as
R2.
The state had produced a Twitter file that was not in, your typical web browser format. And so when we went to review this is how those tweets came up.
Robert may not have proven his innocence, but what he has done is proven what a persnickety little asshole he is. He's implying that the way these tweets were presented in court and put into evidence by the prosecution is less than stellar, that they purposely made these tweets and the Twitter file harder to understand than they needed to be, but he doesn't explain why. After Mr. Gurman's death, Robert deleted his Twitter. He wanted to expunge any evidence that could possibly link him to Gurman, since they had an adversarial relationship. So the prosecution couldn't simply show the Twitter timeline in court. They showcased how the Twitter file was sent to them after they subpoenaed the social media site.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted, and you may publish.
Here, let's. So you'll notice that you heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash. Just a dig at Mr. Gurman, and that was the one that's listed on 6. I believe that's 6:18 at about 7 at almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because, again, for whatever reason, they didn't. When they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it. But that's the same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6/19. And there I say, at @JGurmanRJ, at Review Journal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. A winky face emoji. I had created, and you'll see that, as has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that was different things that I disputed. And so I wanted to draw attention to that. So that's why I goaded Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. About the same time, it was actually June 16th, I had sent a text message to a friend who had reached out to me because he just wanted to check in on me. And on the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it.
He says before killing the person he was apparently not mad at. Again, despite the DNA found under Jeff's fingernails, despite pieces of the outfit the killer was wearing being found inside of his house, despite his car being used in the crime, he says he was over it. So we should simply just believe him. Don't believe him? He made these shitty tweets to Jeff, so that proves it, and the case is closed.
I'm happy to move on. And I said, although, Gurman says he's going to do a third article, one about the website, I don't give a damn. LOL. I don't know if that's something that we can, thank you, sir, that we can admit, this text message. If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
Going to be J3.
Absolutely. No objection.
There being no objection, it's admitted and being published.
So you can see the content of there again. 3 days before I sent that last tweet. So again, there were never any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced.
His argument is because he didn't publicly threaten to kill Jeff, that he didn't kill him, which, not to poke too many holes in this line of thinking, most killers don't do. Most killers don't tweet out their intentions to commit murder because they want to get away with the murder. Tellus didn't like Gurman. He believed his articles had cost him his political future and the small amount of power that he had over others, and he worried that it would cost him more opportunities in the future. That much we know is true, because of the evidence shown and the testimony that has been given. Though I would say Gurman's criticisms were less than scathing, Tellus clearly thinks differently, and while most people would agree that they wouldn't be motivated to kill a person over that, Tellus did. To pretend that he took the articles as a knock on the chin, but just kept trucking, is false.
Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things legal, and I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was what I was planning. Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office? Just for a moment, and
You just want to stand up?
right where I'm at. Okay. So, I don't know if you noticed the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and I call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so, if I may just demonstrate why this is important. So, these shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them. Right? You can see how this is so elongated because there's a lift in here. Right? So you can't put, it's not, from when I've tried, I could not put a lift in a name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this, once that lift's in there, in order to grab a hold of your foot. So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time I walk. So, I never wore, again, any type of name brand shoe at the office, and I think that's something that'll likely be discussed at closing, and how that's relevant.
Just because you didn't wear the shoe in the office does not mean you didn't own the shoe and didn't wear it in the commission of the murder. More importantly, though, why the fuck wouldn't you say how it's relevant now? The closing arguments are that you summarize your basic points and dictate to the jury why the case against you is inconclusive. It's your final chance to get your point across, namely that you are innocent. It's not the time to introduce new information. You don't save the smoking gun for the last second before the jury is sent to deliberate, especially if the case against you is so airtight. Any point that validates Tellis's point should be shown now. All the evidence against the prosecution's version of events should be fully examined and showcased to the best of their ability. But that's not how Tellis thinks. He believes that it's his time to emotionally dictate to the jury how they should feel about everyone in the case. They should view him as the ultimate victim, who was just as confused as everyone else, who didn't have a malicious bone in his body, despite creating a hostile work environment and directly threatening people's employment for so much as disagreeing with him. The guy who cheated on his wife with an employee and was so incensed by multiple articles reporting on his actions that he killed a person. He wants the jury to believe that all the police who questioned and detained him are evil, corrupt individuals who failed to act against real evil, and a real estate company who may or may not have been corrupt. We don't know. He doesn't need to show any proof of these things, though, because he believes that he is so compelling and brilliant with his vastly analytical mind that simply stating this in front of a jury of his peers will sway them away from the facts. If Robert had anything useful to say, he's being a real creep who's just keeping it on the down low for some reason.
Which, of course, brings me to the shoes in the house. I did not cut up a shoe and hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it in an open door of my toolbox. I did not kill Mr. Gurman, so I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin and used during the commission of a murder. So, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. I guess, my next statement would have been argument, so let me skip that.
Then who did? Again, you can't just say that I didn't do this in court and expect that to be compelling as the direct evidence that shows that you did. You have to present an alternative theory, and you have to have evidence that displays that what you were saying is true. Imagine if earlier in his testimony, he presented direct evidence that Compass Realty had made multiple unaccounted for withdrawals from their corporate account in an amount ranging from $10,000 to $30,000. He produces transcripts from the owner of Compass Realty denying those withdrawals and refusing to note where they went to, only to then indicate that the exact amount he withdrew is what a hitman would charge. That would be compelling. It wouldn't explain how his DNA was found under Gurman's fingernails, but you would question if what he was saying was possible. Or imagine if he presented text messages between the employees at Compass Realty, showing them talking about how he was a thorn in their side and they needed to get rid of him. These text messages show real animosity towards him, and they repeat that they need to get him out of the way so they can get back to being all corrupt, or however corrupt people talk. He then shows that maybe they commissioned the article from Jeff Gurman, but in a shocking twist, when Jeff found out about what they had done, he turned his sights on them, and then they killed him to shut him up. But instead, he showed no evidence beyond the fact that he believes the company was fudging their numbers to make a higher profit, and that they benefited from him being put in prison. He's just saying things. He's not showing evidence, and asking the jury to overlook the evidence by saying he wouldn't murder anyone.
And I think my attorney has already kind of discussed with you the deletion of this body cam video. I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer. It was strange to me that the killer...
Objection, proper
I didn't get to hear, so what did you, what's the topic?
Well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
Okay, you can testify about any facts and observations that you've made.
Okay. Observations that I made about the evidence that I reviewed, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Again,
It's
facts and observations that you have made.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided the state, but that's okay. I'll
Thank you.
I'll move on. So I did not. Make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
What is it?
It was a list of searches for Mr. Gurman that was provided by the state, a lump of Cellbrite items.
Cellbrite? Is that an extraction report? Yeah, it would be an extraction. You can approach and help me pick which one.
A lot of search results actually get pushed, or like pages get pushed up, is when people review, or when people do a search and they visit a particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. So I'll explain. So for example, again, if you Google Rob Tejas or Jeffrey Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, then you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, well, we're going to push this up, right? When people search, we're going to get it further up the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see, sir, is it?
I may approach.
You may. Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 356.
Thank you, sir. And sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
You may publish.
If I was trying to search for Mr. Gurman's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again.
So basically, if I was going to look someone up, I wouldn't look them up. That's his argument. What?
If you might focus, I don't know if you all can, if you might zoom in just a little bit more if you don't mind, sir. So you see that it starts off Jeff German, Las Vegas 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator. And if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay, Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well. So here I was trying to build a pattern. So next I searched Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, which is my campaign website. Right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing it was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of 2 ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, I don't know if you'd call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like, with what Rita Reed had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth.
Okay, so he was only obsessively searching Jeff's name and his own in order to try and help his own campaign website's search engine optimization. But, as I'm sure you're all aware, you don't need to obsessively Google another person to do that. In fact, all he would be doing in that respect is helping Jeff's SEO, which is the opposite of what he would be wanting to do.
Right. So that was the purpose of those searches. But I never searched for Mr. German's address. And yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed I searched for his address.
But they did show evidence that Robert had searched for Jeff's address. He only did so on Google Maps. Again, the jury has seen the evidence in this case. He is one of the last people to take the stand. The jury is fully apprised of the details of the case. They know that he did search, but Robert thinks that he's so compelling that if he just says that he didn't do it, everyone will ignore the fact that he actually did.
So when I saw the supposed searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address. I didn't know his address. So, and again, and I think if you would have seen some landing page showing that I knew it, I didn't know his address. Never been to his house. Didn't do a Google Maps search of him. And when it came to these photos that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. Sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. It's my understanding that surveillance means you go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures.
That's not what he thinks, because earlier he described the detective taking photos of him as being under surveillance. I apologize for stopping every few seconds, but he is not keeping track of his own narrative, so he keeps contradicting things that he said earlier.
And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots of the Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit? The lawsuit draft? Rick, may I? So I had been writing a draft of a lawsuit, and as I said earlier, this is the way that I wanted to handle this issue. If we may take a look at it so I can tell you. I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look bad. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people, right? And I got advice to that extent. And so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm from an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now. And my hope is that I was going to win. And I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So,
what the fuck is he talking about? He didn't come close at all. He came in third out of 3 people running, and each of his opponents beat him by the thousands. This guy can't help himself. He is so up his own fucking ass and arrogant, he just ignores reality. Not only did he not come close, but he was losing so badly that Jeff German's follow-up articles on him are titled, Embattled County Official Losing Re-Election Bid, Posts Angry Letter, and Embattled County Official Concedes Race, Remains Combative.
So once I lost, I said, you know what? Fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I? Oh, I am so sorry, sir. Okay. And so again, this is a draft of a lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that I had started drafting, and it was going to be on behalf of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law. And I would like to ask that this be admitted. So you can review that and see that, again, this is the reason that I had actually captured some of those pictures. Oh, sorry, sir. Okay. Now, the interesting about, this situation, and I guess, I had done my own research on cases, and I had found that there were actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted. There was a case where apparently it was an officer-involved shooting, and the police were pretty sure they had their people.
Objection, relevance?
The objection is sustained.
Well, it goes to my theory, but I guess we'll have to save that for later. That day, September 2nd of 2022, as I mentioned earlier, I sent that text message, hung around home, had no watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10-ish, I went for a walk. Came back home, and then got ready and went off to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
This has already been admitted?
Thank you, sir. If you could please turn to the appropriate page. And as I said before, I'm techie, right? You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, to get ready to go to the gym, when they were ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because I'm a techie person. The tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. So that was from my phone. May I next republish, I believe it's States Exhibit 374 regarding text messages I received that day. Would you, if you don't mind, if you could publish it, please. If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. My apologies. If we could go ahead and turn to the next page, please.
It's 374. Thank you so much.
Okay, so if you could turn the page, please. Okay, if you could turn the page, please. You turn the page, please. If you could again turn the page, please. Now you see again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the page, please. Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora. And when I got this text message from this spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that. If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently changed at the office, the way that, or our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed, just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture of my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because honey, I'm home.
So Tellis is trying to establish an alibi for the murders by using his phone and his emails. The issue is that she texted him another time after that. Only that specific text message has been deleted from all other devices, save for her Apple Watch, and the text message was sent around 10:30 a.m. when Gurman was murdered. And the text read, "Where are you?" So he wasn't home and he's lying. Unequivocally, he's lying. Unless his new statement is that he was playing hide and seek with his wife in their home and he deleted the texts from all of their other devices for another reason. Moreover, no one would actually validate that they saw him on a walk or at his home during this time. Once again, we would just have to take his word for it that he did this, which is impossible because he has already lied so much on the stand.
Can we go to the next page? Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from reputation defender, Junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling. And then another email, again, automated email, if you could change the page, please. And calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like, I've got to answer any of these things, right? And then I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there. And so it was, I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message. And if you scroll down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. If I could turn the page. And if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue, because again, I clearly had it. Went from the check-in. I say I had it all day.
He did not have it all day. During the morning of the murder, the prosecution showed evidence that Tellus had left his phone at home. That way it wouldn't have been used to track him, hence his story about going on a walk without it. It was only after he killed Gurman that he went back home, grabbed his phone, and then gave himself an alibi by going to the gym.
They may try to argue otherwise, but so when we continue on again, there's that message. Then my ex-wife sends me a message at 1:26, and I don't immediately respond to it. And I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way. If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's just whatever mood I'm in. So I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here. Thank you, sir, very much. So I went to the gym, like I said, at about 12 and got checked in about 12:09. Did my workout. Went home, picked up kids later, and I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Objection. Sustained.
So I personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay. So I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And that's my testimony.
Again, it's like Tellus saying he didn't tweet any death threats, so he must be innocent. There is no prerequisite in order to murder another person. All you need to do is have the willingness to take another life. And, based on his intense anger towards the reporter, as well as the sheer amount of physical, concrete evidence against him, Tellus was willing to take that step. He can claim that it's not in his nature all he wants, but he also said it wasn't in his nature to cheat on his wife, and we know he did that. But that's his entire testimony. So let's review what he said and did, and see if he created enough reasonable doubt to sway the jury. First off, did he present an alternative theory to the court? Yes, he did. His theory was that Compass Realty framed him for murder. He provided no clear evidence as to any singular person paying a hitman, no evidence that legal threats or harassment had been sent his way from the company, but he was adamant that they had to be behind the setup because they benefited from him being in jail. So while he did provide an alternative theory, because there is no supporting evidence to corroborate his claims, we can't really state that he was successful. Secondly, did he disprove any of the evidence against him? No, unless you count him repeating that he would never stab someone, and it's not in his nature to kill another person, or that he absolutely wouldn't do this sort of thing, as evidence. Then that probably didn't happen either. Did he give himself a solid alibi, proving that he could not be the culprit? Also no. He said he was on a walk and at home while the crime took place, but we know that can't be true, due in part to the text messages that were deleted from his phone, as well as from the video evidence. Unless he is alleging that someone of the same height and build broke into his home, stole his car without him noticing, then drove that car to Jeff German's home, then drove it back without being noticed, then that's impossible. This is by far one of the most unsuccessful times any person we've covered has had on the stand, because he truly could not have done a worse job. For the last 2 hours and 30 minutes, he has meandered from topic to topic, never making any firm statements and refusing to show any proof of his claims. As we mentioned earlier, there were avenues that he could have gone down to make his case more believable, had he focused on dismantling the evidence against him, creating a more robust argument as to why Compass Realty was really out to get him, and providing any sort of supporting evidence to his claims. He might have been able to sway a jury member or two. But that's not what happened. His arguments rely on you taking his word for it, even though he put forward obvious lies. With that said, let's look at the cross-examination, which will be led by an actual lawyer, so at the very least it will be structured.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things, okay? I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish States 311. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct during your direct, you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Gammon, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
He absolutely did. We just watched him do it a number of times, so he's just being pedantic. As we've already established, absolutely any person who disagrees with Robert, he views as an attacker. They are a malicious force who is trying to hurt him, and he is justified in doing whatever he wants to them. He did it with his employees, he did it with Jeff German, and he's doing it during the trial, calling the judge biased against him for not favoring him the way he hoped she would. So one has to imagine that he holds nothing but anger in his heart towards the lead prosecutor. This man has been objecting during his testimony, building an incredibly robust case against him, and ultimately embarrassing him worse than when the cops put him in that little paper suit. Robert passively disagreeing that he ever called the image of the man in the straw sun visor the killer is just an example of the nonsensical lengths that he will go to make this man's life a little bit harder. He can't throw a tantrum like he did while he was in office, and he can't kill him like he did Jeff. But he can complicate his life just a little bit by not agreeing to obvious things he has said and done. So that's what he's going to do, which is great.
If I heard you correctly, you kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Gehrman. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not?
Again, he absolutely did say that. He said that the photos were ugly, and that the crime was so vicious and well done that he couldn't have been behind it, because only someone with combat training could have killed the reporter in that specific way. This lie ultimately is pointless, as the jury heard him say exactly that the day before. They have had to watch the entire trial, and even through Tellis's testimony, which was meandering and nonsensical, they would have been paying close attention, as it's the most important part of the case. Him lying when talking to the prosecutor would only diminish any goodwill he might have built up with them. But he simply can't help himself. If he can make the prosecutor's life a little bit harder and make him work a bit more, he's going to do that, even if it costs him his freedom.
Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
Why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Okay. I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. And you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now, I want to take a look at this picture for a second. The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
Oh my God. Fuck no. I love this case so much because of what Robert is about to do, and what we are about to see, which is Robert explaining why he chose this stupid-ass outlandish outfit to wear when he killed Jeff, which truly is a disguise that flies about as well as a penguin. So this man chose this outfit for a reason. He thought long and hard about why this particular outfit would work, with the neon orange shirt and the oversized sun hat. Now, the sun hat is obvious, as it hides his face from view, but the orange shirt obviously does draw the eye of onlookers. There's a reason why companies put neon signs outside of their establishment, which is because it forces people to look at them. And while wearing an orange neon shirt might seem stupid if you're trying to avoid detection, Robert clearly thought differently, and he is now going to tell the court why he thinks that. The killer is about to tell the men and women of the jury why he did something, while also stating he didn't do it, which is by far the worst fucking thing that anyone can do with this case. And he's only doing it because he can't let the assertion that he made a dumbass decision stand. Sure, he is saying that he's not the man in the photograph, but he has already praised the killer for being so effective at murdering that he couldn't have done it. So why not just tell the court why the killer is wearing this ridiculous outfit, which, to be clear, looks kind of like the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz picked up an extra construction gig. If I saw this walking down the street, I wouldn't think, oh, there's a gardener. I'd think, how the fuck did the Scarecrow make it all the way from the Yellow Brick Road to Vegas?
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
Damn, I was hoping he'd let Robert give his theory.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's cue over to the overhead, if we could, or to the computer, if we could. All right. I'm playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
All right, this is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's from, you've seen all the footage, that's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali, am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me at least let's look at it for a second. So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Garriman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I'd like to publish the PowerPoint, if we could. It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. And I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Garriman has been killed, but if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
Right,
But
right.
we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with. That's my belief, because, again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words, your thought process.
Absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me, so.
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
New defense statement just dropped. Robert believes that if he were to kill Mr. Garriman, he wouldn't have made so many stupid mistakes. That is the same thing that Diane Downs said about murdering her children. He wouldn't have killed Jeff anyways, because as he said, he's never tweeted at him saying so. But if he were to kill the reporter, he would have gotten away with it much easier, mostly because of his analytical mind. Remember, he was an HVAC technician and worked on computers. He's way smarter than you or me, these disgusting plebeians, who probably would have made stupid mistakes. But not Robert.
Well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt? I mean, you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again, it wasn't me, so yes.
All right, sir. And when you looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to slide 41. One second. Slide 40. All right. So, you see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, do you see, if we're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you know what I'm talking about? If I'm referring to that?
12 o'clock is north?
Yes. So 12 o'clock is
Or
totally to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness, correct?
Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say at the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive, isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right. I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels, because your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look, no, sir, I'm question pending. Let's look at the front tire. You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video, isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims, yes.
It does. But that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer, and you thought, oh, gosh, my rims are different. Remember you told them that?
Yes, because...
You relied on some person in the Twitterverse named General Bob Custer to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
This is why testifying via narration is a bad idea, because you say a bunch of dumb stuff, then a professional prosecutor can come kick your ass later. By this time in his testimony, Robert has said that he didn't kill Jeff because he wasn't trained in combat, like Batman, and that he was never even told how Gehrman died. He covered virtually no ground, but within the first few minutes of cross-examination, we know that the car's tires are the same. Robert directly lied to the jury, and that his point about the killer being a highly skilled hitman is bogus. This prosecutor is amazing. Save for him not allowing Rob to give his theory, this guy is great.
Yes.
So, now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar
Right.
to the killer's car, yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Okay. Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes.
When we look at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right. And it's the same way on all of your wheels, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car. Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay. So you would agree your car looks exactly like the killer's car?
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Maga testified about.
Okay. let's talk about other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right, from the
Right.
PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but
Right. You didn't see it with your own two eyes, correct?
that is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Isn't that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it, but sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Robert doesn't realize how bad of a job he's doing, but he's a politician, so what can you expect? He simply can't fathom that anyone didn't believe his initial testimony, because again, anyone who doesn't agree with him is immediately working against him. He thinks his testimony, at the very least, created enough reasonable doubt that he would be able to walk away as a free man. So when he responds flippantly and continues to react negatively towards the prosecution, he believes the jury is still on Team Tellus, that they are viewing the prosecution's incredible arguments and thinking he's just being mean to the poor defenseless man on the stand. As we stated earlier, Robert is a manipulative person, but he is a bad manipulator. He wants people to bend to his whims, but he has no idea how to make that happen effectively. Or when things don't go his way, he isn't able to pivot and regain control. He merely lashes out, as seen in his time in college, as well as his time working as a public administrator, and in his drunken arrest video. He isn't manipulative enough to gain any real modicum of power, because the moment he is forced to deal with things not going his way, people realize how demented he is, and he is removed.
Well, please tell me, how many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes.
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I
isn't
don't know
it-
what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen?
I just
Correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been
Okay.
my car
I
or my
understand you're
visor.
not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand, no.
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
And
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about, obviously, at this point in time.
Your visor is down in your Yukon, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you. You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you talked for another hour or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA. I'd like to talk about that with you.
Tellus is excited because if you recall, he tried to mention the DNA, but the prosecution objected to it because he tried to introduce it by bringing up how he had heard about the police planting DNA at the crime scene. He used vague language, and the way he presented it allowed the prosecution to object due to relevance, and he was forced to move on. So Tellus wants to talk about the DNA. He has an explanation ready, but it's unlikely we're going to hear what he wants to say, because this prosecutor is going to lead him in the opposite direction. Once more, had Tellus allowed his lawyers to guide his testimony, there's a good chance we would have heard his beliefs about the DNA, because they would have been able to ask the question in a way that would have made it relevant to the court proceedings. They would have guided Tellus throughout, made sure to hit all of the most important points, and it probably would have taken less than 3 hours to do so. But he couldn't do that. Watching the prosecution guide this cross-examination makes Tellus's testimony via narration look like ass comparatively. He is so efficient in his questioning and is able to guide the disgruntled former public official so skillfully that you can feel the shift in the courtroom.
You're not disputing that your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay, well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point this sample was collected.
Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr. Gehrman.
You have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my fingernails?
I'm sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right. Let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No.
Okay. You don't hang out with him ever?
Sir, I did not ever hang out with Mr. Gehrman when he was
The
alive.
answer to my question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails. Correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. Gehrman. So,
right. And by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you are at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
Whether it came from a sample of the fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, sir.
The answer to my question is yes. You're at least acknowledging my physical DNA is underneath the fingernails.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
Okay,
that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine.
Tellus is unaware that by simply denying the existence of evidence like this, and simply ignoring the testimony of every other expert witness in the case, he's making himself look unreasonable. A conspiracy of the magnitude that he's trying to put forth doesn't make sense with someone as unimportant and inconsequential as him. Most people don't know what a public administrator is, and most people don't care, because they're administrating publicly, and what the fuck does that even mean? So, if we can all agree that most people think that the public administrator is an unimportant office, that a conspiracy of this size and scope would not be needed to simply oust one person, then his argument is illogical. I mean, is he really trying to assert that Compass Realty paid the entire police force off, as well as the prosecution and the judge, and the men and women working under him? How much money exchanged hands? And where's the evidence that any of that ever happened?
I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second. When they went over to your house, they took a look underneath your couch. Publishing 224. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch is a shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal, or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know? Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure. Let's just look at it.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree that it's the same model.
Right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about that. We can agree on that, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of like, it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me. Something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else?
You've
sure.
heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. We did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay. And you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay. All right. You characterize this case as a case that has holes?
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought...
So Jappy's a part of it now, too.
Oh, he's always been.
We've got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog. We haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there because they're part of it, too, correct?
So they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to get to all that in a second.
Of course, absolutely, sir.
So here's the thing. Are the shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not,
Oh, you similar? Publishing 360.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Well, sir,
Mm-hmm.
you're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right? And you would agree with me, when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's get back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner, you're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Look at the date on this. This is August 19th,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes, sir.
So
and again,
we're
surveillance started at 8:16.
Right. No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I'd likely texted it to my wife to say, "Hey, I'm rock climbing indoors."
So here's the thing. How? Oh, so you're saying, okay. So you believe because you were under surveillance, that they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was produced to me.
You're not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This 819 was
I need
during.
you to focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you are surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay.
Pausing for just a moment, if you noticed, Robert looked over towards the jury and shook his head, as if to say, "Can you believe this guy?" He still believes the jury is on his side, despite the fact that the prosecutor is actively making him look foolish. Robert has shown no proof that the police were working against him, or that anyone in this case got a sizable payout to frame him from Compass Realty. He has not shown that any evidence was kept away from him and his attorneys, and everything he has said has been debunked with direct evidence. The issue is that the evidence doesn't agree with his narrative, so he just says it's fake and moves on. Worst of all, he thinks that the men and women of the jury would agree with his perspective. He thinks everyone watching in the courtroom and at home believes he is being framed, even though we can all see how absurd that actually is.
So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane, because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nike?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right?
What
you own gray topsiders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos, I can confirm
The
whatever.
answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the days you were surveilled.
I have like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some surveillance.
Don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 8/19, and obviously they took photos, and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
what? And then Jappy did what with them?
Passed them to whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so.
Okay. So, sir, there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
They're not without being informed.
Okay. And this phone and this data about your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn about information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones, yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance?
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
But you asked if there was only one means, and no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Derek Jappy, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
No, well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but...
Before we move on, I gotta ask you this too. So like if Metro's really, so you think Metro's framing you for this?
As I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jappy plug holes in his case, not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's a
objection,
sir.
If you'd be allowed to answer the question before.
Okay.
The next question, please.
Sir, I got a question for you. If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
great question, because if the murder weapon that had Gehrman's DNA in was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
Yeah, but at the same time, I think
But it's not there, is it?
No.
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right?
Mhm.
And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is,
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know, maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half the
Oh,
stuff
they
in
want to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Garriman's DNA? Why did they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
But they have, I mean, they control everything. They take it to their CSI garage and they rub it full of DNA. Why is there no DNA of Garriman in your car? I mean, if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay.
For someone who doesn't know, he sure is convinced that everyone else is out to get him vindictively.
But one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John R. Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great. Including your Yukon.
Yes.
Right. Because you'd agree if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear. You would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away. Isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Okay. Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's not the
I guess I
point.
would be surprised then.
My question is this. Washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you. Let's continue down the path of what's in your phone. Going to be, oh, I hope I didn't ruin this. I'm going to be, let's see if this pulls up. We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure. Let's close out of this. Let's look at, all right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We're gonna, if we could just cue over for a second to the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me. You don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure, yes.
Sure. And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Garman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's. I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Garman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You'd have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Garman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah. Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Garman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection, all speculation.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Garman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Garman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot that his body is lying is inside your phone.
That is very strange. I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Oh, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, correct?
Remember, Robert said that if he were going to kill someone, he would be smart about it. He stated earlier that he is too smart to have made so many mistakes, which is why we should believe that he wasn't behind the murders and was being framed. It wasn't that he was an idiot who believed too highly of himself. It was a hired gun who went out of their way to make it look like Tellus was behind the plot. Whoa, this is crazy. But he would agree that he would scope it out, because that would be the smart thing to do. But if he says that, he would agree that these photos found on his phone make it appear like he was the killer. So let's see where this goes.
It's a hypothetical question. He's not an expert. So.
Oh, we'll take an answer.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. If you're planning on killing someone, it's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Again, I object to characterization.
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone. Isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay. Well, then let's start clicking.
Plus, again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so?
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay. So the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just, okay, sir. You did
You're asking me to testify something that I can't tell you is true.
Right. But you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they've said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't know.
I would object to, he was not called upon to review the phone. He reviewed the Celebrite extraction from the phone, so I object to this line of question.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanec from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I dispute.
I object as to complaint.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
Correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay.
Again, this is why having your defense attorney, who is paid to give you the best defense they possibly can, should be the one taking you through your time on the stand. If you are set on defying their advice, you should at least work alongside them to create the most effective argument possible. But not Robert. Little Bobby was so confident in his abilities, having never worked as a criminal defense attorney, that he thought that when he went through his argument, he would hit every point that he wanted to, and now it seems like he knows that he fucked up, finally. How he reacts from this point forward should be interesting, because even though there is no one to blame but himself, we have already established that he will never do that. His ego is so intensely fragile that he can't be held responsible for any of his actions, so let's see how he reacts to his failure to address the issue.
Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear. There's an image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor, Mr. Gehrman. It's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's one right there.
And here was something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT. You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
Not to interrupt this line of questioning, but this is another good reason why you don't want to testify via narrative, the way Robert has opted to do. Because if he were going to rebut the prosecution's line of questioning on redirect, he has to remember the questions he wants to come back to. Normally, a lawyer would do this, notating exactly what was said on cross-examination and determining the best route to explain away whatever issues were brought up. But now it's Robert's responsibility, so while answering the prosecution's questions, he's trying to write down the statements he takes issue with and figure out how he wants to address them. But the prosecution continues to pepper him with questions, making it harder for him to focus. It's like doing a job interview while filling the application in, but you can't ask the interviewer to stop or give you more time.
Certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
More thorough than to do something like this, sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay. Can we cue over for 1 second to the overhead? There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay. And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing, publishing 364. Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I am saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows.
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
Okay. So, if we could cue over to the overhead, or the computer. We talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at, that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct. Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray in
It's like
color,
a crossover.
right? And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck that's kind of a whitish gray, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another gray car, correct?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda.
Is it? Okay, it's a Honda.
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
Or a Hyundai. I'm not sure. It kind of looks like an H. We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to this report, if we could cue over. Got 101, correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right, looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then, sir, another thing located in your phone were these. Can we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
Looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
It's a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? You saw it from the photos, right?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony. Sorry.
You have no reason to dispute me if I told you that the color of the car was gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay. And we saw in those images lots of gray cars were getting snapped, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
Again, being this purposely defiant does nothing but make Robert look bad. Imagine you are part of the jury. You're apart from your friends and family, and you can't talk to anyone outside of the jury box, and all you want is for the case to be over so you can deliberate, then return to your daily life. And at every single opportunity, the defendant is making things harder than they need to be. The prosecutor took him through multiple pictures, all showcasing gray vehicles. There were other colors of cars in the images, but the prosecution deliberately stated that most of the cars were gray, but he can't let an opportunity pass him by without dissenting, even if it's something he previously agreed to.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.?
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
connected.
the search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Take a look at registrants. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if we look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then when you go to the next entry, what's the address associated with Mr. Guerin?
7216, it's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman. That's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89. I can't read this.
Mr. Tellis, that's where Mr. Guerin lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on your phone.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. But you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Guerin's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Guerin at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what was the search term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure. $7216 Bronze. We can cue over to the overhead. Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here. This is terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it reports to be.
Okay. And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was, because, you know.
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but it purports to be of that day.
You recall the testimony, well, no, you recall the testimony of Matt Hovanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, you recall it being said.
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
So I'd like you to focus on my question. Do you recall Mr. Hovanec saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, well, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways.
So,
a number of ways, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
But if I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
I mean, you would hope as the head of the department, they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay. Right, because of the conspiracy? Right, okay. Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m., correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't have knowledge of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay. You never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2, correct?
I did not, nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
Yeah, there are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked. Or that somebody didn't create a false image later or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now talk to you about this conspiracy a little bit. Is Rita Reed in the conspiracy?
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down. So she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of.
So she's not part of the conspiracy?
I can't say either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie her to this.
Can we rule her out?
Object, you're going to be allowed to answer questions.
Sir, go ahead, please finish.
What was the question
I'll
at
ask
this
the
point?
question again. Can we rule Rita Reed out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But there's the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
This is one of the funniest things that I've ever heard. Or maybe I'm just a bit out of it because for the last couple days I've been solely reviewing this footage and I'm losing my grip on reality. But who knows? Tellus trying to assert that he has legitimate concerns based on any evidence is laughable. In his time on the stand, he produced nothing concrete that would cause any rational person to believe he had been set up. None of his, quote, concerns, as he graciously put it, led to any conclusion. The only thing that he said might have had weight to it was that Compass Realty financially supported his political opponents, which in no way implies that they hired a hitman to take out someone that Tellus hated. He already stated that he was investigating the Realty Group, and it would make sense that they wouldn't want him in office, hence the political support of both of his opponents. But to insist that he showed any conclusive evidence besides that is simply false.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, Alicia Goodwin, is she part of this conspiracy?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy.
Let me specify. Is she part of a conspiracy to murder Jeff Garriman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible. Sir.
Okay, so we can't rule her out because anything's possible.
That's what I said. I said
All
unlikely, but you know.
Okay.
If we
understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Garriman?
Yeah. Again, highly unlikely, but
you're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, who's part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy to murder Jeff Garriman?
Thomas Moore?
I apologize. Thomas Moore, is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely. Okay. And Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Garriman, correct?
Again, if you recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Garriman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
No, the best way to take him down would be to kill him. Play this out in your heads. You are a corrupt individual, and you are under investigation by one person. The person is consistent, and wouldn't be deterred until they finally stopped your misdeeds. If you were going to hire an assassin to take anyone out, why would you tell them to kill someone that person doesn't like, then frame them for murder, in order to get them from exposing your crimes? Why wouldn't you just kill the person proper? Because it would be easier and immediately give you the result that you wanted. Compass Realty's name has been brought up countless times in the lead up to this trial, and in the trial itself. Despite them apparently killing Jeff to silence Robert, it's done the opposite effect, and they've been getting more press than ever. Additionally, Robert has shown no evidence to state that any assassin was used in this case. There is no unexplained financial records, no evidence of wrongdoing by Compass, just the assertion that this realty company would be willing to put a hit out on someone, but not the person they really wanted dead.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take me out is to frame you for killing Garriman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay. You would agree, and I think you told this jury extensively on direct examination, what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes.
You fought them at every turn, correct?
Absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, till the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that. Absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove, without a doubt, that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yeah.
Let's take a look at how he positioned himself. He sat forward in his seat, placed his hands under his chin, and tilted his head fairly smugly. He is so confident in his argument, which has almost no backing, that he has taken on the position of an authority figure talking down to someone beneath them. This is a position you would see when a teacher is scolding a student, or when a boss is passive-aggressively admonishing their employee. It's a look that says, I know more than you, and you have to listen to me. After everything we've seen in this case, he still does not understand that he has done a bad job here. He thinks he's wiping the floor with the prosecution, even though he's getting his ass handed to him.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
That's Reed Reed.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was $10 grand?
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty.
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, that's all that they needed in order to.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted. That's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on a campaign contribution report.
Right,
That is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to engage in this activity.
Are you speculating at this point?
Ask if you're allowed to answer the
Okay,
question.
please finish the question.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I'd intended, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that started basically, well, go on.
I think we're a little far afield of my question at this point.
Okay.
I don't know that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand, not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys or these two entities.
For those two guys. But listen, if we're talking about, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
It depends on the situation. It depends on the situation.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
Again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know, what do you, PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of everything they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir. You were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait the 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again see the time at which the order was filed, and I think you might agree that yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, they couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
Because I've got the authority to really crack things open then.
So again, he's answering the question. These are fairly complex questions. They require complex answers.
Sir, are you finished?
I am now, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much...
I don't think they know me to hate me, but sure.
Well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's a really good question, and I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory...
Oh my god, even the reason he believes they wouldn't kill him is self-congratulatory. This dude cannot stop sucking his own dick. He's saying that if Compass Realty killed him, he would have become a martyr. the people who worked under him, most of whom hated him, would have taken up arms against Compass Realty and carried on his work after his death. And what work is that? Who knows? Though he characterized himself as the lone investigator against a corrupt organization and stated in no uncertain terms that no one in his office cared about the case he was compiling, that if he was murdered, they would carry on his torch, or at least the men and women at Compass Realty would realize that would happen, and decided that it would be better to kill Jeff German, a completely unrelated person, and frame Robert for the crime. And he said that without a stitch of irony.
Is that Jeff German is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff German, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go? That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you wanted investigated were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. German was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, and these homes, millions of dollars in theft, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them, sir.
Okay, so your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was again, if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home to plant this evidence?
Like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put it there, sir.
How did they plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained, so I couldn't say, sir.
How did they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you. Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
And again, when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir, if I may. So
the answer to my question is no?
Not all of them did.
Okay.
And so...
No question pending. I appreciate it. You'll have a chance on redirect.
Okay.
So let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
That's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others?
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Janie retired, it was just 4 old guards, so as has been stated. So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either. So I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff Gehrman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that, there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right.
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay. What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair, but, regrettably, we did have, and when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay, so you did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
I didn't think that was the public's business.
That's not my question. My question is...
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure. Yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time. Yes.
I mean, well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story. I mean, right? I mean, you put yourself through law school. You opened up a law firm. You were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
It absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
They certainly did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know. Again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family. Maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay. So, you sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay. And when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second. When that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if I'm not sure, that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was, hurt for, that this came out, but that was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
In a sense, yes. My wife did forgive me, but it certainly it wasn't good optically for obviously my children and have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And
I highly doubt that any child is actively reading the Las Vegas Review-Journal or watching their YouTube channel close enough to know that one of their classmates' father has been accused of cheating. That's not an important point, but it's stupid. So I wanted to point that out.
And here's the thing. He didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And you told him, you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
No, I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct? Okay. But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day. Something along those lines. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Gehrman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. If we could cue over. Now on direct, you said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was the bummer?
I think and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not. I wasn't happy about them. Yeah.
Well, let's turn to this message. It's on page 4, and you state, "I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you proof." I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove. It's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected and yeah.
Understood.
Oh, don't worry, everybody. This one minuscule spelling error wasn't his fault. It was the phone's. Oh, I was worried. At least we got that out of the way. Trust him. Robert Tellis would never make a boneheaded mistake like that. He's a master typist, and he would never ever cosplay as the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions, still you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced, correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Gehrman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what the
wordplay
is here.
Well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he would totally misconstrue things, so I was upset with him, and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay, so that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you described this probably as a hit piece. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
Character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
Correct.
And then what happens is about 9 days go by, and he reaches out to you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay. So we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but is hitting you on personal stuff. and now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I wasn't, I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, like start to try to, like, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Garman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's.
Okay.
Later I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to.
We'll talk about different things over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I would imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it won't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point it's like, well, you know what, he's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again, that's.
It's the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
But you know, there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things.
Sure.
Right? So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever. Right? I will say that when it comes.
My objection, he's answering the question.
I know, but sir, the witness is non-responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex question.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
Again, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
Okay. This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that it certainly wasn't.
So then we have, let's do this, let me back out.
And
hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th. I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone?
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have these kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so people are sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because you had said, because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on, you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true, none of this stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
Right. And to be fair, it's understandable, but so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant, you're even telling people in this context like it's not true because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me, but certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom. because I know you said, oh, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that, still, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gurman.
So the answer is yes?
Yes. Yep. And
isn't it true you also try to reach out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior?
that I don't recall. I mean, if you got something to show that, as long as, you know.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So,
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues, and got their advice and did things appropriately.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me, when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, you know, yeah, I think we're going to pull this out, correct?
Obviously, you know, you always want to have an optimistic face, no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
Right. All three of us were pretty tight, though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as stage proposed 377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results?
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking State Commission to admit states 377. Sure. Sorry about that.
There's no objection.
Publishing 377, we can cue over. So when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I mean, a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Garriman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to this election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct.
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Garriman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary.
Probably yes.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, you know, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, you know, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay. But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia,
who got Jeff Garriman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Garriman writes to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of like conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was like almost a week. So we were, again, this is a while back. So if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th. You're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of like similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down. But it was I think if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us. But Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up, and so it was more of a tug of war between them and that was pretty much in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay. But nevertheless, Jeff Garriman comes calling again, correct?
Mm-hmm. And it's about that truth website that I created.
Right, and you just say it's fine at this point. They won. Do what you like.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point.
Yeah, like just what's it going to do at this point? Whatever,
Well, he wrote another one, correct?
Mm-hmm. That is, yes.
Fair to say you weren't happy with that coverage. It wasn't positive, was it?
Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. And I know I started to poke fun at him on Twitter, but it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Which featured a long-winded rant about how everything that occurred in the lead-up to the election was unfair and how he was being attacked wrongly. Even though Robert is trying to be blasé about this entire ordeal, he obviously cared. He tries to downplay how angry the articles made him, but on his campaign website, he wrote rant after rant about how the people who were speaking about him were liars, how they were corrupt, and he was going to take them down. And eventually, a mediator from an entirely different department had to step in order to try and keep Tellus in line. His tweets weren't trying to poke fun at Gurman. He was trying to provoke the reporter because he hated him at that point. The idea that he was playing the long game and trying to troll Gurman in order for more people to go to his website and support him is false.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then just 6 days later on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
Okay, so again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the 4th one.
Right. Like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Tejas, you didn't like Jeff Garriman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him, isn't that correct?
I don't know if hate, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County, correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on, I'm not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Garriman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah. But again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Who I would hold most responsible is not Mr. Gurman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, you believe if Mr. Garriman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time, and if how long I might have hated him,
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion.
Roberta was the woman that Robert was having an affair with, and also the woman who had sent him the tweet and article about Gurman's murder. She is the one who asked him directly if he had killed Gurman, because she was intimately aware of how Robert felt about the reporter. So let that sink in. The person closest to Robert believed, upon seeing minimal evidence, that he was responsible, based partially on her knowledge of his anger towards Jeff.
I don't know that I ever said I hated him.
Okay. So, now we're in July. Fair to say, working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up, so I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, you know what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in. But then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point. But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily. And I did, most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to, do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be not as, I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility.
Right, sir.
Even though you were still the acting, duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We can cue over to the Elmo. On June 13th, I don't know if you are aware of this back in the day, but an email is sent out. I'm sorry? July, sorry about that. July 13th of 2022, Jeff Garriman is making a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake. Is that correct?
Right. Correct.
You will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now, Jeff Garriman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and Estate Quarter Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted you to wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
From your personal cell phones, correct?
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them. But yes.
Sure. Understood. But that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
And I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
I need you to focus on my question. Yes or no?
I had an opportunity to. Yes, I did have an opportunity to review them before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one.
Okay, if you can answer the question, yes or no.
I haven't finished the question yet.
Oh,
Then I can ask Mr. Hammer if he wants you to answer the question.
I need you to listen. I need to finish the question.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no. You testified on direct examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. Gurman, yes.
Right. And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay. So any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Garriman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're like, I don't have any issue with that other stuff going out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But let's be clear about something. The election's over, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff Garriman.
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And Jeff Garriman seems to still be digging about you and Roberta, isn't that right?
Yes, but there's nothing to dig. Provided, obviously, that if he was going to receive what I saw, then there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you would agree, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing. It's you and Roberta, right?
Right.
Okay. Which you told us back in May when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Garriman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or at least disclose that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told us when you met with Garriman on May 11th, you had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything. The one thing I didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family, correct? Right. Okay.
This is so skillful it should be studied. When this question was initially asked, it didn't seem all that important. We know he did an interview. He admitted to lying about the affair, and the prosecutor moved on, not focusing on his statement. Robert has repeatedly downplayed his feelings about losing his political position, saying that he was excited to get back to his original job as a probate attorney, that losing the election was not enough reason to have killed Garriman, and so on, not realizing that the prosecution was going to use his exact words to demonstrate why he would have a different motive. His original statements, which he put forward in order to seem contrite to the jury, are being turned around on him in a manner he could have not seen coming, and it's beautiful to watch.
The election's over. You're on your way out, and now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberta, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's a I know that there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with Mike Murphy and Rita.
Just in this specific request, he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberta.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Tellis.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything, based on what I reviewed from the production.
But even if you felt that his digging wasn't actually going to lead to anything, any rational person would feel anxious about that. Tellis admitted to the affair, but that was only when the evidence was so overwhelming he couldn't possibly continue to keep his lies up. He had already lost the election and suffered a tremendous public embarrassment. Though there was speculation about the affair, there wasn't any direct evidence. Robert and Roberta had stated at the time they were filmed in the back seat of Robert's car, he had simply been comforting her about the inter-office turmoil, and he had adjusted his pants after because that was just something randomly he did. So hearing the man who had made the speculation public in the first place was going to be delving deeper into their emails, looking for more hard evidence, must have been infuriating. Any rational person would be annoyed. But apparently not Robert. He just didn't care, despite his documented anger issues and tantrums when he saw the request come into the office. He then looked over everything and determined, it doesn't matter.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source of the request is just about your communications between you and Roberta. You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time.
Again, so I can explain to you how things...
Yes or no? Is it a concern or is it not?
Not at the time that I reviewed those documents, no.
Okay. So, now, let's now jump forward to August 8th of 2022. On that day, Dan Coolin emails you and starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to start to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Do this quickly here. August 8th. 4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and bronze circles start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Great. Publishing 364. This is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
Okay. You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And if we go back to the overhead, 354. I want you to read the date on entry number 1 on that.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23.
Okay.
2022.
I wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after August 8th, correct?
Somewhere on there.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the public administrator's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct? She was on Team Tellus, fair?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. You had text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach for a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 376. It's just an excerpt of some things, but take a look.
And these are just excerpts, they're not the entire.
It's not the full thing. There's a lot of messages there. I just wanted to kind of narrow down. I'm going to approach in a minute, but I need to get an understanding. By August, beginning of August 8th, by August 8th, how are you feeling about Jeff Gehrman's next upcoming article?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you concerned at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me show you. It's been marked as Exhibit 376, proposed Exhibit 376. Why don't you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know if you recognize essentially what you're looking at there.
Would be a good time for a break as well.
Sure, we can do that. That's fine. Sir, you had a chance to review those text messages?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of some of the text messages you had with Nicole.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
At this time, we'd ask that these be admitted. States supposed to be 76.
No objection.
So again, just to set the stage, like how are you feeling in early August about Jeff Gehrman and his articles?
Like I said, I don't know that I thought any way about Jeff Gehrman in particular.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. So we're just publishing these. Just zoom in. So that's just the ones in green. That's you, correct?
Yes.
That's just the first page that goes back to August 17th of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So this message is from June 15th. That's the day of the primary, or at least the day after the primary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you state, isn't it true, you state to her, good morning, full results aren't in yet. It's about a three-way tie with me, last by around 2,000 votes. The precincts I'm counting on aren't in yet. And Nicole says, praying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say, me too.
Yes.
Turning to what's marked as page 64, just on the actual pagination. We look at this bottom email at 6:15 at 12 o'clock p.m. She writes to you, folks are prancing around like you conceded. Did you? Do you remember her writing that to you?
Not until I see it now, but it's been a while.
Okay. And then your response is, isn't it true your response was, no, I'll check the website to see if a winner was declared. And she responds, okay, correct?
Yes.
I think you indicate that if I lost, I will protect you until you can get a new position. Is that right? And she responds, I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Yes.
It isn't true, then you say, I'm so sorry, Nicole, I tried so hard, I almost made a comeback, but it's done, correct?
Right.
And that's at 3:16 p.m. on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right.
And you say here, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies, isn't that right?
Right.
And when you're saying that, you're referring to the voters, correct?
Yeah.
And the lies were propagated by those articles, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Gehrman wrote.
Right.
We look down here at the end, she says, I'm so sorry, will you work until the end of the year or resign? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
She says, thank you for believing in me. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Fair to say she cared for you and how you treated her in the office, correct?
Right.
All right. And you told her, in fact, I very much believe in you. You have been my best employee. I'm so sorry that I couldn't pull it off. Isn't that correct?
Right.
And she lets you know that you fought hard. Isn't that right?
Right.
And we see here on 6:15, you even say to her, I'll stay on until the end of the year, although if they aren't messing with you, I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time in the office, correct?
Right.
Essentially ceding power to Rita Reed, correct?
Right.
And Rita Reed is friendly to Compass Realty, correct?
Right.
And so your intentions were to step away from that office or lower your profile even as early as June 15th of 2022.
Right.
So you would be less of a threat to Compass Realty even then, correct? Because you'd be stepping away and not spending a ton of time in the office.
No, sir. The evidence proves otherwise.
How does the evidence prove otherwise when the only evidence that was shown was the spreadsheet that was made? He didn't show any further evidence against Compass Realty, or that his investigation into them made significant strides after he lost the election. Similarly, he never showed any legal threats, harassment, or anger from Compass towards himself. All he did was state that is what happened, and then state that all the direct evidence against him was fraudulent. Did he show how it was? No, but that doesn't matter. He is the most honest politician to ever take the stand. Why wouldn't we believe him?
Okay. And then we look here at text on June 21st. Nicole says, now Alicia is in the other cubicle counting the files that were left in there. These people are so sick. They spend half the day trying to get you instead of working. The you she's referring to is yourself, correct?
I don't know if it was that or, generally saying you in that sense, like, because I don't have files in a cubicle.
Okay.
So it might have been, that perception that, I don't know how to explain that. I think you get it.
Contextually, she's talking about the old guard, correct?
She is talking about them, but as far as whether she's talking about herself or me, I don't know.
Understood. But she believes these people are sick. Is that right?
That's her opinion, and they did some pretty tough stuff.
Well, and it appears you share that same opinion. You say yes, like they think it all still matters, correct?
Right, like they're still trying to sabotage me, but it's pointless at this point, right?
Well, you say it's pointless, but we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
You then also say she's probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the reporter is still on your mind, isn't that right?
Just from the standpoint that they're still trying to concoct things, and that's why I decided to stay away from the office so they couldn't concoct anything anymore.
Because the articles were damaging, correct?
They were damaging, yes.
Professionally and personally.
Primarily professionally, because obviously I had to figure out something else to do for work, which, again, I'm a lawyer, so I guess, rehang my shingle if I can, do whatever I can.
And that's a really interesting point. On August 8th, we've seen how that's the day you get notified that Gehrman wants stuff between you and Rita, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I want to look at what's marked on the bottom is page 110. Mm-hmm. Isn't it true that you tell Nicole at 12:28, you're dealing with a lot, I'm sorry. For me, this may have a long-term impact. I have people that no longer talk to me. Also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
Yes.
And it just so happens that you were then informed that Gehrman is snooping around looking to potentially do another article, correct?
Yeah.
And you're telling Nicole in confidence that you believe your future employment is jeopardized because of the articles, right?
Yes, but the damage was already done. So it's not, whether he wrote another article, he wrote 10 more articles, it was irrelevant at this point.
Well, apparently you don't say that, though, in your email. You don't say in that text message. You don't say, but the damage is already done, do you? You don't say that in that message, correct?
Well, it says that the articles are going to have an impact, and you would think that would refer to previously published articles. So I think that it's assumed that, it's done is done. So
Sir,
if he goes on and does 10 more articles, same net effect, really.
Right. Sir, to go back to my question, Isn't it true you never use the words, the damage is already done, correct?
Not in this particular message, no.
Right. And you state, also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
I'd say it'd be better than if I had actually murdered Mr. Gehrman.
So, sir, we're going to go back to my question. Isn't that what you wrote in the text message?
Yes.
And 4 days later, Google Maps images start popping up in your phone, correct?
No.
7 days later, on the 15th, surveillance is being conducted on a street, correct?
Not by me.
And on the 23rd, multiple images of Gehrman's information about what car he drives and where he lives is literally being screenshotted of your desktop computer, correct?
Not by me.
Because if it was you, that would be a big problem, wouldn't it?
Conclusion, it's argumentative.
It is argumentative. If
We'll
you
move on.
Rephrase it.
No, we can move on. Publishing 342. Then you receive this email on 9/1, correct?
Yes, sir.
You receive it at 5:45 p.m.,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mm-hmm.
And we heard from Roberta, who talked about this, right?
Right.
And she had indicated that the release of the information to Gehrman was just around the corner, correct?
Right.
Let me find this.
And I knew in advance that it'd be only...
Sir, there's no question pending.
Well, he's mad. He keeps looking over towards his counsel whenever the prosecution interrupts him or corrects him in this way, as if they're going to be able to argue that he should be allowed to monologue or go on about this point, but they can't do anything. They have stepped in the past, mostly unsuccessfully, but there is nothing they can do really. He placed himself in this position, and he hurt his chances irrevocably. But the problem is that there's no way he's going to see it like that. If anything, he's going to find a way to blame all of his lawyers for this.
5:45 on September 1st, you get the information. You get notified that Jeff Gehrman is soon to receive personal records requests related to messaging and communications between you and Roberta, correct?
No, it was not personal.
Okay, I didn't mean that. I meant, I apologize for my misstatement. Communications between you and Roberta, correct?
Business related, yes.
Right. And then at 11:20 in the morning, just a few hours later, Gehrman's dead, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022. You had testified on direct that you had, your daughter had asked you a question, you responded around 8:48 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said at that point you then hung out at home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Around 10ish you went for a walk, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You said you...
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You said you then came home, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you said that you went to the gym around 12 o'clock, 12:09, correct? I think that's when you log in, around 12:09.
That's when I checked in using my phone at Planet Fitness.
Okay. And that's the Planet Fitness that's on like Fort Apache in Charleston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's kind of just down that road, right? Down. What's the road? So you live on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
And then the road to kind of make your way out to Piggott, what's that one called?
South Tassel.
Okay, and then if you made a left to go by Piggott, what's that big road?
Red Hills.
Red Hills. And Red Hills can kind of get you up to that corner, right? Where the
You can go through a roundabout. You can go north from there on Apple, and then you head east to get to Planet Fitness.
Okay. And I think what you had, before we do that, let me ask you this. So what car did you take to the gym?
The BMW.
All right. Oh, so it's kind of, what's the color? It's not quite gray. It's not quite brown.
I think it's brown.
A brownish color. Mm-hmm. It's kind of metallic-ish.
Right.
Okay. And you took that route that we just talked about. That's how you got to the gym. Correct?
Probably.
Okay. Oh, another question. So, and we're circling back to something, but your belief is, what's Jappy's role in the conspiracy? What exactly did he do?
I'm not certain to what extent, but obviously he's the one who initiated the surveillance that was done on me that went from, I believe it was August 16th, all the way through September 7th. So despite his testimony also that they only do surveillance every other day, if you look at Cynthia Sauerland, the surveillance pages from that, you see that they're done back from one day to the next. And when I requested that these surveillance logs be provided to me the first time, I received only 3.
Okay.
Then when I pointed out the fact that there was a surveillance log on September 6th that mentioned September 1, then lo and behold, now there was 4. Okay. I believe that there were actually surveillance logs for every single day, and they just weren't turned over to me. So I believe that, that Jappy knows that I didn't kill Mr. Gehrman.
Okay. So do you think it's a little strange that if Jappy wanted to frame you for murder, he would clear you of all wrongdoings with the allegations of taking bribes?
I'm already here on this charge, so I don't think he needs to worry about another charge.
And so if the job's done, why waste his time with Compass Realty?
In what sense?
Well, he testified that after you got arrested, he spent another 4 or 5 months investigating Compass Realty and then brought charges to the DA's office. Why do that?
So, and this is an interesting point, because if you look, well, I guess you can't look, but the file into me was over 100 gigabytes in information. That's quite a bit of information. The file into Compass Realty was only 3 gigabytes worth of information. It appears it was just a token investigation because, again, he didn't do the stakeouts that we discussed. he very clearly said that he believed that this personal property was leaving the homes. And it's shown in 500 pleadings that, again, there was no personal property taken from these homes, no vehicles that were actually, I'm trying to finish answering your question, sir.
Okay.
There were no vehicles, again, for which the titles were traced. He didn't investigate the issue with the homes being trashed ahead of time to lower their values so they could basically net almost double on the next sale. So, again, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when he refuses to do a legitimate investigation on me, again, I'm doing just 3 gigabytes worth of data. I think it was just a sham investigation. He didn't do any of those other things he promised he would do.
Sir, isn't it true you told this on direct examination, you bemoaned the Attorney General's office for looking at your case for like a matter of a month and then just not doing anything with it? You did say that, right?
Nope.
You never complained about the Attorney General not taking your Compass Realty allegation seriously?
I did not bemoan and I did not complain.
Okay. Did you say they didn't take it seriously?
I didn't say they didn't take it seriously.
Did you say that they only looked at it for like a month or 2?
They only looked at it for a month.
Just a month?
Yeah.
And Jappy looked at it for 11.
But again, he didn't do the things he promised.
Yes
he would.
or no? He looked at it for 11 months.
Yes, but it was a sham investigation. Okay. It was a bogus investigation.
Okay.
Didn't do what he said he was going to do.
All right. Oh, let's talk about Zach. You like Zach, right?
I think he dislikes me more than I dislike him. I didn't really, personally, I didn't have qualms with him. I didn't. He didn't waste my headspace.
Okay. And that's good to know. The disagreement that you had, do you really think it was like a total fallout over this Ottawa property?
I don't. No.
Okay. Because to be honest, like you did continue to do business deals with Zach after Ottawa.
Yeah.
Right?
I think what Zach was upset about,
Sir,
if I may.
Sir, my question is yes or no. You continue to do business deals with Zach Schilling after the Ottawa sale?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And now at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 395, and 396. Sure. Sir, I'm going to show you first 390, 389, and 388. Do these look familiar to you?
Hold on just a few moments, because I want to look at where he actually changed realtors, because when I do my redirect, this is all going to become relevant.
Okay. Do you know what that is?
I do, but it doesn't say who the realtor was on this.
Oh, and I would turn your attention to 388.
Okay.
Look here at the bottom. Sure. Yes. 388.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help? Kind of help? I mean, look at the address.
Of course.
We got our address here.
Right.
And that corresponds to those documents. Do
Correct.
these appear to be like a listing agreement, kind of an order closing the sale of a certain property, a check going out to Mr. Schilling?
Yes.
And these all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those?
And this is Ottawa.
The Ottawa
right here.
property, yep.
Mm-hmm. And just let me write a note if I may.
Sure.
And you're okay with this?
Obviously, we're going to receive copies of this, so.
You have, they've been already produced.
Somewhere this date here.
Go to the back page, the very last page, maybe it kind of shows some dates.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. at this time, we'll ask for admission of stage proposed 388, 389, and 390.
There's no objection.
And then I want you to take a look at 396, 395, 394, 393, 392, 391. And let me know if these appear to be listing agreements.
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, and those are fair and accurate depictions of those agreements, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Schilling?
Mhm.
Just 1 second. Sure. Thank you very much. So, Ottawa was the property where you guys had some sort of disagreement about a valuation, right?
Yes, it was more a little bit of sour grapes on his end, but yeah, no, it wasn't, as far as I was concerned, a big deal.
Right. So, but when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this disagreement, Ottawa is the one that we're talking about, correct?
Ottawa's the one where he felt like he was cheated, but that wasn't the case.
Understood. And just publishing 388, this was kind of the licensing agreement to bring Zach Schilling on, correct?
Right.
And if we look here, oh, okay, it's showing up there. Zach Schilling is there. Sorry, this monitor's kind of cut off. 389 is a court order that establishes that the sale was approved for this Ottawa property, correct?
Yes. Well, basically, it's just this is the deed after the docs have been finalized, everything's done.
Understood. And publishing 390, we'll do it backwards, but that's like a check that got cut to Zach in relation to this property, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the date on this is 3/22 of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So despite this disagreement, isn't it true that the public administrator's office continued to use Mr. Schilling for properties that you needed to have sold that came through the PA's office?
Yes, I never disputed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we heard some testimony about like, oh, Zach didn't get a lot of business at Trail. I think Nicole may have said things like that, correct?
Right, and it's true that he actually had his business reduced, but I'll go into that.
Well, okay. So, but publishing 391. Oh, sorry. We're requesting that 391 through 396 be admitted to evidence.
I have an objection.
Thanks. So we've got here at 391 on June 8th of 2021. This is a deal with Zach, correct?
Right.
We've got another one here, 392, 612, another deal with Zach.
Right.
394, 716, another deal with Zach.
Yes, sir.
393, this is a 611 2021 deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 395, 814 2021, a deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 396, 10/6/21, another deal with Zach.
Right.
All post-dating the big disagreement, correct?
It, again, was not a big disagreement, and as far as I was concerned, and the issue that he truly has with me will come later, and I can discuss that.
Okay. The bottom line is money continued to flow from the public administrator's office to Zach Schilling for the work on these houses, on these deals, correct?
Not nearly as much at a certain point, but yes.
My
But
question
yes.
is yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. All right. I want to. You mentioned you're a tech guy, right? A little bit of a techie.
I think you asked that before. Yes.
Are you an Apple guy or a Google person? When it comes to phones, what are you?
Well, I have a Google phone.
Okay. I want to. We've seen this timeline, right? You've seen this timeline. I'm publishing stage 374. I want to turn your attention to this page. It's entries 23, 24, and 25. You covered these messages and calls from your wife on direct examination. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
I believe you had said that you were out walking around. You received this message, and then your wife called, and you just didn't want to get back to her, and that was kind of what happened with that. Is that correct?
Right, I was really close to home. I was going to walk in the door, so why? Or walk through the garage, I should say, and so why?
Right. And I think you said, "Honey, I'm home," right?
Something along those lines.
Because May was home at that time.
Right.
And that was just minutes later, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there wasn't any concern. It was just a picture of your daughter in this call. You were just going to take care of it, right?
Right.
Okay. Nothing else?
As far as like messages and things go, or?
Well, anything else you want to add to this, sir?
I don't think so.
Your wife doesn't have a Google phone, right? She have an Apple?
Yes.
And she, Apple's got all these crazy products. They've got what's the thing that you put on your wrist? It kind of goes with your phone. What's that one called?
Some of the Apple Watch.
The Apple Watch. Does May have an Apple Watch?
She does.
Okay. Did you ever watch Steve Jobs' presentations when he would get up and say, just one more thing? You ever see him do that? And he drops like a new product or anything?
No.
Never seen that before?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, let's take a look. I'm publishing I don't even know if I've shown this opposing counsel. This is just.
So we've already talked about what was found on the Apple Watch, that being the text message that his wife had sent to him. At the approximate time, Jeff German was murdered. This text message simply said, "Where are you?" Robert had deleted the message from every other device, and while he testified in his own defense, he deliberately used the text message and emails found on his phone to establish an alibi. He even went so far as to state that his wife hadn't texted or called him after he returned home from his totally real walk, proving that he had returned to the abode.
I got a message from my wife with a picture of my daughter, and then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because I said, "Honey, I'm home." So.
Up until this very moment, he still thinks he has a rock-solid alibi. He is leaning back in his chair, his head cocked to the side, eyebrows raised, looking more smug than I've ever seen another person. He actually thinks he disputed every other fact in this case, proven that he was framed without a shadow of a doubt, and his redirect, as well as their closing statements, will be a victory lap. So let's watch his whole world fall apart.
Let the record reflect on showing opposing witness 378. Stage proposed 378. Those appear to be the messages that we're looking at in that timeline, sir. Okay, and on the back of this is the very image that she sent to you. Would that be correct?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that thumbnail,
Mm-hmm.
correct? It's a fair and accurate depiction of what's up there in that timeline, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At this time, we got permission to admit stage 378.
No objection.
And you talked about these. I think you told us before on cross that these messages, they weren't hacked or anything like that from the police. Like these were the messages, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 378. So this message, if you could, please tell me what is the time. Oh, it's kind of cut up a little bit. What time is that message sent?
At 10:36 a.m.
Okay, on September the 2nd, is that
Correct.
right? Then we have this other little blurb. It doesn't actually have anything there, but what is the time on that?
10:36.
And then we have on this following page another message at 3:16. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's kind of talking about how much, she's selling some cards and making some money, something like that, correct?
Right.
And you immediately kind of respond within a minute to her at around 3 o'clock, correct?
Right.
But you don't do anything here, correct? Because it's just a random message, and there's no need to. I mean, nothing's being asked of you, right?
Right.
It's just a random message.
Right.
And you'll just take care of it when you walk in the door, right?
Pretty much.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as stage proposed 379 through 387.
His lawyers know he's screwed. Well, I mean, they've known since the beginning of their time in the case, given that he was adamant that the only way he could defend himself on the stand was to monologue like a buffoon. But they've just received damning evidence that he has lied on the stand. This would completely wreck any credibility he had left. If there was someone on the jury who believed that he might have been framed, that his alibi, while not airtight, was believable, this would completely destroy that. But Tellus still doesn't know. He doesn't see what his lawyer is reacting to. He still thinks he is in the clear. This is so masterful, and watching it live is spectacular.
Before I approach, I'm just going to ask you one more time. You didn't delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
While Tellus has no way of knowing what's coming, he does know that whatever is about to be presented is going against his initial statement of not deleting anything. He has enough context clues to figure out at least that much. While earlier he claimed he never deleted anything from his phone, and that the text message records completely cleared him of being the one who killed Gurman. He has tempered his statement, so now he can't recall if he deleted anything, and suddenly his adamant denial is now less than firm.
Now we're going to approach the stage proposed 379 through 387. Why don't you take a look at those?
Okay.
Okay. Sir, do those appear to be messages that we just looked at from maybe some other device that we were just looking at through your text messages or your timeline?
Yeah.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those messages?
Except there's an additional message.
So Tellus tries to hand-wave the additional message and is trying to be casual about the new evidence, despite the fact that it flies in the face of his original testimony. His lawyers seem very aware that this new admittance will destroy them, but Tellus is trying to keep his composure and play this off like it's not a big deal.
Right, there's an additional message. That's your wife's Apple Watch, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and that's a fair and accurate depiction of what that watch looks like, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And with the exception of the one message that's off, everything else seems to be a fair and accurate depiction of your communication on that day that you were just telling us about on the timeline. Isn't that right?
So it seems, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for the admission. Stage proposed 379 through 387.
You could approach, please.
into evidence?
Sir, you maintained that on the morning, September 2nd, 2022, you were at home, correct?
Right, except for when I went to take a walk.
You deny going over to 7216 Bronx Circle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 379. That is your wife's Apple Watch, correct?
I mean, it's got a picture of my daughter on it, so I'd have to assume that it is.
No. That's the same picture you just told us about from your text messages, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's at 10:35, correct?
Yes.
It says Friday, correct?
Yes.
It also says Rob up in the corner, correct?
Yes.
I'm now publishing 380. Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, where are you?
Where are you? You told us you were at home.
I did not. I said, actually, when I got the messages, I was still on my walk.
Sir, is it your testimony that you were at home on the day in that morning?
Not the entire morning, no. And
Okay.
I said that to you,
And
sir.
let me ask you this question. That message isn't on your phone, is it?
It isn't. I mean,
If
if it was sent, if it was sent, it should have been. But
Sir, yes or no? That message isn't on your phone.
why it isn't, I wouldn't know because it
I
apparently
didn't
it's
ask
not.
you why.
It's not on my wife's phone either.
Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no question. That message is not on your phone, correct?
From what you showed me, it is not.
Predictably, Robert is going the I have no idea how this happened route, which means he's either going to claim to be hacked or state that there was an entirely unrelated technical issue that caused the one text message that absolutely destroys his whole alibi to be deleted from all devices except for this one. Or he can say that the text message was artificially placed on the Apple Watch after the fact. But regardless, it's the same argument he used for every other piece of evidence. This is him lying on the spot, so you can't expect too much from him. It's fairly comical that he attempts to use the fact that the message was also deleted from his wife's phone as proof that he wasn't behind the message deletion, as if he wouldn't be able to access her phone and delete it himself, or as if she wouldn't have deleted it when she realized it destroyed his alibi. We are not at all accusing her of being part of the murder or trying to cover it up. Just the observation that people tend to protect their partners in situations like this one. Out of every piece of evidence that Robert had shared via his testimony, this was the most substantial one. This was his main defense as to why he couldn't have been behind the murders. Sure, he said he wouldn't have gone to the gym or washed his car if he had cut his hand during the murder, but this was his only alibi. His wife hadn't texted him because they were both home, and it's absolutely demolished. Him responding flippantly to the prosecution, somewhat parroting his manner of speaking, is him attempting to regain control of the situation. He is now implying that the evidence that he used in his own defense, the text messages that he confirmed were accurate and true to his recollection just moments before, were tampered with. That the "where are you" message was left out of the initial text messages that were submitted to the court, not because he deleted them and tried to destroy them, but because the evidence that the prosecution presented is fraudulent. So nothing is ever his fault, and he is never responsible for his own wrongdoings.
And you were in possession of your phone on that day, correct?
On that day, yes.
And you, as the owner of the phone, have the ability to save messages and delete messages, correct?
Yes.
Because the person who holds the phone controls the information, correct?
At that moment, yes.
Right. And she's asking, where are you? Right?
Yes.
At that same time, at 10:30 in the morning, we've seen video surveillance of a car that you say looks just like mine driving in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood, correct?
That is correct.
There's a pattern you might notice with men and women who lie more than the average person, where they underreact to damning information. They will obfuscate the truth, make up ridiculous scenarios, and try to hide their lies as if their lives depend on it. But when the truth does eventually come out, and they are confronted the way that Robert is being confronted, they will act incredibly casually, as if the other person is acting irrationally, in response to their repeated deception. This text message destroys Robert's entire defense. These messages were one of the last things he touched on before he ended his own defense, and now they were proven to be tampered with, but he feigns nonchalance, trying to make this new evidence seem harmless. How could this new piece of information destroy the case he had created if he doesn't care about it? He's hoping that this will be the takeaway for at least one member of the jury. Let's see if he's successful.
Sir, if you left your phone at home, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that message, correct? If you were not next to it, correct?
That's speculative, but
if you left your house and left your phone at home on the morning of September 2nd, and your wife's texting you, where are you? You wouldn't have been able to respond to that, correct?
But I did not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were not in your house on September 2nd in the morning, and your wife sent you a message with a phone you had left at home, it would have been impossible for you to answer that question, correct?
Again, this is speculative answer.
He can answer.
I'll ask you again.
Again, that would have been if in fact that was the case, if in fact I left my phone at home, then sure, yes.
The prosecution just destroyed Tellis's entire defense, so let's watch as he attempts to refute their narrative in his redirect. Is anyone still here? I've been doing this for so long.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, Robert. Last name Telles, also pronounced Tellis. Thank you. So, good morning. I want to go over some of the items that were discussed during my cross-examination by Mr. Hamner. So I'll start, I'm just going to go point by point, so it sounds like I'm jumping around, I'm just hitting various things. So I want to talk about Zach Schilling first and why he was mad at me. But in order to do that, I've got to talk about the way that probate sales were done in my office at the time I was in leadership. So what we did was we went from, before I got there, from one realtor to a number of realtors. The prior public administrator, for some reason, had this relationship with this realtor, and he wanted to just have that guy do all the homes. There were a couple of problems with that. The first one was that oftentimes he couldn't handle the volume of renovations. And so oftentimes a lot of these homes would sit for months. Once in a while, they'd be in danger of foreclosure. But even if they weren't in danger of foreclosure, one of the issues that would occur was that these homes still had oftentimes mortgages going, right? So if we weren't turning those homes around in 6 months, 9 months, a year, all that time, the mortgage was taking a chunk out of the equity. So I wanted to make sure that we were turning these things around faster so more money would be in the hands of the family. I didn't think that, having a sole vendor who would get to it when he got to it was of benefit to the families. The other thing was that, of course, Clark County has this policy of trying to support as many small businesses as they can. And so I was trying to also mirror that too by opening this up. I certainly didn't like the idea of having, one vendor for anything. So what was important, though, for these vendors was that they had access to capital. That's why I didn't have a larger pool as of yet. I had probably, at any given time, maybe 5 or 6, just depended. But they had to have access to capital so that they could perform the renovations on the home. And the reason for that was that I wanted to make sure that we gave the families as much money as possible. When you sell a home as is, when it's in disrepair, often it has to be sold for less, right? And that gives flippers an opportunity to get the house, flip it, and then take the proceeds that would have gone to the family. Now, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. I just wanted to put that money in the hands of the family instead. And in order to do that, we had this policy where, again, if you want our business, you had to go ahead and have the money to do the renovations on that house. You had to make it move-in ready. So any family could buy it and move right in. They wouldn't have to wait around for anybody else to do those renovations for them. And like I said, in the process, the families themselves got all the profit that might have gone to a flipper. Because of the capital demands of of having to do this. Two of our vendors had more properties than the others. One of them was Brian Horner, and the other was Bob McMaster. Now, as part of Bob McMaster's team, he had Zach Schilling. Bob was the capital man. He was very successful in his prior business. He was, I don't know the extent of his finances, but he didn't need to do the work. He was doing it really for the sake of keeping busy in retirement. But he was the money man, so he was the vendor, right? And Zach was the listing agent. I don't want to minimize what he did, but at the end of the day, those listings were going to that team because of Bob McMaster's capital. And in return for any of our vendors doing this work, instead of getting a 3% commission, they would get a 3.5% commission. And I got approval from the probate commissioner to pay our selling vendor 3.5% while still giving the buyer's agent 3%. So the total commission was 6.5%. And that was pretty much from the get-go during my administration.
If you're asking why this is the most relevant thing for him to be covering right now, you are smarter than he is. A redirect is meant to rebut all of the damning statements that were presented by the prosecution and revalidate the defense's position. He should be discussing Compass Realty and reaffirming the conspiracy, focusing in on their connection with the police and the other key players he believes were insistent on taking him down. But he doesn't do that. Instead, he's taking us on a magic school bus ride through the minutia of his work, which is uninteresting as it is irrelevant.
So, at a certain point, for whatever reason, and again, both Brian and Bob were getting a good share of houses. And at some point, Zach decides that he is going to move his license from the broker where both he and Bob have hung their licenses. And he does it without telling Bob that he's going to do it. When Bob goes to move his license as well, the broker says, "You cannot hang your license here unless you're going to have deals." Now, Bob enjoyed the renovation side, but obviously he still wanted to make a commission split for the work that he did. So he was not okay with not being able to hang his license, because you have to have, from what I understand, an active license hung somewhere in order to take that commission. So what he ended up doing was finding another real estate agent to assist him, to be the listing agent. Zach was very upset at Bob with this. And then it came to the point where when Zach asked me to give him a large number of houses, I couldn't, because he didn't have the access to the capital. When I would walk houses with him, he would try to minimize the importance of doing this renovation or that renovation, trying to just, again, minimize it so that he could try to get as many houses as he could without getting us what we needed to make these homes move-in ready. And so that wasn't acceptable to me. He still got homes, but he didn't get nearly as many homes as he did before. I think that's what upset him, beyond the fact that for some reason he was still hung up on that Ottawa thing that happened a year and a half before, which I don't know why that was a big deal for him, but he apparently mentioned it in his interview with the police that he had that. So, all right. So then I want to move to the supposed electronic evidence that was allegedly found on my phone.
The supposed electronic evidence that was allegedly found on my phone. Nobody knows. Robert is using distancing language in order to imply that everything that was found on his devices that makes him look guilty was put there by another party. Does he have direct evidence of this? No. But every one of us has gotten a spam email from a friend or a loved one where they are selling a brand new MacBook, maybe the MacBook Pro, and they need you to wire them $1,000, lest they be injured. People get hacked all the time, so it's not too far-fetched to believe that this happened, but there's absolutely no evidence of it occurring. Again, Robert's main argument is that everything that makes him look guilty, and anyone who says otherwise, is simply another person working against him. But there comes a time when you have to say that Robert Tellis simply isn't important enough for all of these people to frame.
Or a phone image or what have you. When I was arrested, the police leaked to the media that there was allegedly a shoe found in my house. There was allegedly a hat found in my house. You know, they allegedly found the DNA. They did not leak that they allegedly found this electronic information on my phone or on some image, despite the fact that they allegedly had it at that point. So I can't explain why that was the case. Now, when it comes to these Google Maps shots, again, I'll reiterate that I did not know Mr. Gurman's address. So whoever plugged that in obviously did know the address.
Is another obvious lie, but it's very funny, so let's take a moment to break it down. First off, Tellis had engaged in crime. Here, he's being arrested for drunken disorderly behavior and attacking his wife and kids. Notice how this is being filmed, meaning that he is committing a crime while knowingly being on camera. So, his statement that even if he wanted to commit a crime, he would simply not do it if a camera was present is demonstrably false. Second, Tellis is acting as if he's being accused of walking directly up to Gurman's home without wearing an obvious disguise. Tellis knew the camera was across the street, which is why he made sure to wear an oversized sun hat and angle his head down and away from it as he walked by. And finally, I personally enjoy the implication that simply saying he didn't know Jeff's address is enough to counter the plies of evidence against him. This is, of course, despite the photos he took that were found on his phone of him Googling Gurman's address on his work computer, but he wants us to believe that those were planted as well.
And which also brings up another point. If I knew there was a camera right across the way, I certainly would find another means of transportation besides using my own vehicle. You know, certainly, you know, I didn't have, I wasn't rich, but I certainly, you know, I did okay enough that I could rent a nondescript car, you know, but I couldn't see myself as the kind of person who would be foolish enough to use my own vehicle to allegedly commit any kind of crime. And let's see here. So again, I did not know Mr. Gurman's address, so I don't know how anyone could say that I did these searches. And then I didn't know Mr. Gurman's schedule. You know, I did not know Mr. Gurman's schedule to know that he would be home on that day at that particular time. Yet apparently the killer knew. I did not know the layout of Mr. Gurman's home, or what room he would be in, or what, you know, I wouldn't know how to, as they said, lure Mr. Gurman out of his house. So I didn't commit the murder. I don't know how the murderer knew that. I certainly did not. So the person who supposedly took these photos on August 15th, it seems knew that Mr. Gurman had a gray Honda from what we heard yesterday. Yet that same person, or allegedly I, decided to research Mr. Gurman's car anyway after the fact, when this person already knew that he had a gray Honda. That doesn't make any sense. And again, like I said, when you saw that the search term was for, again, Mr. Gurman's address to get to that information on the car, and I didn't know Mr. Gurman's address. When it came to the police search of my home, I was being detained at the police station. Now, I was not handcuffed. I was seemingly, I mean, because the fact that I wasn't handcuffed during the entire interrogation, it would seem to me that the officers who, you know, Gaddis and Jappy, who had me in that room, did not fear that I was a danger to them. So I was stuck in that room until the search was done. my wife was sequestered along with my children in a room during the search. She was under supervision by a police officer. And there was no body cam video from the search. I have seen numerous cases where body cam video was used during searches, yet it wasn't used during the search in my home. Then I want to speak to Detective Jappy's investigation. Again, Compass Realty had nearly 500 sales over the years, and Detective Jappy was investigating me for 5 months of alleged bribery. And again, the investigative file on me was 100 gigabytes for 5 months of alleged bribery, whereas for Compass Realty, over 500 sales around 500 sales for over years was only 3 gigabytes. Again, just a fraction of the information that was obtained on me in that investigation. And I guess, and you'll have to excuse me, but I'm going to have to, I guess, speak to that relationship that I had with Roberta. During COVID, we got in a position where, again, because of the way that staffing worked, we spent a lot of time together, and we grew close, and we grew too close, and and obviously we have choices, and we made a big mistake. It's something that we both regret. But the thing is that, if Mr. Gurman had not been killed, you would not be hearing about the fact that it happened, that we actually got into that relationship. Mr. Gurman, as I mentioned before, was not going to have he was never going to get any information about what happened between us. The county had redacted, or I should say omitted, anything that might have been personal in nature. So the notion that this was a motive to kill Mr. Gurman was false. He was not going to have any real material to make a more damaging article than he would have already done. So that's, and again, Roberta is a good person, and she loves her family very much, just as I love my family, and we just most made a stupid mistake, but that doesn't mean that I killed Mr. Gurman. And I would never engage in any criminal conduct because I respect the law. And I was trying to uphold the law in my position. Right? And certainly I would not commit a murder because I have respect for human life. I don't believe that anybody should have their life cut short at the hands of another person.
I think everyone in the world would agree that murder is bad, even other killers. But that doesn't mean a person wouldn't murder another person. Imagine if all murder cases were like this one. The prosecution has clear, concrete evidence against the accused, but the suspect takes the stand and simply says, "I wouldn't do this." No one would be in jail.
And so when it came to Compass Realty, I was not a lame duck. When you watch that video from the June 29th, 2022 hearing, you'll see that I was not acting like a lame duck. And you will see that it was after the primary loss. And I still kept fighting. And you'll see during that video that I raised very serious concerns. And these are very serious concerns beyond, again, the issue with the equity and the personal property. These are other things that, again, if you could watch the video, see how the judge was concerned. And again, I had just gotten the authority to do the things that Detective Jappy did not do. And frankly, I believe the public should demand an FBI investigation into Compass Realty. I also have one other item related to Compass Realty. Now, Adam Fenn donated to DA Wolfson in March of 2022. And if you'll recall, at the beginning of March of 2022, DA Wolfson had introduced me to Detective Jappy. Now, when Detective Jappy informed me of the fact that he had found that there was likely theft here, I also found out that DA Wolfson knew as well. And I found out through my conversations with DA Wolfson. Mr. Horvath, in the topmost envelope, the first 11 pages, I have a copy of Mr. Wolfson's campaign report from the first quarter of 2022. I'd like to ask that I please be allowed to have it marked and published.
Mr. Hamner is the state.
Stipulation. We'll submit it to the court.
Okay, S3. S3 will be admitted.
Okay. Would you like me to approach you?
Yes, please. Thank you. And so this is an excerpt of Mr. Wolfson's campaign contribution report, the first one of 2022, taken from the Nevada Secretary of State's website by public download. And it shows, and this is the fourth page, which again, you're only going to receive the fourth page of this. It states that it's recorded that on March 26, 2022, Adam Fenn of 8782 Big Bluff Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada 89148, gave Stephen Wolfson $5,000 for his campaign. I am not crazy. I am not trying to avoid responsibility. This entire situation, well, I'll put it this way, that Compass Realty could move so much with money in this day and age in our city is incredible to me. I am innocent. And, you know, I'm not the kind of person who could brutally murder another man, do it with apparent experience and training, and then go to the gym, and then go pick up my children. I can't imagine being that type of person. I didn't kill Mr. German, and I'm innocent. Sir? I have concluded.
Let me approach and get the, and we're moving for admission in case I believe there's already admitted. Thank you.
Well, that was compelling, but we are in the home stretch. Just 12 more minutes of cross, then we can wrap this up.
Is that all your redirect?
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
thank you very much. Any recross?
Yeah, briefly. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. I just really want to cover some topics. So, you touched on the public records request that, Gammon wouldn't have heard about any, personal communications between you and Roberta because the records request wouldn't allow it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And therefore, that's why you wouldn't try to kill him, correct?
Certainly wouldn't be a motive.
Okay. But you would agree with me, you're not friends with Mr. Gehrman, correct?
No, sir.
He didn't tell you, sit down with you and tell you how he's writing his stories, correct?
He did not.
He didn't share with you what information he collected, correct?
He did not.
And you're familiar that, journalists have things called sources, right?
Sure.
And they collect information from multiple places, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So all you know is that Mr. Gehrman had made one personal records request to your office, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what other information he had gathered as of August of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Therefore, this idea that Gehrman wasn't going to be able to write any further article, you don't know that for a fact, isn't that right?
Well, I certainly thought, based on the records request, that he would not.
Right, because you're claiming you base it on that limited knowledge, but let's be clear. Journalists have multiple sources that they can collect information from, right?
Sure.
And you knew that as of August 8th, he did intend to want to seek information about you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
You had even told your best employee, Nicole, that I have a fear that these articles are going to jeopardize my ability to have employment in the future, correct?
I did.
You were concerned about even being able to work as an attorney in the city. Isn't that right?
I thought it crossed my mind, yes.
Not just crossed your mind, you memorialized it in a private text message to your best employee, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you additionally told her, I wish I had it in front of me. Let me just see if I can recall this. You were worried about the article. Give me, you know what, can I have this pulled off in the email? I don't want to get it wrong. Yes.
Court's indulgence.
Well, I remember what I wanted to ask. Sorry. Thank you. Now I remember. You told this jury that you claimed you weren't worried when you received the August 8th email from the county that Gehrman was looking into because you weren't worried because you knew none of the personal stuff was going out, correct?
Yes.
But isn't it true just a couple hours later you're writing to Cole saying the exact opposite?
No.
Okay. You don't know it. We'll let everyone check the notes on that. But
Sure.
Isn't it true the message that you send to Nicole post-dates the email you received from the county?
Yes, but it was talking about pre-existing articles.
Sure.
And the damage that was done.
That's what you claim.
It's what I claim, yes.
Okay. So, bottom line is, you were so concerned about the articles, you're writing your best employee about it, correct?
I did not reach out to her to do it.
And then 4 days later, there's 130 images mapping out Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood, correct?
Not for me, but yes.
And then on the 15th, there's this amateurish surveillance going on, correct?
Objection is characterization. Amateur.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll rephrase. There's the Popeye surveillance happening, correct?
Again, I didn't do it, but yes.
Okay. And then just after that, we have, as you fully admitted, there are pictures from your desk of all of Mr. Gehrman's personally identifying information in your phone, correct?
And I don't know that to be the case. Again, it could have been placed there on an image. It wasn't
but you
necessarily on my
fully
phone.
admitted, like, that's my computer, that's my desk, and you told us that yesterday, right?
The photo appears to have my desk, yes.
No. You said, that's my desk. You didn't say it appears, you said, that's my desk.
I thought it yesterday, but sure. Again,
Thank
same
you.
thing.
And that just happens to be the same month that your expert witness looked into your phone and saw you turned off all your location data.
I object not as to that month. It appeared most of the year
And-
that location was not there. So that
Right, and-
mischaracterizes Mr. Guerrero's testimony.
Sure. Isn't there a slide from August 1st to August 31st of 2022 talking about location data from your phone?
Yes.
And it was a blank slate, right?
And I will get to that in my redirect.
No, you got to get to it now. Isn't it
But,
true?
give
it was
me
a
one
blank
moment, please.
slate?
Give me one moment, just so I can write, please. And okay, so can you give me the
Sir,
question? Okay, hold on just
isn't
a
it
moment,
tr-
please.
isn't
Just one
it
moment,
true?
please.
That there is a slide produced by your expert that's entitled August 1st through August 31st, 2022, and it literally says no location data. Do you remember that slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that existed, correct?
I don't know that it did, because I didn't take that photo.
No, just your expert did.
Are we talking about the photo or the slide?
Was it prepared?
Right, your expert introduced it on his direct examination. You remember that?
I don't.
So basically, Robert is now saying that even the people they brought into the case to testify in defense of his version of events are either lying on the stand or confirming false information. He was adamant that the state's witnesses and experts should be ignored, but now, even the people brought in to supplement his statements and to try and make his version of events seem more believable cannot be trusted with the truth, which means that in this case, Robert is genuinely stating that the only person that should be listened to or believed is him.
I don't know if you're talking about the slide or the photo, sir. I'm trying to get clarification.
I'm talking about the slide.
Okay.
Your expert analyzed your location data for the month of August. Do you remember him talking about that on direct?
I said that earlier, yes.
Do you remember him talking about it on cross?
I don't, but I remember him talking about it.
And you remember seeing the slide, and he showed an image showing that there is not 1 ounce of location data on your phone for the month before Mr. Gehrman is killed. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then the second point is, let's talk about the donation. So Adam Fenn donated $5,000 to Wolfson's campaign, correct?
Yes.
It came from a campaign report in the first quarter, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would be the first 3 months of the year, correct?
Yes.
So sometime between January to March is this $5,000 donation, correct? That's 2 months prior to the Gehrman articles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
and it's also a few weeks after the introduction maybe between me and Wolfson and Jappy.
So you say Compass could move so much money in this day and age, it's incredible to me, correct?
Right.
And what we've heard from you is it's a whopping $15,000. But you can't rule it out, right?
Can you rule it out?
It doesn't matter whether I can rule it out. I'm not the one under oath.
I can't rule it out.
Okay. So you can't rule out Rita, you can't rule out Wolfson, you can't rule out Cliff Maugg, you can't rule out the DNA people, you can't rule out anonymous patrol officers. Am I catching this all right? You can't rule out Adam Fenn, anyone from Compass, right? How about Cindy Sauerland? Is she part of this too?
I don't know. I can't rule it out.
Okay. So it's all just one big conspiracy, correct?
No, sir. I didn't say that they were all involved. I just said I can't rule out who and who is not involved.
But at the end of the day, you're just the victim in this whole thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Reyes?
Yes. And again, when it comes to these photos and the notion that there was no location information on them, I didn't take the photos. So whether they had location information on them or not, I'm not surprised they don't have any location information on them. So this point that somehow that shows I'm guilty is just, I don't know, it still makes no sense to me. And then when it comes again to Mr. Wolfson, I did do that research into him, and I did find that around the time that Paris Hilton had picked up charges here in Las Vegas, that I think he opened the door. All right. So I'm sure that someone will be doing the homework on that. But I think that's... And so, thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for myself.
After the prosecution and defense rested their cases, the jury was sent off to deliberate, returning back to the court after coming to the conclusion that Tellis was guilty of murdering Jeff Gehrman. While the jury's foreperson read out the verdict, Tellis shook his head and looked down at the floor in disbelief, as if he hadn't expected that result, which is fucking crazy. And to be fair, it probably was surprising to him. He characterized his defense as being robust and dispelling all the false notions that the police had put forward. But after sitting here for multiple days, reviewing everything that he said, that simply was not the case. Tellis's defense strategy relied on the jury trusting him over the defense, and he gave them no reason to do so. Tellis was sentenced to life in prison, with the eligibility for parole after 20 years. But to be clear, I don't believe he will ever be released from prison. His ego will never allow him to admit what he has done wrong in this case, and he will likely continue to declare his innocence until his dying day, and unless the parole board hears him acknowledge his wrongdoing, he will never be let out. But let me know your thoughts on the case. Were you convinced of Tellis's guilt or innocence? Why or why not? With all of that said, I hope you have a great day and remember to stay safe.